The Nether Sea was Azura world's largest sea, and also Hell's 3 world's largest sea. The Nether Sea was not located on any plane, but it floated in the vast space above Azura world, which was an independent space in itself. Sometimes, Azura world's experts would call the Nether Sea as Nether Sea Plane. Of course, the majority simply calls it the Nether Sea. It was 2 days later when Huang Xiaolong's group reached the Nether Sea. In truth, half a day was sufficient for the Nether King flying ship to reach the Nether Sea, but Huang Xiaolong's group did not use the Nether King flying ship. When Huang Xiaolong's group reached the Nether Sea, there was already a large crowd there. Both above the Nether Sea and by the seaside, there were people everywhere, their numbers exceeding in billions. Rows of flying ships from Hell's various forces were halted in midair. These ships were enshrouded in individual halos. These flying ships came in different shapes and sizes, some even as big as mountains. But above the Nether Sea, these flying ships were only a little bigger than dust. The Nether Sea was simply too large. As Hell's 3 world's largest sea, it was bigger than most big planes. The Nirvana Plain was Azura world's biggest plain, however, the Nether Sea surface was at least twice the size of Nirvana Plain. From afar, the Nether Sea's calm surface was akin to a blue mirror. But hidden in the depths of this Nether Sea, Huang Xiaolong sensed a surging energy that made his heart palpitate. After the heart of Hell had integrated into his body, as long as he was in Hell, even a high-level Emperor God Realm expert was incapable of killing him, but that energy from the depths of the Nether Sea actually gave him a sense of mortal danger. Does this energy have anything to do with the holy mountain that is about to appear? Master, shall we head to the center of the Nether Sea now? Tai Yu inquired. Huang Xiaolong nodded. Yes. Every time the holy mountain appears, it flies out from the central depths of the Nether Sea. Therefore, getting as close as possible to where the holy mountain appears brings a greater advantage to ascending the holy mountain. Huang Xiaolong's group swiftly made their way closer to the central area. There was still half a day until the appearance of the holy mountain was estimated. So, they had enough time to reach the central area of the sea. However, the space above the Nether Sea was crowded with people and flying ships. It was not easy to maneuver past them to reach a suitable location. In this situation, Huang Xiaolong did not order Tai Yu or the others to open a path, but released the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin from the Black Dragon Cold Jade Bangle. The moment the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin appeared, it let out a rumbling roar, akin to brewing thunder. Experts within several million li radius felt their heads spin with a never-ending buzzing noise in their ears. Oh God! That's a Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin. The one from the auction. Although the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin merely roared, those blocking Huang Xiaolong's group path in front were startled, then swiftly retreated to the sides, opening a wide berth. Even though the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin was merely a mid-4th Order Emperor God Realm on the surface, as one of the Royal Blood Qilin most 5th Order Emperor Realm experts were not a match against him. In truth, not only 5th Order Emperor Realm experts, even some 6th Order Emperor Realm experts didn't dare to say with confidence that they could suppress the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin. Huang Xiaolong leaped onto the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin's back and flew past everyone. Tai Yu and the others followed after him. Did that Azura noble tame this Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin? Did he? It's barely 3 months. The Dark Rock race couldn't tame it even after tens of millennia. Everyone was dumbfounded as they watched the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin docilely allowing Huang Xiaolong to sit on his back. Their eyes widened in incredulity. But even more than that, there was jealousy and curiosity. That was the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin. There was an old legend that said only a true king could tame a grandmist divine beast like the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin. Huang Xiaolong ignored the complicated gazes and whispers from the surrounding experts as he sped forward on the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin, leaving several afterimages of burning Qilin hoof prints in the air. After Huang Xiaolong released the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin and started moving towards the center area of the Nether Sea, Song Litao, who was closest to the central area, received a report of the incident from his subordinate. "Young lord, that punk has appeared, and he's coming this way, but..." One of the massacring God's Gate's ancestors said to Song Litao. "But?" Song Litao was baffled. The people below reported that he's riding on the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin. The massacring god's gate's ancestor replied. You're saying? Song Litao was filled with disbelief. You're saying that that punk has already tamed the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin? Impossible. The Gu family, Black Ant Clan, and Howling Moonwolf's experts all had similar incredulous expressions on their faces. But this is what the disciple below has reported. Even this subordinate feels it is unbelievable. The massacring god's gate's ancestor hesitated. Song Litao's face darkened after hearing that. It was greatly unexpected to him that Huang Xiaolong had succeeded in taming the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin. I didn't expect that punk would actually manage to tame the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin within 3 months. The Gu family's patriarch Gu Chun frowned deeply, but his tone took a turn as he went on. But so what? Even if he succeeded in taming that Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin, that beast is just a mid-4th order Emperor realm. Whether there is 1 Qilin more or 1 Qilin less cannot change the fact that he's going to die soon. That's right, when our 3 forces experts from the headquarters arrive, he's dead for sure. This Nether Sea would be his burial place. The Black Ant Clan's ancestor sneered coldly. Pity. A good Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin mount would be wasted just like that. Song Litao sighed with great reluctance. Even though there was a chance he could tame the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin after killing Huang Xiaolong, it was a very slim chance. A Grand Mist Divine beast like the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin generally did not accept a second master. Moreover, because of a Qilin's protective nature towards his master, a Qilin would rather self-destruct. Damn him. What method did that punk use to tame that Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin? The more Song Litao thought about it, the angrier he felt. Moments later, the 9 giant corpse tribes Shirinyu, Ghost World's Qin Huangzong, and other forces also received a report that Huang Xiaolong had successfully tamed the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin. Each had a different reaction, but the disbelief and astonishment were similar. Huang Xiaolong didn't know these people's thoughts. Then again, he wouldn't care even if he knew. At this time, he was making his way towards the center area of the Nether Sea on the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin. As expected of a Grand Mist Divine beast, the Qilin's speed was amazing. Moreover, despite the Qilin's speed, Huang Xiaolong couldn't hear or feel any strong winds at all. Tai Yu, tell me in detail what do I need to pay attention to when ascending the Holy Mountain? Huang Xiaolong spoke to Tai Yu and the other 3. Yes, Master. The Holy Mountain has a total of 12 floors. The first 3 people who clear each floor would be rewarded with a spiritual fruit called the Holy Fruit. As they continued to fly forward, Tai Yu began to explain to Huang Xiaolong. So, Master must strive to clear the obstacles on each floor in the shortest time. For each floor, the person who clears the obstacles first will be rewarded with 3 holy fruits. The second person will get 2 holy fruits, and the third person will get 1 holy fruit. Oh, holy fruit? Huang Xiaolong's heart moved. What are the attributes of the holy fruit? Jin Yuan replied. Many times better than the top-grade Grand Mist spiritual pills. The old master had once mentioned that the king of Grand Mist has a Grand Mist tree that bears Grand Mist fruits, and the holy fruit is as good as the Grand Mist fruit. Although Huang Xiaolong had expected the holy fruit to bring an array of amazing benefits, he was still astonished to hear that the holy fruit was comparable to the Grand Mist fruit that grew on the Grand Mist tree in his Master King of Grand Mist's orchard. He had taken the Grand Mist fruit. Thus he was clearer than anyone here of its effectiveness. With 1 Grand Mist fruit, his cultivation had taken a great leap from the peak late 6th Order God King realm to peak late 7th Order God King realm. 1 big cultivation realm. The Holy Mountain had 12 floors, so if he could be the first person to clear each floor's obstacles, then wouldn't it mean that he would gain 36 holy fruits? The holy fruit is comparable to the Grand Mist fruit? From what I've heard, consuming one's first Grand Mist fruit is the most beneficial. The effects decline when consuming the consecutive fruits. Huang Xiaolong said. If that was the same with the holy fruit, it made no difference whether he got 36 holy fruits or 1 holy fruit. Fan Hui smiled as he explained. Master may not be aware of this, but the holy fruit is different from the Grand Mist fruit in this aspect. With the Grand Mist fruit, the effects reduce with the more number of fruits you consume. However, with the holy fruit, the more you consume, the better the benefits. For example, consuming your first holy fruit has roughly similar benefits to your first grand mist fruit. Then your second holy fruit would give a greater benefit than the first. The third holy fruit is 2 times better than your second holy fruit. The effects continue to double with your fourth holy fruit and so on. Huang Xiaolong was astounded at Fan Hui's words. In that case, when he consumes the 36th holy fruit, he could gain several times the benefits of refining his first grand mist fruit. Maybe 20 times, even 30 times better. Then, in so many years, what's the record for most holy fruits a person in hell has gotten? Huang Xiaolong asked. The highest is 28. Only one person has achieved that. The second highest record is 27 holy fruits. There were 4 people who achieved this result. It was Wan Yutian who answered. No one has ever gotten 30 or more? Huang Xiaolong sounded surprised. All 4 shook their heads. No, the person who had gotten 28 holy fruits is Ghost World's Qin Fan, who is also the castellan of Ghost World's Fengdu City. Tai Yu went on. That year, even though Qin Fan cleared the 11th floor, he couldn't clear the obstacles on a few floors. Hence, he got 28 holy fruits in the end. Other than Qin Fan, the other person who cleared the 11th floor's obstacles was the Misty Palace's Xu Wei. She is the current palace master of Misty Palace. Huang Xiaolong's eyes widened slightly. The current palace master of Misty Palace. He truly had not expected that. Qin Fan was the Ghost World's strongest expert, and his talent was almost unrivaled. Thus Huang Xiaolong wasn't surprised that Qin Fan had reached the 11th floor of the Holy Mountain. On the other hand, the Misty Palace's palace master Xu Wei's similar achievement surprised him. Whether it was fame or prestige, the Misty Palace's Xu Wei was simply too far behind compared to Qin Fan. The Misty Palace's palace master Xu Wei is extremely low profile. She was hailed as the Azura world's #1 beauty in the past, and the number of geniuses who chased after her could form 100 million miles long line. Jin Yuan said in a complicated tone. No one really knows the true extent of her talent, and the time she took to rise to fame was extremely short. It was truly unexpected for all parties when she ascended to the 11th floor of the Holy Mountain. But after that, she has rarely appeared in public. According to rumors, she has been in seclusion within the Misty Palace for the last 1 billion years. That is also why she's not as famous as Qin Fan. Tai Yu chimed in nostalgically. The Misty Palace used to rank 32nd among the Azura world's forces in the past. It's Xu Wei's credit that its ranking has risen all the way into the top 10 in a short 1 billion years or so. Not only did she lead the Misty Palace into the top 10, but they firmly sit at 3rd place. To Tai Yu and the others, Xu Wei was a junior. However, when speaking of Xu Wei, all 4 of them wore serious expressions. Huang Xiaolong's eyes glimmered noticing this detail. How is this Xu Wei's strength? He asked. Fan Hui shook his head. Following our investigation more than 1 billion years ago, sometime after she ascended to the 11th floor of the Holy Mountain, she broke through to Emperor Realm. The rumors circulating outside claim that she has already reached the peak late 10th Order Emperor Realm, but there are also rumors saying she has already surpassed Emperor Realm. That's right, Although the Massacring God's Gate's old ancestor Chu Han was assumed to be Azura World's #1 expert, not even Chu Han dared to say he could defeat Xu Wei. Wan Yutian added. Huang Xiaolong fell into contemplation. It seemed like he had underestimated the Misty Palace. Master, once you're inside the Holy Mountain, you must not use any divine artifacts. A moment later, Tai Yu elaborated. Whether it is a weapon or divine armor, all divine artifacts are not allowed. Once you use a divine artifact, it would trigger the Holy Mountain's restriction, and heavenly punishment will fall upon you. There is such a rule? Huang Xiaolong was flabbergasted. Yes, there were some people who refused to follow this rule in the past, and used divine artifacts inside the Holy Mountain. Due to this, they were struck by heavenly punishment. Not even a ray of their soul remained. Jin Yuan nodded heavily as if to stress his words. The heavenly punishment is not the usual heavenly punishment. There would be nothing left of you even if you're an Emperor Realm expert. So, Master, remember to use only your own strength on every floor. Seeing the serious expressions on their faces, Huang Xiaolong understood that they were not joking. He nodded, then asked, "Is there anything else I need to take note of?" Taiyu replied, "There is another thing. The holy mountain would only remain above the Nethersea for 12 years upon appearing. After 12 years, the holy mountain would sink back into the Nethersea again. Thus, when the 12 years' time is up, no matter which floor master is on, please ensure you rush out in time through the entrance on the first floor. Otherwise, once the time's up, you would be trapped inside the holy mountain forever. You won't be able to come out ever again." "Forever?" Huang Xiaolong was shocked. "That's right. Once you're trapped inside the holy mountain, it's permanent. None of the people trapped inside it in the past have ever come out." Fan Hui reiterated. "Is there no other exit other than the doorway on the first floor?" Huang Xiaolong asked. "Some people say if you could reach the 12th floor, you could exit through the 12th floor's doorway, but no one has ever passed through the 12th floor. So, no one could verify if this rumor is true," Wan Yutian explained. Huang Xiaolong nodded in understanding. On the way, Huang Xiaolong further inquired about the holy mountain, Qin Fan, and Shu Wei from Taiyu and the others. Several hours later, Huang Xiaolong's group reached the central area of the Nethersea. From afar, Song Litao spotted Huang Xiaolong riding on the scarlet flame dark Qilin. The last thread of wishful thinking in his mind snapped. He was hoping there might be a slim chance for the report to be wrong, but it seemed like Huang Xiaolong had really tamed the scarlet flame dark Qilin. Sensing Song Litao, Inu, as well as the howling moon wolf and the others' gazes from afar, as well as their killing intent, Huang Xiaolong sneered inwardly. Not long after Huang Xiaolong arrived, suddenly, the calm sea below roiled. Waves splashed high as strong winds blew. "Master, the holy mountain is about to appear," Jin Yuan informed Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong nodded and looked forward with bated breath. As time trickled by, the waves hit higher, becoming more violent, extending hundreds and millions of li outwards. Winds howled as the waves struck higher and higher. 100 zhong, 1,000 zhong, several thousand zhong. Rumble. Suddenly, it sounded as if the world had split apart as a humongous entity rose from the bottom to the Nethersea's surface. When the humongous entity broke out from the Nethersea, the sea surface within a billion li radius exploded consecutively. Heaven and earth shook and swayed. The sea waves splashed over 10,000 zhang tall. The experts within the 1 billion li radius range retreated in a hurry, flying higher and further away. The Nethersea's seawater was no child's play. Its corrosiveness was very lethal, and a splatter of a few drops would make an Emperor Realm expert's face distort in excruciating pain. The pain went bone deep, reaching the soul. Heavenly Monarch Realm experts needed to stand far away, especially those with a weaker physique. Just a drop of Nethersea's water would corrode the Heavenly Monarch Realm until nothing was left. However, Huang Xiaolong had the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin and the protection of 4-peak late 10th Order Emperor Realm experts, so he naturally didn't need to worry about these raging waves reaching him. When the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin rose higher into the sky with Huang Xiaolong, the roaring high waves splashed towards them. The Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin's 4 hooves stomped in the air, and instantly, the rising tides fell back to the sea. Taiyu, Jin Yuan, and the others directly released their momentum outwards in the 4 directions. Any sea waves that came close stopped meters away from them, then dispersed into the sea below. The humongous entity was still rising from the sea below, causing the sea waves to roil higher and rougher. The entire Nethersea that was twice the size of the Nirvana plane was swaying. The humongous entity had yet to emerge to the sea surface, except for a tiny part. Even so, from afar it looked like a big mainland was rising from the bottom of the sea, taking up 1/10 of the Nethersea. "This holy mountain is so huge!" Huang Xiaolong exclaimed in astonishment. Though Taiyu and the others had mentioned early on that the holy mountain was absolutely massive, still, the size of the entity in front of him was bigger than Huang Xiaolong had imagined. It was already the size of some of the smaller plains. "This is less than half of the holy mountain in its entirety. Wait until the holy mountain emerges fully, as Master will then realize how big the holy mountain really is." Fan Hui chuckled. Less than half. Huang Xiaolong was genuinely shocked. As the holy mountain continued to rise to the surface, fissures appeared in the surrounding space. Tempestuous winds howled as a sudden downpour started. This downpour was actually seawater blown by the wind. The speed of the downpour was comparable to the attack of a low-level Emperor Realm expert. The surrounding experts quickly called their divine armors in a fluster or attacked while dodging from being splashed by the water droplets. Half an hour later, the holy mountain was still rising out from the Nethersea. Half of the Nethersea sea area dimmed under the shadow of the holy mountain. A dozen of minutes passed. At last, the holy mountain had risen out from the sea in its entirety, hovering high in the air above the Nethersea. It was casting an enormous shadow over the Nethersea. Those standing closest to the holy mountain were unable to see the sky as the holy mountain was simply too big for words. A human was smaller than a speck of dust standing beside the holy mountain. Huang Xiaolong was awestruck by the holy mountain in front of him. The divine tree of darkness was the Azura world's most enormous divine tree. However, the visual impact of the holy mountain was much more powerful than the divine tree of darkness. The holy mountain exuded a holy aura with a soft halo of bright colors from top to bottom. This was completely different from what Huang Xiaolong had imagined. In the general conception, hell represented darkness, bloodthirstiness, coldness, and depravity without hope. It was illogical that something sacred like the holy mountain existed in hell. While Huang Xiaolong was looking at the holy mountain in amazement, Azura King Jin Yuan's voice sounded in his ears. "Master, the holy mountain's entryway is about to open." Huang Xiaolong reacted. His gaze fell on the foot of the holy mountain. The holy mountain was triangular like a pyramid. The first floor was located at the mountain base while the 12th floor was located at the peak. Just as Jin Yuan reminded Huang Xiaolong, a big mouth suddenly opened at the holy mountain's base. Dazzling rays of light escaped from the entryway, shining onto the sea surface. "The entryway has appeared. Hurry, enter." The experts surrounding the holy mountain shouted in excitement, seeing this and dashed towards the entryway so they could enter a second faster than others. Everyone wanted to enter one step ahead of the others as the deadline for every time the holy mountain appeared was 12 years. Not to mention that only the first 3 people who cleared the obstacles on each floor were rewarded with holy fruits. "How Rin go?" Huang Xiaolong lightly patted the scarlet flame Dark Qilin's head. "How run?" The scarlet flame Dark Qilin nickered and turned into a streak of crimson flames, carrying Huang Xiaolong towards the entryway. All those blocking Huang Xiaolong's path were immediately swept away. These experts made full effort to send their young lords or sex genius disciples to the entryway as fast as possible. Although Huang Xiaolong was quick among these people, the massacring God's Gate's Song Li Tao, 9 giant corpses Shi Yu, and Peng Zhengfei were even faster. When Huang Xiaolong was still some distance away from the entryway, Song Li Tao, Shi Yu, Peng Zhengfei, and a few others had almost reached the entryway. Watching them, Huang Xiaolong yelled, "Tai Yu!" Following Huang Xiaolong's line of sight, Tai Yu, Jin Yuan, Fan Hui, and Wan Yuqian immediately locked onto Song Li Tao, Shi Yu, and Peng Zhengfei, who were closest to the entryway, and punched with their fists in their direction. The 4 of them were peak late 10th Order Emperor Realm experts, so one could imagine the horror of their full power attacks. All the experts in their fist force's path were sent flying away, striking accurately at Song Li Tao, Shi Yu, and Peng Zhengfei. "Rascals, how dare you!" The massacring God's Gate and 9 giant corpse tribes experts protecting Song Li Tao and Shi Yu were enraged, realizing the intention of Tai Yu's group. All of them struck out in retaliation, attempting to disperse the fist force from Tai Yu's group. Rumbly! An ear-splitting boom resounded. The massacring God's Gate and 9 giant corpse tribes ancestor generation experts were sent staggering back, while Song Li Tao, Shi Yu, Peng Zhengfei, and the others were swept to the sides. In this window of time, Huang Xiaolong reached the entryway at lightning speed, riding on the scarlet flame Dark Qilin. In a flicker, Huang Xiaolong leaped off the scarlet flame Dark Qilin's back, disappeared into the entryway, and everyone's sight. Only those below the Emperor Realm were allowed to enter the Holy Mountain. The scarlet flame Dark Qilin, desolate giant Tai Yu, and the rest could only wait outside for Huang Xiaolong to come out. Watching Huang Xiaolong's figure disappear through the entryway, desolate giant Tai Yu and the others inwardly heaved a sigh of relief. After Huang Xiaolong entered through the entryway, the Misty Palace's He Jingyi and Ghost World's Qin Huangzhong also rushed in. Upon seeing this, Song Li Tao's eyes turned scarlet as he roared in anger. "Bloody hell! I'm going to kill you! Young lord, go in quickly!" The massacring god's gate's ancestor Lu Tianyuan shouted. He knew that, in this situation, the more important thing was to make it through the entryway as fast as possible, and the other things could be left for later. Song Li Tao suppressed the boiling killing intent inside his chest and rushed into the holy mountain with Shi Yinyu and the rest. On the other hand, Huang Xiaolong, who had already entered the holy mountain, discovered that he had arrived at a sandy land. On the other end was the entrance to the second floor. Just as Huang Xiaolong wanted to fly over the sandy land towards the second floor entrance, suddenly, a roar shook the air as giant beasts resembling lions formed right before his eyes. There were precisely 10,000 of them, not a lion, more or less. Giant darkness lion. Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed as he recognized these giant lions immediately. These giant lions were one of Hell's top-grade Grand Mist divine beasts with powerful attacks. Even though these 10,000 giant darkness lions' strength was only at the peak late 10th order 2nd order heavenly monarch realm like him, their battle prowess was higher than an average early 3rd order heavenly monarch expert. 10,000 darkness giant lions could wear a late 3rd order, even a peak late 3rd order heavenly monarch realm to his death. The moment these 10,000 darkness giant lions appeared, they dashed to attack Huang Xiaolong. Seeing this, Huang Xiaolong stopped hesitating. He rushed forward into the herd of darkness giant lions instead of dodging or running away from them. According to Tai Yu and the others, only completely killing every last beast that appeared in front of him could lead him to pass through the entryway to the second floor successfully. Without killing these beasts, it would be pointless even if he managed to ascend to the second floor. Huang Xiaolong circulated his Holy Dragon Supreme Godhead's Godforce to the limit. Almost instantly, streaks of divine lightning condensed above him. This divine lightning spread out in a split second, forming a massive cloud of lightning extending over 10,000 li radius. The darkness giant lions were immediately inside Huang Xiaolong's lightning cloud radius. In the next moment, numerous streaks of divine lightning split them open, destroying a group of darkness giant lions. These darkness giant lions were condensed from the holy mountain's power. Huang Xiaolong soon discovered after killing these darkness giant lions that they turned into a kind of energy from the holy mountain and entered his body. To Huang Xiaolong's delight, when his body absorbed this energy, he discovered that it contained one of the purest origin energy. It was even better than any top-grade Grand Mist spiritual pills. In other words, absorbing the energy by killing one darkness giant lion brought more excellent benefits than refining a top-grade Grand Mist spiritual pill. Huang Xiaolong looked at the droves of darkness giant lions, dashing towards him as if he was looking at appetizing supreme spiritual pills flying towards him while calling his name. Huang Xiaolong's Holy Dragon Supreme Godhead, Archdevil Supreme Godhead, and Innumerable Buddha Supreme Godhead spun simultaneously. The lightning cloud above his head grew bigger once again. Thunder rumbled, and destructive power intensified at the same time. In the blink of an eye, darkness giant lions were killed consecutively, supplying Huang Xiaolong with a steady stream of origin energy. This energy was easy to refine and was absorbed entirely by Huang Xiaolong's body in a few breaths. Unlike top-grade Grand Mist spiritual pills that require a few hours for him to refine and absorb, 10,000 darkness giant lions' numbers began to reduce rapidly. When a streak of divine lightning destroyed the last of the darkness giant lion, Huang Xiaolong's figure turned into a streak of light as he flew straight towards the entryway leading to the second floor. While Huang Xiaolong eliminated all 10,000 darkness giant lions on the first floor, inside another space, the massacring god's gate's Song Li Tao was still killing the hell beasts with great effort. Upon their entry, the holy mountain had separately placed every disciple into different spaces. Moreover, according to each disciple's cultivation realm and strength, the holy mountain had arranged the most appropriately challenging hell beasts. Song Li Tao himself was a peak late 10th order heavenly monarch realm expert, and his obstacle included 1,000 peak late 10th order heavenly monarch realm flying dragon beasts. Though these 1,000 flying dragon beasts' attack power was only average, They had terrific speed and exceptional recovery ability, which made killing them troublesome. In the time Huang Xiaolong finished killing 10,000 darkness giant lions, Song Litao had merely dealt with half of the flying dragon beasts. In another space, Shi Yinyu, who had a similar strength of a peak late 10th order heavenly monarch realm, was battling a group of twin-winged locust beasts. These twin-winged locust beasts also did not have powerful attacks but were extremely toxic. One sting from these twin-winged locust beasts would give an early first-order Emperor Realm expert an unforgettable taste of pain. The Misty Palace's Hijingi was being besieged by a group of purple cavern snakes that were innately apt in hiding themselves. The lethality of these purple cavern snakes' attacks lied in their unpredictability instead of power. In another space, the ghost world's Qin Huangzhong was swarmed by ethereal fantasy sea butterflies. These fantasy sea butterflies carried a kind of intoxicating fragrance that confused the senses, pulling the victims into an illusion. Once one fell into the illusion, it would be hard to come out of it. While Song Litao, Shi Yinyu, Peng Zhengfei, He Jingyi, Wu Deng, Qin Huangzhong, Ji Chan, and the others were strenuously trying to clear their obstacles on the first floor, Huang Xiaolong had reached the entryway to the second floor. He arrived at the second floor moments later. The moment Huang Xiaolong appeared on the second floor, golden lights condensed in front of him as 3 glistening golden fruits that exuded an indescribable allure appeared right before his eyes. Holy fruit. 3 of them. These fruits' appearance proved that he was the first person to clear the obstacles on the first floor. Huang Xiaolong suppressed his joy and threw the 3 holy fruits into the black dragon cold jade bangle. Now, he needed to pass the 11 floors to reach the 12th floor. It won't be too late to refine these holy fruits then. Huang Xiaolong took a glance in the direction of the entryway to the 3rd floor. In the space between Huang Xiaolong and the entryway to the 3rd floor, the holy mountain's power glimmered, condensing into rows and rows of beasts made of white bones. They were small in size and were barely 1/10 of the darkness giant lions on the first floor below, but they resembled humans in shape. However, each one of these white-boned beasts had shiny golden runes. The pressure coming from them was more than a little stronger than the darkness giant lions. Even Huang Xiaolong could not put a name to these white bones beasts. Still, he could see that all of them have the strength of an early 3rd order heavenly monarch realm. Despite their numbers being 10,000, the same as the previous floor, these white-bone beasts' overall battle power was comparable to 100,000 darkness giant lions. Huang Xiaolong took a deep breath and flew straight towards the white-bone beasts without any reduction in speed. The 3 supreme godheads were spinning to their limits, and the rumbling lightning clouds appeared again above Huang Xiaolong's head. But Huang Xiaolong didn't expect the next scene. When streaks of lightning struck down, the golden runes on the white-bone beasts, they emitted dazzling rays of golden light. Although these rays of golden light did not completely block the lightning, they weakened its power. Thus, even though Huang Xiaolong's lightning attack killed the white-bone beasts, it depleted more of Huang Xiaolong's god force. Huang Xiaolong's brows tightened at the thought of this. But in the next moment, Huang Xiaolong's eyes were shining in excitement. The quality of energy from eliminating these white-bone beasts was even higher than that of the darkness giant lions. After Huang Xiaolong killed 1,000 of these white-bone beasts, Huang Xiaolong distinctively felt that his strength had improved. Initially, it would have taken him a few more years to advance to 3rd order heavenly monarch realm. But now, his cultivation was showing signs of an impending breakthrough. Huang Xiaolong increased his speed of killing. 2,000, 3,000, 4,000. As Huang Xiaolong continued to absorb the energy from killing white-bone beasts, his strength rose steadily. Finally, by his 8,000th white-bone beast, a muffled rumble sounded within his body. A bright light burst out from Huang Xiaolong's body as his momentum soared. 3rd order heavenly monarch realm. He had actually advanced to the 3rd order heavenly monarch realm in such a short time. Simultaneously, the lightning clouds above his head expanded again. More lightning streaks appeared, and thunder rumbled loudly as lightning fell on several dozen white-bone beasts. The speed of Huang Xiaolong slaughtering these white-bone beasts increased significantly. When Huang Xiaolong finished killing all of the second floor's 10,000 white-bone beasts, it took him less than an hour. In other words, Huang Xiaolong could kill several white-bone beasts in a split second. Huang Xiaolong adjusted his breathing so that his depleted god force could recover before passing through the entryway to the third floor. The entire holy mountain emitted a bright flicker of light while Huang Xiaolong appeared on the third floor. There were ripples of light on the holy mountain surface, where the third floor was located. This sight dumbfounded the experts waiting outside. Someone's already reached the third floor. How is this possible? It's been less than an hour since the entryway opened. Only the experts below Emperor Realm were allowed into the holy mountain, whose age was below 1 million years. Despite these conditions, there were still many geniuses in hell who fulfilled these two essential requirements. The holy mountain's entryway had barely opened for an hour, and there were still many experts fighting their way into the holy mountain. Now, an unusual sight had happened in front of them. Someone had already reached the third floor. In records, the fastest person clearing obstacles was the Ghost World's Castellan Chin Fan. However, Castellan Chin Fan had taken more than a day to reach the second floor. No one had managed to break this record for over 1 billion years. Now, in less than an hour, someone had already reached the third floor. Unbelievable. Really unbelievable. Who could it be? Who? Could it be Qin Huangzhong? Young Lord Qin Huangzhong is Castellan Chin Fan's son, and highly talented. He is definitely comparable to Castellan Chin Fan from the past. Some Ghost Worlds experts strongly believed that the person who had reached the third floor in less than an hour was their Ghost World's #1 genius, Qin Huangzhong. Though Qin Huangzhong is quite talented, he cannot compare to our young lord. The person who has cleared the second floor must be our young lord Song Litao. Several Massacring Gods Gates experts harumphed with disdain hearing the Ghost World's experts' praises. What are Qin Huangzhong and Song Litao considered as? Our young lord is hailed as the Spirits World's twins young emperor. Not only he's the #1 genius of Spirits World, he's the #1 genius of hell as well. The person who has cleared the second floor must be our young lord. A 9 giant corpse tribe's expert was quick to retort. In their opinions, this person was surely Yu. Some distance away, desolate giant Tai Yu exchanged glances with his 3 companions. Say, do you guys think this person might be our master? Golden Lion Man Wan Yutian asked curiously. Hard to tell. Tai Yu shook his head. Even though he was aware that their master was a peerless genius, he also knew that Song Litao, Qin Huangzhong, Yu, He Jingyi, Peng Zhengfei, Wu Dang, Jichan, and the others were peerless geniuses as well. Moreover, it wasn't as if the higher your talent was, the faster you could ascend the holy mountain. There were a lot of other aspects in play. While the spectators outside were in awe and astonishment, suddenly, the holy mountain's second floor emitted glimmering lights. The sight rendered the spectators in a daze. Another person has cleared the first floor and entered the second floor. Then, is this person our young lord who has cleared the first floor's obstacles? More like it's our young Castellan lord. It should be our young palace lord. As the various forces experts, who were waiting outside, made their guesses about the 2 people who had gone up the second and third floors, the person who had actually cleared the first floor and reached the second floor was none other than Qin Huangzhong. At this time, dazzling rays flickered before Qin Huangzhong's eyes as he reached the second floor, and 2 holy fruits appeared in front of him. I took less than an hour to clear the first floor's obstacles. I was even a bit faster than my father's recorded time from the past. But I'm not the first person. Qin Huangzhong stared at the 2 holy fruits with an incredulous expression. Disbelief filled his mind. Just moments ago, after killing all the fantasy sea butterflies on the first floor, Qin Huangzhong had brimmed with confidence that he was the first person to clear the first floor. Qin Huangzhong collected the 2 holy fruits, but the smile on his face had turned slightly cold. Who was it? Yu? Qin Huangzhong muttered under his breath, and his brows scrunched tightly. Though Song Litao, He Jingyi, Peng Zhengfei, Wu Dang, and Wu Dang's talents were just as good, only Yu had the strength to challenge him. Given this, in Qin Huangzhong's opinion, the first person to have cleared the first floor before him was most likely to be Yu. In that case, in the second floor's obstacles, I must get first place. A cold gleam shone in Qin Huangzhong's eyes as he vowed while speeding towards the entryway. Not long after Qin Huangzhong entered the second floor, Shi Yinyu strode confidently through the entryway, arriving on the second floor. But when he saw the single holy fruit floating in front of him, he was stupefied. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and took a second look. Did he see wrong? Only one holy fruit? Weren't there supposed to be 3 holy fruits? The speed he had cleared the first floor was faster than Qin Fan's record time. No. How can it be only one holy fruit? Shi Yinyu's expression was hideous when he became certain that there was only one holy fruit. The first person is Qin Huangzhong? Then who is the second person? Could it be Song Litao? Or He Jingyi? Shi Yinyu's eyes were filled with viciousness as he pondered the probabilities. Damn! A while later, a beaming Song Litao stepped onto the second floor. Despite entering the holy mountain a step after Huang Xiaolong and Qin Huangzhong, he was still quite satisfied with the speed he had managed to clear the first floor. He had spent a little over an hour, but it wasn't that big of a difference compared to Qin Fan's record time from the past. He waited with anticipation for the holy fruit to appear upon arriving on the second floor. Would it be 3 holy fruits or 2? Based on the time I used, it shouldn't be 1 holy fruit. Song Litao made an estimation. But after waiting for a long time, nothing appeared in front of him. There was no movement at all. Forget 3 holy fruits or 2 holy fruits. There wasn't even the shadow of 1 holy fruit. Song Litao's face turned increasingly gloomy, then ugly. In the end, he roared like an injured, ferocious beast. No! His roar reverberated in the air for a long time. No holy fruit appeared in front of him, but the second floor's hell beasts had already condensed before him and gathered to attack him. As he looked at the attacking hell beasts around him, Song Litao's fists punched out madly, screaming in a fury, "Fuck off! Who was it that snatched my first place or second place? Who? Was it Qin Huangzhong or Shi Yinyu?" Subsequently, the 5th person who arrived at the second floor was the Misty Palace's He Jingyi. 6th was Lu Kuan's personal disciple, Peng Zhengfei, while the 7th person was Wu family's Wu Deng, and the 8th person was Ghost World's Ji Chun of Sacrificial City. When He Jingyi, Peng Zhengfei, Wu Deng, Ji Chun reached the second floor one after the other, the bright smiles on their faces were frozen when the anticipated holy fruit did not appear. Ji Ren and the others had their own guess as to who was the first, second, and third person to clear the first floor before them. After determining these 3 candidates in their minds, each vowed to snatch the first or second place on the next floor. The first few floors' obstacles were not a big problem for them, yet these few floors were also the most crucial stages for them. The less time they used on these floors, the more it could guarantee a better result on the higher levels. In the meantime, Huang Xiaolong was facing 10,000 mid-third order heavenly monarch realm dragon lizard beasts with powerful defenses and frightening lethal attack power. Their only weakness was speed, but they were only slightly slower. Then again, these dragon lizards beasts moved faster than the white-bone beasts from the second floor. Huang Xiaolong still used the lightning clouds as his method of attack. Despite his recent advancement to third-order heavenly monarch realm, it still consumed a lot of his god force to deal with these dragon lizards beasts. The troublesome thing was that within the holy mountain, not only the disciples were prohibited from using any divine artifacts, but they were also banned from consuming any spiritual pills to recover their god force and injuries. Fortunately, Huang Xiaolong's true dragon physique had amazing healing ability. Another dragon lizard beast disintegrated into energy after Huang Xiaolong killed it, entering Huang Xiaolong's body. Once again, the quality of energy on the third floor was higher than the second and first floors. By the time Huang Xiaolong killed the last of the 10,000 dragon lizard beasts, there was an obvious improvement in his strength compared to the time he had just stepped onto the third floor. He was close to advancing to the peak of the early third-order heavenly monarch realm. Huang Xiaolong was naturally happy to feel the improvement in his strength. At this rate, when he climbs up to the 12th floor, how much would his strength improve? Early 4th-order heavenly monarch realm. No, definitely higher than early 4th-order heavenly monarch realm. His senior brother Jiang Hong had predicted that he could win first place in the Battle of the Heavenly Court if he managed to break through to the Fourth Order Heavenly Monarch realm. Whereas now, there were about 30 years left until the Battle of the Heavenly Court. Calming his bubbling joy, Huang Xiaolong began to adjust his condition. After half an hour of adjusting his condition, his depleted god force recovered completely. Only then did Huang Xiaolong fly through the entryway leading to the fourth floor. The moment Huang Xiaolong appeared on the fourth floor, the holy mountain's outer surface emitted dazzling rays of light like a blossoming golden flower, primarily in the fourth floor's location. Several million li radius were bathed in bright golden light. The various forces experts waiting outside the holy mountain looked slightly dazed. Then their expressions turned from astonished and shocked to dumbfounded. Someone has cleared the third floor. This in only half a day. From the time the holy mountain's entrance appeared, it has only been half a day, but someone has already passed the first 3 floors. This is the first time in history. Unprecedented. Ascending 3 floors in half a day. That year, Castellan Fan had taken over a month to finish clearing the 3rd floor. Right? That's right. More precisely, Castellan Fan spent 36 days and 4 hours. Unparalleled genius. Who is this person exactly? Is it Qin Huangzhong? Or is it Shi Rinyu? Or an unparalleled genius from the ancient hidden families? The experts outside were in a furor of excitement, sinking in astonishment. Even desolate giant Taiyu, Demon King Fan Hui, Azura King Jin Yuan, and Golden Lion Man Wan Yutian stared speechlessly at the holy mountain's 4th floor for a long time. Earlier, someone clearing the first 2 floors in less than an hour had already been shocking enough for them. And now, someone clearing 3 floors obstacles in half a day was totally unheard of, despite witnessing it with their own eyes. This had exceeded their scope of knowledge. Would it be our master? Jin Yuan asked hoarsely, and his throat felt a little dry. Probably not. Taiyu shook his head. Although they had seen Huang Xiaolong's astounding talent, none of them dared to dream that Huang Xiaolong could ascend 3 floors in half a day. In the past, it had taken Qin Fan 36 days and 4 hours to clear the first 3 floors' obstacles. In their opinions, their master could have been faster than Qin Fan, but not to this stupefying degree. Huang Xiaolong was unaware of this furor on the outside. Radiant rays condensed in front of Huang Xiaolong as he entered the 4th floor. A split second later, 3 holy fruits appeared in midair. Though Huang Xiaolong was confident that he would be the first person, he couldn't help feeling a burst of joy when he saw 3 holy fruits. He had 9 holy fruits now. Since he was the first person to clear 3 floors consecutively, Huang Xiaolong had collected 9 holy fruits. Huang Xiaolong collected the 3 holy fruits and kept them in his black dragon cold jade bangle, then flew forward. This time, appearing in front of Huang Xiaolong, was a sea of stone monsters. These stone monsters were more than 10 meters tall and blackish all over, except for their glowing crimson eyes. These are blackstone monsters? Huang Xiaolong searched through his memories. The blackstone monster was a rare monster, and there were very few records about blackstone monsters. But without doubt, these blackstone monsters' defenses were on another level compared to the beasts on the first 3 floors. Moreover, these blackstone monsters were much harder to kill than the hell beasts on the first 3 floors. Perhaps it was fortunate that there were only 10,000 of these late Third Order Heavenly Monarch Realm blackstone monsters. Huang Xiaolong took a deep breath as if preparing himself for a long battle ahead. His 3 supreme godheads spun to the limit as he flew straight towards one of the blackstone monsters. This time, Huang Xiaolong did not use lightning clouds as a form of attack. The lightning attacks were powerful. However, the most effective power to kill these blackstone monsters was actually wood element energy. Huang Xiaolong extended his arms out to the sides, and his 3 supreme godheads' god force surged out. In an instant, he was entirely concealed in a green light cocoon. Wood element supreme god force turned the surroundings into a sea of flickering lights that condensed into robust green divine dragons. Huang Xiaolong accelerated forward, crossing the distance between him and the blackstone monsters in a split second. With a wave of his hands, Green wood element divine dragons shot out like arrows, piercing through the blackstone monsters. Wood restricts earth. In the blink of an eye, several blackstone monsters were smashed into crumbles by these green divine dragons. Wood element supreme god force easily broke these blackstone monsters' vitality. But to Huang Xiaolong's surprise, these crumbled blackstone monsters did not die but reassembled themselves. Almost in the blink of an eye, these crumbled blackstone monsters were as good as before. Upon seeing this result, Huang Xiaolong's palms struck out. Numerous green divine dragons once again smashed into the rows of blackstone monsters. After 3 consecutive attacks, the crumbled blackstone monsters no longer reassembled. Pieces of stones turned into energy that was absorbed by Huang Xiaolong. After absorbing the energy from these blackstone monsters, a refreshingly comfortable feeling filled Huang Xiaolong. The energy from the first 3 floors was incomparable to the energy from these blackstone monsters. Huang Xiaolong was delighted at this result. He distinctively discovered that the energy from these blackstone monsters not only rose his strength but also temper his soul and body. That motivated Huang Xiaolong further, and he dove into the sea of blackstone monsters. Groups and groups of blackstone monsters crumbled and turned into energy. 10 blackstone monsters, 20, 30, 100, 1,000. By the end of the day, Huang Xiaolong had killed 6,000 out of the 10,000 blackstone monsters. During this time, his cultivation had risen to the peak of the early Third Order Heavenly Monarch realm. At this time, finally, another person cleared the second floor's obstacles and arrived at the entrance of the third floor. This person was Shi Yinyu. Because Shi Yinyu had gotten 3rd place when clearing the first floor's obstacles, his anger had fueled him on the second floor. Due to this, Shi Yinyu had resorted to using an ancient secret technique that he had never used in the past. Finally, he had successfully reached the 3rd floor ahead of Qin Huangzhong. While clearing both the first and second floor's obstacles, Shi Yinyu had merely spent a little over a day. This speed was slightly better even compared to Qin Fan's records. However, when only 2 holy fruits appeared before him, Shi Yinyu's expression turned gloomy in an instant. He had resorted to an ancient technique that he had never used before. Even his grandfather wouldn't have been able to help but lament at the power of this ancient technique when he had killed the hell beasts on the 2nd floor. Yet it had only won him the 2nd place. There was someone 1 step faster than him. Is it Qin Huangzhong? A dark glimmer flickered across Shi Yinyu's eyes. Does it mean that Qin Huangzhong is the foe who could threaten me amongst Hell's younger generation geniuses that grandfather had mentioned? Qin Huangzhong, I admit that I had underestimated you in the past, but the 3rd floor's 1st place is mine. This time, he was prepared to use an even more powerful ancient secret technique. Qin Huangzhong, I hope you won't disappoint me. With amazing speed, Shi Yinyu flew onto the 3rd floor. Soon, a light glimmered on the 3rd floor's entryway as a figure appeared. The 3rd person who had just cleared the 2nd floor's obstacles was Qin Huangzhong. Qin Huangzhong dazed for a long time as he stared at the holy fruit condensed at the entryway leading towards the 3rd floor. 1 holy fruit? He had gotten 2 holy fruits on the 1st floor, but here, on the 2nd floor, there was only 1 holy fruit. This? Qin Huangzhong was suddenly at a loss, frustrated, and angry. Among the 2 people ahead of him, one might be Shi Yinyu, but what about the other person? Song Litao? Or Peng Jingfei? Or could it be He Jingyi instead? No, it shouldn't be any one of them. Though in the spirit's world, Peng Jingfei shared the title twin's young emperor, in reality, there was still a gap between Peng Jingfei's talent and his. The chances that the person was Song Litao or He Jingyi was even lower. Now the question was, if that person was not Peng Jingfei, Song Litao, or He Jingyi, who could it be? Suddenly, Qin Huangzhong felt he had overlooked something fundamental. Earlier, he had assumed only Shi Yinyu was worthy of being his rival. But now, he had a feeling that a genius on the same level as him and Shi Yinyu had entered the Holy Mountain. Who was this person? Qin Huangzhong tried searching his memories to see if someone stood out but couldn't think of anyone. In the meantime, The news of someone clearing 3 floors of Holy Mountain's obstacles in half a day exploded like a mega bomb through Hell's 3 worlds. At the 9 Giant Corpse Tribe's headquarters in Spirit's World, when the 9 Giant Corpse Tribe's old ancestor Shi Ming and Patriarch Shi Wushuang heard this news, both were dumbfounded with their mouths agape for a long time. Half a day. Ascending 3 floors in half a day. A long time later, the 9 Giant Corpse Tribe old ancestor Shi Ming finally reacted. He rose suddenly in agitation while barking an order. Investigate. Use the full 9 Giant Corpse Tribe's power and find out who is this peerless genius. We must win over this person at any price, and we must have him become a friend of the 9 Giant Corpse Tribe. A friend of the 9 Giant Corpse Tribe. In Hell's 3 worlds, not everyone was worthy of becoming a friend of the 9 Giant Corpse Tribe. Yet the 9 Giant Corpse Tribe's old ancestor Shi Ming, who had once led an army to attack the Heavenly Court several billion years ago, claimed that their tribe needed to win over that peerless genius at any price. This was an honor, a great glory. However, the 9 Giant Corpse Tribe's Patriarch Shi Wushuang did not find this abnormal. Instead, he respectfully complied. Yes, please rest assured, old ancestor. This level of monstrous genius was indeed worthy of winning over regardless of the price. The Ghost World's Qin Fan held the record as the fastest person ascending the Holy Mountain. Even so, Qin Fan had spent 36 days and 4 hours clearing the first 3 floors' obstacles. And now, Qin Fan was acknowledged as Ghost World's most potent cultivator. Similarly, what did it mean to have a genius who merely used half a day to clear 3 floors' obstacles? It meant that this genius's future achievements would be more astounding than Qin Fan. This kind of genius, once he or she grows up, would shock the world. Old ancestor, do you think this person could be Qin Hongzhuang? The 9 Giant Corpse Tribe's Patriarch Shi Wushuang asked in a serious tone. The 9 Giant Corpse Tribe's old ancestor Shi Ming shook his head. Though Qin Huangzhong's talent is as good as his father Qin Fan, ascending 3 floors in half a day is a fantasy for Qin Hongzhuang. What if we fail to win this person over? Patriarch Shi Wushuang hesitated before asking a crucial question. The 9 Giant Corpse Tribe's old ancestor frowned and did not answer immediately. Silence enveloped the hall. An eerie cold wind blew across the Ghost World landscape. In every direction, there were winds formed of ghost qi. On the tip of Ghost World's northern region, where the winds were the strongest and coldest, stood a great fort-like city. This city stretched for countless miles, resembling a super big plain rather than a city, and this was the Ghost World's #1 city, Fengdu City. Although the Fengdu City had not unified the whole Ghost World, it held supreme authority in the Ghost World. The Fengdu City Castellan Qin Fan's order was equivalent to an imperial edict. In other words, in Ghost World, people would rather offend the Netherworld King's organization than offend Fengdu City. Just from this, one could understand Fengdu City's standing in Ghost World. At this time, somewhere inside a hidden space of Fengdu City, sat a tall, stalwart man in his 40s. This middle-aged man's eyes were blue as the sea. He had big ears, and his aura was infinitely similar to heaven and earth's aura. This middle-aged man was Ghost World's most powerful cultivator, the strongest person, and Fengdu City's Castellan, Qin Fan. Qin Fan raised his hand, gathering the surrounding spiritual energy and condensing it into living beings, watching their changes and comprehending something. At this time, in the distance, a figure arrived in whistling wind. Upon noticing this figure, Qin Fan's movements stopped. The figure was one of Qin Fan's personal disciples, Zhao Zhouqing. Zhao Zhouqing was a supreme godhead genius, who was also Qin Fan's right-hand man. Zhao Zhouqing was already a late 10th Order Emperor realm expert. Greetings, Master. Zhao Zhouqing saluted as he arrived in front of Qin Fan. Stand up, Qin Fan said. Qinger, what is the matter? In general, if there were no critical matters, Zhao Zhouqing would only report to him via messages. But now he had come to see him personally. Surely, there had to be something extraordinary. Master, just a while ago, I received a report from the Azura world, related to the Holy Mountain. Zhao Zhouqing hesitated briefly before he began. Someone has broken the master's record. Oh! Qin Fan was genuinely surprised. You mean someone has already passed the second floor? It has been a little over a day since the holy mountain surfaced. Based on his son and that Shirinyu's talent, it was granted that they had passed the second floor. But which of those two broke his record? No, Zhao Zhouqing's reply interrupted Qin Fan's internal musing. Someone has already passed the third floor. The third floor? What did you say? The third floor. Are you sure someone has passed the third floor? Qin Fan rushed to his feet with an astonished expression. His eyes were wide as fists. It is true, moreover, it took that person only half a day to pass the first 3 floors. At this moment, that person has entered the 4th floor. Zhao Zhouqing honestly replied and went on. It is estimated that most Hell's forces have received news of this. Everyone is in a wave of shock. Such a genius actually exists? Qin Fan was even more shocked. Master, what should we do now? Zhao Zhouqing asked moments later. Check and find out who that person is. We need to do our best to form a good relationship with him. Qin Fan made an effort to calm himself. Taking a deep breath, he added, Pass my order. Unless absolutely necessary, do not offend that person. Yes, Master. When the Massacring God's Gate, Misty Palace, Dark Rock Race, and various other forces learned the news, their reactions were similar to the Ninein Giant Corpse tribe in Fengdu City. The mysterious peerless genius Huang Xiaolong turned into the target all Hell's forces wanted to win overnight. Inside the Holy Mountain's 4th floor, Huang Xiaolong was ignorant of the furor he had caused outside. He was entirely focused on killing those Blackstone monsters, but to kill these Blackstone monsters rapidly depleted his god force. By the time his kill count reached 8,000, exhaustion set in. Huang Xiaolong's progress slowed down significantly. Even though Huang Xiaolong's progress had slowed down compared to the beginning, his pace was still startling compared to Qin Huangzhong, Shirinyu, Song Litao, He Jingyi, and the others. The day finally came to an end, and Huang Xiaolong had killed all 10,000 Blackstone monsters on the 4th floor. When the last of the Blackstone monsters turned into energy and drilled into his body, Huang Xiaolong heaved loudly in relief, feeling more than a little drained. It took him 2 full days to kill the 10,000 Blackstone monsters on the 4th floor, while he had managed to clear the first 3 floors in half a day. In summary, it merely took him 2.5 days to clear 4 floors. Huang Xiaolong remembered that you said Qin Fan had spent more than 8 months to pass the first 4 floors. In retrospect, Huang Xiaolong was in no hurry to enter the 5th floor. He had time to adjust his condition back to the peak and recover his consumed god force before entering the 5th floor. At his peak condition, he would be able to slaughter all the hell beasts on the 5th floor more effectively. Simultaneously, all the spectating experts outside were staring fixedly at the Holy Mountain's 4th floor. All of them were discussing how fast could the mysterious genius clear the 4th floor's obstacles. Castellan Qin Fan took more than 8 months to pass the 1st floor to the 4th floor. This mysterious genius would probably take a month to clear the 4th floor. 1 month? Not likely, is it? The 4th floor's obstacles are not so easy to clear as the first 3 floors. Even though this person progressed quickly at the start, that doesn't mean he could do the same on the 4th floor. I feel it might take less than 2 months. Who knows? Maybe this mysterious genius might clear the 4th floor in less than half a month. Various forces experts had differing opinions. Half a month? Mad Devil Ancestor, interested to make a bet? If this mysterious genius really can clear the 4th floors in half a month or less, I win, and you will give me 500,000 low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. However, if this mysterious genius takes over half a month to pass the 4th floor, I lose. I'll give you 500,000 low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. How about that? This? What? Are you afraid? A bet it is. 500,000 low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. Many other Ancestor Generation experts were betting on how long it would take for Huang Xiaolong to clear the 4th floor. Some bet a dozen low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones, while a few bigger bets reached several 100,000 low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones, and some even bet on divine artifacts that they fancied. What do you guys think? How many days would this person take to clear the 4th floor? Taiyu suddenly looked sideways as he asked Fan Hui and the others. Fan Hui pondered slightly before answering with uncertainty. Maybe more than a month. I, on the other hand, feel it's around 20 days or so. Jin Yuan chimed in. I think 2 months is the safest bet. Wan Yutian stressed his opinion. Precisely at this time, the holy mountain shone brightly, and dazzling rays soared skywards as the 5th floor lit up. All discussions, talks of bets, other noises, and whatever actions the spectators were doing, came to an abrupt stop. Teach the 5th floor. How many days? It seems, just slightly over 2 days. Slightly over 2 days. Everyone felt a cold breeze blowing past them, but it went straight to their souls. The spectators outside shuddered in astonishment, their mouths agape as if trying to eat a big egg. It isn't 1 month, much less 2 months, not even half a month, a little over 2 days. Ha ha ha, I won. I won. Mad Devil Ancestor, those 500,000 low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones, you have it on you, right? Take it out now. Suddenly, one of the ancestors who had made a bet with the lifeless sex Mad Devil Ancestor cackled with a rush of joy, shattering the abrupt silence. Other ancestors who had also bet that Huang Xiaolong would be able to clear the 4th floor in less than half a month broke out in ecstatic laughter. Haha, Ancestor Luoding, you lost. Where's the divine armor you forged with cold iron? Scarlet Wind Ancestor, where's your Grand Mist Golden Raccoon? Jolly refreshing. I feel so good. With that Grand Mist Golden Raccoon's blood, I can refine the Enlightenment Divine Pill. As some rejoiced, some despaired. The news of Huang Xiaolong clearing the 4th floor quickly reached the 9 Giant Corpse tribe. When the 9 Giant Corpse tribe's old ancestor Shiming heard it, he dazed for a second and did not react for a long time. Old ancestor. The 9 Giant Corpse tribe's patriarch Shi Wushuang called out as his tribe's old ancestor did not react for some time. Only then did old ancestor Shi Ming return to reality, but the quivering excitement was evident in his voice. Slightly over 2 days from the 1st floor to the 4th floor. This. Pass my order if that person is willing to be friends with my 9 Giant Corpse tribe. A position of my tribe's lord ancestor would be his. Also, he can choose any 2 items from my 9 Giant Corpse tribe's treasury. No, he can choose 4 items. Shi Wushuang couldn't help feeling astounded hearing the old ancestor's promise. The position of a lord ancestor. That was a position that stands above millions, only under one person. The authority of a lord ancestor within the 9 Giant Corpse tribe was equal to him, the tribe's patriarch. It was only under the 9 Giant Corpse tribe's old ancestor. On top of that, he would be offered 4 items from the 9 Giant Corpse's treasury. Old ancestor, those conditions, aren't they too high? Patriarch Shi Wushuang was reluctant to agree. Old ancestor Shi Ming let out hearty laughter, then asked in return, high? Not high at all. If we can have this person's assistance, do you think our tribe would need to worry about unifying hell? Not only hell, but even the divine world, devil world, demon world, and the Buddha world would have to submit to our 9 Giant Corpse tribe. At that time, the whole universe will belong to our tribe. Do you still think the conditions are high? That's right. If they could win the support of such a genius, their tribe could conquer the entire universe. In comparison, what was the Lord Ancestor's position, and 4 items from the treasury are worth? Old Ancestor is wise, I understand. Patriarch Shi Wushuang complied smilingly. The Ghost World's Qin Fan, the Misty Palace, Massacring God's Gate, Howling Moon Wolf Race, and various other forces were just as shocked when they received the news of Huang Xiaolong clearing the 4th floor. They also raised the conditions they offered to win over the mysterious genius. They needed to win him over to their side. Back inside the holy mountain, Huang Xiaolong, who reached the 5th floor, collected the rewarded 3 holy fruits and put them into his black dragon cold jade bangle. Then he flew towards the entryway leading to the 6th floor, but the 5th floor's hell beasts soon blocked his path. Looking at the 5th floor's hell beasts, Huang Xiaolong subconsciously frowned. This time, he was facing 10,000 4th Order Heavenly Monarch Realm Wind Thunder Long-Tailed Leopards. Fourth Order Heavenly Monarch Realm. The thing was, these wind thunder long-tailed leopards had two godforce attributes, wind and thunder. Due to this, these leopards had immense destructive power and shocking speed. A fourth order heavenly monarch realm wind thunder long-tailed leopard could easily kill a dozen late third order heavenly monarch realm blackstone monsters on the fourth floor. Huang Xiaolong took a deep breath, then another. His three supreme godheads spun to the limit, and wind vortex rose around him. In the eye of the wind vortex was rumbling thunder with crackling lightning. Since these wind thunder long-tailed leopards had the power of wind and thunder attributes, Huang Xiaolong planned to use supreme wind and thunder godforce to eliminate them. Huang Xiaolong's body spun as he approached the wind thunder long-tailed leopards. The wind vortex around him grew bigger. As Huang Xiaolong spun faster, the wind vortex sucked in a wind thunder long-tailed leopard. In a split second, the fourth order heavenly monarch realm wind thunder long-tailed leopard was sucked into the wind vortex, and it roared in a fury. Glaring streaks of lightning enveloped its body, breaking the layers of wind vortex's restraint as it aimed to pounce on Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong wasn't at all flustered watching this. Within the wind vortex, numerous wind blades emerged and slashed the wind thunder long-tailed leopard into several pieces. But the wind thunder long-tailed leopard did not die even after it was slashed into several pieces. The lightning on its body crackled intensely, and it seemed like its dismembered body was going to fuse. These wind thunder long-tailed leopards' thunder godforce consisted of the ability to recover and fuse. This came as a surprise to Huang Xiaolong. This kind of thunder ability was rare, and it bore some similarities to the little cow's purple lightning power. Then again, Huang Xiaolong would not stand back and watch the wind thunder long-tailed leopard fused back together. About the same time, the wind thunder long-tailed leopard was close to recovering. Numerous giant wind blades slashed through it a second time. Following this, streaks of divine lightning within the wind vortex bombarded it. In the blink of an eye, the wind thunder long-tailed leopard was drowned in the sea of lightning. The wind thunder long-tailed leopard lost its only chance to recover, turned into a ball of energy, and Huang Xiaolong absorbed it. As expected, as Huang Xiaolong had estimated, this early fourth order heavenly monarch realm wind thunder long-tailed leopard's energy was of the same quality as the blackstone monsters on the fourth floor. Still, it contained more energy, at least 10 times more. Absorbing the energy from one wind thunder long-tailed leopard was equivalent to absorbing the energy of a dozen blackstone monsters. As they watched this, the surrounding wind thunder long-tailed leopards became alert and prepared to attack. Huang Xiaolong's eyes were blazing with anticipation. After absorbing these 10,000 wind thunder long-tailed leopards' energy, he would break through from the peak early third order to the mid-third order heavenly monarch realm. Huang Xiaolong's figure spun in the air as he sucked in a second wind thunder long-tailed leopard into the wind vortex. Although one of these wind thunder long-tailed leopards contained more than 10 times the energy of a blackstone monster, killing them also consumed 10 times more godforce than killing a blackstone monster. Due to this, Huang Xiaolong was in no hurry, and he took his time killing the wind thunder long-tailed leopards one by one. He would absorb the energy after killing one wind thunder long-tailed leopard and then kill another one. Even then, Huang Xiaolong had to stop to rest for several hours to recover his depleted godforce. To avoid being attacked by the surrounding wind thunder long-tailed leopards while recovering his godforce, Huang Xiaolong executed space concealment, completely hiding within the void pocket. He only came out at his peak condition and started another round of killing. The day passed by. When Huang Xiaolong's godforce was depleted a second time, he had no choice but to stop and rest. At this time, he had just killed his 1006th wind thunder long-tailed leopard. He was still quite satisfied with his progress so far. At this rate, he would be able to kill all 10,000 wind thunder long-tailed leopards within 10 days. Counting the 2.5 days he took to clear the first 4 floors, altogether, it probably won't exceed 13 days. Huang Xiaolong remembered that Qin Fan had taken over 5 years and 6 months to clear the 5th floor. On the next day, Huang Xiaolong maintained the same speed of killing the wind thunder long-tailed leopard as he had done on the first day. This continued for the 3rd, fourth, fifth day, and so on. As time passed, the number of wind thunder long-tailed leopards depleted from the fifth floor. On the seventh day, Huang Xiaolong was enshrouded in dazzling rays of light as crisp breaking noises sounded from within his body. In the next second, his momentum soared. He had advanced to the mid-third order heavenly monarch realm. Even though Huang Xiaolong had foreseen that he would break through to the mid-third order heavenly monarch realm on the fifth floor, he couldn't help feeling a rush of joy when he actually did it. After all, 10 days ago, when he had first entered the Holy Mountain, he was only a peak late second order heavenly monarch realm, and 10 days later, he had broken through to the mid-third order heavenly monarch realm. This speed was unprecedented. Even Huang Xiaolong, who experienced everything himself, had a surreal feeling. After Huang Xiaolong had broken through to the mid-10th order heavenly monarch realm, his speed in killing the wind thunder long-tailed leopards exploded. Considering the previous rate, it would have taken him another 2 days to kill the remaining 2,000+ wind thunder long-tailed leopards. However, now that he had broken through to the mid-third order heavenly monarch realm, Huang Xiaolong annihilated all of them in half a day. Like the several floors below, after annihilating all the wind thunder long-tailed leopards, Huang Xiaolong sat cross-legged in the air and adjusted his condition. He was in no rush to enter the next floor. While Huang Xiaolong was recovering his god force after killing all the wind thunder long-tailed leopards on the fifth floor, Qin Huangzhong, Shi Yinyu, Song Litao, He Jingyi, Wu Deng, Peng Jingfei, and others were still on the third floor. Qin Huangzhong, Shi Yinyu, Song Litao, He Jingyi, and the rest no longer held back their strengths, going all out with their most powerful attacks. The 3,623rd beast, Shi Yinyu counted as his palm shattered a bone beast, instantly killing it. Qin Fan's record was 36 days and 4 hours to clear the third floor, but according to his progress, he definitely could break Qin Fan's record. 34 days, no, not even 34 days. I can clear the third floor in less amount of that time. The greenish light around Xin Yinyu intensified, and vigorous corpse chi slammed forth, raising sky-high waves. This time, the first one must be me. I believe that I will be the first person this time. Qin Huangzhong also strongly felt the same. He was confident that he was going to be the first person to clear the third floor. As for Song Litao, this pitiful child, exhausted the last shred of energy he had, killing the hell beasts in a frenzy. He, as the Azura world's #1 genius, had not gotten even one holy fruit. Not one. Every time Song Litao killed a hell beast, he bellowed, "Your grandmother. If I don't get a holy fruit this time, I'll change my surname." He dared not dream of taking the first place anymore. He hoped to get one at least holy fruit. One holy was good enough. At this time, outside the Holy Mountain, the various forces experts waited quietly above the Nethersea. It had not been 10 days since the mysterious genius had entered the fifth floor. Thus no one dared to take the risk to bet how long it would take the mysterious genius to pass the fifth floor. At this stage, it was still too early to tell. They were feeling a little bored when the Holy Mountain issued interminable buzzing and glaring rays, like an exploding sun, that reached the four corners of the Nethersea. Everyone was stupefied as they stared at the shining sixth floor of the Holy Mountain. The rays of glaring light blinded their sights. Everyone was dumbstruck and their minds went blank. The sixth floor. He has already cleared the fifth floor. How long? It seems 10 days, exactly 10 day. 10 days, he cleared 5 floors in 10 days. What about Castellan Qin Fan? Castellan Qin Fan took 5 years and a little over 6 months. No one spoke again. The wind howling in their ears was loud and clear. I don't want to live anymore, someone suddenly said. Then you can go die now. Then, it's better for me to live on. The news of the mysterious genius clearing the Holy Mountain's fifth floor spread faster than wildfire. 10 days. Passed from the first to the fifth floor in 10 days. When the 9 giant corpse tribe's old ancestor Shi Ming heard the news, he didn't react for a full minute. 3 minutes later, there was still no reaction. Patriarch Shi Wushuang called him several times, but there was still no response from old ancestor Shi Ming. 10 days. 10 days, ah. Old Ancestor Shi Ming muttered repeatedly. Within the Massacring God's Gate headquarters, the Massacring God's Gate's old ancestor Chu Han and the Gate Chief Chu Gaofei and a group of ancestors were discussing their next step in unifying the Azura world. But their meeting was interrupted when someone ran into the hall in a fluster. The Massacring God's Gate's elder Yangcheng called out anxiously, "Old Ancestor, just now, the Holy Mountain side sent over the latest news." After Elder Yangcheng saluted, he reported with a kind of excitement, "Someone has already passed the 5th floor. Fifth floor." The hall became so quiet that one could hear each other's breathing as all eyes looked at Elder Yangcheng. The Massacring God's Gate's old ancestor Chu Han looked dazedly at Elder Yangcheng. He stared in the distance, seemingly lost in thoughts that others could guess. A long time later, old ancestor Chu Han finally spoke. It's that mysterious genius, isn't it?" His voice was low and sounded hoarse. "It is so, old ancestor," Elder Yangcheng honestly affirmed. Massacring God's Gate Chief Chu Gaofei also reacted at this time. There was a complex expression on his face and his tone didn't seem right. "I heard this a few days back. When the mysterious genius passed 4 floors in 2.5 days, the 9 Giant Corpse tribe's old ancestor publicly announced that they are willing to give this person the position of Lord Ancestor, and also let him choose 4 items from their treasury to win over this person. Now that this person has cleared the 5th floor in 10 days, the 9 Giant Corpse tribe must have received the same news. It makes me wonder what kind of terms that old guy would offer to win over this person." The Massacring God's Gate's ancestors exchanged glances, and no one spoke a word. Old ancestor Chu Han harumphed coldly. "It's clear to everyone what that old guy is scheming. Then again, is this kind of genius someone he could win over so easily?" Gate Chief Chu Gaofei lamented heavily at old ancestor Chu Han's words. "True it is impossible for this kind of peerless genius to lower his head to anyone. This mysterious genius is even more monstrous than that king of supreme godhead Huang Xiaolong." Old ancestor Chu Han stated seriously, "Although this kind of genius is impossible to win over, we still should do our best to form a good relationship with him." "Yes, old ancestor." The Massacring God's Gate's ancestors complied respectfully. From the time the Holy Mountain had first appeared until now, no one has been able to pass the 12th floor. Can this mysterious genius do it? One of the Massacring God's Gate's ancestors said. According to the old legend, one needs to have 2 King of Supreme Godheads to pass the 12th floor. This mysterious genius performance is so amazing. I think he may have 2 King of Supreme Godheads. Another ancestor stated his opinion. 2 King of Supreme Godheads? Hard to say for sure. This mysterious genius may not be able to pass the Holy Mountain's 12th floor. All of a sudden, there were various opinions from the Massacring God's Gate's ancestors. Above the Nethersea, another wave of exciting discussions broke out among the various forces experts. How long would it take the mysterious genius to clear the 6th floor? He has just entered the 6th floor. It's too early for us to be talking about when he's going to pass the 6th floor. Early your fart. If I knew early on that he could pass the 5th floor in 10 days, I'd have made a bet the moment he entered the 4th floor. Many of them began calling out bets, betting on how long it would take Huang Xiaolong to clear the 6th floor. Half of them estimated Huang Xiaolong could clear the 6th floor in 2 months, while others varied between 3 months or 4 months. There were a stubborn few that adamantly insisted it would take Huang Xiaolong half a year and above. At the same time, Huang Xiaolong was looking at 3 glistening golden holy fruits hovering in front of him and couldn't help but feel delighted. From the 1st floor to the 5th floor, he had collected 15 holy fruits. Since the more one consumed these holy fruits, the better their effects, then the more the better. Huang Xiaolong put away the 3 holy fruits into the black dragon cold jade bangle and looked towards the entryway to the 7th floor. And he still had got a lot of work to do. Although killing these hell beasts was tedious and laborious work, Huang Xiaolong had actually taken a liking to it. Probably all the disciples that entered the Holy Mountain liked this laborious work. Each one of these hell beasts was a treasure that Huang Xiaolong wished there were more of them. Unfortunately, every floor that he had passed so far, there were only 10,000 hell beasts on each floor, as if 10,000 was the limit. Huang Xiaolong flew towards the entryway to the 7th floor, but the 6th floor's hell beasts soon blocked his path. High above the 6th floor was a flock of black flying beasts that resembled phoenixes, emitting cold air. However, a little different from phoenixes, these flying beasts actually had a horn protruding out from their heads. These were horned black luan. Huang Xiaolong was taken aback. Horned black luan was one of hell's divine beasts during the Desolate Era, a descendant of the Ice Phoenix. Thus, these horned black luan carried a degree of real phoenix's bloodline. Though it couldn't be compared to a real phoenix, it had amazing attack and speed. Adding to the headache was that these horned black luan could be reborn through nirvana like the phoenix. A phoenix could be reborn through phoenix nirvana 9 times, which was equivalent to having 9 lives. Although these horned black luan could not revive 9 times like the phoenix, on average, they could revive 4 or 5 times. So that was not a big problem. Although there were 10,000 of these horned black luan, each of them had the strength of a mid-4th order heavenly monarch realm. Adding their Phoenix Nirvana ability to this, they were 10 times stronger than the Wind Thunder long-tailed leopards from the 5th floor. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help smiling wryly. No wonder no one had been able to pass all of the Holy Mountain's 12 floors for so many years. Just the challenge on the 6th floor was enough to stump the majority of Emperor-ranked Godhead geniuses. While Huang Xiaolong was trying to figure out the fastest and most suitable way to deal with these 10,000 horned black luan, these horned black luan cried sharply. Their cries rumbled like thunder, jarring Huang Xiaolong's eardrums. In the next second, these horned black luan were already attacking Huang Xiaolong, and arriving prior to their attacks was the rush of frigid cold qi from their bodies. A thick layer of black ice covered the ground below and the surrounding space. Alarmed, Huang Xiaolong pulled himself together. His 3 supreme godheads spun, and a layer of red light appeared on the surface of his skin. Supreme fire element god force spread out, turning his immediate surrounding into a sea of flames. Huang Xiaolong punched out, and his fist force roared forth, sending the horned black luan that was swooping down on him tumbling back in the air. The horned black luan burst into flames in high air. In the next second, bright rays of rippling light appeared where the horned black luan had exploded, and it was reborn from the ashes. Huang Xiaolong dove into the flock of horned black luan like an ancient fire god, as he punched out his fists several times. 1 day passed in the blink of an eye. Despite exerting his full effort, by the end of the day, he had barely managed to kill 100 of these horned black luan. 2, 3, 10 days. These horned black luan gradually reduced in numbers. While Huang Xiaolong focused on killing the horned black luan on the 6th floor, the 4th floor of Holy Mountain's surface burst out in dazzling lights. Finally, there was a second person who had cleared the 3rd floor. The various forces experts above the Nethersea were excited as they saw that the second person had passed the 3rd floor. It's 35 days and 3 hours. It took Castellan Qin Fan 36 days and 4 hours to clear the first 3 floors. Everyone was shocked to see another person break Qin Fan's record. However, with the astounding, mysterious genius Huang Xiaolong's prior performance, the reaction seeing the second person breaking Qin Fan's record was slightly tepid in comparison. And the second person who cleared the 3rd floor was none other than Shi Yinyu. 35 days and 3 hours. I broke Qin Fan's record. Shi Yinyu was brimming with confidence as he stepped through the entryway to the 4th floor. But Shi Yinyu's furious roar reverberated through the 4th floor's space a moment later. Impossible! How? How is it that I'm still in 2nd place? Did someone pass through the 3rd floor in 34 days? I don't believe it. 1 month went by. After 1 month since Huang Xiaolong had stepped onto the 6th floor, he had killed exactly 5,000 horned black luan. 5,000. According to the speed, it could be estimated that he would be able to kill the remaining horned black luan in the next 30 days. 2 months. Huang Xiaolong shook his head, clearly dissatisfied with his slow speed. However, there was no other way about it. Inside the Holy Mountain, they could not use any divine artifacts, nor consume any spiritual pills to recover. It was a good thing that his true dragon physique recovered quickly. If I could use a divine artifact, all I have to do is throw out the City of Eternity, and it would only take a few breaths' time. Huang Xiaolong fantasized for a second. Just like this, one punch after another, Huang Xiaolong persistently killed these horned black luan, stopping to rest every 2 hours for recovering his god force. Then he would continue battling the horned black luan again. Thankfully, Huang Xiaolong had various elements of supreme god force that enabled him to clear each floor's obstacles smoothly. For example, the situation on the 6th floor, if it weren't for Huang Xiaolong's fire element supreme god force to resist these horned black luan's frigid cold air, the difficulty in killing them would have increased by several times. Finally, under Huang Xiaolong's unremitting efforts, the last horned black luan on the 6th floor turned into a stream of holy mountains' energy, and Huang Xiaolong absorbed it. Huang Xiaolong heaved heavily in relief and half collapsed to the ground, lying flat to rest. At the same time, he checked his internal condition. After absorbing the 6th floor's 10,000 horned black luan's energy, his cultivation had risen to the peak mid-third order heavenly monarch realm. It was merely half a step more, and he could break through to the late third order heavenly monarch realm. That would probably happen on the 7th floor. Late third order heavenly monarch realm. It was just a step away from the 4th order heavenly monarch realm. Huang Xiaolong got up from the ground and sat cross-legged to recover his god force. When he completely recovered, he stood up and disappeared into the entryway towards the 7th floor in a flicker. Similar to the several floors below, the holy mountain emitted bright rays of light that pierced the sky as Huang Xiaolong entered the 7th floor. The entire Nethersea seemed to bath in eternal light. The experts outside exploded in a furor. 71 days. Clearing the 1st floor to the 6th floor. Tai Yu, Fan Hui, Jin Yuan, and Wan Yutian shook their heads, speechless to their souls. While Huang Xiaolong flew to the 7th floor, Shi Yinyu, Qin Huangzhong, Song Litao, and the others were still on the 4th floor. The pitiful Song Litao still remained the 4th person to clear the 3rd floor, hence, he still hadn't gotten any holy fruit. On the 4th floor, Song Litao felt like he was going to vomit blood or pull his hair out. His eyes were bloodshot as he slaughtered the hell beasts on the 4th floor in a mad frenzy, roaring to vent his fury and frustration, but his words were unintelligible. At the entrance of the 7th floor, Huang Xiaolong once again collected 3 holy fruits, then entered. Unexpectedly, this time around, there weren't 10,000 hell beasts on the 7th floor, but there were 20,000. 20,000 late 4th order heavenly monarch realm 3-eyed mythical tigers. The 3-eyed mythical tiger was the descendant of the brightness mythical tiger, which was one of the 4 mythical tigers, known for their brute strength. It was said the 3-eyed mythical tiger's claws could tear the heavens and split the earth. On top of that, these tigers moved faster than the horned black luan on the 6th floor. Huang Xiaolong had naturally hoped for each of the floors to have more hell beasts. The more the number of hell beasts, the better it was for him. Still, when he saw the 20,000 late 4th order heavenly monarch realm 3-eyed mythical tigers, his face wrinkled like a bitter gourd. However, this was not the time for him to conduct an internal debate because 20,000 3-eyed mythical tigers had already noticed him. Their eyes were blazing as they stared at him like they were staring at a piece of fresh meat, fangs bared and growling with excitement as they lunged towards him. God force rushed out from Huang Xiaolong's 3 supreme godheads. On the surface of his body, golden and azure light were humming. In the next second, the golden and azure light separated into numerous sharp swords, flying towards the incoming 3-eyed mythical tigers. Huang Xiaolong decided to use a combination of metal element and wind element supreme god force to deal with these 3-eyed mythical tigers. Among his supreme god forces, the metal element supreme god force was one of the 2 with the strongest attack power, whereas the wind element supreme god force raised his speed to the limit. He used this combination of these 2 elements' supreme god force on top of his ancient sword formation. Huang Xiaolong's arms waved out. Countless golden and azure rays of sword lights arrived above the group of 3-eyed mythical tigers. The rays of sword light became increasingly glaring as they rotated, forming a great circle of sword lights in the air that encircled all 20,000 3-eyed mythical tigers. Sword chi then rained down like monsoon rain, piercing into the three-eyed mythical tigers below. However, these three-eyed mythical tigers were unharmed despite being pierced by the rays of sword lights. Bright light enshrouded the three-eyed mythical tigers as their bodies' injuries healed at a rate visible to the naked eye. Obviously, their recovering abilities did not lose to the horned Black Luan's Phoenix Nirvana. Huang Xiaolong's headache intensified seeing this result. In the blink of an eye, 5 months flew by. It had been a year and 5 months since the Holy Mountain had appeared. On this day, the Holy Mountain once again emitted brilliant lights that soared to the firmament. The whole Nethersea lit up brightly. On the surface of the Holy Mountain where the 10th floor was located, resplendent lights rippled. They looked enchanting and magical. Clearing 9 floors in 1 year and 5 months. Everyone was going crazy inwardly. Perhaps due to Huang Xiaolong's astonishing performance along the way that the spectators outside were no longer as shocked as they were in the beginning after seeing Huang Xiaolong clear the first 9 floors in 1 year and 5 months. When Huang Xiaolong passed through the entrance to the 10th floor, his cultivation was already at the peak late 3rd order Heavenly Monarch realm. Anytime now, he could break through to 4th order Heavenly Monarch realm. The 10th floor should also have 20,000 hell beasts, right? Huang Xiaolong muttered to himself as he collected the 3 holy fruits. The 7th, 8th, and 9th floors had 20,000 hell beasts, so the 10th floor would probably have the same number of hell beasts. Soon, Huang Xiaolong came face to face with the 10th floor's hell beasts. Two-headed devil dragon. When Huang Xiaolong saw the mighty flight of two-headed dragons, with exuding and overwhelming dragon might, he sucked in a breath of cold air. The two-headed devil dragons were Grand Mist-level divine beasts. Though they couldn't be compared to his scarlet flame dark Qilin, the differences were negligible. Not to mention that each of these 20,000 two-headed devil dragons had the strength of the late 5th order Heavenly Monarch realm. That was 2 cultivation orders above Huang Xiaolong. The gap in strength between 2 whole cultivation orders, moreover, fighting against Grand Mist divine beasts that were fundamentally stronger than humans. Not forgetting it was 1 against 20,000. 9 out of 10 Supreme Godhead Geniuses' progress would, inevitably, stop here. A sharp gleam flickered in the depths of Huang Xiaolong's eyes as he watched a group of two-headed devil dragons flying towards him. With a twist of his body, he transformed into a primordial divine dragon and met with the first two-headed devil dragon, Head 1. A thunderous boom shook the 10th floor space as Huang Xiaolong collided with a two-headed devil dragon. The two-headed devil dragon was smashed into the ground in the far distance. Cracks and fissures zigzagged across the ground surface. But the result stupefied Huang Xiaolong. The two-headed devil dragon flew out from the pit just a second later. Not only it hadn't died, but it only had some insignificant wounds. Grand Mist divine beasts were indeed existences that were almost immortal. There was a legend since the beginning of the Desolate Era that the divine beasts of Grand Mist level could not be killed. Looks like this legend was not an exaggeration. Huang Xiaolong's figure flickered into blur, arriving in front of the same two-headed devil dragon almost instantaneously. This time, golden and white light burst out from his fist as he punched the two-headed devil dragon. White light was the innumerable Buddha Supreme Godhead's light God force. As the devil dragon possessed Hell's darkness attribute power, the light God force was the most suited to deal with it. A loud boom ensued. Huang Xiaolong's fist hit the softest part of the two-headed devil dragon's belly. The combination of light Supreme God force and metal Supreme Godhead blast through the two-headed devil dragon's physical defenses. Blood spurted out as its body was smashed into the ground below. Muffled noises sound as Huang Xiaolong's light God force purified the darkness power spewing out from the two-headed devil dragon's wounded belly. The usual light God force wouldn't be able to purify the two-headed devil dragon's darkness power, but Supreme Light God Force could. As the darkness power around its wound was purified by Huang Xiaolong's Supreme Light God Force, the two-headed devil dragon grunted miserably in extreme pain. It was more painful than someone pouring chilly water or salt over your wounds. Seeing this, Huang Xiaolong was inwardly ecstatic. He dodged several two-headed devil dragon's attacks, and appeared above the injured two-headed devil dragon's side in a flicker. Using his right hand as the blade, he slashed at it. He wanted to resolve this two-headed devil dragon in the next strike, or else, given a grand miss divine beast's amazing recovering ability, it would regain brimming vitality before he knew it. Finally, roughly half an hour later, under Huang Xiaolong's palm strikes, the two-headed devil dragon that was cut into countless pieces turned into a stream of holy mountain's energy and rushed into Huang Xiaolong's body. Huang Xiaolong trembled. This stream of holy mountain's energy was greater than he had estimated. The first day on the 10th floor passed by. Huang Xiaolong managed to kill 32 two-headed devil dragon. 32. Feeling the vigorous energy within his body, Huang Xiaolong estimated that he could break through to the fourth-order heavenly monarch realm by the time he killed 2,000 to 3,000 two-headed devil dragons. On the next day, Huang Xiaolong increased his killing speed, making extra effort to kill a two-headed devil dragon in the shortest time, absorbing their energy in order to break through to the fourth-order heavenly monarch realm as soon as possible. 2 months went by. On this day, after killing another two-headed devil dragon and absorbing the holy mountain's energy, suddenly the vigorous energy in Huang Xiaolong's body roared like a tsunami, breaking the fourth-order heavenly monarch realm barrier with overwhelming might. The energy coursed onwards, circulating through Huang Xiaolong's veins and meridians. Huang Xiaolong threw his head back and roared to the sky, venting the euphoria he was feeling. He had finally broken through to the fourth-order heavenly monarch realm. After stepping into the fourth-order heavenly monarch realm, there was a tremendous change in his strength. Huang Xiaolong could already feel his true dragon physique evolving upon his breakthrough to fourth-order heavenly monarch realm. He was stronger, faster, and the inextinguishable aura from his body swept over heaven and earth. Various God Force elements swirled outside of Huang Xiaolong's body, churning around him like a colorful energy whirlpool. Within the several hundred li radius of this God Force whirlpool, the two-headed devil dragons that tried to get close to Huang Xiaolong were sent tumbling back mercilessly. Huang Xiaolong disappeared in a flicker. His speed was so fast that one could not even capture his afterimage. A split second later, he was already in front of a two-headed devil dragon. His fist struck the softest point of its belly and went right inside, nearly coming out from the back of the two-headed devil dragon. Although Huang Xiaolong's fist could break the two-headed devil dragon's physical defenses before breaking through to fourth-order heavenly monarch realm, it was merely a shallow wound. But now he could almost pierce a hole through its stomach. A dozen minutes later, the two-headed devil dragon died at Huang Xiaolong's hand, turning into a stream of holy mountain's energy, and it entered Huang Xiaolong's body. Huang Xiaolong moved onto his next target without delay, soon killing another one. By the end of the day, Huang Xiaolong's kill count was 103 two-headed devil dragons. 3 months later, Huang Xiaolong finished killing the remaining two-headed devil dragons on the 10th floor. Counting the previous 2 months, it took him a little over 5 months to clear the 10th floor. It was slightly faster than his speed on the 9th floor. Huang Xiaolong sat cross-legged and began adjusting his condition. When his God Force completely recovered half a day later, he looked at the entryway to the 11th floor and hesitated slightly. He had broken through to fourth-order heavenly monarch realm, so he could refine the Netherworld King's Jade's 6th restriction. Should he refine the Netherworld King's Jade's 6th restriction before venturing into the 11th floor? Shi Yu, Qin Huangzhong, Song Litao, and the others might not be able to catch up to him so fast even if he took the time to refine the Netherworld King's Jade's 6th restriction. After some contemplation, Huang Xiaolong decided to wait until he cleared the 11th floor's obstacles. It wouldn't be too late to refine the Netherworld King's Jade's 6th restriction then. Now that he had broken through to the fourth-order heavenly monarch realm, passing the 11th floor had to be easy. With that, Huang Xiaolong disappeared into the entryway in a flicker, arriving on the 11th floor. When 3 holy fruits appeared, Huang Xiaolong collected them with familiar ease and put them away. He then looked towards the other end where the entryway to the 12th floor was located. However, in the next second, Huang Xiaolong stiffened on the spot. In his path were phoenixes with blazing plumes and ice dragons that exuded bone-chilling cold air, grand mist divine beasts, fire phoenixes, and also ice dragons. not forgetting that these fire phoenixes and ice dragons were early 6th Order Heavenly Monarch realm, and there were 10,000 of each kind. Huang Xiaolong had the heart to cry right about now. No one plays like this, right? These were real phoenixes that can be reborn through nirvana 9 times. And ice dragons were one of few divine dragons with the highest battle power. For real, this time, Huang Xiaolong estimated only those with King of Supreme Godhead had hope of passing this floor. A minimal hope. Outside the Holy Mountain, Tai Tuesday, Jin Yuan, Fan Hui, and Wan Yutian were looking worried and sullen. They had just gotten the news that the experts sent by the Massacring Gods Gate headquarters and 9 giant corpse tribe to kill them were more than they had estimated. According to those people's speed, the Massacring Gods Gate's experts would be able to reach the Nether Sea in a year's time, and the 9 giant corpse tribe's experts were likely to arrive 2 years later. Tai Yu, should we summon the Golden Corpse Temple, Clear Heart Sect, Fomu Faction, Sacrificial City, Blood Sect Cult, and the Copper Ghost Cult's experts to rush over? Jin Yuan asked. The Massacring Gods Gate and 9 giant corpse tribe had sent too many experts, making Jin Yuan and the others uneasy. But, without Master's order, we cannot decide this on our own. Tai Yu hesitated. Jin Yuan fell into heavy silence. I wonder how's the Master doing now? Fan Hui sighed. Say, that mysterious genius on the 11th floor, could it be our Master? Wan Yutian suddenly asked. Tai Yu shook his head, a wry smile on his face as he responded, I hope so too, but is it possible? During these 2 years of waiting outside, Tai Yu and the others would occasionally fantasize how good it would be if the mysterious genius was their master. But it won't take long for them to doubt, and ask themselves, was that possible? Not only them, even the 9 giant corpse giant tribe, Fengdu City, Massacring Gods Gate, Misty Palace, and even the Dark Rock race's experts too had such similar fantasies. Fantasizing that the mysterious genius was the young lord of their force. But fantasies remained fantasies. The 9 giant corpse tribe, Fengdu City, and other forces experts understood deep down that the possibility was nil. As the spectators waited outside with anticipation, another year went by. On this day, a year later, a heaven-shaking dragon's roar reverberated throughout the 11th floor as the last of the ice dragons fell under Huang Xiaolong's supreme fire element God Force sword formation. It transformed into the Holy Mountain's energy, which was absorbed by Huang Xiaolong. After seeing the last of the ice dragon disappear, Huang Xiaolong crumbled to the ground, panting heavily from exhaustion. Damn, he had finally killed all of them. A good while later, Huang Xiaolong pulled himself into a sitting position and began to recover his God Force. Several hours later, his depleted God Force recovered. Next, it was time for him to refine the Netherworld King's Jade's 6th restriction. Huang Xiaolong was confident that he could pass the Holy Mountain's 12th floor's obstacles. But to be absolutely certain, before entering the 12th floor, he decided to raise his strength further. Furthermore, Huang Xiaolong also planned to refine the holy fruits after receiving the last 3 of them on the 12th floor. Therefore, at this point, his best bet was refining the Netherworld King's Jade's 6th restriction. Huang Xiaolong took out the Netherworld King's Jade and placed it in his hand. Then, he adjusted his mind and began concentrating. The Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool and Chaos Black Tortoise Lightning Pool's lightning powers rushed out and swirled around his arms. Huang Xiaolong no longer worried about any repercussions from refining the Netherworld King's Jade ever since he had accepted the Lord of Hell's inheritance and obtained the Heart of Hell. He didn't need to be as vigilant and cautious as he did in the past. The Golden Dragon Lightning Power and Black Tortoise Lightning Power sizzled down Huang Xiaolong's arms and wrapped around the Netherworld King's Jade in his hand. The Netherworld King's Jade's 6th restriction was stimulated. A darkness archdevil condensed from the roiling darkness energy and appeared in front of Huang Xiaolong. 1 day, 10 days, 1 month, a year. Time flowed by without waiting for anyone. Huang Xiaolong gradually devoured and absorbed the darkness archdevil. At the end of killing the 11th floor's fire phoenixes and ice dragons, Huang Xiaolong's cultivation was close to breaking through to the peak of early 4th Order Heavenly Monarch realm. His cultivation swiftly rose to the peak early 4th Order Heavenly Monarch realm in half a year as he refined the Netherworld King's Jade. Close to the end of a year, Huang Xiaolong's body suddenly enshrouded in a burst of light. He had broken through to the mid-fourth order heavenly monarch realm. By the end of a year's time, there was still a steady stream of darkness energy flowing into Huang Xiaolong's body from the darkness archdevil. This darkness energy was actually a small portion of bloodline power the Lord of Hell had left inside the Netherworld King's Jade in the past. The higher the restrictions went, the more powerful the energy was. At last, 2 years later, Huang Xiaolong advanced to the peak mid-fourth order heavenly monarch realm. At this point, the darkness archdevil's energy had begun to thin, and the archdevil had also reduced in size. It completely disappeared by the end of the 3rd year. Huang Xiaolong stopped and put away the Netherworld King's Jade. Unfortunately, he did not advance to the late 4th order heavenly monarch realm, which stayed like an itch in Huang Xiaolong's heart. What's going on? The mysterious genius has been on the 11th floor for 4 years now. Why hasn't he cleared the 11th floor? Did something happen? Maybe he's heavily injured. Didn't I say it that even if he can clear the obstacles on the lower floors, it doesn't mean that he can do the same on the higher floors. See now, it's already 4 years, and he still has not managed to clear the 11th floor. Who knows, the 10th floor is his highest achievement. Forget about surpassing Castellan Qin Fan or Palace Master Shu Wei. He cannot be compared to either of them at all. Experts who had bet that Huang Xiaolong would clear the 11th floor within a year's time were cursing Huang Xiaolong ruthlessly. Some of them had bet millions of low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones, while some had even bet several hundred millions. All of a sudden, the holy mountain emitted long, low humming noises. Rays of resplendent light burst out from the holy mountain, wearing a cloak of light over every expert above the Nethersea. The rest of the words were stuck in their throats. Dazzling rays of light that they had never seen before shone from the outer surface of the holy mountain where the 12th floor was located. This breathtaking light mesmerized everyone and imprinted directly onto their souls. It was an unforgettable experience of a lifetime. This dazzling light had also appeared when Qin Fan and Shu Wei had reached the 12th floor during their times. The 12th floor already. Someone muttered under his breath. Yes, it was already the 12th floor. Huang Xiaolong had reached the 12th floor. Huang Xiaolong breathed in relief as he collected the 3 holy fruits. He had 33 holy fruits now. Still, there were 3 more remaining. Then he would have 36 holy fruits. Huang Xiaolong was dumbfounded when he flew to the 12th floor. In front of him were rows and rows of delicate-faced angels with their wings spread out. Radiance angels. All of them were 12-winged radiance angels. Huang Xiaolong was genuinely flabbergasted. Even in the divine world of light, it can't be said for certain that an Emperor Realm expert had 12 wings. But on the Holy Mountain's 12th floor, he saw an army of mid-6th order heavenly monarch realm 12-winged radiance angels. What was this? However, Huang Xiaolong was certain of one thing. These 12-winged radiance angels were absolutely more frightening than same-level Grand Mist divine beasts. Many, many times over, an army of 30,000 mid-6th order heavenly monarch realm radiance angels. These 30,000 angels did not immediately attack upon seeing Huang Xiaolong, but they rearranged themselves at different locations, forming an ancient grand formation. From the higher aerial view, this ancient grand formation resembled a great sword of light that could split heaven and earth into 2. Even in a one-on-one battle, Huang Xiaolong would be hard-pressed to kill any one of these radiance angels. Yet 30,000 radiance angels had formed an ancient grand formation, synchronizing their powers. Even someone like Huang Xiaolong, who had 3 supreme godheads and had broken through to the peak mid-4th order heavenly monarch realm, felt his scalp tingle. In the next moment, Huang Xiaolong stopped hesitating. In a flicker, he transformed into a primordial divine dragon, exuding majestic dragon might as he roared towards the sky. In a split second, Huang Xiaolong seized the initiative to attack. With a flick of his tail, Huang Xiaolong appeared above the ancient grand formation of the 30,000 radiance angels. Right now, he had used the movement technique of the Black Dragon clan. This was an extremely powerful technique. Huang Xiaolong's speed had increased several times after transforming into a primordial divine dragon, and the Black Dragon clan's movement technique further doubled his speed. Not even a late 10th order heavenly monarch realm expert could catch up to Huang Xiaolong's current speed. Arriving above the 30,000 radiance angels, Huang Xiaolong's hill-sized claws grabbed at the ancient grand formation. Instantly, rumbling noises shook the air. At his current strength, Huang Xiaolong saw through the ancient grand formation's weakness, at a glance. With that, he knew that these 30,000 radiance angels wouldn't be able to condense another formation, which reduced the difficulty of killing them. Huang Xiaolong's claws crushed over 100 radiance angels in a single attack. At the same instant as when Huang Xiaolong's claws got them, his Archdevil Supreme Godhead's darkness energy surged forth. These angels possessed the world of light's most powerful god force, and the purest light energy. However, Huang Xiaolong's darkness god force had merged with the Lord of Hell's darkness power. Thus, these 12-winged angels' light god force was powerless to resist the corrosion of Huang Xiaolong's darkness god force. Those radiance angels' holy and pure 12 wings withered and rotted under the corrosion of Huang Xiaolong's darkness god force, akin to a dried-up branch without any vitality. To an angel, their wings were a vital part of them, as a radiance angel's light energy source gathered in their wings. The withering and rotting of a radiance angel's wings significantly weakened his strength. Huang Xiaolong was inwardly relieved when he saw that this attack was effective. Losing their source of light energy meant these several hundred radiance angels could no longer form part of the grand formation. The pressure on Huang Xiaolong diminished greatly. Even so, Huang Xiaolong did not dare to take things lightly. His supreme darkness god force was already gathering around his hands again, forming numerous sharp blades that pierced through the several hundred radiance angels. However, these radiance angels did not die on the spot. They thrashed around in pain, and powerful bursts of energy came from their bodies as they attempted to break free from Huang Xiaolong's dragon claws. Dragon flames surfaced around Huang Xiaolong's claws upon seeing this. Dragon flames were one of the most potent fires in the world. Based on the terrifying strength of Huang Xiaolong's primordial divine dragon body, not just these 12-winged mid-6th order heavenly monarch realm radiance angels, even the late 6th order heavenly monarch realm radiance angels would get destroyed by Huang Xiaolong's dragon flames. Hence, in a matter of moments, these radiance angels were incinerated. As they were reduced to ashes, several hundred sources of Holy Mountain's energy slammed into Huang Xiaolong's body almost simultaneously. Huang Xiaolong trembled from the vast rush of energy. The amount of energy from each of these radiance angels was greater than Huang Xiaolong had estimated. Shockingly, this energy actually contained a kind of chaos law. "This is chaos law?" Huang Xiaolong exclaimed out loud in a pleasant surprise. Only cultivators who completely comprehended chaos law at the peak late 10th order heavenly monarch realm could advance to emperor realm, becoming an emperor. Chaos laws were not easy to comprehend, much less completely comprehending a kind of chaos law was very difficult. Countless geniuses' cultivation was stuck at the peak late 10th order heavenly monarch realm, unable to break through to the emperor realm because of this. This was also the reason why emperor realm experts were so scarce in the universe. Yet, the energy from these 12-winged radiance angels on the Holy Mountain's 12th floor actually contained a kind of chaos law. This chaos law was similar to the Holy Mountain's energy. Due to this, Huang Xiaolong was able to refine and integrate it into his supreme godheads easily. In other words, as long as Huang Xiaolong's supreme godheads integrated a certain degree of this chaos law, he could almost advance directly to Emperor Realm when his cultivation reached the peak late 10th order heavenly monarch realm. There was a burning light in Huang Xiaolong's eyes as he took another look at the army of radiance angels. The Rhinus earlier had long vanished in a puff of smoke. From a particular perspective, these radiance angels were more precious than any grand mist treasures. Although a grand mist treasure like the City of Eternity possessed powerful attacks, it did not help Huang Xiaolong in building a foundation for his breakthrough to the Emperor Realm, but the Holy Mountain's energy from these radiance angels could help him achieve that. Huang Xiaolong inhaled deeply to calm the excitement surging in his chest. His dragon flames incinerated the other several hundred radiance angels caught in his other dragon claw. Immediately, several hundred sources of Holy Mountain's energy, containing chaos law, rushed into Huang Xiaolong's body. When the other radiance angels attacked, Huang Xiaolong dodged with the Black Dragon clan's agile technique. Then his dragon tail swept out in a counterattack. Radiance angels that were too slow to dodge were sent flying in various directions. Huang Xiaolong's dragon claws slapped down, smashing another several hundred radiance angels out of the way. With the combination of Huang Xiaolong's primordial divine dragon swiftness and the Black Dragon clan's movement technique, groups of radiance angels were rapidly incinerated, turning into the Holy Mountain's chaos law energy. 10,000, 2,000, 3,000. Huang Xiaolong's three supreme godheads integrated more sources of chaos law, and his strength rose steadily. His cultivation that had reached the peak of mid-fourth order heavenly monarch realm finally broke through after absorbing almost 4,012 winged radiance angels. A brilliant light enshrouded Huang Xiaolong's body as he advanced to the late fourth order heavenly monarch realm. The moment Huang Xiaolong broke through to the late fourth order heavenly monarch realm, he clearly felt that his speed had almost doubled, and his supreme godforce power had increased by a large degree. With a sweep of his dragon claw, the radiance angels were slammed deep into the floor. Before his breakthrough, though he could hit them easily, he couldn't smash them into the floor in a single strike as he did now. A year later, Huang Xiaolong had finished killing all 30,000 radiance angels on the 12th floor. When the last radiance angel turned into a stream of energy and entered Huang Xiaolong's body, Huang Xiaolong reverted to his human form. He crumbled to the floor as his highly strung body relaxed. He laid on the floor, panting heavily, too exhausted to lift a finger. He had cleared it. He had cleared the Holy Mountain's 12th floor that no one had been able to clear since its appearance. Huang Xiaolong was still panting on the floor when golden lights flickered, and 3 holy fruits appeared before him. For a moment, Huang Xiaolong was stunned. According to the rules, the holy fruits should have appeared after he entered the entryway on the next floor, but these 3 holy fruits had already appeared? Then again, remembering that this was the highest floor, Huang Xiaolong has taken it for granted. Huang Xiaolong sat up, and a suction force from his palm sucked the 3 holy fruits to his front. Adding these 3 holy fruits, he now had a total of 36 holy fruits. He placed the 3 holy fruits into the Black Dragon cold jade bangle. He then started circulating the Grand Mist parasitic medium to recover his strength. Half a day later, Huang Xiaolong's god force fully recovered. He stood up and gazed into the next entryway. Where would it lead him? Could it be the legendary heaven? Huang Xiaolong blurred into a flicker, arriving at the entryway almost instantaneously. He took a couple of deep breaths to adjust his mind, god force brewing within his body in preparation as he took a step inside. Experts waiting on the outside saw a whole rupture in space above the Holy Mountain when Huang Xiaolong stepped in. Crepuscular rays of radiant light shone onto the Nethersea like a thunderstorm. These rays exuded an aura of holiness, reaching every corner of the Nethersea. Bathed in this holy light, all the experts felt their evil thoughts, impurities, and nefarious elements vanish from their hearts and souls, washed away by the golden holy light. Following the emergence of this golden light, a gigantic and ancient building with holy radiance slowly descended from the space rupture. This is heaven. Heaven really appeared. There really is a heaven in hell. Someone passed the 12th floor. Is it that mysterious genius? A sea of screams and shrieks echoed endlessly in the air. Everyone's breathing quickened. They were witnessing a historical moment, something that had never happened in hell. No one had ever seen the heaven appear, but they were looking at heaven now. Even desolate giant Tai Yu and his 3 companions were shocked to their souls at this moment, as they watched the ancient building descending from the void. There are Grand Mist treasures inside heaven, and top-grade Grand Mist spiritual pills. Quickly go grab it. Suddenly, one of the ancestors shouted at the experts of his sect, then flew towards the descending heaven. In a hurry. That's right, hurry. Rush to heaven to grab it. Those Grand Mist treasures and top-grade Grand Mist spiritual pills are ours. Quick! There won't be anything left otherwise. Other ancestors snapped to their senses and made a mad dash towards the slowly descending heaven. When the very first ancestor, who had shouted earlier, reached underneath the heaven, An enormous golden rune emerged underneath it, forming a hexagon-shaped rune pillar. As the hexagon rune pillar rotated, overwhelming destructive power surged out. Swept by this destructive force, that mid-level Emperor Realm ancestor was annihilated in an instant, so fast that he didn't even have the chance to scream. Other ancestors following him met with the same fate, and they were annihilated in a split second. No traces of them remained. In less than a second, over a dozen Emperor Realm ancestors were erased from the world. Seeing this, some of the ancestors further behind quickly leaped back in dread. Even so, many ancestors were affected by the aftershock waves. Tragic screams reverberated in the air. Hit by the wave of aftershock, some of the ancestors only had half of their bodies left, either horizontally or vertically. The lighter injuries involved losing a leg or two. The body parts that were destroyed by heaven's destructive power vanished completely, except for splatters of blood falling into the Nethersea below. My arm! What's going on? My arm can't be regrown. One of the Emperor Realm experts who lost his arm yelled in horror. Upon advancing to the Emperor Realm, even if their flesh was entirely destroyed, it could regrow in a short time. But now, these Emperor Realm experts' arms, legs, upper or lower torso could not be regrown. These were permanent injuries. These injuries would never heal. Those ancestors who only had half of their bodies left were howling with grief, close to running amok. Their internal organs were exposed to everyone, and it looked bloody and gory. Other ancestors who had wanted to rush into heaven immediately halted after witnessing this sight, quivering slightly in fear. Their faces were deathly pale. Several ancestors managed to dodge the destructive power, but they nearly lost their souls after seeing the gory ending of those half a meter in front of them. In the far distance, Desolate Giant Taiyu's group was delighted at this sight. Amongst those ancestors injured by the heaven, more than a dozen of them belonged to the Massacring God's Gate and 9 Giant Corpse tribe. The Massacring God's Gate and 9 Giant Corpse tribe losing more than a dozen Emperor Realm ancestors was good news for them. Retards! Did they really think that the grand mist treasures inside the heaven are up for them to grab? If that was true, who would go climb the Holy Mountain's 12 floors? The Demon King Fan Hui sneered. Well, can't blame them for being tempted. We're talking about grand mist treasures after all. Who wouldn't be tempted? Even I was tempted just now. The Golden Lion Man Wan Yutian laughed jokingly. Being tempted is one thing, but being stupid is another. It doesn't matter if you're stupid, but don't be stupid to the point of losing your life. Taiyu snickered disdainfully. During this time, the entire heavens building had come out from space rupture, standing tall in front of everyone. This heaven was like an ancient temple that stood above the 9th heaven, like a supreme existence, or the Lord watching everything from high above. Everyone looked warily at heaven, and their chests filled with indescribable frustration at this moment. Look over there. Suddenly a door opened from the heaven, and a golden pathway shot out straight towards a point at the peak of the holy mountain. The golden light pathway was like a tunnel that connected the heaven and the peak of the holy mountain. That's it. A tunnel. It was a tunnel that connected an unknown exit on the holy mountain's 12th floor to the heaven. Only through this tunnel one could reach the heaven without being annihilated by the hexagon rune pillar's destructive power. As everyone stared intently, a figure appeared at the top of the holy mountain's end of the golden light tunnel. It's that mysterious genius, the one who has cleared the 12th floor. Who could that mysterious genius be? Undulating waves of exclamations sounded above the Nethersea. In the last few years, everyone had been trying to guess the identity of the mysterious genius. They had speculated about which family or superforce had cultivated such a genius young lord. This mystery was about to be unraveled. The experts of Massacring God's Gate, 9 Giant Corpse tribe, Howling Moon Wolf Race, Fengdu City were all staring at the exit on top of the holy mountain with wide eyes. All of them wanted to see who that mysterious genius. So were Taiyu, Jin Yuan, Fan Hui, and Wan Yutian. It was completely quiet above the Nethersea, and only those who were present knew the surging undercurrents. Finally, that person had completely stepped out from the exit, standing in plain view. At this point, Everyone knew who the mysterious genius was. It's actually him. Gasps and whispers of shock sounded all around, and faces stiffened with shock. But there were 4 people trembling with excitement, thrilled beyond words. Who is he? It's that Azura noble. That Azura noble who bought the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin at the auction. He is the same Azura noble who also injured the Howling Moon Wolf race's young Lord I Ching, and also crippled the Black Ant Clan's young Lord Liao Chunkuan. How could it be him? This is too. A great wave of shock swept over the various forces experts. The Massacring God's Gate, 9 Giant Corpse Tribe, Howling Moon Wolf Race, Gu Family, Black Ant Clan, Demonic Bone Clan, and other forces who had planned to besiege and kill Huang Xiaolong after the matter of the Holy Mountain was settled, were looking extremely ugly right now. It turned out to be him. Before this, the 9 Giant Corpse Tribe's old ancestor Shiming was keen on winning over Huang Xiaolong to his side, and he had even promised the position of Lord Ancestor, and 4 treasures from the 9 Giant Corpse Tribe's treasury. Why is it like this? Why? The 9 Giant Corpse Tribe's experts bellowed in anger. It really is our master. It's our master. Tai Yu's eyes reddened with tears, out of joy. Haha. Didn't I say it had to be our master? Only our master would clear the Holy Mountain's 12th floor. Fan Hui guffawed. I remember someone saying it's probably not master, you said that. Jin Yuan burst Fan Hui's bubble. Fan Hui blanked for a second, then pretended. Is that so? Why don't I remember? You must have remembered it wrongly. Tai Yu, Jin Yuan, and Wan Yutian exchanged a glance, then shook their heads in speechlessness. This was the first time they had discovered Fan Hui's thick face. Inside the golden light tunnel, Huang Xiaolong walked step by step towards the other end, towards the heaven. And the news that Huang Xiaolong was the mysterious genius spread like a whirlwind. The 9 Giant Corpse Tribe and other super forces soon heard about it. At the 9 Giant Corpse Tribe's headquarters. What? Did you say that the mysterious genius is that Azura noble? 9 Giant Corpse Tribe's old ancestor Ming's face was distorted in disbelief as he stared at Patriarch Shi Wushuang. This news was a thunderbolt out of nowhere. The 9 Giant Corpse Tribe's Patriarch Shi Wushuang nodded his head affirmatively. That is right. It's confirmed that it is the same Azura noble. After getting this report, Shi Wushuang himself was astonished and surprised. Why is it like this? How could it be like this? Old ancestor Shi Ming sat on the main seat, his expression flickering back and forth, but it remained extremely gloomy. That mysterious genius is actually the Azura noble, who is the Netherworld Kings organization's new master. Damn it! That Azura noble, being the Netherworld Kings organization's new master, meant he's standing opposite to Lu Kuan. Lu Kuan wanted to eliminate this trouble as soon as possible, but if his 9 Giant Corpse Tribe tries to recruit that Azura noble, then Lu Kuan would definitely break off with their tribe. Old ancestor Shi Ming's brows were tightly locked in a scrunch. Old ancestor, what do we do now? Patriarch Shi Wushuang asked. Obviously, he had arrived at the same thoughts. Suddenly, old ancestor Shi Ming looked up fiercely. Killing intent glinted in his eyes as he spat out one word. Kill! The hall's temperature fell sharply. Between Huang Xiaolong and Lu Kuan, Shi Ming had chosen Lu Kuan. In old ancestor Shi Ming's opinion, even though that Azura noble had amazing talent, and would become unrivaled once he grew up, this kind of geniuses were hard to recruit. Hence, he was incomparable to Lu Kuan. Once that Azura noble dies, and Lu Kuan's cultivation surpassed the Emperor realm, Lu Kuan could grasp the Netherworld Kings organization in his hand. With Lu Kuan and the Netherworld Kings organization in his hand, the 9 Giant Corpse Tribe was akin to a tiger that had grown wings. Yes, old ancestor, I understand. A second of surprise later, Shi Wushuang nodded his head solemnly. Old ancestor Shi Ming went on, in a low and serious tone. However, make sure nothing goes astray. I want you to make a trip personally, and take 30 high-level Emperor Realm experts with you to the Nethersea. That Azura noble must die. Understood. I'll make preparations to head over to the Nethersea immediately. Patriarch Shi Wushuang swiftly stood up. Please rest assured that Brat won't be able to leave the Nethersea alive. Ghost World, Fengdu City. A series of feelings flickered across Qin Fan's face as he muttered. It turned out to be that Azura noble. Master, I think by now the 9 giant corpse tribe must have gotten the same news. Qin Fan's personal disciple Jiao Zhouqing spoke. We can only guess what decision Shi Ming would make regarding this. The 9 giant corpse tribe and Lu Kuan's connection was an open secret. Other superforces had long known about it. A sharp light glinted in Qin Fan's eyes as he stated, Perhaps this is an opportunity for us. Jiao Zhouqing's eyes lit up. Master is saying that Shi Ming would choose Lu Kuan. In that case, it is indeed the best opportunity for us to recruit that Azura noble. When the 9 giant corpse tribe and massacring God's Gate besiege him, our Fengdu City can extend a helping hand to him, enabling him to escape. That Azura noble would definitely be grateful to our Fengdu City. But Qin Fan shook his head and said, although that Azura noble's talent is astounding, and he could be the Netherworld King's organization's new master, it is not worth it for us to offend the massacring God's Gate, 9 giant corpse tribe, and the Howling Moon Wolf race for him and the Netherworld King's organization. Jiao Zhouqing was baffled. He asked, Then, Master intends to? Qin Fan smiled meaningfully as he said, The snipe and clam fights, who has the last laugh? The realization hit Jiao Zhouqing, and he laughed out loud. Master is wise. We merely need to stand back and watch, helping neither side. When the massacring God's Gate, 9 giant corpse tribe, Howling Moon Wolf race, and the Netherworld King's organization suffering heavy losses, our Fengdu City can easily unify the Ghost World, and Master will be the Lord of Ghost World. All these years Fengdu City had been secretly amassing strengths, and all of it was for the purpose of unifying the entire Ghost World one day with absolute strength. However, there was the Netherworld King's organization suppressing above them, which made Fengdu City wary to make any big movement without the absolute certainty of succeeding. As long as the Netherworld King's organization and the 9 giant corpse tribes suffered losses, it would weaken their powers, and neither side would be able to suppress Fengdu City anymore. It was only a matter of time, and Fengdu City would rise to the top with overwhelming power and unify the Ghost World. The Lord of Ghost World. I like this title. Qin Fan chuckled softly. But just the Ghost World is too small. Master wants. Jiao Zhouqing exclaimed in surprise. Azura World and Spirit's World? Qin Fan laughed out loud as he affirmed. That's right. While the massacring God's Gate and 9 giant corpse tribes' powers are weakened, we would unify Ghost World with an overwhelming momentum, and riding on this wave, expanding our forces to the Azura World and Spirit's World. Even if we didn't manage to unify the Azura World and Spirit's World, occupying several 100,000 of Azura World and Spirit World's planes would be manageable. Yes, Master, this disciple's mindset is too shallow, and can't compare to 1/10 of Master's. Jiao Zhouqing smiled as he went on. But, Master, can the Netherworld King's organization really cause serious damage to the massacring God's Gate, 9 giant corpse tribe, and Howling Moon Wolf race? Although the Netherworld King's organization was known as the most powerful force in Hell, the 9 giant corpse tribe was not that far behind. After adding the massacring God's Gate and Howling Moon Wolf race to the equation, the Netherworld King's organization might not be able to withstand these three forces' alliance. Qin Fan waved his hand nonchalantly, then added, The Netherworld King's organization is much stronger than you think. Even if the Netherworld King's organization cannot withstand the triad of massacring God's Gate, 9 giant corpse tribe, and Howling Moon Wolf race's alliance, the Netherworld King's organization is still capable of giving the triad a severe blow. Naturally, even if it results in heavy losses just on one side, the Netherworld King's organization will be the one that will get eliminated. In the end, it does not affect our plan of unifying the Ghost World. Yes, Master is more far-sighted than disciple. Jiao Zhouqing smiled widely. Qin Fan was still smiling as he went on. Stop flattering me. From now on, tell the people below to report the changes in the situation above the Nethersea immediately. For the time being, we can sit back and wait to watch a good show. Disciple follow Master's order. Hell's superforces had varied reactions when they received news that the mysterious genius was the Azura noble. Each had their own intentions and schemes, and the majority of them held the wait-and-see stance like Fengdu City. It was up to each of them to choose the right time to enter the fray or continue watching the show. On the other hand, the Massacring God's Gate and 9 giant corpse tribe had sent even more experts rushing to the Nethersea to ensure Huang Xiaolong won't have the chance to leave the Nethersea alive. In a short span of time, a great storm was brewing in Hell. While the 9 giant corpse tribe's patriarch Shi Wushuang hurried to the Nethersea with a group of experts, Huang Xiaolong finally reached the other end of the Golden Light Tunnel. Huang Xiaolong crossed over to heaven and was immediately enveloped by a bright holy light like a warm, gentle embrace. He almost groaned comfortably. What kind of energy is this? The effects are no less than the Grand Mist aura, Huang Xiaolong exclaimed in astonishment. Although Huang Xiaolong didn't know what kind of energy this holy light was, he could clearly feel how amazing this holy light was. Thus, Huang Xiaolong stopped going forward. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the spot and began circulating the Grand Mist parasitic medium to absorb the holy light's energy. In the next second, the holy light energy gathered around Huang Xiaolong. Sitting there without moving, Huang Xiaolong resembled a holy angel. As the holy light's energy continued to gather, it rushed into Huang Xiaolong's body, and the light element energy inside his body increased rapidly. His innumerable Buddha Supreme Godhead shone with dazzling radiance that no one could see. After killing 30,000 radiance angels on the Holy Mountain's 12th floor, Huang Xiaolong's cultivation was already close to breaking through to the peak late Fourth Order Heavenly Monarch realm, and now, as he absorbed the holy light's energy, his strength increased further, inching even closer to the peak late Fourth Order Heavenly Monarch realm. 1, 2, 3 days, and soon half a year went by. At last, Huang Xiaolong smoothly and easily advanced to the peak late Fourth Order Heavenly Monarch realm, and his cultivation was still climbing. As the holy light energy continued to accumulate in Huang Xiaolong's body, it brought a transformation to his body. These transformations were detectable to the naked eyes. Compared to the past half a year, there was a holy aura around Huang Xiaolong. This holy aura could suppress all darkness, purify all nefarious elements, and disperse every kind of gloomy coldness. Moreover, this kind of holiness was different from the holy light as it came from Huang Xiaolong himself. It was the integration of Huang Xiaolong's God force and the holy light's attributes. A year later, at one point, it seemed the holy light accumulating inside Huang Xiaolong's body had reached the limit, and he could not accept any more holy light's energy. But suddenly, popping sounds came from his back. The light around Huang Xiaolong intensified as a pair of wings grew out from his back. A pair of wings condensed from the holy light's energy. At first, this pair of wings was only as big as a palm and a little feeble. However, as time passed, this pair of holy radiance wings grew bigger and bigger until it reached 2 meters long, with strong and dense plumes akin to 2 lethal holy blades. The wings were slightly over 2 meters in length when they stopped growing. But a few days later, another pair of wings grew out from Huang Xiaolong's back. This new pair of wings were similar to the first pair in the beginning, palm-sized, feeble, and surreal. As the days passed, they grew bigger and stronger. When the second pair of wings was close to 3 meters in length, it stopped growing like the first pair. A few days later, the third pair of wings began to condense on Huang Xiaolong's back. Then it was the fourth, the fifth, and the sixth pair, the seventh pair of wings. By the time the seventh pair of wings condensed on Huang Xiaolong's back, his aura had completely changed, as if he was the epitome of holiness. At this moment, Huang Xiaolong was not the Lord of Hell nor the new Nether King of the Netherworld Kings organization. He was light, the Lord of Radiance. 7 pairs of wings, that was 14 wings in total. In the universe, a 14-winged angel was an existence that only appeared in legends, and no one had ever seen a 14-winged angel in real life. Huang Xiaolong actually had 14 wings, the 14 wings of legends. When Huang Xiaolong's 7th pair of wings were completely formed, another burst of light enshrouded his body. A low crisp noise rang from his body as his momentum soared higher. 5th Order Heavenly Monarch Realm. After Huang Xiaolong's cultivation broke through to the fifth order heavenly monarch realm, he was absorbing the holy light's energy at a faster rate. Inside the spacious heaven, holy light rushed towards Huang Xiaolong, entering his body like endless waves. Huang Xiaolong soon stabilized his newly broken through realm. Roughly a month later, when the holy light energy accumulating inside Huang Xiaolong reached its limit once again, dazzling radiant light enshrouded him as another pair of small wings grew from his back. The eighth pair. 16 wings. 16 wings. This was never heard of, not even in the legends, for 14 wings was already the highest achievement. But now, there were genuine 16 wings on Huang Xiaolong's back. The eighth pair of wings began to condense like the previous 7 pairs of wings, growing bigger as time passed, stopping only after it had grown 10 meters long. The first pair of wings was a little over 2 meters long, the second pair of wings were close to 3 meters in length, the third slightly exceeded 3 meters, the fourth was a little over 4 meters, and so on. The length of the wings increased sequentially. 8 pairs, 16 wings, spread out on Huang Xiaolong's back. Between every breath Huang Xiaolong took, the world was filled with radiance, and numerous tiny angels appeared around him. When Huang Xiaolong's eighth pair of wings reached 10 meters in length, the holy light within heaven gradually dimmed. While Huang Xiaolong was absorbing the holy light energy within heaven, 6 years passed on the outside. Counting the time since Huang Xiaolong had entered the holy mountain, more than 11 years had gone by, almost 12 years. At this point in time, both Shi Yinyu and Qin Huangzhong were on the holy mountain's 12th floor. However, when the two of them entered the 12th floor, facing their terrifying hell beasts opponents, Shi Yinyu and Qin Huangzhong could only dodge miserably. Neither of them managed to kill any hell beasts on the 12th floor. In the end, due to time restraint, both of them could only withdraw and retreat to the 11th floor, and rush to Holy Mountain's exit through the entryway on the 1st floor. On the other hand, Song Litao, who was on the 11th floor, Misty Palace's He Jingyi, Dark Rock Race's Wu Kuan, Peng Zhengfei, Jichan, and the others also retreated from whichever floor they were on. So did other geniuses on different floors of the Holy Mountain. They all headed to the exit on the 1st floor. The various forces experts rubbed their hands in anticipation, looking nervous, excited, and a little worried as they waited for the geniuses of their forces to come out. Although the hell beasts on each floor were condensed by the Holy Mountain's power, these hell beasts' attacks were real. From past experiences, only less than half of the genius disciples who had gone inside had survived. It was certain that those who had failed to exit the Holy Mountain had died inside it. "It's our young lord has come out." Suddenly, one of Azura World's Dark Incult's ancestors shouted in joy upon seeing a square-faced young man exiting the Holy Mountain. Others of the Dark Incult looked over joyously and hurried to the square-faced young man's side. The Dark Incult ranked 19th among Azura World's forces. "Welcome back, young lord." The Dark Incult's group reached the square-faced young man's side a moment later and greeted him before asking, "Young lord, how was it?" The square-faced young man smiled as he replied, "Not bad. I passed till the 8th floor." The Dark Incult's group was delighted hearing that. After all, being able to reach until the 8th floor was considered as one of the top Azura World's geniuses. As various forces geniuses emerged from the Holy Mountain, under the Massacring God's Gate's great anticipation, Song Litao also flew out from the 1st floor entryway. Seeing Song Litao, the Massacring God's Gate's experts hastened to his side with joyous expressions. However, there was not a trace of happiness on Song Litao's face as the group of Massacring God's Gate's experts crowded around him. He had boasted with absolute confidence that he would clear the 12th floor, yet in reality, forget about the 12th floor, he couldn't even clear the 11th floor. His achievement was only up to the 10th floor. On top of that, even though he had reached all the way to the 10th floor, he had failed to collect even one holy fruit. At the thought of the holy fruit, Song Litao felt an urge to vomit blood. The Massacring God's Gate's experts were happily congratulating Song Litao and wanted to ask how many floors he cleared when they noticed his ugly expression. Song Litao's icy gaze fell onto Desolate Giant Tai Yu's group as he asked coldly, "That punk isn't out yet?" Have the experts from our headquarters arrived yet? Young Lord, the experts from our headquarters have all arrived. The headquarters even sent an additional 30 high-level Emperor Realm experts. Massacring God's Gate ancestor Lu Tianyuan replied. Sent an additional 30 high-level Emperor Realm experts? Song Li Tao exclaimed in surprise and confusion. Why? What's going on? Ancestor Lu Tianyuan exchanged a doubtful glance with other ancestors at the coldness coming from Song Li Tao. Lu Tianyuan braced himself, answering Song Li Tao's question in a low voice. That young lord, that Azura noble, he passed the 12th floor. Right now, he's in heaven. What did you say? That son of a dog cleared the 12th floor. The news sounded like a thunderclap in Song Li Tao's mind. His eyes lost a little luster. Then his neck jerked up, looking at the peak of the holy mountain. Song Li Tao finally noticed that there was a gigantic ancient building above the holy mountain, silently hovering, and shrouded in resplendent halos. There was no need to think, as it was obvious that this building was heaven, which had never appeared before. After a wave of shock and disbelief, Song Li Tao's face was even more distorted. He hollered in fury. It was this bastard. It's this bastard. No wonder I didn't even get one holy fruit. No wonder I didn't even get one holy fruit after clearing 10 floors. Murderous aura surged from Song Li Tao's body, and his eyes had turned scarlet. The massacring God's Gate's ancestors were stunned at the information in Song Li Tao's enraged bellow. Not even one holy fruit. At this moment, they finally realized why their young lord's face was so dark and gloomy when he came out. Song Li Tao looked at heaven hovering in the 9th heaven. He pictured the Azura noble smiling, complacently looking at the grand mist treasures inside heaven, while he didn't even get one holy fruit. Not to mention, his bone age would exceed the holy mountain's limit by the holy mountain's next appearance, and he would no longer be able to enter the holy mountain. These chains of negative results further stimulated Song Li Tao's outrage. Everyone attack, and destroy this fart of a heaven for me. Song Li Tao suddenly shrieked as he pointed at the heaven that was hovering above the holy mountain, and he was the first one to draw out his divine blade, swinging out in attack. Seeing his series of actions, the massacring God's Gate's ancestors broke out in cold sweat and swiftly pulled Song Li Tao back. Looking at Song Li Tao's murderous face, the massacring God's Gate's ancestors quickly recounted the incident, where heaven had killed several hundred ancestors in a second. Song Li Tao's heart nearly jumped out of his chest listening to the ancestors' recount, and his eyelids twitched uncontrollably like a belated ominous feeling. Right at this time, there was a flash of light at the holy mountain's first-floor entryway. Everyone saw Shi Yinyu and Qin Huangzhong flying out together. The 9 Yin giant corpse tribe and Fengdu City's experts hurried towards them. Shi Yinyu couldn't hide his shock hearing the 9 Yin giant corpse tribe's experts report that Huang Xiaolong had cleared all the way to the 12th floor and had entered heaven. Although Shi Yinyu's reaction was milder than Song Li Tao's, his expression wasn't too good either. Subsequently, the Misty Palace's He Jingyi, Dark Rock Race's Wu Kuan, Peng Jingfei, Ji Chun, and the others also exited the holy mountain. He Jingyi was in a dumbfounded daze when her subordinates reported to her that the Azura noble who sat from across her in the Yin Yang restaurant had cleared all the way to the holy mountain's 12th floor and was currently inside heaven. Her cherry lips were slightly agape for a long time. When did he clear the 12th floor? A long time later, He Jingyi asked one of the Misty Palace's ancestors as she came back to her senses. The ancestor replied honestly, he cleared the 12th floor a little over 5 years ago, and has been inside heaven for 5 years now. The strange thing is that he hasn't come out yet. You mean he cleared all the 12 floors in less than 7 years? He Jingyi's delicate face was filled with astonishment. It is so, young palace lord. He cleared the first 2 floors in less than an hour, 3 floors in half a day, and he ascended to the 4th floor in less than 3 days. The Misty Palace's ancestor reported the duration Huang Xiaolong had spent on each floor. Despite witnessing Huang Xiaolong's progress on the holy mountain with his own eyes, His voice quivered and he felt surreal as he reported the matter to He Jingyi. He Jingyi's heart raced listening to the record-breaking speed. Hailed as the Misty Palace's new generation of genius, and acknowledged as one of Azura World's 3 elite geniuses, He Jingyi had always been proud of her peerlessness, but now, she looked up at ancient heaven with a complicated expression. The geniuses who came out from the Holy Mountain after He Jingyi also learned that someone had passed the 12th floor from their subordinates or elders. To their surprise, it was the Azura noble who had bought the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin at the auction. For a moment, the crowd above the Nethersea was in a furor. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "It's the 9 Giant Corpse Tribe's patriarch." The 9 Giant Corpse Tribe's patriarch personally came to the Nethersea. Several people followed that man's line of sight and others followed them. In the distance, a group of giant experts with dense death chi accelerated in their direction. The person at the front of the group was none other than the 9 Giant Corpse Tribe's patriarch Shi Wushuang. Behind Shi Wushuang were the 9 Giant Corpse Tribe's 30 high-level Emperor Realm ancestors. Shi Wushuang's group arrived in an overwhelming momentum, making the others feel suffocated. There were apprehensions on other forces' ancestors' faces as they watched the 9 Giant Corpse Tribe's group. Shi Wushuang was the 9 Giant Corpse Tribe's second strongest person. His strength shook heaven and earth. He ranked right below the 9 Giant Corpse Tribe's old ancestor Shi Ming. According to rumors, although Shi Wushuang's cultivation had yet to surpass the Emperor Realm, his strength was comparable to those that had surpassed the Emperor Realm. Shi Yinyu was delighted seeing his father's arrival. Together with the experts by his side, Shi Yinyu flew towards Shi Wushuang. "Lord Father!" Shi Yinyu greeted him respectfully as he arrived in front of Shi Wushuang. Shi Wushuang nodded his head at his son, with a small smile on his face as he asked, "How is your result through the Holy Mountain?" Shi Yinyu smiled and replied respectfully, "I passed the 11th floor." He lowered his voice before adding, "However, I was in second place from the 1st to the 5th floor, and in third place from the 6th floor and above." Shi Wushuang's smile widened. "Very good. When we return to the 9 Divine Mountain, your old ancestor and I will assist you in refining the holy fruits and breaking through to Emperor Realm." Shi Yinyu was thrilled. "Many thanks, Lord Father." At this time, the Massacring God's Gate Song Li Tao and Howling Moon Wolf races I Ching flew towards Shi Wushuang with their group of people. When they were within a respectful distance from Shi Wushuang, both stopped and saluted respectfully. "Greetings, Senior Wushuang." Shi Wushuang nodded smilingly, then said, "My 2 nephews look spirited. It seems like both of you have comprehended the Chaos Law, and advancing to Emperor Realm is only a matter of time. Senior Wushuang is overpraising us." Song Li Tao and I Ching responded politely. Compared to the time at Nirvana City more than a decade ago, the Howling Moon Wolf race's I Ching's strength had indeed risen significantly, but because he was injured by Huang Xiaolong, his performance in the Holy Mountain had been less than ideal. Although his injuries had more or less healed, the benefits he had obtained within the Holy Mountain were less than Song Li Tao. Shi Wushuang turned around and looked at the surrounding experts of various forces. He began nonchalantly, "I believe everyone here already knows the reason why I, Shi Wushuang, is here today. Thus, I request all of you to retreat 10 million miles radius away and not interfere in the affairs of my 9 Giant Corpse Tribe, Massacring God's Gate, and Howling Moon Wolf race, or else don't blame me for being rude." An overpowering killing intent surged out from Shi Wushuang's body, frightening the surrounding experts several steps back. The Misty Palace's He Jingyi, Qin Huangzhong, Wu Deng, and the others also quickly led their forces experts to retreat outside of 10 million li radius. At this time, no one dared to throw themselves at the spear tip of the Triad Forces Alliance. In just a few moments, within 10 million li radius from the Holy Mountain, only Tai Yu, Jin Yuan, Fan Hui, Wan Yuqian, and also the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin Hao Ren were left standing, apart from the 9 Giant Corpse Tribe's Triad Alliance force. Standing 10 million li radius away, all the experts watched holding their breaths. Never had they felt so nervous before. There was a heavy tension in the air as a battle was about to break out. This was going to be an epic battle, a battle that could be seen only in a billion years. Desolate Giant Tai Yu stood high in the air, coldly looking at the 9 giant corpse tribe's patriarch Shi Wushuang and his allies. There were more than 200 experts from the 9 giant corpse tribe, massacring God's Gate, Howling Moon Wolf Race, Black Ant Clan, Demonic Bone Clan, and Gu family by Shi Wushuang's side. Other than Song Litao, I Ching, Gu family's young master, the rest were all Emperor Realm experts. Close to 230 Emperor Realm experts, and 1/3 of them were high-level Emperor Realm experts. This lineup, although a bit exaggerated, could flatten everything in its path. But deep down, Taiyu knew that these were not all of the 9 giant corpse, massacring God's Gate, and Howling Moon Wolf Race's Triad Alliance. There had to be more high-level Emperor Realm experts hidden in the surrounding. From the reports he had received, the number of experts hidden in the vicinity was no lesser than 200 people. Taiyu, Jin Yuan, and the others seemed calm on the surface, but inwardly, they were anxious like ants on a hot pan. Although the Netherworld King's organization's experts had also arrived at the Nethersea and were hidden in the surroundings, the Netherworld King's organization's senior and junior commanders numbered around 200 plus. Even counting the 100 high-level Emperor Realm puppet undead Netherguards, they still had less manpower compared to the 9 giant corpse tribe's Triad Alliance. Shi Wushuang stared icily at Taiyu and the others, speaking in an indifferent voice. Taiyu, stop concealing your faces with some disguise techniques. I know it's the 4 of you. Come one, we're old friends. Why won't you welcome me with your true appearance? The 9 giant corpse's patriarch, Shi Wushuang, could recognize Taiyu and the other 3 great commanders. This was naturally because he had seen Taiyu, Jin Yuan, Fan Hui, and Wan Yutian, who were part of the Netherworld King's organization's 10 great commanders, and also battled with them several times in the past. Hearing Shi Wushuang's taunting words, Taiyu and the others merely snorted, but did not say a word. Shi Wushuang was not angered at all by their attitudes. He clasped his hands behind his back and looked upwards at heaven. His eyes glimmered. He too was waiting for Huang Xiaolong to come out. There were only a few hours left until the holy mountain disappeared. There were no more disciples coming out from the holy mountain. It looked like all the surviving disciples had already exited. Of course, there was still Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong was inside heaven at the moment. Others also looked towards heaven following Shi Wushuang's gaze. And for a moment, the Nethersea fell into silence. Misty Palace's female disciple Yufei whispered to He Jingyi, "Young miss, I didn't expect the 9 giant corpse tribe's patriarch Shi Wushuang to actually come personally to kill that Azura noble. That kid's dead for sure." There was obvious gloating in her voice at Huang Xiaolong's impending predicament. For some inexplicable reasons, ever since the Yin-Yang restaurant, she didn't have a good impression about that Azura noble. He Jingyi sighed, "It's a pity such a talent." In her opinion, as good as that Azura noble was, he wasn't going to be able to leave the Nethersea alive. Against an overwhelming stronger power, any amazing talent was useless. A pity indeed. That kid's got 36 holy fruits on him. After he dies, those 36 holy fruits would be wasted. How good would it be if young Miss could get and use those holy fruits? The Misty Palace's female disciple Yufei pouted her mouth, feeling disgruntled. The holy fruits had a very strange attribute. It was only effective when consumed by those who cleared the floor's obstacles. If they were consumed and refined by others, its effects were no different than any other spiritual fruit. In the far distance, one of the Fengdu city's ancestors told Qin Huangzhong, "Young Castellan Lord, that kid must have gotten Grand Mist treasure and numerous top-grade Grand Mist spiritual pills. Are we going to watch them fall into the hands of the 9 giant corpse tribe, massacring God's Gate, and Howling Moon Wolf Race and do nothing?" Qin Huangzhong answered seriously, "Let's wait and see first. But Lord Father has said unless necessary, we do not need to get involved." Although Grand Mist treasure was tempting, Qin Huangzhong was aware that it wasn't easy to grab. A Grand Mist treasure was a hot potato. Even if you got your hands on it, it was no different than putting a target on your back. It was not worth the risk of being besieged from all directions. The people outside discussed between themselves, and each party harbored different intentions, while Huang Xiaolong fully concentrated on absorbing the holy light's energy inside heaven. Huang Xiaolong opened his eyes, and two rays of light shot out from his eyes, seeing past through the heaven and layers of space. In the same instant, heaven and earth seemed to light up. The experts above the Nethersea felt a sharp pain in their eyes from a sudden glaring light, but it disappeared almost instantly, and everyone's sight recovered. What did just happen? What was that glaring light? The experts below were in ruckus. Patriarch Shi Wushuang's eyebrows creased into a faint frown. He had a feeling that this extreme glaring light was somehow related to that Azura noble. That light seemed to contain the brightest radiance energy of heaven and earth. This energy was the bane of all evil and darkness. At this time, a complex expression flitted across Huang Xiaolong's face as he checked his internal condition. 16 wings condensed from holy light energy. This, Huang Xiaolong felt a little speechless. But Huang Xiaolong had gained knowledge after refining and absorbing the holy light energy. The holy mountain and heavenly hall were actually an inheritance left behind by a supreme expert. The person who passed through the 12th floor of the test, refined and absorbed the holy light energy, could inherit the supreme expert's inheritance. Huang Xiaolong didn't know the identity of this supreme expert, except that he was related to the Radiance world. Apart from the divine world, hell, devil world, demon world, and Buddha world, the Radiance world was the strongest among the 100 millions of worlds, which says a lot about the Radiance world's strength. Looks like a trip to the Radiance world is inevitable, Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. The supreme expert had left the other half of the inheritance in the Radiance world. Only after obtaining the other half would the inheritance be considered as complete. Huang Xiaolong stood up from the floor and flew deeper into the heavenly hall. Now, Huang Xiaolong had already advanced to the mid-fifth order heavenly monarch realm. With a flap of his 16 radiance wings, he accelerated forward at an astonishing speed, slightly faster than the speed after he transformed into a primordial divine dragon. This was still the first time Huang Xiaolong used his radiance wings. As Huang Xiaolong familiarized himself with his 16 radiance wings, his speed increased further. A while later, Huang Xiaolong saw a huge altar up ahead of him, and there was only a scepter brimming with extreme radiance. Around the altar in the air stood 14 radiance angels. 2 of these 14 radiance angels had 14 wings. The remaining 12 radiance angels had 12 wings. The 2 radiance angels with 14 wings had the strength of a peak late 10th order Emperor realm, while the remaining 12 radiance angels were all late 10th order Emperor realm. A late 10th order Emperor realm 12-winged radiance angel's battle power was definitely stronger than the late 10th order Emperor realm undead puppet Netherguard. Greetings, Master. Right when Huang Xiaolong reached the altar, the 14 radiance angels knelt down with excited faces and saluted Huang Xiaolong with utmost respect. Huang Xiaolong nodded and had them stand up. These 14 radiance angels were subordinates cultivated by the supreme expert in the past. For so many years, these radiance angels had been waiting loyally in this heavenly hall, guarding the inheritance. After the 14 angels stood up, Huang Xiaolong turned his attention onto the altar. More precisely, to the shiny scepter that was the only item on the altar. There was a surge of excitement in his heart, as this divine radiance scepter was the grand missed treasure left behind by the supreme expert. Moments later, Huang Xiaolong looked at the 14 angels and said, "Assist me in unsealing it." "Yes, Master." The 14 angels complied respectfully. Although Huang Xiaolong could undo the seal on the altar, it would waste too much time, at least 10 days to half a month. But with these 14 angels' assistance, 1 to 2 hours would suffice. Thus, Huang Xiaolong took a step forward and arrived above the divine radiance scepter. The 16 wings on his back spread out beautifully. The moment Huang Xiaolong's 16 wings spread out, a wave of vigorous and extremely pure light energy erupted from his body, sweeping out to every corner of the heavenly hall. A strong feeling of reverence rose in the hearts of the 14 angels when Huang Xiaolong's pure light energy swept over them. All 14 of them were late 10th order heavenly monarch realm and above, and their cultivation realms and strengths were many times higher and stronger than Huang Xiaolong. Despite this, the light and radiance coming from Huang Xiaolong's body gave them a natural feeling of oppression, an oppression from the soul. In the entire universe, it could be said that the light energy from Huang Xiaolong's body was the purest. Thus, in a certain aspect, Huang Xiaolong was the most supreme lord of light. Huang Xiaolong noted the expressions on the 14 angels. Hence, Huang Xiaolong converged the light energy back into his body, and their expressions finally eased up. Now, other than reverence, there was also apprehension in the 14 angels' eyes when they looked at Huang Xiaolong and the 16 wings on his back. The one and only 16 wings. On this heaven and earth, only one person could have 16 wings. This was heaven's law, and the person who possessed 16 wings was their master. A master that was merely a heavenly monarch realm. Threads of rippling light weaved around Huang Xiaolong's 16 wings. Divine runes emerged on the surface of his wings, one after another, rearranging themselves into a supreme radiant array. The runes emitted ripples of bright light that fell on to the divine radiance scepter. The altar below responded immediately, and a 10,000 zhang lightning barrier over the altar crackled endlessly. Seeing this, the 14 angels spread out around Huang Xiaolong, forming a big formation of their own. These radiance angels' 14 and 12 wings spread out, sending their light energy onto Huang Xiaolong's body. Huang Xiaolong was akin to a radiant sun in midair, especially his 16 wings, emitting dazzling and crepuscular rays of light. These rays fell in waves onto the altar below. The radiance seal over the altar thinned at a speed visible to the naked eye under Huang Xiaolong's light energy attack. 10 minutes, 20 minutes. Half an hour gradually turned into 1 hour. The thick lightning barrier over the altar reduced down to 1 zhang, as if it could break and scatter in the next moment. After 1.5 hours, crisp breaking noises sounded as the radiance lightning barrier shattered. The seal's power over the altar scattered into the air. The divine radiance scepter was completely revealed before Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong's eyes lit up in delight looking at the divine radiance scepter that was about 2 meters long. His hand grabbed across space and the divine radiance scepter fell gently into his palm. When the divine radiance scepter fell gently onto his palm, he felt a flesh and blood connection with it, as if the divine radiance scepter was originally a part of his body. As Huang Xiaolong had already accepted the inheritance when refining the heavenly hall's holy light earlier, he did not need to refine the divine radiance scepter to become its owner. Just like how he was able to control the city of eternity to kill the massacring God's Gate's army after obtaining the Lord of Hell's inheritance, he could easily use the power of the divine radiance scepter. Then again, in the whole universe, only he could use the divine radiance scepter's power. The more he looked at it, Huang Xiaolong took a liking to the divine radiance scepter that was enshrouded in a soft halo. Don't know whether it was because the divine radiance scepter was a grand mist treasure, or because it was beautiful and majestic. Huang Xiaolong couldn't find any flaw at all, especially the top of the scepter, which was inlaid with a palm-sized radiance gemstone. He couldn't tell what shape the gemstone was cut into, but it was not round, nor was it square or even oval, but the gemstone was very beautiful. Huang Xiaolong had seen many chaos and grand mist gemstones, but none of them were as beautiful as this light radiance gemstone. The gemstone did not reflect any light, yet it held an allure that captivated the eyes, as if it wasn't enough even if one looked at it for 1,000,000 years. Congratulations, Master! The 14 angels knelt down again as they congratulated Huang Xiaolong. As the 14 angels saw Huang Xiaolong holding the divine radiance scepter in his hands, his image overlapped with the image of their old master in their mind. This brought a burst of joy in their hearts. Stand up, all of you. Huang Xiaolong smiled, clearly showing his good mood. This trip to the holy mountain had not only greatly improved his cultivation, but he had even obtained an inheritance and gained another grand mist treasure. It was a fruitful trip. Lead me where the brilliant sun divine pills are, Huang Xiaolong ordered after the 14 angels got up. The brilliant sun divine pills were top-grade grand mist spiritual pills left behind by the supreme expert. The 14 angels complied respectfully in unison, then flew further into the heavenly hall, leading the way for Huang Xiaolong. They soon arrived at a bright, huge wall. The 14 angels circulated their god force as they pressed their palms against the wall simultaneously. The bright wall shook and then vanished in the next second, and the Radiance Divine Ring flew towards Huang Xiaolong. This Radiance Divine Ring was a top-grade Grand Mist spatial artifact like the Black Dragon Cold Jade Bangle. Huang Xiaolong scooped up the spatial ring with his palm and shrouded in light god force, refining the spatial ring in an instant. With a sweep of his divine sense into the spatial ring, he saw pellets floating within it like a huge cluster of small suns. These were the brilliant sun divine pills, not one more or one less, exactly 1 million of them. 1 million pellets, not bad, SSO. Huang Xiaolong commented. The 14 angels nearly took a tumble hearing Huang Xiaolong's comment. 1 million top-grade Grand Mist spiritual pills were only SOSO. They didn't know about others, but they were certain not even the Heavenly Court's treasury had 1 million top-grade Grand Mist spiritual pills lying around. It's time to go out. The people outside are already anxious from waiting. Huang Xiaolong wore the Radiance Divine Ring on his finger as he said in a meaningful tone and flew straight towards the Heavenly Hall's exit. At the same time, some people who had been waiting above the Nethersea were getting impatient and making a ruckus. Why isn't that brat out yet? Did he find out the three forces have allied to kill him? Does he not dare to come out because of it? The Misty Palace's female disciple Yufei complained. Lord Father, should we deal with them first? Shi Yinyu moved closer to his father Shi Wushuang and asked, referring to Tai Yu's group. Shi Wushuang glanced in the direction of Tai Yu's group and said thoughtfully, let's wait a bit more. He had come over specifically to kill that Azura noble, so others were not so inconsequential. Thus, resolving Tai Yu's group was secondary to his main purpose. Moreover, he did not want to consume too much of the 9 Giant Corpse tribe's manpower. Killing the Azura noble at the smallest cost to the 9 Giant Corpse tribe was the most ideal outcome. Shi Wushuang knew many of those present were calculating similar plots. They were hoping that the 9 Giant Corpse tribe, massacring God's Gate, and Howling Moon Wolf race would suffer heavy losses by going to war against that Azura noble, so they could reap the benefits as fishermen. He didn't want to fulfill these people's wishes. He would act as soon as the Azura noble appeared, killing him with full force blow in the first attack. Then the 9 Giant Corpse tribe would retreat immediately. While these thoughts churned in Shi Wushuang's mind, he suddenly heard a loud shout. Everyone look! Quickly look! Everyone was attracted by this voice and looked up towards the heavenly hall. The ancient building in the air emitted a burst of radiant light that flowed outwards like a pounding waterfall. The radiance intensified as the heavenly hall's entrance opened and a figure flew out from within. Azura noble! It's that Azura noble! Several forces' ancestors exclaimed loudly. The Misty Palace's female disciple Yufei's eyes brightened. She snickered harshly. He has finally realized that it's useless to hide inside. So did he finally brace himself to come out? Misty Palace's He Jingyi frowned at Yufei's attitude and reprimanded her in a low voice. Yufei! Only then did the female disciple Yufei converged herself. That's right, the person who flew out was Huang Xiaolong. Before coming out, he had decided not to have the 14 Radiance Angels to come out together with him. If it wasn't necessary, he didn't want to expose the 14 Radiance Angels' existence. Yet, thus the 14 Radiance Angels were left inside the Heavenly Hall, and they would assist him in attacking through the Heavenly Hall. Although the Heavenly Hall was not a Grand Mist treasure, it was still a top-grade Grand Mist spiritual artifact with powerful attack power that was almost comparable to a Grand Mist treasure. Huang Xiaolong flew out of the Heavenly Hall holding the Divine Radiance Scepter in his hand and slowly descended step by step, amidst the loud talks, gloating, as well as various kinds of gazes. His actions were seemingly slow, but with each step he traversed a great distance. Almost everyone noticed the Divine Radiance Scepter in Huang Xiaolong's hand. That's a Grand Mist treasure. Yes, that Divine Scepter is absolutely a Grand Mist treasure artifact. That palpitating aura can only come from a Grand Mist treasure. Grab that Divine Scepter. These various forces experts were apprehensive of the 9 Giant Corpse tribe, massacring God's Gate, and the Howling Moon Wolf race, but the temptation of a Grand Mist treasure was many times greater. More than a dozen sects' ancestors rushed towards Huang Xiaolong. All of you are seeking death. Several of the 9 giant corpse tribe, massacring God's Gate, and howling moon wolf race's ancestors were outraged seeing these ancestors' actions. So they barked and chased after them. Right at this time, the giant hexagon rune pillar once again appeared below the heavenly hall, rotating at high speed. A world-shattering destructive power flooded out like an angry galaxial river towards the attacking ancestors. The ancestors lunging forward towards Huang Xiaolong turned deathly pale, and their eyes widened with unconcealable fear as they saw the familiar hexagon rune pillar appearing below the heavenly hall. They could feel the pressure coming from the destructive power of the hexagon rune. They had witnessed the horror of this hexagon rune pillar's destructive power. When the heavenly hall had first appeared, quite a few sects' ancestors had tried rushing inside it to grab Grand Mist treasure and top-grade Grand Mist spiritual pills. In the end, this hexagon rune pillar had appeared, and in one attack, it had annihilated and injured several hundred Emperor Realm ancestors. "Run!" Panicked shrieks cut across the air, and their voices contained deep despair and the fear of death. In an instant, those who were lunging towards Huang Xiaolong to grab his Radiance Divine Scepter turned around and fled for their lives without a second thought, fleeing desperately with every shred of energy they had, inwardly wishing they could be faster. The heavenly hall's destructive power arrived almost instantaneously. Its first victim was the ancestor who had shouted for everyone to grab Huang Xiaolong's Grand Mist treasure. He was swallowed by the destructive power in a split second. A scatter of ash. Then another. Experts standing far away quivered and broke out in a cold sweat as they watched several Emperor Realm ancestors reduced into ashes, silently disappearing from the world without a chance to scream. Despite the distance between them and the heavenly hall, the various forces experts made a swift retreat, far, far away. The massacring God's Gate 9 giant corpse tribe and howling moon wolf tribe's ancestors were also struck by the heavenly hall's destructive power, and a dozen of them were reduced to ashes, while 10 or so suffered severe injuries. The gazes falling on Huang Xiaolong and the divine radiance scepter in his hand had changed in these few short moments, and no one dared to rush up anymore. Desolate giant Tai Yu was just about to make a move, but upon seeing that all the enemies were resolved by the heavenly hall's hexagon rune pillar, he heaved a sigh of relief. Together with Jin Yuan and the others, he hastened to Huang Xiaolong's side with an ecstatic expression. Congratulations to Master for clearing the Holy Mountain's 12 floors and obtained the Grand Mist treasure. Huang Xiaolong smiled in return. Congratulations to us. In the meantime, he had already leaped onto the scarlet flame Dark Qilin's back. With a wave of his hand, 4,000 pills appeared in the air, shining brightly as the sun. With another wave, the 4,000 pills divided into 4 groups and flew towards Tai Yu, Jin Yuan, Fan Hui, and Wan Yutian, while Huang Xiaolong explained, "These are the top-grade Grand Mist spiritual pills, the Brilliant Sun Divine pills, for you." The 4 were thrilled and quickly thanked Huang Xiaolong. "Thank you, Master." Others watched with burning desire at the 4,000 Brilliant Sun Divine pills. 4,000 top-grade Grand Mist spiritual pills, ah! How many Hell's super forces couldn't take out this amount of wealth? Huang Xiaolong noticed the greed in the massacring God's Gate 9 giant corpse tribe and howling moon wolf race's experts' eyes, and sneered inwardly. In a little while he would start a heaven-shaking massacre. His gaze was fixed on Shi Wushuang. "Master, that is the 9 giant corpse tribe's patriarch Shi Wushuang," Tai Yu explained to Huang Xiaolong. Realization struck Huang Xiaolong. No wonder this person's aura was so overbearing. So he was the 9 giant corpse tribe's patriarch Shi Wushuang. However, as long as the opponent was not the 9 giant corpse's old ancestor Shi Ming, Huang Xiaolong wasn't worried at all. Shi Wushuang had already retrieved his gaze from the heavenly hall and had fixed it on Huang Xiaolong. His gloomy but sonorous voice rang in the air. "Mid-Fifth Order Heavenly Monarch Realm. Mid-Fifth Order Heavenly Monarch Realm." Only then did the others notice that Huang Xiaolong was already a Mid-Fifth Order Heavenly God Realm, and sucked in a breath of cold air in shock. Even Shi Rinyu, Qin Huangzhong, Song Litao, He Jingyi, and others looked shocked hearing that. Before entering the Holy Mountain, Huang Xiaolong was merely a peak late Second Order Heavenly Monarch. Within 12 years, he had actually broken through to mid-fifth order heavenly monarch realm. The killing intent in Shi Wushuang's eyes intensified. Such an amazing genius must not be allowed to leave the Nethersea alive. Otherwise, it won't take long for him to break through to Emperor Realm, and it would be harder to kill him at that time. At this time, Huang Xiaolong was secretly manipulating the Holy Mountain to sink it back into the Nethersea. He was also sending the Heavenly Hall away through the space crack, creating an illusion for everyone. Time's up. The Holy Mountain has sunk back into the Nethersea. The Heavenly Hall has disappeared too. Some of the 9 giant corpse tribe, massacring God's Gate, and Howling Moon Wolf races experts were delighted noticing the disappearing Heavenly Hall. The last deterrence was gone. Shi Wushuang inwardly sighed in relief after seeing this sight. In all honesty, the destructive power from the Heavenly Hall had given him a great deal of pressure. With the Heavenly Hall out of the way, he had no other scruples to resolve Huang Xiaolong. A glimmer of greed flitted across Shi Wushuang's eyes as he stared at the Radiance Divine Scepter in Huang Xiaolong's hand. 1 billion years had passed since the war between the 9 giant corpse tribe and Heavenly Court. During that time, the 9 giant corpse tribe's only grand mist treasure, the 9 magic mirror, was lost. His tribe had not had another grand mist treasure since then. The 9 giant corpse tribe had been sick at heart about this matter. Shi Wushuang could tell the divine scepter in Huang Xiaolong's hand was at par with the lost 9 magic mirror. If his tribe could get this divine scepter, they didn't need to worry about having insufficient power when attacking the divine world. With this divine scepter, they won't need to fear whether the King of Grand Mist, that old monster, would make a move or not. Adding the divine scepter with their old ancestors' current strength, they definitely could deter the King of Grand Mist. Huang Xiaolong noted Shi Wushuang's fiery gaze on the Radiance Divine Scepter and sneered inwardly. He knew without guessing what Shi Wushuang was thinking. However, Shi Wushuang's fantasy was nothing but fantasy. Even if the 9 giant corpse tribe got their hands on the Radiance Divine Scepter, they won't be able to use its power. Only the person who obtained the Heavenly Hall's inheritance could use the Radiance Divine Scepter's power. Shi Wushuang suppressed the temptation and excitement in his heart as he turned his attention to Desolate Giant Taiyu, Demon King Fan Hui, and the rest. Taiyu, Fan Hui, Jin Yuan, Wan Yutian as the peak late 10th Order Emperor Realm experts. Why would the 4 of you submit to a mere Heavenly Monarch kid? Are you really willing to acknowledge a Heavenly Monarch as your master? Aren't you afraid of being the laughingstock of all cultivators? Hearing Shi Wushuang's words, Taiyu responded indifferently. What? You got some wise opinion. A smile bloomed over Shi Wushuang's face as he replied. It won't be long before Lu Kuan surpasses the Emperor Realm and takes over the Netherworld King's organization and becomes its new master. Lu Kuan is the real new master of the Netherworld King's organization. If you follow Lu Kuan in the future and join our 9 giant corpse tribe's great plan, then you can rule one direction of the universe. Isn't that better than being a slave to a snot-nosed kid? What thing is Lu Kuan? He has the cheek to claim he's the Netherworld King's organization's new master. Azura King Jin Yuan couldn't help snickering with disdain. He's in cahoots with your 9 giant corpse tribe and had betrayed the Netherworld King's organization. So, in our eyes, he's nothing but a traitor to the Netherworld King's organization. He's not even qualified to carry our master's shoes for him. Peng Zhengfei was enraged by Jin Yuan's words. Shi Wushuang raised his hand, stopping Peng Zhengfei from acting whilst looking coldly at Jin Yuan. I gave you for a chance to make a better decision just now. But since you insist on being buried together with this kid, I will fulfill your wish. Shi Wushuang disappeared in a flicker, even before his last word fell, arriving right in front of Huang Xiaolong in an instant. His speed was so fast that Taiyu and the other 3 did not react. Shi Wushuang's palm struck at Huang Xiaolong's chest where his heart was located. This single palm strike contained Shi Wushuang's full force. As he had planned earlier, he was going to kill this Azura noble cleanly and completely in one strike. As long as this Azura noble died, then all the problems they had would vanish. Die! Shi Wushuang's killing intent reached its peak. and an overwhelming corpse qi swallowed heaven and earth. Looking at Shi Wushuang's terrifying corpse qi, the experts in the distance ashened and swiftly retreated even further away in a panic, afraid to come in contact with a strand of corpse qi. Shi Wushuang's corpse qi had reached a shocking degree that it could cause an emperor realm's flesh to rot just from the smallest contamination. More importantly, there was no chance of survival. Watching Shi Wushuang's palm strike aimed at Huang Xiaolong's chest, Tai Yu and the others were shocked and furious, but it was too late for them to stop Shi Wushuang. Bang! Thus, Shi Wushuang's palm landed accurately on Huang Xiaolong's chest, right above his heart. Huang Xiaolong felt tremendous force slamming into his chest, and in the next moment, he was completely thrown off the scarlet flame dark Qilin's back. Time seemed to pass in a slow motion. He could hear Tai Yu and the others' anxious cries and enraged roars. At the moment Huang Xiaolong was thrown off the Qilin's back, he saw the ecstatic gleam in Shi Wushuang's eyes and the wide smile over his face. Scarlet flame dark Qilin Hao Ren roared skywards. His roar was filled with fury, anguish, and boundless killing intent. His hooves stomped hard in the air, and billowing scarlet Qilin flames emerged, threatening to submerge Shi Wushuang. Even the heavens shook under the scarlet flame dark Qilin's wrathful attack. Evil spawn! You want to court death? Then go die together with your master. Shi Wushuang glared at the scarlet flame dark Qilin galloping towards him and snickered coldly. If the scarlet flame dark Qilin had the strength of a 10th order emperor realm, maybe he would be a little more cautious. Merely a mid-4th order emperor realm scarlet flame dark Qilin, he could kill it easily 100 times over. Shi Wushuang raised his palm again. He was about to deal with the scarlet flame dark Qilin, when suddenly, overpowering waves of fist force and palm force swept towards him. Shi Wushuang's heart tightened. Knowing Tai Yu, Fan Hui, and the other two were attacking him, Shi Wushuang could only give up on killing the scarlet flame dark Qilin for now. Even if he was powerful, he did not dare to collide head-on with these four's combined attack. Shi Wushuang didn't even turn around. In a few subtle shifts of his body, he had moved out of harm's way, leaving only several blurry afterimages. Each afterimage seemed to be in a different dimension, and every afterimage didn't seem to be Shi Wushuang's real body. It was as if the real Shi Wushuang had gone. Space-time displacement law, someone among the experts exclaimed. The space-time displacement law was a lost movement technique from the Chaos Grand Mist era. In this split second, Tai Yu, Fan Hui, Jin Yuan, and Wan Yutian's joint attack landed where Shi Wushuang stood, shattering space. Then, their attack destroyed a bigger area, chasing after Shi Wushuang's afterimages. The four people's fist force and palm force shattered several thousand li of space. Space became distorted and unstable. Waves rose 1,000 zhang high on the Nethersea just like when the Holy Mountain had surfaced. The Massacring God's Gate, 9 giant corpse tribe, and Howling Moon Wolf races experts slightly ashen seeing how powerful Tai Yu and the others' joint attack was. In a matter of moments, the four people's fist force and palm force had crushed all of Shi Wushuang's afterimages. But a gray light flickered. Shi Wushuang had appeared amongst the group of 9 giant corpse tribe group. Tai Yu and the others were stupefied. However, they had no time to think how Shi Wushuang had dodged their joint attack. All four of them turned and chased after Huang Xiaolong. Right at this time, people were flying out from various directions. These were the Netherworld King's organization's senior commanders and junior commanders hidden in the surroundings earlier. Tai Yu safely caught Huang Xiaolong's body. Everything had happened too fast. The Misty Palace, Fengdu City, and other forces experts reacted at this time. Looking at Tai Yu holding Huang Xiaolong's limp body, there was a complicated expression on their faces. Fart of a peerless genius, a shit of the first genius in history. Didn't he die a little too fast? He died the moment he came out. The Misty Palace's female disciple Yu Fei mocked, turning her head away dramatically. Other forces experts also shook their heads. As expected, before absolute strength, any peerless genius was useless. Being hit by Shi Wushuang's palm, not to mention a mere heavenly monarch, even a late 10th order emperor realm expert would die like a fish out of water. Everyone had the same opinion, it was impossible for Huang Xiaolong to still be alive. Listening to Yu Fei's words, He Jingyi did not reprimand her this time, but merely sighed inwardly. Truly a pity. For a peerless genius to die like this was indeed a great pity. Even more pity were the 36 holy fruits he had gotten. If she had such an amazing talent, if she was the one who could have gotten the 36 holy fruits, He Jingyi believed a day would come when the Misty Palace would unify Hell's 3 worlds. Although the Misty Palace had always kept a low profile, that did not mean that the Misty Palace was not ambitious. They also had an ambition to rule over Hell. The moment Tai Yu caught Huang Xiaolong, monstrous corpse qi enveloping Huang Xiaolong rushed towards Tai Yu. It moved so fluidly that Tai Yu was left indefensible against it. And in a split second, his hands were contaminated by the corpse qi, turning a toxic greenish-gray. Tai Yu was alarmed. He quickly circulated his god force to suppress the corpse qi invading his body, and gradually expelling it out of his body. In just a few moments, Tai Yu's back was dampened by cold sweat. Master, master! The 4 of them called out to Huang Xiaolong tirelessly, trying to wake Huang Xiaolong up. But Huang Xiaolong's eyes remained close. His flesh had turned a ghastly greenish-gray, and his breathing had weakened rapidly. Tai Yu and the others were more anxious than the ants on a hot pan. All 4 of them were aware that Huang Xiaolong had obtained the Lord of Hell's inheritance, making him the new Lord of Hell. Hence, Huang Xiaolong won't die so easily. But their confidence was shattered after witnessing the power of Shi Wushuang's full-force attack. Shi Wushuang was not an average Emperor Realm expert. From the distance, Shi Wushuang watched his corpse qi corroding Huang Xiaolong's body and weakening his vitality. He smiled triumphantly. Lord Father, should we grab the divine scepter from his hand right now? Shi Yinyu cautiously asked Shi Wushuang. Shi Wushuang smiled and shook his head, reassuring his son. There is no hurry. Once that kid dies, the divine scepter can only be ours. He looked at Song Li Tao and I Ching a few steps away, and asked, 2 nephews, you have no objections, right? Song Li Tao's expression was slightly awkward as he forced a smile and replied, of course not. I Ching nodded in agreement. Shi Wushuang was very pleased with their answers, thus smiled and reassured them, don't worry. Other than that divine scepter, all the top-grade Grand Mist spiritual pills and low-grade Chaos Spirit stones will be divided equally between our 3 parties. Song Li Tao and I Ching secretly sighed in relief hearing that. Both smiled and thanked Shi Wushuang. Many thanks, Senior Wushuang. But, Father, it's strange. That kid took a full hit from you. But why didn't his body explode? Also, he is still breathing and has heartbeats. Shi Yinyu suddenly commented. Even though Huang Xiaolong's vitality was seeping away and his heartbeat was extremely weak, close to non-existent, Huang Xiaolong was still alive. In truth, Shi Wushuang had noticed this strange point early on. He pondered slightly then said, at the same instant my palm struck that kid's chest, I sensed a mysterious power in his body. Moreover, I can feel that his physical body is really strong, so it's not strange when you take these things into consideration. Then again, he was hit by my full-force palm strike. Even for an early 10th Order Emperor Realm expert, there is only death. He won't live. Shi Wushuang was very confident in the power of his attack. Or, more accurately, he had always been very confident of his own strength. Not even Tai Yu's group could be unscathed if hit by that palm strike when caught off guard. Shi Wushuang was enjoying himself watching Tai Yu and the others in a panic and grief. After enjoying this scene for a bit, he spoke. Tai Yu, Jinyuan, that kid took a hit from my palm. Death is certain. If you change your mind about serving him, I can give you another chance. Hand over that kid's corpse, and I will let you leave peacefully. Tai Yu and the others glared ferociously at Shi Wushuang hearing that, and a murderous aura swirled violently around them. Right at this time, when Shi Wushuang and everyone else was certain that Huang Xiaolong was going to breathe his last breath, a strange pounding noise that seemed to come from nature itself sounded in their ears. At first, these pounding noises sounded like muffled thunder, but these soon grew louder, as if coming from the sky and the earth at the same time. The entire space was taken over by this pounding noise. Not only the experts above the Nethersea heard this pounding noise, but every single expert in Hell's 3 worlds heard it, and it grew even louder in their ears. The space around them seemed to vibrate with every beat. People looked up towards Hell's sky. This sounds like a heart beating? Hell has a heartbeat. One of the Fengdu city's ancestors murmured in astonishment. What is this? What's going on here? Why are there heartbeats? Another ancestor was half-shrieking in fluster. The heartbeat of hell. Shi Wushuang thought of something suddenly, and his eyes narrowed looking at Huang Xiaolong. He saw Huang Xiaolong's chest rise and fall where his heart was like a great sea. Huang Xiaolong's heart was beating with vigor, and his heartbeat matched the pounding noises and vibration of the entire hell. Could it be? Shi Wushuang's eyes widened with dread for the first time, as if he had just seen a terrifying existence. As he shrieked the words, Shi Wushuang's behavior baffled other experts. Hence, everyone turned their attention towards Huang Xiaolong. At this time, they noticed Huang Xiaolong's powerful beating heart. This kid's. His heart's beating so fast and so strong. What's happening? He isn't dead yet. After taking that attack from the 9 giant corpse tribe's patriarch, he's still not dead. A Misty Palace's ancestor screamed in bewilderment. Everyone's eyes widened like they were watching something unbelievable, and their mouths were agape. However, they still had not thought of what Shi Wushuang had. After all, that legend was older than most could remember, and many Emperor Realm ancestors didn't think of it at the moment. But Qin Huangzhong obviously reached the same conclusion as Shi Wushuang did, and like Shi Wushuang, he shrieked in dread, "The heart of hell! The heart of hell!" This time, the words seemed to contain indescribable power. The 4 directions went deathly quiet in an instant. Is the heart of hell? His heart is the heart of hell. A lifeless sex ancestor yelled with desperation. What is the heart of hell? Some other ancestors asked their companions in confusion, not realizing what was going on. The heart of hell is hell's heart. In the legends, the person who obtains the heart of hell is acknowledged by hell, and he is our new master, hell's new master. The same lifeless sex ancestor explained. In other words, he is the Lord of Hell. The Lord of Hell. All the experts above the Nethersea were stunned, dazed, and stupefied. This Azura noble was their Lord of Hell, the master of all of them? Then just now, Shi Wushuang, the 9 giant corpse tribe's patriarch, had tried to kill the Lord of Hell? Kill their master? The Misty Palace's He Jingyi and the female disciple Yu Fei's cherry lips were agape in a big O shape. Suddenly, radiant rays of holy light shone from Huang Xiaolong's body. The corpse qi that enveloped his body was immediately purified by this holy light in the blink of an eye. What kind of light energy is this? It actually scattered away Shi Wushuang's corpse qi. An ancestor exclaimed in shock. At Shi Wushuang's level of strength, there was almost nothing powerful enough between heaven and earth to scatter away Shi Wushuang's corpse qi. This light energy feels like the holy light from the heavenly hall and holy mountain? Another ancestor exclaimed in surprise at his discovery. Right at this time, the holy light from Huang Xiaolong's body erupted like a volcano, reaching the firmament, its radiance shining on every inch over the Nethersea, similar to the daylight in the divine world. Gasps of shock rang above the Nethersea. Huang Xiaolong's downward spiraling vitality took a turn, growing stronger in the blink of an eye. A few moments later, Huang Xiaolong opened his eyes. A glaring light shone from his eyes, hurting others' eyes. Huang Xiaolong slowly got up and moved his limbs to loosen his stiff muscles while checking his internal condition. After confirming that there was nothing out of sorts with his body, Huang Xiaolong was at ease. Even so, he felt cold sweat dampen his back. Luckily for him, Shi Wushuang's palm strike had targeted his heart. Had it been another part, Huang Xiaolong was sure that his true dragon physique wouldn't have been able to withstand the power of Shi Wushuang's attack. Another fortunate thing was that it was Shi Wushuang instead of the 9 giant tribe's old ancestor Shi Ming. If it would have been Shi Ming, he would be lining up for reincarnation even if he had the heart of hell. Thankfully, he had also gotten the heavenly hall's inheritance. Only the heavenly hall's holy light energy could scatter off Shi Wushuang's dense corpse qi in such a short time, or he would have gotten bedridden for several months. That was a more optimistic estimation. Huang Xiaolong ignored Shi Wushuang and the surrounding Misty Palace, Fengdu City, and other forces experts' gazes. He looked at the 5 new faces that stood by Tai Yu, Fan Hui, Jin Yuan, and Wan Yutian's sides. You are the other 5 great commanders? This was the first question Huang Xiaolong asked. This subordinate is Jiang Fenghuang. This subordinate is He Lianfeng. Subordinate, Song Mingtian. Subordinate Yi Fei. Subordinate Pang De. Greetings, Master. The 5 took a step forward and knelt on a single knee as they saluted Huang Xiaolong respectfully. They were the remaining 5 of the 10 great commanders. Apart from Lu Kuan, all the Netherworld Kings organization's great 10 commanders had gathered. The 200-plus Netherworld Kings organization's senior commanders and junior commanders around the 9 great commanders also knelt in the air and saluted Huang Xiaolong. Their rumbling voices reached the 9th heaven. Huang Xiaolong had Jiang Fenghuang, He Lianfeng, and the rest stand up. Only then did his gaze fell onto the 9 Yin giant corpse tribe's patriarch Shi Wushuang. Shi Wushuang concealed his feelings very well, but Huang Xiaolong still detected the fleeting trepidation in Shi Wushuang's eyes. It looked like Shi Wushuang was frightened by his heart of hell, and he still had not recovered. Huang Xiaolong's gaze moved from Shi Yinyu to Song Litao, Peng Jingfei, the 9 Yin giant corpse tribe, Massacring God's Gate, Howling Moon Wolf Race, Gu Family, Black Ant Clan, and lastly to Demonic Bone Clan's experts. Shi Yinyu, Song Litao, Peng Zhengfei, and the others guiltily avoided Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Shi Wushuang's reaction was hardly strange. After discovering that Huang Xiaolong was the new Lord of Hell, no matter how much he wanted Huang Xiaolong to die, he no longer had the same confidence. The Lord of Hell was Hell's most honorable lord. On the other hand, regardless of their identities or strength, they were nothing but his subjects in front of Huang Xiaolong. While everyone was enveloped in a heavy atmosphere, the Ghost World's Heaven Sacrificial City's young Lord Ji Chun suddenly led the Heaven Sacrificial City's experts. He flew out from the large crowd of people from a distance until he came in front of Huang Xiaolong. Ji Chun first saluted. Ji Chun greets Your Majesty, the Nether King. Greetings, Your Majesty, the Nether King. The Heaven Sacrificial City's experts all saluted with sonorous voices. The Lord of Hell had another title of Your Majesty, the Nether King. Subsequently, the Spirit's World's Golden Corpse Temple's Temple Master Ma Chun led the Golden Corpse Temple's experts and knelt before Huang Xiaolong. Greetings, Your Majesty, the Nether King. The Spirit's World's Clear Heart Sect and Fumu Faction's experts, as well as the Blood Sea Cult, Copper Ghost Cult, and others from the Ghost World all approached Huang Xiaolong and saluted on one knee, lauding Your Majesty, the Nether King. The Ghost World's Heaven Sacrificial City, Blood Sea Cult, Copper Ghost Cult, and Spirits World's Clear Heart Sect and Fumu Faction were originally forces under the Netherworld Kings organization, but no one knew about it. However, seeing the Heaven Sacrificial City, Blood Sea Cult, Copper Ghost Cult, and others submit to Huang Xiaolong, other forces' chiefs, patriarchs, and experts followed, flying out to salute Huang Xiaolong as a sign of their loyalty. Jia demonic cult leader Mao Shu salutes Your Majesty, the Nether King. The Jia demonic cult was one of Azura World's top 30 super forces. Six Eyes Sect's sect chief Lu Yu greets Your Majesty, the Nether King. The Six Eyes sect was among the top 40 super forces of the spirit world. One after another Hell super forces submitted to Huang Xiaolong, and soon there were 40 to 50 super forces who proclaimed their loyalty to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong was the Lord of Hell, hence he was naturally their most supreme leader. In these sect chiefs, leaders, and patriarchs' eyes, they were subjects, and it was granted that they serve the Lord of Hell with loyalty. Even though many super forces had proclaimed their loyalty to Huang Xiaolong, there were even more forces who were hesitant, as they watched this situation from afar. Shi Wushuang had been paying attention to the number of super forces standing on Huang Xiaolong's side, and his expression grew uglier by the second. The flow of events had greatly strayed from his plans and imagination. Even though none of these super forces that went to Huang Xiaolong's side were amongst the top 10 in Hell's 3 worlds, Their combined strengths posed a threat to the 9 giant corpse tribe. Go! Shi Wushuang bellowed suddenly, issuing a retreat order to the 9 giant corpse tribe's experts. As soon as Shi Wushuang gave his order, the 9 giant corpse tribe's experts promptly turned and fled. While the others were dumbfounded by the 9 giant corpse tribe's action, Shi Wushuang suddenly disappeared in a flicker. When he appeared again, he was once again right in front of Huang Xiaolong. No one knew when a bone sword appeared in his hands, with a sharp blade made of pure white bones. Die! The tip of Shi Wushuang's bone sword was aimed between Huang Xiaolong's eyebrows. He had ordered the 9 giant tribe to retreat in order to distract Huang Xiaolong, Taiyu, and the others. On the other hand, instead of fleeing, he pulled a second attempt to kill Huang Xiaolong. This time, he was not aiming for Huang Xiaolong's heart, but in between his eyebrows. The bone sword was forged from an archdevil's arm bone, and it was deathly sharp. Driven by Shi Wushuang, not even a peak late 10th Order Emperor Realm expert could escape the fate of being stabbed through the head. His bone sword would pierce through Huang Xiaolong's head in less than a split second and come out from the back of the head. At the same time when his bone sword would pierce through Huang Xiaolong's head, Shi Wushuang intended to shatter Huang Xiaolong's soul, killing him in an instant. After that, he intended to grab Huang Xiaolong's heart of hell. The heart of hell. As long as he got the heart of hell. Then, within his years of accumulation, Shi Wushuang was confident that he could surpass the Emperor Realm on the spot. Shi Wushuang's second assassination attempt came as a shock to everyone, even desolate giant Taiyu, and the others did not think Shi Wushuang would pull such a stunt. But this time, Huang Xiaolong had been vigilant. Almost at the same time Shi Wushuang made his move, Huang Xiaolong threw out the City of Eternity faster than his brain could react. 100 high-level Emperor Realm undead puppet nether guards flew out. Simultaneously, the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool and Black Tortoise Lightning Pool between Huang Xiaolong's eyebrows roared to life. When the City of Eternity flew out from Huang Xiaolong's body, it was smaller than dust particles, the naked eye could see. It expanded in an instant to the size of a fist. Driven by the power of 100 undead puppet nether guards, erupted a world-destroying power. In this eruption of power, the City of Eternity was akin to a sun's core, radiant to the extreme, as resplendent rays reached the void, shaking the heavens. The City of Eternity met head-on with Shi Wushuang's bone sword at startling speed. Shi Wushuang felt sharp pain in his eyes from the City of Eternity's glaring lights. Zhang. His bone sword and the City of Eternity violently collided. In this split second, a tragic howl came from the archdevil bone sword, sounding both beast-like and human, yet not. It was a howl of tortured pain, relief, fury, and fear all rolled into one. Shi Wushuang felt an intense jolt of pain in his arm that was holding the archdevil bone sword, as if his whole arm had crashed into a hard chaos barrier. He nearly loosened his grip on the archdevil bone sword. The impact threw his body backward and he staggered uncontrollably. Lightning streaked out from Huang Xiaolong's forehead, and Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning and Chaos Black Tortoise Lightning power formed one golden and one black bright lightning streaks. 2 streaks of lightning zapped straight to Shi Wushuang's heart. The heart was always a person's weakest and most fragile point. This was the same reason why Shi Wushuang had chosen to attack Huang Xiaolong's heart during his first attack. Shi Wushuang had yet to stabilize himself from the collision with the City of Eternity, when the 2 streaks of lightning attack arrived in front of him. At the moment of imminent peril, Shi Wushuang screamed. His hand turned the archdevil bone sword horizontal with the sword's body facing forward. Black light burst out from the sword, forming runes of a sword wall array to block the 2 streaks of lightning. Z. Loud crackling and sizzling noises echoed endlessly. The Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool and Chaos Black Lightning Pool were part of the universe's 9 Chaos Lightning Pools. It was granted that they were powerful. However, Huang Xiaolong's own strength was still lacking, thus his attack was parried off by Shi Wushuang. But the City of Eternity enlarged in the next moment into a huge chaos city extending for several million li radius, casting a shadow over Shi Wushuang. 100 undead race puppet nether guards used their full power. Destructive power gathered and roiled above the city of eternity, falling down on Shi Wushuang like a great flood from the city of eternity. Shi Wushuang raised his head, looking at the city of eternity that cast a shadow over the sky. Looking at the 100 undead puppet nether guards above the city of eternity, he turned deathly pale. Under 100 undead puppet nether guards full force manipulating the city of eternity, their attack force had surpassed the power of an Emperor Realm expert. If Shi Wushuang was hit with this attack, even if he didn't die, he would still suffer severe injuries. But Shi Wushuang snickered, opened his mouth, and he sucked like a whale sucking water. Streams of corpse chi rushed towards him from far away through the void and entered his body. Shi Wushuang's body grew big rapidly as he sucked in these streams of corpse chi that were coming in from everywhere, turning him into a giant over 1,000 zhang tall. A giant with terrifying and boundless corpse chi swirling around him. From afar, Shi Wushuang looked like a giant corpse that had flown out from an ancient corpse. Dark green corpse chi twined around his giant body. The Yellow Springs Infernal, Emperor Corpse's Destroyer Fist. Shi Wushuang bellowed and punched towards the city of eternity above him. Dense green corpse chi condensed into a raging river, and roiling waves splashed forth, colliding violently with the city of eternity's destructive power. Boom! A resounding explosion shook the whole Nethersea, jarring all the experts' thoughts to a standstill. The world fell into darkness from this collision, and space cracks emerged as nature risked crumbling. Violent chaotic airflow added to the mayhem. The Nethersea's seabed sunk deeper from the aftershock with tidal waves splashing high into the air. Some experts that dodged too slow were struck by the sea waves. Immediately, tragic screams echoed above the Nethersea, while others were implicated by the city of eternity's destructive power and exploded into blood mists. Even some fleeing experts of the 9 giant corpse tribe massacring God's Gate and Howling Moon Wolf race were sent into disarray. Struck by the city of eternity's attack, Shi Wushuang spiraled downwards to the Nethersea. His blood surged back from the overwhelming impact and, puff, he couldn't hold back from vomiting a big mouthful of blood. Others who noticed this sight were stupefied. Shi Wushuang was injured. The person hailed as the spirit's world's strongest person after the 9 giant corpse tribe's old ancestor Shi Ming, Shi Wushuang, who was close to surpassing the Emperor Realm, was injured. Everyone looked up at the huge ancient city in the air, and the 100 undead race puppet nether guards around it. Grand missed treasure. Those are the undead race, 100 undeads. Moreover, all of them are high-level emperors and above. That one with the most powerful aura is the same late 10th Order Emperor Realm undead expert who had appeared at the Azura Gate headquarters. Isn't he? The various forces experts exclaimed in shock. The Misty Palace's He Jingyi, Fengdu City's Qin Huangzhong, Peng Zhengfei, Dark Rock family, and others turned solemn and slightly pale. Since Huang Xiaolong's battle at Azura Gate headquarters, almost everyone in Hell had known that there were 10 peak late 10th Order Emperor Realm undead puppets by Huang Xiaolong's side. But who would have thought that the undead puppets by Huang Xiaolong's side was not 10? There were 100 of them. Others were still in shock when the city of eternity buzzed, akin to an immemorial devilish city that had arrived across distant time and space, emitted rings of palpitating lights. These light rings were redder than blood, and felt like a corpse, like the devil, and also like God, those merciless entities who were incapable of feeling emotions. The city of eternity smashed onto Shi Wushuang a second time. To take your life while you're sick. Lord Father! Seeing this, Shi Yu, who had fled some distance away, screamed in grief and fury. Do something! Hurry! Save the Patriarch! Immediately, the fleeing 9 giant corpse tribe's experts turned around and attacked. Some targeted Huang Xiaolong, others aimed their attacks at the city of eternity. But Song Litao and I Ching hesitated to act. Clearly, if they continued to flee at this point, their own forces would definitely be targeted by the 9 giant corpse tribe in the future. Kill! After a brief moment of hesitation, Song Litao gritted his teeth, then began attacking Huang Xiaolong. The Howling Moon Wolf race's young lord I Ching and his group could only return and join the battle. Huang Xiaolong sneered. What he wanted was the 9 giant corpse tribe, massacring God's Gate, and Howling Moon Wolf Race's experts to stay, and since they dared to return, they were walking right in his trap without an exit. Be buried here. Huang Xiaolong issued an order to Tai Yu and the others. Don't care about me. Kill all of them for me. Yes, master. Tai Yu and the other 9 great commanders led the Netherworld King's organization's senior and junior commanders out to face Song Litao and I Ching's groups. Then Huang Xiaolong ordered the Jia demonic cult leader Mao Shu, Six Eyes sect chief Lu Yu, and other super forces chiefs and patriarchs. Any sect that kills a high-level emperor realm from the 9 giant corpse tribe massacring God's Gate, or Howling Moon Wolf Race will be rewards with 1 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. Kill 1 high-level Emperor Realm and be rewarded with 1 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. Even He Jingyi, Qin Huangzhong, and other forces experts sucked in a breath of cold air, as they were severely tempted. 1 high-level Emperor Realm was 1 million, 10 was equivalent to 10 million, then wasn't 100 Emperor Realm. 100 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. So rich and imposing. Not your average kind of rich. Not even the Misty Palace or the Fengdu City could boast so much wealth with their treasuries combined. Yet Huang Xiaolong sonorously promised such lucrative reward in public. The Jia demonic cult leader Mao Shu, Six Eyes sect chief Lu Yu, and the others were momentarily dazed at Huang Xiaolong's words, but excitement soon took over. All of them saluted respectfully to Huang Xiaolong and replied, "As your majesty, the Nether King has ordered." Mao Shu, Lu Yu, and the others were sincere in proclaiming their loyalty to Huang Xiaolong, and now they could earn 1 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones by killing high-level Emperor Realm experts. This was truly pleasant surprise for them. Without delay, the Jia demonic cult leader Mao Shu, Six Eyes sect chief Lu Yu, and other chiefs and patriarchs all waved their hands, signaling the experts of their own groups to join in the fray in killing the 9 giant corpse tribe, massacring God's Gate, and Howling Moon Wolf Race. Their actions were swift, as if they were afraid that others would snatch their rewards if they were too slow. Moreover, all of them tactfully targeted those high-level Emperor Realm experts. A sudden thunderous boom attracted everyone's attention. Shi Wushuang's body expanded again. His giant fists punched and collided with the City of Eternity again. But Shi Wushuang was thrown backwards again from the impact, blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. He wiped off the blood from his mouth. He looked at the bloodstains on his fingers, and his murderous aura soared. How many years has it been since he last suffered any injuries? How many years since anyone was capable of injuring him? But now, today, he was injured once, twice, and even a third time. Shi Wushuang looked at the City of Eternity, then glared ferociously at Huang Xiaolong. Without warning, he punched out at Huang Xiaolong. His first force whistled across space, rumbling like thunder as it swept away everything in its path. However, the City of Eternity dropped from high air, blocking Shi Wushuang's fist force. Shi Wushuang's fist force hit the wall of the City of Eternity. The City of Eternity hummed in protest but remained immovable as it blocked the attack in front of Huang Xiaolong. After seeing this result, Shi Wushuang was enraged, but he also felt helpless at the same time. Those 100 high-level Emperor Realm undeads were more than enough to deal with him, and with Grand Mist Treasure Giant City, all his advantages were suppressed. A piercing scream cut across the Nethersea. Shi Wushuang turned to look and saw Mao Shu's fist punched into the heart of one of the 9 giant corpse tribe's high-level Emperor Realm ancestors. Then, attacks from the Jia demonic cult experts fell onto the 9 giant corpse tribe's ancestor like falling leaves. Seeing this, Shi Wushuang's eyes turned scarlet with wrath. Jia demonic cult, how dare you kill my 9 giant corpse tribe's ancestor? I'll destroy your cult. Whoever dares to kill one person from my tribe, I'll kill your 9 generations. Shi Wushuang's roar reached every corner of the Nethersea. His threat caused others to hesitate. However, the Jia demonic cult leader Mao Shu laughed wantonly and retaliated. Shi Wushuang, your 9 giant corpse tribe dare to rebel, attacking His Majesty, the Nether King. That is like standing on the opposite side of the entire Hell's 3 worlds. Any one of us can kill your 9 giant corpse tribe's experts for that. Shi Wushuang's eyes sparked with fury. On any other day, A mere Jia demonic cult wouldn't have even qualified to carry his shoes. You are courting death. Shi Wushuang slashed out with his archdevil bone sword. A sword light flew straight towards Mao Shu's head. Jia demonic cult leader Mao Shu's heart tightened with dread. Seeing the sword light was that close to piercing a hole through Mao Shu's head. A bright light flashed. Everyone saw the city of eternity appear and blocked the sword light attack for Mao Shu. Shi Wushuang felt an impulse to vomit blood seeing his attack was blocked once again. It seemed like these 100 undeads were dead stuck on him. And Shi Wushuang was right. The 100 high-level Emperor Realm undeads were indeed locked onto him. This was the order Huang Xiaolong had given them. Their task was to solely attack Shi Wushuang and kill him. In Huang Xiaolong's mind, as long as Shi Wushuang was dealt with, others were less of a trouble. Huang Xiaolong looked at the Misty Palace, Fengdu City, and other forces experts that were still watching from a distance, and an idea came to him. No matter who, as long you kill a mid-level Emperor Realm from the 9 Giant Corpse Tribe, Massacring God's Gate, or the Howling Moon Wolf Race, you will be rewarded 500,000 low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. Killing one mid-level Emperor Realm would be rewarded with 500,000 low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. In a moment, those that had been watching from the sidelines were stirred to act. Even the Misty Palace's He Jingyi and Fengdu City's Qin Huangzhong were tempted. 500,000 low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. Killing a mid-level Emperor Realm was much easier than killing a high-level Emperor Realm expert. Moreover, killing 2 mid-level Emperor Realm meant 1 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. Kill 10, then it was 5 million. All Purple Mountain Sect's experts listen up. The Massacring God's Gate tried to assassinate His Majesty, the Nether King. This is a crime punishable by genocide, intolerable by Hell's 3 worlds. Experts of Purple Mountain Sect, kill them. Finally, the Purple Mountain Sect's chief, Inauthentic, gave in to temptation and shouted. As he finished saying his words, he led the attack and rushed into the group of Massacring God's Gate's mid-level Emperor Realm experts. The Purple Mountain Sect's experts followed closely behind Inauthentic, attacking ferociously. The Purple Mountain Sect ranked in the top 20 of Azura World's super forces. The Purple Mountain Sect's chief, Inauthentic, was a peak mid-10th Order Emperor Realm expert. Thus it didn't take him much time to kill a Massacring God's Gate's ancestor. Song Li Tao was furious seeing this. Young lord, let's leave here first. I'll escort you. Massacring God's Gate's ancestor Lu Tianyuan tried to persuade Song Li Tao seeing the current situation. He wanted to retreat first. It was clear to Lu Tianyuan that, if they didn't leave now, it would be too late. If it were merely the Netherworld King's organization and the 100 undeads, the Massacring God's Gate, Howling Moon Wolf Race, and 9 Giant Corpse Tribe wouldn't have fallen to such a state. But now, being besieged from all around, it was only a matter of time before the 3 Forces Alliance suffered a great defeat. Fine, let's go. Song Li Tao was also a decisive character. He suppressed the fury in his heart and nodded. Without delay, Lu Tianyuan and several of Massacring God's Gate's high-level Emperor Realm experts escorted Song Li Tao away. However, Huang Xiaolong had been paying attention to Song Li Tao, Shi Yinyu, and I Ching. Therefore, when Song Li Tao made a move to leave, Huang Xiaolong noticed it immediately. Looking at the escaping Song Li Tao, Huang Xiaolong sneered. He naturally was not going to let Song Li Tao leave the Nether Sea. It was time he served up the meal he had prepared for these people. Huang Xiaolong's palms faced upwards towards the void and made a grabbing gesture. Immediately, a hole opened up in the sky right above Song Li Tao's group. Countless golden rays shone out from the hole. All darkness, corpse chi, blood chi, and devil chi dispersed before this golden light. Everyone looked up in shock. Something huge was descending from the huge hole. When everyone saw what that something was, everyone was stupefied. It's the Heavenly Hall. Didn't the Holy Mountains event end? Why is the Heavenly Hall appearing again? That's right, the descending entity was the Heavenly Hall that had disappeared silently earlier. While everyone was still bewildered, a familiar hexagon rune pillar appeared below the Heavenly Hall. The hexagon rune pillar rotated at high speed and the destructive power that had sent a chill down everyone's spine appeared again. It headed straight at Song Litao, Lu Tianyuan, and the rest of the Massacring Gods Gates group. These rays of light were extremely radiant, glaring, and dazzling. Song Litao looked up at the heavenly hall. His pupils dilated as he saw the golden hexagon rune pillar above their heads and sensed the overwhelming destructive power flooding. "No!" Song Litao screamed in horror. His speed accelerated, mustering all the energy in his body as he fled desperately for his dear life. He threw out every skill and method that he could think of to run out from the hexagon rune pillar's coverage. But Lu Tianyuan made no action of escaping. He roared at the others, "Protect the young lord!" His arms enlarged in the blink of an eye, and blood chi gurgled madly under his skin. Lu Tianyuan suddenly flew up, striking a punch towards the heavenly hall, towards the golden hexagon rune pillar. He was attempting to parry the hexagon rune pillar's attack to seize time for Song Litao's escape. Although Lu Tianyuan knew very well that his strength was insufficient to block the hexagon rune pillar's attack, he still did so. His loyalty made others lament. The other Massacring Gods Gates ancestors also threw their most powerful attacks at the heavenly hall. In this split second, their attacks collided with the golden hexagon rune pillar's destructive power. Against the golden light, Lu Tianyuan and the other ancestors' attacks were less than fragile, akin to a tsunami splashing onto stones and sand on the beach, drowning their attack away. Without any delay, the golden light's destructive power submerged over Lu Tianyuan and the other ancestors. The early 8th Order Emperor realm Lu Tianyuan didn't even get a chance to scream before he was purified by the hexagon rune pillar, then vanished from the world. Gone with Lu Tianyuan were several other Massacring Gods Gates ancestors. Although everyone had expected this ending, witnessing it with their own eyes once again greatly amplified the fear in their hearts. Even though the Heavenly Hall was not at the same level as a Grand Mist treasure, as a top-grade Grand Mist spiritual artifact, the Heavenly Hall possessed immeasurable radiance light energy which was the bane of all things in hell. To top it off, there were also the 14 late 10th Order Emperor realm and above radiance angels driving the Heavenly Hall from inside. To the experts of hell, the Heavenly Hall's destructive power was comparable to the city of eternity driven by 100 undead nether guards. Don't forget, amongst the 14 radiance angels, there were 2 legendary 14-winged radiance angels. Not to mention that both of them had the strength of peak late 10th Order Emperor realm. Just these 2 14-winged radiance angels' power was enough to deal with an existence like Shi Wushuang. Even an existence like Shi Wushuang couldn't fully withstand a blow from the Heavenly Hall driven by the 2 14-winged radiance angels. Then what's more for someone weaker than Shi Wushuang? For someone like Lu Tianyuan? This was also the reason why the Heavenly Hall could kill and injure more than a dozen Emperor Realm ancestors in one attack. After the hexagon rune pillar's golden destructive power swallowed up Lu Tianyuan and other ancestors, it headed straight to Song Litao at unimaginable speed and soon caught up to him. Song Litao was gripped by terror looking at the golden destructive power coming at him, and shrieked in panic, "I!" But he disappeared under the golden light before another word was uttered. Without any suspense, Song Litao was purified and turned into ashes in less than the blink of an eye. However, at the last moment before Song Litao completely turned into ashes, a loud buzzing noise sounded within the golden light as another blue-green light erupted. Even the Heavenly Hall's golden light could not drown out this blue-green light. A fog escaped from the sea of golden light. A moment later, everyone saw clearly what this fog within the blue-green light was. It was a godhead, a huge godhead about 400,000 li in diameter. This huge blue-green godhead exuded a strong corpse chi, as well as shocking blood chi along extreme darkness. The superiority from the godhead seemed to stand above any nobility. "King of Supreme Godhead!" Several ancestors exclaimed aloud. That's right. It was a king of supreme godhead, Song Litao's godhead. No matter how radiant the Heavenly Hall's golden light was, or its purification power, it was unable to entirely purify Song Litao's king of supreme godhead in those few moments, much less annihilating Song Litao's soul within his godhead. On the surface of Song Litao's king of supreme godhead were dense runes exuding an inextinguishable aura. Those runes were inextinguishable runes. Inextinguishable runes covered the entire surface of Song Litao's king of supreme godhead 100%. It was no doubt that Song Litao, who was hailed as one of Azura World's most talented younger generation geniuses, was amazingly talented. However, the Heavenly Hall's golden destructive power continued to smash at the surface of Song Litao's godhead. Therefore, the inextinguishable runes covering the surface of Song Litao's godhead were quickly becoming patchy. Once these inextinguishable runes were completely destroyed, Song Litao's godhead would lose its most essential layer of protection, and from there, he won't be far away from death. Netherworld King's organization. The feud between us, massacring God's Gate, is absolutely irreconcilable. From inside the Godhead, Song Litao's voice howled as he struggled for his life. Hurry! Save the young lord! Several massacring God's Gate's ancestors shouted fiercely as they fought desperately against the Heavenly Hall. However, these massacring God's Gate's ancestors' efforts were futile. They were unable to break free at all. Even if one or two of them managed to disentangle themselves, their attacks couldn't even make a dent in the Heavenly Hall. The Heavenly Hall's golden hexagon rune pillar rotated even faster. Numerous rays of golden light flew out, intensifying the attacks on Song Litao. His screams reverberated in the air as the layer of inextinguishable runes were smashed into nothing. I can't die like this, Song Litao roared with despair. Then, there was nothing else. No more screams. In the end, Song Litao, a king of supreme godhead genius, was killed. Waves of shock struck everyone's heart. There was disbelief in their widened eyes. Song Litao was a king of supreme godhead the massacring God's Gate's young lord the successor to the massacring God's Gate's chief position. The massacring God's Gate was a hegemon with the great ambition of unifying the Azura world. Song Litao, the genius young lord of massacring God's Gate, was dead now. Killed by another. Huang Xiaolong looked at Song Litao's remaining king of supreme godhead and reached to collect it without hesitation. His archdevil supreme godhead roared as it madly devoured it. God force flooded out from the godhead. Merely a while later, all the God force and chaos law within Song Litao's godhead were cleanly absorbed by Huang Xiaolong. A crack appeared on Song Litao's godhead. As more and more cracks appeared, Song Litao's godhead crumbled into pieces and scattered like dust. Everyone watched Huang Xiaolong as he devoured Song Litao's king of supreme godhead, with their hearts in their throats. Especially Shi Yinyu and I Ching. Their expressions were extremely ugly, and in the depths of their eyes was deep fear. Song Litao was dead. Even his godhead was devoured. Then what about them? Would they go the same way as Song Litao soon? All of them were sons of heaven, favored by the heavens, monstrous geniuses, the future hegemons, but were they going to die here today? A moment before Song Litao's soul was completely annihilated, millions and millions of li away from the Nethersea, at the massacring God's Gate headquarters, the massacring God's Gate's old ancestor Chu Han suddenly screamed with anguish, "My tower!" Chu Han's anguished scream shook every corner of the massacring God's Gate headquarters, alerting the whole sect from top to bottom, the ancestors, grand elders, elders, and disciples. While the massacring God's Gate's old ancestor Chu Han's anguished scream alarmed the sect from top to bottom, the massacring God's Gate chief Chu Gaofei's wrathful voice resounded in everyone's ears. All grand elders and above, rush to the main hall immediately. If you fail to arrive within 15 minutes, you will be executed. All the experts' hearts shuddered, feeling the wrathful killing intent in Gate Chief Chu Gaofei's voice. Although they were not clear about what had happened, they were sure that it was something big. In a moment, figures from various corners of the massacring God's Gate headquarters sped towards the main hall as fast as they could. Soon, the main hall saw Grand Elders and Emperor Realm ancestors arriving consecutively. The massacring God's Gate headquarters' spacious main hall soon became crowded. Despite that, it was unusually quiet. No one dared to make any noise. At the top of the main hall's main seats, Lights glimmered as the massacring god's gate's old ancestor Chu Han and gate chief Chu Gaofei appeared simultaneously. Violent killing intent surged around them. The massacring god's gate's experts had never seen their old ancestor and gate chief exude such frightening killing intent. Old ancestor Chu Han arrived at the main hall but did not sit down. Instead, he scanned the crowd with sharp eyes. There was a scary gleam in his eyes that sent a chill down everyone's spine. Then, Chu Han's scratchy voice sounded, "Your young lord died just now." Those words were like a hammer cruelly falling on everyone's heart and breaking it into pieces. They finally realized why their old ancestor and gate chief exuded such violent killing intent and wrath. But there was still a part of them that denied what they had just heard and refused to believe those words. Their young lord was a king of supreme godhead genius. How could he be dead? More importantly, who has the guts to kill their young lord? They didn't believe that there was someone who dared to kill their young lord. The Holy Mountains event has recently ended, and Tower is still at the Nethersea. The massacring god's gate chief Chu Gaofei said with a ruthless gleam. Everyone was dumbfounded. Does that mean the one who killed their young lord is that Netherworld King's organization's new master? That Azura noble? They had already known that their young lord had reached an agreement with the Howling Moon Wolf Race and 9 Giant Corpse tribe to kill that Azura noble. Listen to my command. Activate the headquarters Grand Formation Array, and order all the massacring God's Gates branches to be on alert. Stand by for battle. Old ancestor Chu Han's murderous voice echoed in the main hall. We obey the old ancestor's edict. Gaofei, you remain here to watch over the headquarters. I will make a trip to the Nethersea personally. Old ancestor Chu Han subsequently issued another order. Everyone was shocked by the old ancestor Chu Han's decision. The old ancestor is going to the Nethersea personally? Their old ancestor has not stepped out from the massacring God's Gate headquarters for a very long time. Old ancestor, I'll send Tan Xiao and 3 other ancestors to accompany you. Gate chief ancestor Chu Gaofei asked. Tan Xiao was one of the elite experts, who was secretly cultivated by the massacring God's Gate. Each of these three ancestors and Tan Xiao had the strength of late 10th Order Emperor realm and above. No need for that. I alone am enough. Old ancestor Chu Han declined with a shake of his head. With that said, his hand reached out and tore a hole in space. In a flicker, Chu Han disappeared into the space black hole and the boundless chaotic void. Above the Nethersea, after Huang Xiaolong devoured the energy and chaos law within Song Litao's king of supreme godhead, his 3 supreme godheads emitted dazzling rays as if they were going through some kind of evolution. This evolution further strengthened his 3 supreme godheads, and the inextinguishable runes became stronger and denser. Huang Xiaolong was inwardly surprised. Does devouring the king of supreme godheads bring such effects? Then, Huang Xiaolong's eyes shone brightly, almost burning as his gaze fell onto Shi Yuni and I Ching in the distance, not forgetting Peng Zhengfei as well. Although Huang Xiaolong wasn't sure if I Ching and Peng Zhengfei possessed king of supreme godheads, he was absolutely certain that Shi Yinyu possessed a king of supreme godhead based on his performance ascending the holy mountain. Shi Yinyu felt a burning gaze on him. He raised his head and saw the heavenly hall whistling towards him. Looking at the heavenly hall speeding in his direction, Shi Yinyu's face turned pallid, and he shouted, Lord Father, save me! He had witnessed the whole terrifying scene of how the heavenly hall had killed Song Litao. Among the people present, perhaps, only his father Shi Wushuang was capable to save him. Shi Wushuang was battling the City of Eternity and its 100 undead puppet nether guards when he heard his son's terrified scream. He turned to look and paled for a second. He bellowed angrily at Huang Xiaolong. Punk, you dare! If you dare to harm one hair on my son, I'll destroy you. Destroy me? Huang Xiaolong sneered. The heavenly hall continued flying towards Shi Yinyu without slowing down. Shi Yinyu fled headlessly in a panic. Amidst his panic, he even rammed into the Gu family's young master. Scram off! Scram the fuck away! Shi Yinyu roared. But the heavenly hall caught up to Shi Yinyu in a few breaths. As he looked at the heavenly hall right above his head, The exuding brilliant golden light was akin to the death god's descent in Shi Inyu's eyes. His panic took over. No, no! The heavenly hall's hexagon rune pillar appeared again, rotating at high speed. No! Golden lights rained down on Shi Inyu. Several 9 giant corpse tribes' ancestors were about to help Shi Inyu, but the numerous golden lights had already submerged Shi Inyu in the blink of an eye. Air blasts resounded as the corpse chi around Shi Inyu's body met with the rays of golden holy light. It dissipated rapidly as it got purified by the golden holy light. Shi Inyu's screams cut across the air as the golden holy light continued to purify his flesh. "Father, quickly save me!" Shi Inyu screamed desperately as he circulated his god force to the limit. Violent god force surged and the corpse chi around him spread out. However, his struggles were in vain. In a matter of moments, Shi Inyu's physical body was completely purified. A king of supreme godhead exuding overbearing corpse chi was exposed before everyone. The corpse chi from Shi Inyu's king of supreme godhead had reached an unbelievable density that it was almost a solid entity. Dense corpse chi took the shapes of ancient giant corpses, hovering around Shi Inyu's godhead. The inextinguishable runes over Shi Inyu's king of godhead surface were clearer and denser than Song Li Tao's. From afar, Shi Inyu's godhead seemed truly inextinguishable and immortal. Not even a world-destroying tribulation could destroy the soul within the godhead. But as the heavenly hall's golden holy light continued to hit the godhead, the dense corpse chi enshrouding the godhead dissipated and was purified away. The inextinguishable runes protecting it began to model. Shi Wushuang's eyes turned scarlet, watching Shi Inyu's situation in the distance, and suddenly roared hoarsely. His momentum broke out, corpse chi roiled, turning into several long rivers. These corpse chi rivers rushed out from his body to hinder the City of Eternity's movements. Then Shi Wushuang arrived in front of the heavenly hall in a flicker. "Kill!" The archdevil bone sword in Shi Wushuang's hand slashed at heavenly hall. Shocking sword chi turned into sword chi demonic dragon, roaring at the heavens. Shi Wushuang put everything he had into this attack. It was his desperate move. A move that could cut the sun and moon down from the sky and split a world into two. Zhang! Startling sword chi slashed onto the heavenly hall. The top-grade Grand Mist spiritual artifact Heavenly Hall was sent tumbling back from Shi Wushuang's sword attack. One could see there was a long crack on the top of the Heavenly Hall. Others sucked in a breath of cold air watching this. They had seen how powerful the Heavenly Hall was. It was no exaggeration to say one could rule the four directions with it, making that person invincible. Just one attack from the Heavenly Hall could annihilate a dozen Emperor Realm experts while injuring several hundred Emperor Realm ancestors. Yet, they saw Shi Wushuang send the Heavenly Hall tumbling back with one sword, and even crack it. One could imagine how terrifying Shi Wushuang's sword attack was. After repelling the Heavenly Hall with one sword slash, Shi Wushuang did not continue attacking. He shifted towards Shi Inyu and scooped up Shi Inyu's godhead like he was embracing it in a flicker. Simultaneously, he slashed at the void with his other hand, opening a hole through space. Shi Wushuang disappeared into the space crack with Shi Inyu's godhead in the blink of an eye. He escaped. Netherworld King's organization, I, Shi Wushuang, have jotted down our feud today. I vow I'll uproot your Netherworld King's organization another day. Punk! Just wait for that day. Right at this time, the 100 undead puppets Netherguards smashed a hole through the void at the same location where Shi Wushuang had disappeared. RRR rumble. Turbulent energy currents of wind, fire, water, and earth elements roiled, and chaos seeped out, scaring the experts far away. The people on the outside heard Shi Wushuang's muffled roar from the void, and then there was complete silence. Shi Wushuang had successfully escaped with his son Shi Inyu. Although Shi Inyu had lost his physical body, leaving only his king of supreme godhead, it was merely a matter of time to recover. Huang Xiaolong felt sorry seeing Shi Inyu escape, but there was nothing he could do about it. Against an existence like Shi Wushuang, who was close to surpassing the Emperor Realm, it was hard to kill him if he was bent on escaping. As long as Huang Xiaolong would break through to the 10th Order Emperor realm, he had the confidence to destroy an existence like Shi Wushuang. Huang Xiaolong retrieved his gaze from the space crack. He did not order the 100 undead puppet nether guards to pursue Shi Wushuang. Instead, his attention fell onto the 9 giant corpse tribe, massacring God's Gate, and howling moon wolf races experts left behind. Due to the temptation of 1,500,000 low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones rewards, the forces that had held the wait-and-see stance had jumped into the hunting group. Although it had been less than half an hour, 30 to 40 Emperor realm of the Triad Alliance of 9 giant corpse tribe, massacring God's Gate, and howling moon wolf races Emperor realm had fallen. Not to mention the 9 giant corpse tribe's morale had dropped severely after Shi Wushuang had fled. Huang Xiaolong glanced at the current battlefield and set his target on Peng Zhengfei and Yi Qing. Since Shi Yinyu had fled, he needed to keep these two trapped. Then again, there was no chance these two could escape. A trace of coldness glimmered in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Coincidentally, Peng Zhengfei looked up and met with Huang Xiaolong's burning gaze, and paled instantly. It was already obvious in everyone's eyes that Huang Xiaolong controlled the Heavenly Hall. First was Song Litao and then it was Shi Yinyu. Was it his turn now? Just as this thought crossed Peng Zhengfei's mind, the Heavenly Hall made a straight line for him. Golden holy light continued to surge out from the Heavenly Hall. The crack made by Shi Wushuang's Archdevil Bone Sword had mended itself at a rate visible to the naked eye. Barely a moment had passed, but there was merely a faint scratch on the wall. "Young Lord, run quickly!" One of the ancestors by Peng Zhengfei's side shouted urgently when he saw the Heavenly Hall coming at them. Peng Zhengfei let out a bellow as his body exploded, and several hundred Peng Zhengfei appeared. Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed, seeing this. 1,000 Avatar Incarnation? The 1,000 Avatar Incarnations was an ancient divine art. After practicing this technique, a person could create thousands of avatars, and each avatar possessed vitality despite their lack of attack power. However, this technique was a useful technique for escaping. Merely one of these avatars needed to escape for the true body to escape. But it seemed like Peng Zhengfei had yet to reach perfection in the technique, for he had managed to condense only hundreds of avatars. Huang Xiaolong sneered mockingly. "Want to run?" Had Peng Zhengfei broken through to the late 10th Order Emperor realm and cultivated the technique to perfection, he might have had a chance of escaping. Now die! In the next second, the Heavenly Hall was right above the several hundred of Peng Zhengfei's avatars. The Heavenly Hall's golden hexagon rune pillar emerged once again. Golden light flooded out like a galactic river, submerging Peng Zhengfei's several hundred avatars in one go. Even Peng Zhengfei's several ancestor bodyguards were swept away, and so was the Howling Moon Wolf race's young Lord Yi Qing. After all, the Howling Moon Wolf race's young Lord Yi Qing had been standing close to Peng Zhengfei the entire time. "Young Lord!" The Howling Moon Wolf race's experts exclaimed in shock and anger. Seeing this, the golden light first purified Peng Zhengfei's several hundred avatars, the several ancestor bodyguards, and lastly, the Howling Moon Wolf race's young Lord Yi Qing. Two godheads appeared before Huang Xiaolong and the others' eyes. These two godheads naturally belonged to Peng Zhengfei and Yi Qing. One was a gray godhead, and the other one was yellow. Both exuded shocking auras of the supreme godheads. Inextinguishable runes on the godheads' surfaces glistened, covering both godheads almost entirely, but there were still some gaps between the runes. Huang Xiaolong was slightly disappointed, looking at the two godheads. Though both were supreme godheads, they were not the king of supreme godheads he desired, and these two godheads probably ranked outside of the top 10, like the Fiend God Emperor Palace's Wang Yongxin. Yi Qing's godhead ranked lower still, perhaps in the top 30. Soon, the Heavenly Hall's golden light energy broke through the inextinguishable runes' protective barrier of both godheads. With a last cry, their souls were eliminated. Huang Xiaolong grabbed the two godheads from across space. His Archdevil Supreme Godhead's devouring power absorbed the God Force and Chaos Law from these two godheads entirely. This sight broke the hearts of the 9 Giant Corpse Tribe and Howling Moon Wolf race's experts, but they were gripped with fear even more so. especially experts of the Howling Moon Wolf race. All of them rushed up to Huang Xiaolong in a fury, wanting to tear him into pieces. Still, before they could come close to Huang Xiaolong, all of them were eliminated by the City of Eternity that was controlled by the 100 undead puppets Netherguards. After Shi Wuxuang had made his escape, these undead puppets Netherguards joined in the hunt for Emperor Realm experts with the City of Eternity. Under the City of Eternity's attacks, the 9 giant corpse tribe's ancestors were dying rapidly. One after another, massacring God's Gate and Howling Moon Wolf race's ancestors exploded to their deaths. No one could block the City of Eternity's attack. When Shi Wuxuang was still around earlier, the 9 giant corpse tribe could still withstand for some time, but now they were being killed off consecutively. With 100 undead puppets Netherguards driving the City of Eternity and the 14 Radiance Angels manipulating the Heavenly Hall, the Triad Alliance was trampled. The few surviving ancestors were desperately trying to flee for life. However, not long after these ancestors made their escape, coming right for them would be the City of Eternity or the Heavenly Hall. The Triad Alliance's fleeing ancestors were all eliminated by the City of Eternity or the Heavenly Hall without exception. This scene only made the others fall further into the abyss of despair. Your Majesty, the Nether King, my Gu family is willing to submit to your Majesty. At one point, the Gu family patriarch Gu Chen pleaded to Huang Xiaolong for clemency and was willing to be a vassal to Huang Xiaolong. Your Majesty, I, Lu Xian, represent the Black Ant clan, and I am willing to submit. It didn't take long for other super forces to follow and plead for clemency, shouting to submit to Huang Xiaolong. Towards all these, Huang Xiaolong remained indifferent. He spoke icily, as he stared at the Gu family's patriarch Gu Chen. You want to submit now? It's too late. Had the Gu family and the others announced their loyalty the moment they learned of his Nether King's identity, perhaps he would have spared the Gu family, but now, kill! Huang Xiaolong's voice sent a chill down their spines, and the killing intent solidified the air. Gu Chen, Black Ant Clan, Demonic Bone Clan, and the others' faces were petrified with fear. These people had thought that as long as they were willing to submit to Huang Xiaolong, he would surely spare them. After all, many of them were Emperor Realm ancestors, Emperor Realm experts. They were famous people that any super forces would want to recruit. But Huang Xiaolong had ordered to kill them. I forgot to tell you that I am Dui, whom you have been searching high and low for. While Gu Chen paled, Huang Xiaolong added another sentence in a mirthful tone. It's you. Gu Chen's expression changed again. The Gu family had searched for the Azura noble called Dui, ever since their Grand Elder Gu Chang was killed by the Nether King's organization's senior commander Jiao Qingshan because of Huang Xiaolong on the Brookspring Plain. Gu Chen had been putting pressure on the people below to find out the connection between the Azura noble Dui and Jiao Qingshan. Once, Gu Chen had even suspected that Jiao Qingshan had secretly accepted the Azura noble Dui as his personal disciple. He finally understood now. Desolate Giant Tai, you made his move right at this moment. He appeared in front of the Gu family's patriarch Gu Chen in a flicker, and his palm struck accurately on Gu Chen's chest. Gu Chen exploded to his death. The large-scale siege did not go on for long and ended a little over an hour later. Far away, Misty Palace's He Jingyi, Fengdu City's Qin Huangzhong, and others looked paler by the second as they watched Gu family's patriarch Gu Chen, the Triad Alliance's increasing number of casualties. No matter how powerful or stable the Misty Palace or Fengdu City's ancestors were, their state of mind was affected by this sight. This was a one-sided slaughter, and the majority of this slaughter was targeted at all the Emperor Realm ancestors from the 9 giant corpse tribe, massacring God's Gate, and Howling Moon Wolf race. At any other times, the death of a 9 giant corpse tribe or massacring God's Gate's Emperor Realm ancestor was news that would alarm the entire Azura world and Spirits world. But today, these ancestors were killed by the batches. Other forces' ancestors watching from far away felt their knees weakened, and they almost pissed themselves. A large part of the Nethersea below was dyed red with blood. No one could differentiate whether the water was seawater or those ancestors' blood. He Jingyi and Qin Huangzhong watched Huang Xiaolong with dread in their eyes. When the last massacring God's Gate's ancestor died, Huang Xiaolong put away the City of Eternity and Heavenly Hall. The undead nether guards silently disappeared. Huang Xiaolong then turned his attention to the Jia demonic cult leader Mao Shu, Six Eyes sect chief Lu Yu, and the others. They were all standing respectfully in front of him. He nodded with satisfaction and commented, "You all performed well." The Jia demonic cult leader Mao Shu, Six Eyes sect chief Lu Yu, and the others were overjoyed by Huang Xiaolong's compliment. They respectfully replied, "It's our honor that we were able to serve your majesty. All right, stand up now. We'll return to Nirvana City first. There, we'll tabulate the number of high-level and mid-level Emperor Realm experts every sect has killed for the low-grade Chaos Spirit Stone's reward." "Yes, your majesty." Huang Xiaolong, Tai Yu, and the rest sped away in the direction of Nirvana City with Jia demonic cult leader Mao Shu, and the others followed behind them with their own groups. Before leaving, unintentionally or otherwise, Huang Xiaolong's gaze swept over the misty palaces, Hijingi and Fengdu cities Qin Huangzhong. That look nearly made the two of them jump out of their skins. As their hearts palpitated, Huang Xiaolong, Tai Yu, Jin Yuan, and the rest had already flown out of sight over the horizon. The misty palaces Hijingi and Fengdu cities Qin Huangzhong only dared to sigh in relief when Huang Xiaolong's group was entirely out of sight. They felt as if they had just escaped death. Both of them were really afraid that Huang Xiaolong would deal with them after resolving the Massacring God's Gates Triad Alliance. After all, Huang Xiaolong had killed Song Li Tao, Peng Zhengfei, and Yi Qing. The Triad Alliance of Massacring God's Gate, Nine Yin Giant Corpse Tribe, and Howling Moon Wolf Race had joined hands to kill Huang Xiaolong, while the two of them had merely stood watching on the side. This reason was enough for Huang Xiaolong to harm them. "Let's go," Qin Huangzhong said to the Ghost World Fengdu City's experts after Huang Xiaolong was long gone. He didn't want to stay another second at the Nethersea. He wanted to return to the Ghost World, and Fengdu City at the earliest. At the same time when Qin Huangzhong turned to leave, He Jingyi also led the Misty Palace group away in a fluster. Other forces experts also sped away quickly. They left in the exact opposite direction from Huang Xiaolong's. The farther away they were from Huang Xiaolong, the better it was for them. While Huang Xiaolong's group made their way back to Nirvana City, the happenings from above the Nethersea swept the four corners of hell, like a great flood. The first one to hear the news was Nirvana City, the city closest to the Nethersea. Then the word spread to the surrounding plains, the entire Azura world, Spirits world, and Ghost world. What? The Lord of Hell, the Netherworld King's organization's master, the new Lord of Hell, Song Li Tao's dead. Peng Zhengfei, the Howling Moon Wolf Race's young Lord Yi Qing are also dead. Over 400 Emperor Realm experts from the Massacring God's Gate, 9 Yin Giant Corpse Tribe, Howling Moon Wolf Race, Gu Family, Black Ant Clan, Demonic Bone Clan were killed. Only the 9 Yin Giant Corpse Tribe's Patriarch Shi Wushuang and young Lord Shi Inyu escaped. This piece of news sent waves of shock throughout Hell, raising an uproar. Whether it was about the new Lord of Hell, or Song Li Tao, Peng Zhengfei, and Yi Qing's deaths, each news was shocking enough on its own. Of course, the hottest topic was the new Lord of Hell ascending all the holy mountain floors. I've heard that the new Lord of Hell is called Duwei. In the meantime, as every corner of Hell was in a furor, Huang Xiaolong's group reached Nirvana City. Back in Nirvana City, the city was much quieter than before. But Huang Xiaolong didn't mind it at all. He guessed that the word about the events at the Nethersea had already spread to Nirvana City. And since they knew that he was headed their way, they had made a run for it. Huang Xiaolong headed straight to the Netherworld King's organization's Nirvana City branch. Since his identity was already exposed, there was no need to conceal it anymore. Inside the main hall of the Netherworld King's organization's branch, the Jia demonic cult leader Mao Shu, Six Eyes sect chief Lu Yu, and the rest gathered. Then, according to each force's kill count of high-level and mid-level Emperor Realm experts, Huang Xiaolong distributed the corresponding amounts of low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. When all the rewards were distributed, Huang Xiaolong had them make a heaven oath that they were absolutely loyal to him. With the heaven oath's constraint, it would be harder for these people to betray him. The Jia demonic cult leader Mao Shu and the others did not show any hesitation or dissatisfaction. All of them made a heaven oath on the spot. After all, they were willing to submit to Huang Xiaolong to begin with. Not to mention at this point they had killed more than a P29 giant corpse tribe, massacring God's Gate, and Howling Moon Wolf race's Emperor Realm experts, completely offending the three forces. In another word, they had no way out but to be loyal to Huang Xiaolong and receive the Nether King's protection. Mao Shu and the rest completed their oath, and Huang Xiaolong felt a wave of relief sweep through his heart. He then instructed Tai Yu and the rest to prepare the celebratory feast. It wasn't a mere simple celebration. Instead, it was a celebration on a grand scale. They had successfully killed several hundred Emperor Realm experts from the massacring God's Gate, 9 giant corpse tribe, and the Howling Moon Wolf race. Despite there being casualties on the side of the Netherworld King's organization, they were almost negligible. Huang Xiaolong felt extremely satisfied. After swallowing the Crystal Devil sect, the 6th-ranked superpower, and tens of other massive superpowers, the strength of the Netherworld King's organization had doubled. After taking the massive loss, the massacring God's Gate, 9 giant corpse tribe, and the Howling Moon Wolf race wouldn't be able to raise waves anytime soon. The celebration feast lasted for a long time, and it only ended deep into the night. Huang Xiaolong stood in the courtyard of the Netherworld King's organization's branch, and he slowly took out the 9 magic mirror. Initially, he had planned to kill Shi Inyu using his clan's inheritance treasure. However, Huang Xiaolong had changed his mind after obtaining the Radiance Divine Scepter and the Heavenly Hall. After all, he was pretty weak. He didn't want to expose the fact that he owned the 9 magic mirror. His thoughts slowly drifted, and he thought about how he would head over to the Blank Ant Clan and the Demonic Bone Clan's headquarters to exterminate every last one of them personally. There were 2 reasons he wanted to exterminate the 2 races completely. Firstly, he wanted to take revenge for the Void Devil Beast clan. Secondly, he could use the chance to give everyone else a stern warning. Once he did that, coupled with what had happened in the Nethersea, Huang Xiaolong was sure that everyone would think twice before allying with the 9 giant corpse tribe and the massacring God's Gate. In fact, he felt that the best-case scenario would be them alienating the 2 mega superpowers. Even though the events in the Nethersea had shaken the 3 worlds of hell, many of the superpowers were still sitting on the fence. They didn't lean towards either the Netherworld King's organization, nor did they favor the massacring God's Gate. A perfect example would be the Dark Rock family. Even though Huang Xiaolong had already arrived in Nirvana City for a full day, the city master didn't even show his face to give his greetings. Is he trying to save himself? Huang Xiaolong laughed coldly in his heart. If he were to phrase it nicely, the Dark Rock family was trying to save themselves. But if he were to put it bluntly, he felt that the Dark Rock family members had no intention of accepting him as the new master of the Netherworld King's organization. He was afraid that even the mega superpowers like the Misty Palace and Fengdu City felt the same way. After playing with the mirror for some time, Huang Xiaolong kept it away before heading back into his room. He activated all the restrictions around him and took out 100 top-grade Grand Mist spiritual pills from his Divine Radiance ring. The pills were none other than the Brilliant Sun Divine Pills. Huang Xiaolong had no intentions of refining the 36 holy fruits he had obtained. Instead, he planned to refine them all in one shot after dealing with the Black Ant Clan and the Demonic Bone Clan. After calling out his 3 avatars, Huang Xiaolong circulated the Grand Mist parasitic medium. Strands of astonishing pill qi fluctuated in the air unceasingly. In an instant, the pill qi in the air enveloped Huang Xiaolong. The night eventually passed. When dawn arrived, Huang Xiaolong stopped. All 100 Brilliant Sun Divine Pills were gone, and he could clearly feel the change in his God Force. The Brilliant Sun Divine Pill definitely deserved its name as the Supreme Divine Pill of the Brightness Divine World. Even though he had only refined 100 of them, his God Force felt way purer than before. When he emerged from his room and entered the main hall, everyone greeted him respectfully. Other than Tai Yu and the 8 other great commanders, there were a whole bunch of senior and junior commanders. "We greet your majesty, the Nether King." After seeing that Huang Xiaolong had arrived, everyone greeted him in unison. This was something Huang Xiaolong had personally requested. He wanted everyone in the Netherworld King's organization, including the sect master of the Crystal Demon sect, Mao Shu, to address him as the Nether King. He turned and nodded at them before allowing them to rise. He then started to give out his orders. Even though the Massacring God's Gate and the 9 Giant Corpse tribe had suffered a massive defeat at his hands, Huang Xiaolong still wanted to take precautions. He didn't want to be caught off guard in case they decided to counterattack. Your Majesty, we received news about Chu Han leaving the Massacring God's Gate's headquarters immediately after receiving the news about Song Li Tao's death. Azura King Jin Yuan reported. Oh, Chu Han! A chilly light flashed through Huang Xiaolong's eyes. According to Tai Yu's estimation, Chu Han had already surpassed the Emperor realm. If Chu Han were to turn up to seek revenge, things might get troublesome. With Chu Han's speed, how long will he take to arrive at the Nethersea? Huang Xiaolong asked after pondering about it for a moment. It's not easy to make an estimation. I've heard that Chu Han left by himself by entering a chaotic space. If he had really surpassed the Emperor realm, it would probably take him 1 to 2 months to arrive here. Tai Yu thought for a moment before replying. That's too fast. Huang Xiaolong exclaimed in shock. He had never expected for an existence who had surpassed the Emperor realm to move faster than a top-grade Grand Mist flying ship. Let's ignore him for now. The plan to exterminate the Black Ant Clan and the Demonic Bone Clan remains the same. Huang Xiaolong paused for a moment before continuing. We shall head over to the Black Ant Clan in a bit. As for our movements, we shall not keep it a secret. Allow Chu Han to learn of our intentions. Everyone felt their jaws drop in shock. Your Majesty, we can't do that. That's too dangerous. Desolate Giant Tai Yu yelled in shock. Even though Huang Xiaolong possessed Eternal City, Heavenly Hall, the Radiance Divine Scepter, and had the Heart of Hell, Chu Han was someone who had possibly surpassed the Emperor realm. No one knew if Eternal City and the Heavenly Hall could stop him. It's okay. According to you guys, Chu Han might have surpassed the Emperor realm. Even if he has, he would have barely stepped into the next realm. Huang Xiaolong shook his arm to dismiss their concerns. Even if Chu Han had surpassed the Emperor realm, Huang Xiaolong was confident that he could deal with him. That was because he had more than 100 high-level Emperor realm undead puppets nether guards. He still had 14 Radiance Angels at the late 10th Order Emperor realm. There were even 2 of them at the peak of the late 10th Order Emperor realm. When they saw that Huang Xiaolong had already made up his mind, they knew that they wouldn't be able to shake his decision. They were only able to carry out his orders. As soon as he was done giving out his orders, Huang Xiaolong rode on the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin as he left Nirvana City. He was advancing towards the Black Ant Clan's headquarters, and he didn't take too many men with him. He felt that 100 high-level Emperor Realm Guards and 14 Radiant Angels were enough. He didn't allow the 9 great commanders to follow him. Since there were more and more powers surrendering to them, the Netherworld King's organization needed the 9 great commanders to stay at its helm. Not too long after Huang Xiaolong left Nirvana City, Chu Han, who was using all his might to rush through chaotic space, learned of his tracks. Heading over to the Black Ant Clan's headquarters, a frosty light flashed through Chu Han's eyes. He knew that Huang Xiaolong had already obtained the news of him rushing over to the Nethersea. Since Huang Xiaolong was running about however he liked, Chu Han knew that Huang Xiaolong didn't care about him in the slightest. Since you're tired of living, you can't blame me. You little brat. I will show you what it means to experience a living hell. Tower, rest assured. I will personally torture him to death. I will avenge you. Chu Han roared in his mind as he broke through the chaotic space to rush towards the Black Ant Clan headquarters. 2 months passed. An Azura noble who was riding on an ordinary-looking hell beast emerged above the air of the Black Ant Clan headquarters. The Azura noble was none other than Huang Xiaolong, and the hell beast he was riding on was obviously the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin. To not attract too much attention to himself, Huang Xiaolong had asked the Qilin to transform into an ordinary dark lion. After he got his bearings, Huang Xiaolong rode on the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin as he charged towards the north of the Black Ant Plain. The Black Ant Clan headquarters was located on the Heaven Resentment continent on the northern part of the plain surface. Due to the Black Ant Plain's sheer size, the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin had to fly for 2 whole days before arriving at the Heaven Resentment continent. According to Huang Xiaolong's understanding, even though the plane was named after the Black Ant Clan, they didn't control the entire plane. Other than the Black Ant Clan, there were 2 other superpowers close to them in strength. One was the Spirit Destruction Sect, and the other was the Wavering Light School. All in all, there were 3 superpowers in control of the Black Ant Plane. A day passed. Huang Xiaolong appeared in the space above a primitive jungle somewhere on the plane's surface. This should be the Demon Bewitching Forest, Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. The Demon Bewitching Forest was the largest primitive forest in the Black Ant Plain, and it had been in existence for longer than any of the superpowers located on it. After passing through the Demon Bewitching Forest, one would see the Plains of Bones. After crossing that, one would arrive at the Heaven Resentment continent, where the Black Ant Clan headquarters was located. Huang Xiaolong looked at the darkening sky and decided to take a break in the Demon Bewitching Forest for a night before leaving. After flying for another hour, the sky turned completely dark. How Ren? Let's just take a break here for the night. We'll continue our journey tomorrow. Huang Xiaolong pointed towards a random spot below them and said, Yes, Your Majesty. The Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin responded and brought Huang Xiaolong down towards the ground. As they approached the forest, a concealed mountain valley appeared before their eyes. Even though it wasn't too massive, Huang Xiaolong was shocked by the sheer density of spirit qi rolling about in the valley. There were spiritual herbs that had grown for many years, and they were considered priceless objects, even in the face of the disciples from the superpowers. After walking around the mountain valley, Huang Xiaolong arrived at a small lake in the valley's heart. The lake was calm and incredibly mesmerizing. After walking around the lake, Huang Xiaolong sat down beside it. As the smoke from a bonfire rose into the sky, Huang Xiaolong ordered the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin to hunt down a hell beast. After it brought back its catch, both of them sat side by side as they enjoyed some wine as they feasted on the roasted meat. Looking at the lake's calm surface before him, Huang Xiaolong managed to calm his thoughts fully. He couldn't help but think about Shi Xiaofei and the Huang family members in the lower world. In the blink of an eye, he had already ascended for several hundred years. Even though it had merely been several hundred years, Huang Xiaolong felt like it had been forever. At that moment, his longing for Shi Xiaofei and his family members reached the peak. After the battle of the Heavenly Court, I have to find the ancient formation that can send me back to the lower world. I have to look for the organizer of that competition from the past, Huang Xiaolong declared in his heart. Just as he was thinking about his family in the lower realm, sounds of battle entered his ears. In the Demon Bewitching Forest lived a hell beast called the Demon Bewitcher. Moreover, the forest was home to many rare spiritual herbs. The superpowers on the Black Ant Plain often sent their disciples to temper themselves in the Demon Bewitching Forest. Huang Xiaolong felt that it wasn't odd for there to be sounds of fighting coming from the forest. Feeling the shockwave from the battle, Huang Xiaolong could tell that whoever was fighting wasn't too strong. The strongest out of them was probably a late 6th Order Heavenly Monarch Realm expert, and the weakest of them all was in the late stages of the God King realm. Both sides seemed to have brought along their fair share of men, and there were a total of 100 to 200 people taking part in the battle. Crushing sounds echoed through the sky all of a sudden. Huang Xiaolong decided to eavesdrop and listen to their conversation. Tan Jiming, hand over the seed of enlightenment. Otherwise, I, Wu Yishi, shall no longer show mercy. Bullshit. I discovered the seed of enlightenment. Why should I hand it over to you? Wu Yishi. Other people might be afraid of your Black Ant Clan, but my Spirit Destruction sect won't bow down to you. In the next instant, sounds of battle resounded in the air. The seed of enlightenment. Huang Xiaolong felt a little surprised, and he even displayed an expression of shock. Wasn't the seed of enlightenment a treasure of the Buddhist world? Why did it appear in the Demon Bewitching Forest? It was said that as long as the seed was planted in spirit soil, it would germinate into a divine Bodhi tree after being watered by spirit water for a long time. The divine Bodhi tree was something that couldn't be found even if one tried their hardest. It was something that could only be chanced upon. From what everyone knew, there was only a single divine Bodhi tree in the Buddhist world. It was like the divine tree of darkness in the Hell Azura world. Huang Xiaolong stood up. If it really was the seed of enlightenment, Huang Xiaolong had chanced upon a massive treasure. Even though it was challenging to make the seed germinate as one had to look for the extremely scarce spirit soil and spirit water, it would be a priceless treasure as long as it sprouted. Legends had it that cultivating under a divine Bodhi tree would yield incredible benefits. Just this one benefit was enough to cause a bloodbath. The sounds of battle slowly approached the hidden mountain valley near Huang Xiaolong's location. Getting on the scarlet flame dark Qilin, Huang Xiaolong said, "How run? Let's go and take a look." The scarlet flame dark Qilin acknowledged and appeared at the entrance of the valley with a single leap. Huang Xiaolong managed to catch a glimpse of the battle from afar. One of the parties had some sort of black-colored diagram tattooed on their forehead. Their limbs were shorter than usual, and there was an insignia of a black ant on their robes. They were definitely the disciples of the Black Ant clan. As for the other side, their hair was disheveled, and the aura that surrounded them was going berserk. There was an ancient spirit word embroidered on their robes, and they were definitely from the Spirit Destruction sect. They were surprised to see someone appearing from the mountain valley, and as soon as they saw Huang Xiaolong, their bodies froze. They took a step back and looked at him. In an instant, several hundred eyeballs spun, and their gaze landed on Huang Xiaolong. Mid-Fifth Order Heavenly Monarch? One of the Black Ant clan elders, who only had one eye, glared at Huang Xiaolong coldly. He then turned to look at one of the buff middle-aged men from the Spirit Destruction sect. Tan Jiming. This brat probably heard what we said. Tan Jiming chuckled coldly. He's just a Fifth Order Heavenly Monarch. He won't be able to run from us anyway. Wuxia, why don't we settle the matter of the Seed of Enlightenment first? I'll give you 500,000 low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones, and you'll call it even. How about that? 500,000 low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. It was an astronomical amount even for an elder of a mega superpower. When Wuxia heard what he said, he mocked. Do you think I'm a beggar? How about I give you 500,000 low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones, and you give me the seed? Even though the price wasn't too low, it wasn't even worth bringing up in the face of a Seed of Enlightenment. Even if one went crazy and auctioned off the seed, they would obtain several thousand times more Chaos Spirit Stones. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but laugh when he saw that they were disregarding him. He was stunned that they were ignoring his presence when he was literally standing before them as the Nether King. Even though they ignored him, Huang Xiaolong didn't display any expression of rage. He merely looked at the two parties with a look of interest. Why Wuxia and Tan Jiming should be Grand Elders of their respective factions. Wuxia was a late Sixth Order Heavenly Monarch realm expert. As for Tan Jiming, he was at the peak of the mid-Sixth Order Heavenly Monarch realm. They were comparable in strength, and after comparing the disciples they had brought with them, it was hard to tell which side was stronger. I'll give you 800,000 low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. Tan Jiming gritted his teeth and said, as long as you leave right now with all your disciples, I will give you 800,000 low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. 800,000. He increased the total amount by 300,000 at once. That caused Tan Jiming's heart to bleed. However, he knew that nothing good would come out of the prolonged fight between the two parties. A cold laugh emerged from Wuxia's mouth. Like what I said before, why don't I take out 800,000 low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones, and you give me the seed? Tan Jiming's face changed, and he raged. Wuxia, you shouldn't push your luck. I found the Seed of Enlightenment, and you're getting 800,000 low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones for nothing. Why are you still complaining? You shouldn't be too greedy. Right now, I'll give you 1,000,000 low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones if you leave with all your disciples. Wuxia snickered. You make it sound so great. Why don't you say that you managed to obtain the Seed of Enlightenment for free? Fine. I will leave with my disciples, but you have to cough up 10 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. 10 million. When Tan Jiming heard the insane price Wuxia called out, rage erupted in his heart. 10 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. Even if he sold off the treasures in the spirit destruction sect, he wouldn't get that amount. Wuxia was clearly making things difficult for him, and there was no way they would reach a compromise. Huang Xiaolong looked at the two of them, bargaining with each other, and thought out loud, "How about this? I'll give both of you 10 million low-grade chaos spirit stones, and you'll leave the seed of enlightenment behind. How about that?" Everyone felt their jaws drop in shock as they turned to look at Huang Xiaolong. Wuxia roared with laughter, and it sounded tough on the ears. "Brat, aren't you brave? How dare you joke around with us?" According to him, there was no way a fifth-order heavenly monarch could take out 10 million low-grade chaos spirit stones. Huang Xiaolong was nothing more than a clown. Not only was Wuxia thinking that way, but even the members of the spirit destruction sect were laughing at him in their hearts. "Brat, you're looking to die." One of the spirit destruction sect's experts, beside Tan Jiming, could no longer watch this, and he appeared before Huang Xiaolong with a flash of his body. Looking at the fist that appeared before him, Huang Xiaolong snorted in contempt. They had really picked the wrong opponent this time. Without even taking out his divine artifacts, Huang Xiaolong simply returned the punch with one of his own. Boom! A loud explosion reverberated through the air. When everyone thought that the spirit destruction sect's expert had defeated Huang Xiaolong, someone flew outwards from the explosion's location. He landed on the ground and laid limp. He gasped and felt that every bone in his body was broken. Everyone looked at him in shock. Tan Jiming's face turned a shade darker, and it was clear that the person who was sent flying was one of the members of his spirit destruction sect. All the bones in his body were ground into dust, and even his organs were ruptured. "Who are you? How dare you hurt a grand elder of the spirit destruction sect?" Tan Jiqing glared at Huang Xiaolong coldly. Wuxia burst out laughing all of a sudden. He turned around and praised Huang Xiaolong. "You're pretty strong. How about an alliance with us? As long as we kill Tan Jiming, my Black Ant clan will treat you well. I will even give you 100,000 low-grade chaos spirit stones. How about that?" Afraid that Huang Xiaolong would reject him, Wuxia even added a term. "My Black Ant clan will even invite you to our headquarters and bestow upon you an honorary Grand Elder status." Black Ant clan's honorary Grand Elder status? Huang Xiaolong chuckled and looked elated at the prospect. Seeing Huang Xiaolong smile, Wuxia felt the corner of his lips arching towards the sky. "That's right. An honorary Grand Elder status at the Black Ant clan. With your talent and my recommendation, you will definitely be able to obtain the position. You might even be a true Grand Elder if you work hard." Huang Xiaolong shook his head and laughed. "I have come all this way to the Black Ant Plain to kill your patriarch." Wuxia's face froze, and Tan Jiming felt a bomb going off in his head. Everyone was stunned. Wuxia burst out laughing all of a sudden. "What did you say? You're here to kill our patriarch? Do you even know his name?" The disciples from the Blank Ant race roared with laughter as well. Huang Xiaolong no longer bothered with them, and he raised his arm. In a flash, Wuxia felt a terrifying suction force pulling towards Huang Xiaolong. When Wuxia arrived before him, Huang Xiaolong circulated his King of Supreme Godhead's devouring force. Wuxia's body withered at an alarming speed, and his god force, blood essence, and anything that could be of use were drained from him. Huang Xiaolong swept out and casually threw Wuxia's body to the side. Wuxia's corpse's eyes were opened wide, and there was an expression of terror in them. Everything had happened too quickly and no one managed to react in time. The members of the Black Ant clan could only watch in shock. "I know your patriarch. He is called Liao Yuan." Huang Xiaolong's indifferent voice resounded through the air. He wanted to kill Liao Yuan. In fact, he wanted to kill far more people than Liao Yuan. When Tan Jiming snapped back to reality, he heaved a breath of cold air as he looked at Huang Xiaolong. He was dumbstruck. Both he and Wuxia had thought that he was merely comparable to them in strength when he had sent the Spirit Destruction Sect's Grand Elder flying. That was the only reason Wuxia had decided to compromise and form an alliance with him. However, Tan Jiming finally realized his mistakes. He couldn't be more wrong about his assumption of Huang Xiaolong's strength. The Black Ant Clan's disciples' cries broke the silence as they started flying towards Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong wasn't the one who had made the move. The scarlet flame Dark Qilin simply raised its legs and stomped downwards. In an instant, several hundred members of the Black Ant Clan slammed into the ground and no longer made a sound. Tan Jiming and his fellow disciples felt their bodies go stiff. Huang Xiaolong turned and looked at them before chuckling. "What do you think of my previous proposal?" "Proposal?" Tan Jiming looked at the smile on Huang Xiaolong's face, and he couldn't stop his body from trembling. He had no idea what Huang Xiaolong wanted. "Didn't I say that I will give you 10 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones if you give me the Seed of Enlightenment?" 10 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones? Senior, are you for real?" Tan Jiming looked at Huang Xiaolong with an incredulous look in his eyes. Could it be that Huang Xiaolong was really serious about his offer? Huang Xiaolong nodded his head. "That's right." Taking out a spatial ring, Huang Xiaolong flicked it towards Tan Jiming. "There are 10 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones here." Huang Xiaolong paused for a moment before continuing. "If you have nothing else to say, give me the Seed of Enlightenment. Of course, all of you need to make an oath that you will not leak anything about the Seed of Enlightenment to anyone else." Tan Jiming stared at the mountain-like pile of low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones in the spatial ring in a daze. A burst of joy filled his heart, and he nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice. Sure. Senior, please rest assured. We will make the oath right now." Even though the Seed of Enlightenment was a treasure, it was more like a hot potato to him. He was more than happy to trade it for 10 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. Moreover, it was challenging to cultivate the Seed of Enlightenment. With the resources held by the Spirit Destruction sect, it was near impossible for the Seed of Enlightenment to germinate. In an instant, all the disciples of the Spirit Destruction sect made an oath to the heavens that they would not leak anything regarding the Seed of Enlightenment. After making the oath, Tan Jiming personally passed a seed glowing with a resplendent radiance over to Huang Xiaolong. The seed was as big as an infant, and it resembled Buddha's head. There were 2 tiny little eyes on its surface, giving it a human-like look. After receiving the Seed of Enlightenment, Huang Xiaolong could clearly feel that there were 2 different energies contained within it. There was Buddhist energy, and there was also a type of radiance energy. Buddhist energy in this fruit could allow one to enter Zen. Interestingly, its radiance energy was different than that contained in the Heavenly Hall. The radiance energy in the Heavenly Hall and Radiance Divine Scepter held a type of purifying effect. As for the radiance energy contained in the seed, Huang Xiaolong felt that it would hasten the speed of circulating his God force. In that instant, Huang Xiaolong even felt the world became transparent before him. It was an extremely mysterious feeling. Looking at the Seed of Enlightenment in his hand, a brilliant light flashed through his eyes. It was no wonder the Bodhi divine tree ranked first among all the Buddhist world's divine trees. Not to mention the fact that he was merely holding the Seed of Enlightenment in his hand. He could only imagine what would be the effects of a mature Bodhi divine tree. Before he could react, the radiance covering the Seed of Enlightenment multiplied by several folds. As though it was resonating with the radiance energy coming from the Heavenly Hall and Divine Radiance Scepter, the Seed of Enlightenment had reacted on its own. Could it be a little excited and happy to meet its kind? It even started trembling as it spun around Huang Xiaolong's body. It was acting like a little kid running about in joy. When Tan Jiming and the rest saw what was happening, they felt their jaws drop in shock. As for Huang Xiaolong, he felt a burst of happiness in his heart as he chuckled. "All right, little one, come down and stop messing about." In an instant, the Seed of Enlightenment returned to Huang Xiaolong's hand. However, it failed to remain still, as though it wasn't able to contain its excitement. It started to roll about without any intention of stopping. A smile slowly formed on Huang Xiaolong's face. However, he still threatened it. "If you still mess about, I'm going to refine all the energy in you before throwing you away." Even though Huang Xiaolong was kidding, the Seed of Enlightenment didn't dare to mess about any longer. It turned completely still in case Huang Xiaolong's words turned out to be true. Hee hee. Huang Xiaolong chuckled in joy. He hadn't felt so happy in a long time. Since he had left for hell and separated from the little cow, this was the first time he had laughed from the bottom of his heart. I wonder how the little cow is doing back in the Grand Mist Lands, Huang Xiaolong muttered to himself. He didn't know how far her divine soul had recovered, ever since she had started restoring her strength in the Grand Mist Lands. Huang Xiaolong shook his head to get rid of all the random thoughts in his head. He looked at the seed of enlightenment that resembled a human head in his hand, and he couldn't help but think to himself, I wonder what will happen if I refine this seed? Since it was the seed of the divine Bodhi tree, it possessed unimaginable power. If he really swallowed and refined it, he would probably be able to receive some unexpected gains. He might even directly break through to the seventh-order heavenly monarch realm after refining it. Maybe even higher. There would probably be other uses for the seed of enlightenment after he swallowed it as well. However, Huang Xiaolong quickly dismissed the idea. Even though he would be able to increase his cultivation quickly after refining the seed of enlightenment, it would be a waste compared to what he would gain if he successfully allowed the divine Bodhi tree to mature. He was also unwilling to refine the cute little seed, especially now that he had formed some sort of emotional connection with it. In the next instant, Huang Xiaolong kept the seed into the space between his eyebrows. He was going to allow the lightning energy contained in both lightning pools to nourish the seed. Finding spirit soil and spirit liquid would be next on the list. After obtaining both, he would be able to grow the divine Bodhi tree. After he was done, he looked at Tan Jiming and the other disciples from the Spirit Destruction sect. When Huang Xiaolong turned his gaze to look at them, they felt uneasy in their hearts. Okay, you can leave now. As though the mountain pressing on their back was finally lifted, Tan Jiming and his fellow disciples heaved a sigh of relief. Joy blossomed in their heart, and they thanked Huang Xiaolong before leaping into the air. In an instant, all of their figures disappeared into the distance. When Huang Xiaolong saw that they were in such a hurry to leave, he shook his head and laughed before returning to the hidden mountain valley. He was in an excellent mood after obtaining the seed of enlightenment, but his thoughts started to drift. He thought about the Shumi divine mountain in the lower world and the old man guarding it. A weird feeling appeared in Huang Xiaolong's heart. Am I really fated to cross paths with the Buddhist world? The seed of enlightenment came from the number 1 tree in the Buddhist world. He was afraid that he possessed the only seed of enlightenment in existence. After all, no one could obtain one of the most guarded treasures in the Buddhist world. In the past, that old man on Mount Shumi had spoken about the matters of him becoming the king of hell. He had even asked Huang Xiaolong what he would do if the Hell Azura world and the Buddhist world broke out into conflict. It seemed as though the old man had already guessed that Huang Xiaolong would be the next king of hell. Who in the world is that old man? Is he the Buddha himself? That's not too plausible. The night eventually passed, and the day started to brighten. Huang Xiaolong rode on the scarlet flame dark Qilin as they made their way over to the Heaven Resentment continent. Your Majesty, the news of you going over to the Black Ant Clan's headquarters has already spread far and wide. Do you think that Liao Yuan would take the chance to leave? The scarlet flame dark Qilin paused for a moment before continuing. There is a chance that the Black Ant Clan's headquarters is empty right now. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Even if Liao Yuan knows that I'm coming, there is no way he will escape with his entire race. The scarlet flame dark Qilin was stunned for a second. However, a light bulb lit up in its mind. Do you mean that Chu Han from the Massacring God's Gate? Yeah, Chu Han will never allow them to leave. Instead, he will force Liao Yuan to wait for me in the Black Ant Clan's headquarters. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head and said. The scarlet flame dark Qilin continued to ask, is Chu Han planning to use the Black Ant Clan as bait? Huang Xiaolong's laughter reverberated through the air. I'm afraid Chu Han is already here. He is probably waiting for me to show myself at the Black Ant Clan's headquarters. The scarlet flame dark Qilin was shocked and exclaimed in terror, Your Majesty, how about we forget going to the Black Ant Clan's headquarters? Huang Xiaolong replied with candid laughter. Nonsense. Of course, we're going there. We need to head there openly. Compared to Huang Xiaolong's calm demeanor, the scarlet flame dark Qilin panicked. Your Majesty, Chu Han might have surpassed the Emperor realm. He isn't Shi Wushuang. His actual strength might be way more terrifying than that of Shi Wushuang. If he makes a sneak attack, wouldn't you? Indeed, when Shi Wushuang had made a sneak attack back in the Nethersea, he had nearly killed Huang Xiaolong. Now that Chu Han was someone more terrifying than Shi Wushuang, it was almost impossible for Huang Xiaolong to survive an attack from him head-on. Huang Xiaolong looked at the anxious expression on Hao Ren's face, and he chuckled. Relax. I have already run through all the scenarios in my head. I'm afraid Chu Han won't get the chance to carry out a sneak attack. Seeing that Huang Xiaolong was extremely confident in himself, the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin couldn't help but turn speechless. In half a day, the two of them managed to arrive at the Plains of Bones after crossing the demon-bewitching forest. Along the way, Hao Ren kept trying to dissuade Huang Xiaolong from going to the Black Ant Clan's headquarters. However, it failed to change his mind. After all, it was merely a mount. As they traveled in the sky above the Plains of Bones, a white sea spread out beneath them. The white sea was formed with bones, and they belonged to many different groups of people. Some bones came from demonic beasts, hell beasts, and some even belonged to members of hell's various races. There were even some bones from members of the human race. All the bones emitted a dense white glow. Huang Xiaolong could feel a type of murky qi surrounding the Plains of Bones, formed with corrupted qi and death qi. Ordinary God-King realm experts would find it difficult to defend themselves against a combination of both qis, and it wouldn't be long before they too became part of the bones scattered around them. Of course, the qi was nothing more than murky gas that was utterly harmless to Huang Xiaolong and the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin. Huang Xiaolong didn't even bother covering his body with his god force. He rode on the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin and charged through the Plains of Bones. Even though the death qi and corrupted qi stuck onto Huang Xiaolong's body, a brilliant golden light would flash from time to purify it. After obtaining the inheritance from the Heavenly Hall, his true dragon physique had gained the ability of purification. Regardless of the kind of nefarious qi or evil object, Huang Xiaolong's body would purify them all. Of course, even if Huang Xiaolong hadn't obtained the Heavenly Hall's inheritance, the corrupted qi and death qi wouldn't have harmed him. Anyways, the true dragon physique wasn't something they could penetrate. As they flew across the skies, they saw nothing but bones beneath them. The Plains of Bones didn't have a hint of green, and bones covered the earth. Even the ground that was exposed to the air was a dull gray. As they flew about, the two of them encountered the attacks of some spirits. However, these spirits weren't too powerful, and the strongest among them was at the Heavenly Monarch realm. Huang Xiaolong and the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin blew them away with a few attacks. Even after traveling for a long time, they failed to see the end of the plains. After flying for another hour, the two of them finally arrived at the central region of the Plains of Bones. They saw a massive city constructed with bones, standing tall in the middle of the Plains of Bones. The city itself was massive, and if they wanted to cross the Plains of Bones, there was no other choice than to pass the city. As they approached, they saw piles and piles of bones on the city walls. It was enough to cause one's heart to palpitate when they looked at it. There were ancient symbols carved onto the bones, and the wall seemed to form some sort of ancient soul-slaying formation. Huang Xiaolong was afraid that if he flew over the city, they would be attacked by the ancient soul-slaying formation. The city lord was extremely mysterious, and his strength was unknown. The number of men under him was too many to be counted, and even the three superpowers didn't dare to cause trouble when they were there. Could be said that even if Liao Yuan were to visit the city personally, he wouldn't dare to fly across it. Before long, Huang Xiaolong and the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin arrived before the city gates. "Your Majesty, are we going to fly across the city?" Hao Ren paused for a moment before asking Huang Xiaolong. "We're heading over directly." Huang Xiaolong nodded, and his voice was calm. However, there was a sky-piercing arrogance that couldn't be hidden no matter how hard he tried. Even though Liao Yuan wouldn't dare to fly across the White Bone City, it didn't mean Huang Xiaolong wouldn't dare to do so. After all, a single White Bone City didn't scare Huang Xiaolong enough to take a detour. Walking across the city by foot was out of the question. When the scarlet flame Dark Qilin heard that Huang Xiaolong was preparing to charge across the city, it became a little excited. Alrighty. Stamping its feet on the ground, the scarlet flame Dark Qilin shot into the air. Just as they were flying across the city, a rumbling sound entered their ears. The billions of bones located on the city walls emitted a chilly aura as death chi started to gather all around. It formed a peerless blade as it shot towards the two of them. Seeing that they were under attack, the scarlet flame Dark Qilin chuckled and stomped downwards. In an instant, the two blades formed with an insane amount of death chi crumbled and dissipated. Boom! The death chi blades exploded with a massive bang, and even parts of the city started to crumble. The two of them ignored everything that went down and continued to fly across the city. Before long, a long whistle echoed through the air, and several figures shot up into the sky. The explosion they had caused earlier had alerted all the disciples located in Whitebone City. Audacious! Who dares to destroy Whitebone City? Come down and prepare to die. One of the disciples charged towards the sky and roared with anger. Without missing a beat, the scarlet flame Dark Qilin swept its leg out and sent the disciple, who was at the peak of the late 10th Order Heavenly Monarch realm, into the ground. Seeing that one of their fellow disciples had fallen, everyone could no longer hold back their anger as they charged towards Huang Xiaolong in a frenzy. Flames surrounded the scarlet flame Dark Qilin, and it didn't bother attacking. Instead, it flew straight into them. The disciples of the White Bones City were sent flying, and when they came into contact with the scarlet flames, miserable cries filled the air. All of a sudden, a figure shot through the air with frightening speed. An Emperor Realm expert finally appeared, and it seemed as though he was a mid-second order emperor. Of course, the scarlet flame Dark Qilin didn't hesitate as it rammed straight into him. Without suspense, the emperor who had just appeared was sent flying. The might of the Qilin wasn't something that could be matched. Huang Xiaolong simply laughed out loud. When all of that went down, there was a pretty massive-looking middle-aged man located somewhere deep in the palace of Whitebone City. There were swords made from white bones revolving around him, and there were times when the swords would fuse to form a massive blade. There were also times they would transform and create several White Bones demon. The middle-aged man was precisely the city lord of Whitebone City, Yen Duo. His eyes snapped open when he felt the fluctuations in the air. This power! How dare someone barge into the Whitebone City? A chilly light flashed through his eyes, and his body blurred as he shot towards the battle. It had been too long since anyone had last tried to disrespect the Whitebone City. Several hundred of the experts who had tried trespassing were turned into pristine white bones with his sword the last time that had happened. He had sliced off all the skin and flesh off their body and turned them into his White Bones demon. As the scarlet flame Dark Qilin charged forward, Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed, and he turned to look below him. Terrifying sword chi accompanied a horrifying aura as it charged straight towards him. That's too strong. The sword chi and death chi are too overwhelming. Huang Xiaolong knew that the city lord was making his appearance. Otherwise, no one else would be able to emit such alarming sword and death chi. Just based on the chi alone, Huang Xiaolong was able to feel that the city lord was someone much stronger than an early 10th Order Emperor Realm expert. The scarlet flame Dark Qilin had no choice but to stop. As sword light flashed through the air, a buff middle-aged man stood before Huang Xiaolong. Swords made from white bones revolved around him, and they emitted mournful cries. It brought about incredibly suffocating pressure. Yen Duo, Huang Xiaolong asked indifferently. The White Bones City Lord didn't bother replying. Instead, he glared at Huang Xiaolong. I don't care who you are, but since you dared to barge into my city and hurt my disciples, I'll give you two choices right now. 1. You kneel and allow me to scrape all your flesh off your bones before being refined into a White Bones demon, who can no longer think independently. 2. You can take your own life before all of us. Huang Xiaolong shook his head and chuckled. I won't choose either. Instead, I choose the third option. Third option. Yen Duo roared with laughter as his sword chi filled the air. There is no third choice. With a wave of his arm, The white bones swords around him turned into countless demonic swords as they shot towards Huang Xiaolong and the Dark Qilin. Every single demonic sword possessed the might to pierce through a chaos divine mountain. The death qi in the area would turn so dense that death qi clouds would start to form wherever it passed. In an instant, the skies turned dark. All the disciples of White Bones City sneered as they anticipated Huang Xiaolong's tragic end. Just as the swords were about to pierce through Huang Xiaolong, a massive figure appeared in front of him. The colossal figure waved both its arm, and an unstoppable might slammed into the White Bones' demonic swords. As the figure blurred once again, it appeared before Yen Duo. The figure possessed terrifying speed, and even someone like Yen Duo wasn't able to react. Yen Duo's heart leaped into his throat, and before he could dodge, a horrifying force slammed into his chest, and the sound of shattering bones echoed through the air. A wave of pain, which he had never felt before, spread through his body as he slammed into the ground. All of the buildings around him crumbled to dust in the wake of the shockwave produced from the impact. Cracks formed on the ground, and half of White Bones City shook violently. In the next instant, the massive figure disappeared. Everyone in White Bones City stared at the scene before them with their mouths agape. Even after Yen Duo had smashed into the ground, several structures kept slowly crashing down. White Bones City turned deathly silent, and no one dared to breathe loudly. Yen Duo crawled out of the pit, and the armor on his body had already been shattered to pieces. He looked at Huang Xiaolong with an expression of shock and terror as he vomited mouthfuls of blood. Who are you?" His voice was hoarse as he questioned Huang Xiaolong. He tried to locate the massive figure that pummeled him into the ground, but to no avail. Even now, he couldn't make out the figure that had smashed him into the ground. Forget about the other people. If someone at his level wasn't able to see his attacker, there was no way the others saw it. He could only guess the strength of the giant figure who had attacked him. According to him, his attacker was someone from one of the ancient races and had strength at the late 10th Order Emperor realm. Of course, the person that had attacked Yen Duo was none other than one of Huang Xiaolong's undead puppets' Netherguard captains. Huang Xiaolong shot a casual glance towards Yen Duo, who had just crawled out of the ground's pit. Even though Huang Xiaolong was just a mid-5th Order heavenly monarch, Yen Duo felt unprecedented fear when he stared into his eyes. He even took a step back involuntarily. It was a shameful retreat. Huang Xiaolong didn't bother talking to him and turned around. "Let's go." The scarlet flame Dark Qilin didn't dally as it soared through the sky with Huang Xiaolong on its back. "You'll know my identity tomorrow." Huang Xiaolong's voice drifted through the wind and entered Yen Duo's ears. Looking at the disappearing figure before them, no one in White Bones City dared to stop him. Everyone stared at each other in shock, and no one knew how to react. It has been several billions of years since the White Bones City was created, and no one had dared to fly across it. Right now, the impossible happened. One of Yen Duo's personal disciples rushed over to help him up before asking in concern, "Master, are you all right?" Yen Duo retracted his gaze and shook his arm to dismiss his disciple. An unprecedented sense of melancholy appeared in his heart as he muttered, "As long as Emperor Realm experts appear, they are allowed to fly across White Bones City." He had managed to lay down such a rule after a display of his might in the past. Right now, he had finally realized that his rule was nothing more than a joke when real experts arrived. "Master, this..." his disciple exclaimed in shock. Yen Duo simply muttered, "There's no need to question my order." As soon as the word left his lips, he turned to leave. His injuries were severe, and he was afraid that he wouldn't recover without several tens of years of meditation. "Oh right, get someone to pay attention to the Heaven Resentment Continent. Report to me if anything happens." He suddenly recalled what Huang Xiaolong words, and he turned around to pass down his order. "Yes," his disciple replied respectfully. As for Huang Xiaolong and the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin, they were already on their way to the Heaven Resentment Continent. "Your Majesty, you should have killed that city lord." Huang Xiaolong shook his head. "He doesn't know my identity, so it's natural for him to stop me. We shouldn't kill indiscriminately." Before long, the The two of them left the plains of bones and arrived at the heaven resentment continent. Huang Xiaolong could feel resentment coming from somewhere deep in the continent, as it concealed the corpse of a peerless expert. Even though other people couldn't feel the resentment in the air, Huang Xiaolong was no stranger to the feeling as someone who had received the King of Hell's inheritance. He explained the feeling he had to Hao Ren, and even the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin was shocked. There is a rumor that the Heaven Resentment Emperor had created the Heaven Resentment continent after hundreds of millions of years of hard work. The rumor also states that the Heaven Resentment continent forms the Heaven Resentment Formation. Could it be true? Is the Heaven Resentment Emperor still alive? Is it possible that he is hiding deep in the continent to continue his cultivation? Heaven Resentment Emperor? Huang Xiaolong narrowed his eyes. The Heaven Resentment Emperor was a fearsome presence even in the desolate era. In the past, his prestige didn't lose out to Chu Han in the slightest. However, he had disappeared billions of years ago. If he is still alive, that could mean trouble. After all, his relationship with Liao Yuan of the Black Ant clan wasn't shallow. The Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin spoke of all his concerns without pause. Huang Xiaolong was quite surprised to find out that the Heaven Resentment Emperor's reputation was comparable to the Massacring God's Gate's old ancestor, Chu Han. If that was indeed true, then it was definitely a big problem for him. Even if the Heaven Resentment Emperor hadn't exceeded the Emperor realm, he would be infinitely close to it. If he were to join forces with Chu Han, Huang Xiaolong felt that the risk he was about to take had increased immensely. Your Majesty, should we ask Tai Yu, Jin Yuan, and the rest of them to come over? The Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin asked. Huang Xiaolong contemplated for a moment before saying, "There's no need for that. Even if he were to summon them now, they would take 2 months to arrive. However, what if the Heaven Resentment Emperor and Chu Han have joined hands?" The Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin asked worriedly. Huang Xiaolong smiled. "Don't worry about it. We will head to the Black Ant City now." He pointed to the center of the Heaven Resentment continent. The place they were going to was the heart of the Black Ant clan's headquarters, Black Ant City. Since Huang Xiaolong had never exposed the 14 Radiance Angels from his heavenly hall, nobody knew about his secret. Hence, it wasn't out of his expectations that the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin was overreacting. Seeing that it could not persuade Huang Xiaolong, the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin had no choice but to continue flying towards Black Ant City. It decided that as soon as it sensed any danger, it would flee with Huang Xiaolong immediately. An ordinary-looking old elf was sitting on the throne of the Black Ant clan. He was precisely the Massacring God's Gate's old ancestor, Chu Han. Below him, there was the tall and green-eyed patriarch of the Black Ant clan, Liao Yuan, and the other elders. Chu Han looked at Liao Yuan and the rest of them, and said, "I just received news that someone barged into White Bones City not too long ago. When the city lord, Yen Duo, tried to stop them, he was severely injured by the trespassers in one move." The entire Black Ant clan was shocked. "Senior Chu Han, is that kid, Due here?" The patriarch of the Black Ant clan, Liao Yuan, said solemnly. Chu Han remained emotionless as he nodded his head. "It should be him." His eyes turned bloodshot as he sneered. "New King of Hell? When the time comes, I will let him become the new ghost of hell." The entire hall broke out in laughter. Half a day later, Huang Xiaolong and the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin arrived in front of a huge black city. Black Ant City stood before them in an imposing manner. Even though the Black Ant City's walls were completely dark, devoid of light, and didn't have any runes on it, Huang Xiaolong could sense a suffocating aura coming from it. Furthermore, he could also sense a bloody aura lingering in the air. Huang Xiaolong's eye of hell opened as he peered into Black Ant City. He saw some round ball of flesh squirming and letting out a chilling sucking sound. Are those ancient blood devil leeches? Huang Xiaolong dug through his memories, and he felt a sense of extreme shock. The blood devil leech was a type of ancient devil bug that was able to attach itself to any living thing. Although it didn't release any poison, it was able to suck the blood essence out of any living organism, and it could also absorb their soul. It was in a way similar to the devouring power of Huang Xiaolong's Archdevil Supreme Godhead. Moreover, the Blood Devil Leech was unafraid of being attacked, as it would still be able to survive even if it was chopped into millions of pieces. Even Xiangsun's hellfire would fail to kill it. Huang Xiaolong continued to observe Black Ant City, and he discovered a Blood Devil Leech stationed close to the first one. There were Blood Devil Leeches all around, and the weakest one was in the mid-level Heavenly Monarch realm. The strongest of the leeches were in the Emperor realm. Even though the Blood Devil Leeches in the Heavenly Monarch realm didn't pose any threat to him, the Blood Devil Leeches that could advance into the Emperor realm would be a terrifying existence. Huang Xiaolong then explained the hidden situation to the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin. The Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin's expression changed drastically. Hao Run was clearly aware that it was exhausting to deal with a Blood Devil Leech, let alone a stronger one. To kill one at his cultivation level would require a godforsaken amount of time. Didn't the Blood Devil Leeches go extinct long ago? Why are they here in Black Ant City? How did Liao Yuan obtain them? The Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin frowned. Huang Xiaolong's heart quivered. Could it really be the Heaven Resentment Emperor? After his careful observation, Huang Xiaolong noticed that underneath the Heaven Resentment continent, there was an indistinct and faint mysterious energy affecting all the Blood Devil Leeches inside the Black Ant City. It was extremely likely that this mysterious energy belonged to the Heaven Resentment Emperor. Your Majesty, should we not enter the city? The Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin asked. No, we will directly kill our way into the Black Ant Clan headquarters inside the Black Ant City. After saying that, his figure flashed and the two of them disappeared from the gates. A few moments later, two figures appeared abruptly in the space above the Black Ant Clan headquarters. Inside the Black Ant Clan headquarters in the north of the Black Ant City, the headquarters stood tall inside Black Ant City, and from afar, it looked like an enormous black mountain that exuded an invisible pressure on everyone near it. Huang Xiaolong's eyes turned cold as he looked at the Black Ant Clan headquarters. The City of Eternity appeared as 100 of his undead puppets Nether Guards appeared. The City of Eternity enlarged itself and turned into a massive existence. Borrowing the strength of the 100 Nether Guards, it smashed into the Black Ant Clan headquarters. Boom! It was as if the sky and earth had exploded, as the entire Black Ant City trembled violently. Sounds of explosions sounded out continuously as the defensive restriction on top of the city walls cracked. A bunch of figures flew out angrily from the Black Ant Clan headquarters. The headquarters of the Black Ant Clan that towered over the city was instantly reduced to dust by the City of Eternity. Furthermore, the buildings, streets, and everything within several millions of miles of the headquarters were flattened. At this moment, a terrifying force suddenly appeared behind Huang Xiaolong. Despite its might, it remained extremely silent. A long black arrow penetrated time and space, carrying along the power of world destruction, and attacked Huang Xiaolong from behind. On top of the long black arrow were layers of dark runes that looked like they were formed when hell itself had come into existence. When the long black arrow attacked him, Huang Xiaolong felt an incoming sense of doom. Without turning around, he unleashed a sacred ray of light. The ray of light turned into the heavenly hall that welcomed the black arrow. Clang! The black-colored arrow managed to pierce through the sacred light, and a hole appeared in the heavenly hall. However, at the exact moment when the long black arrow clashed with the heavenly hall, the darkness energy contained in it was instantly purified by the sacred ray of light surrounding the heavenly hall. Another long black arrow flew towards Huang Xiaolong from the front after the first arrow was blocked by the heavenly hall. From the looks of things, the black arrow was about to pierce through Huang Xiaolong. The Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin finally snapped back to reality, and its expression changed. It was impossible for it to stop the arrow to protect Huang Xiaolong. The destructive power contained in the arrow was something that surpassed Hao Run by several hundred folds. The City of Eternity and the Heavenly Hall wouldn't be able to block it in time. Huang Xiaolong did not panic as he looked at the black arrow flying towards him. Suddenly, lightning shot out from the middle of his eyebrows, as a large chaos lightning pool appeared. The moment it appeared, the world seemed to lose its color. The boundless light rolled about like a massive wave in the sky as it shattered space. It flickered brilliantly, causing the entire Heaven Resentment continent to witness its might. That was precisely the second-ranked Chaos Black Tortoise lightning pool. Above the Chaos Black Tortoise lightning pool, countless lightning bolts came together and formed a large black tortoise. And above the black tortoise, a soaring snake faced the sky and roared like a dragon. The black arrow clashed against the Chaos Black Tortoise lightning pool, and it managed to split the black tortoise apart before shooting through the sea of lighting. Pong! A dull sound that seemed to rip the world apart sounded out. The black arrow penetrated the black tortoise's body and pierced through time and space as it continued flying towards Huang Xiaolong. The black tortoise let out a blood-curdling screech as a hole passing through its body appeared. Huang Xiaolong's heart shuddered, and his eyes flashed resolutely. A giant object appeared from the space between his eyebrows, and a godhead appeared. It was a king of the supreme godhead filled with endless darkness, coldness, slaughter, blood, evil chi, and death aura. It was the Archdevil Supreme Godhead. Once the Archdevil Supreme Godhead appeared, the endless chi between heaven and earth started to fade away. All the experts in Black Ant City were terrified to discover their vitality fading away. The terrifying darkness of the Archdevil Supreme Godhead spread outwards at a frightening speed. It enveloped the Black Ant City in an instant before continuing to spread across the Heaven Resentment continent. The darkness that originated from the Archdevil Supreme Godhead possessed endless might. Everyone on the Heaven Resentment continent seemed to have fallen into a dark abyss, and no matter how hard they tried, they weren't able to escape. Regardless of their divine sense, or the type of divine fire they released, nothing could save them from the eternal darkness. This darkness swallowed the light and covered everything in its way. The Devil God Supreme Godhead was like the master of the world. It was the king of the various worlds and the ultimate master of all devils. A darkness attributed, king of supreme godhead, Chu Han, who had launched the arrow, couldn't help but gasp in surprise as he saw Huang Xiaolong's godhead. However, he became overjoyed the next moment. Brat, you are simply asking to die. The moment Huang Xiaolong had separated himself from his godhead, his defense was as good as nil. It was much easier to exterminate the soul in Huang Xiaolong's godhead. Clang! The black arrow finally collided with the godhead. The surroundings of 100,000 miles from the godhead trembled. Countless rays of darkness burst out of it, and it seemed as though a giant dark sun had exploded. Just as the black arrow was about to pierce through the godhead, a huge conch flew out from Huang Xiaolong's Archdevil Supreme Godhead, and silver light that resembled moonlight poured out from it. Could this be the ancient Heavenly Emperor's Moon Jade Heavenly Spiral Shell? Chu Han said in shock. The Moon Jade Heavenly Spiral Shell was a mid-grade Grand Mist spiritual tool that was able to guard against soul attacks. Damn it! How can this kid have the ancient Heavenly Emperor's Moon Jade Heavenly Spiral Shell? Chu Han's face was hideous, but he recovered instantly. He raised the black bow in his hand and pulled the bowstring taut. The darkness rune engraved on his bow shone, and stands of dark energy began gathering to form a massive black long arrow. Even though the arrow was still strung, the destructive power it contained was more than enough to flatten the entire Heaven Resentment continent. It was even enough to shoot through the whole Black Ant Plain. One could imagine the might of a black arrow that could pierce through a supermassive plane surface. Die! Chu Han finally released his arrow. The black arrow immediately turned into a black streak of light as it shot towards Huang Xiaolong's godhead with a momentum that could crush everything in its way. So what if he has the Moon Jade Heavenly Spiral Shell? Even a late 10th Order Emperor wouldn't be able to resist this arrow of his, not to mention a mere mid-5th Order Heavenly Monarch. Just like the previous arrow, this black arrow shot through the black tortoise and flew towards Huang Xiaolong's Devil God Supreme Godhead and the Moon Jade Heavenly Spiral Shell. Layers of silver light poured out from the shell. None of it mattered as Chu Han's arrow shattered all of them in a single breath as the arrow continued its trajectory towards Huang Xiaolong's Archdevil Supreme Godhead. The inextinguishable runes that were on the surface of his Archdevil Supreme Godhead trembled, But it wasn't enough to stop the destructive might of the Black Arrow. The inextinguishable runes that covered and protected the godhead were shattered instantly. Chu Han revealed a face full of joy, but his expression froze when he realized that there was another layer of runes. However, the second layer of inextinguishable runes was also quickly destroyed by the force of the arrow. Chu Han's expression became extremely interesting to watch when he realized that there was a third layer of inextinguishable runes. The third layer. Even though it took a long time to describe, everything happened in an instant. Just as the fourth layer of the inextinguishable runes were starting to surface after the third layer showed signs of shattering, Huang Xiaolong's figure flashed, and he disappeared. Following this, his Archdevil Supreme Godhead, Moon Jade Heavenly Spiral Shell, and the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin disappeared simultaneously. Without the restriction of the Archdevil God Supreme, the third arrow shot towards Black Ant City. Black Ant City collapsed at an astonishing speed, and the entire Heaven Resentment continent was on the verge of collapse. The black arrow shot through the continent as it emerged from the other side. At practically the same moment that Huang Xiaolong and the Archdevil Supreme Godhead disappeared, Chu Han appeared above the Heavenly Hall. "Brat, don't think that I won't be able to kill you if you hide inside the Heavenly Hall." Chu Han's cold voice resounded throughout the Heaven Resentment continent as he raised his bow to release an arrow towards the Heavenly Hall. He actually had 4 layers of inextinguishable runes. That was something unprecedented. He had never heard of someone's godhead being able to contain 4 layers of inextinguishable runes. Every single layer was equivalent to a protective talisman, and he actually had 4 layers. Chu Han's mind constantly replayed the shocking scene he had just witnessed. It further strengthened his desire to kill Huang Xiaolong. Due must die here on Black Ant Plain. Otherwise, nobody would be able to kill him in the future. The moment Chu Han released his arrow, the Heavenly Hall shrunk, and countless sacred rays of light condensed to form a beam to meet the Black Arrow. Chu Han discovered that the beam was surprisingly able to contend against his arrow. By the time the arrow reached the top of the Heavenly Hall dome, it barely managed to make a small scratch. At this time, more than a dozen screams sounded out miserably behind Chu Han. He quickly turned around and discovered that Liao Yuan and all the Black Ant Clan's ancestors were smashed into a rain of blood by the City of Eternity. 2 days passed. The figures of Huang Xiaolong and the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin appeared on a northern part of an inhabited celestial body in the Hell Azura Word. "Your Majesty, Chu Han, that old dog, shouldn't have been able to follow us, right?" The Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin scanned everywhere behind him before heaving a sigh of relief. A smile slowly formed on its face. Huang Xiaolong let out a carefree laugh. "I really hope that he will keep up his chase." The battle on the Black Ant Plain had lasted for 2 days and nights. It was earth-shattering, and the entire plain surface had been split apart violently. There was no longer a Black Ant Plain located in the Hell Azura world. Moreover, even some of the surrounding galaxies and plane surfaces were affected by the battle's shockwaves. Some of the plane surfaces were left with numerous holes, and some were even beaten until they had become crippled. Due to the protection of the Heavenly Hall, Chu Han was unable to touch Huang Xiaolong. However, the opposite was true as well. Huang Xiaolong had failed to kill Chu Han with the City of Eternity. Neither of them had managed to do anything to the other party. After 2 days of fierce fighting, Chu Han had depleted quite a lot of his god force and could not continue the battle. He had made the smart choice and retreated. Otherwise, Huang Xiaolong was confident he could have defeated Chu Han. That was also why Huang Xiaolong found it a pity that Chu Han had given up his chase. After the mighty battle against the #1 acknowledged expert in the Hell Azura world, Huang Xiaolong knew that he would establish his might as the new king of Hell. He had utterly exterminated both the Black Ant Clan and their headquarters. And he did so even when Chu Han had ambushed him. The outcome of the battle would sweep through the 3 worlds of Hell in no time at all. He wanted everyone in Hell to know that they would be in for a similar fate as long as they dared to betray him. Even an expert that surpassed the Emperor realm wouldn't be enough to protect them. At the same time, he wanted everyone to know that even though their new king of Hell was only a mid-5th order heavenly monarch, Not even an existence like Chu Han could kill him. That was one of the main reasons he had decided to attack the Black Ant clan head-on. Even with Chu Han's protection, he needed to use this battle to raise his prestige to a new height. Once the news of his battle spread, he believed that more and more superpowers in Hell would surely throw their lots in with the Netherworld King's organization. The Massacring God's Gate's prestige would suffer a hit, not to mention Chu Han's authority in Hell. Could be said that the Massacring God's Gate couldn't unite the Hell Azura world any longer unless the new king of Hell, Huang Xiaolong, was no longer in existence. However, who would be able to kill him when even Chu Han had failed to do so? The only thing that puzzled Huang Xiaolong was the fact that the Heaven Resentment Emperor had failed to make an appearance from start to end. Could it be that Heaven Resentment Emperor had entered a state of unconsciousness as he drifted between life and death? Otherwise, how was it possible for him to not show up when the Black Ant plane had been reduced to such a state? It was such a pity that so many of the Blood Devil leeches died during the fight between them. Your Majesty, should we head to the demonic Bone Clan headquarters now? The Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin asked. All right, let's go to the demonic Bone Clan headquarters. Huang Xiaolong smiled happily. The two of them then soared into the sky. After the two of them destroyed the demonic Bone Clan headquarters, Huang Xiaolong went into seclusion to refine the holy fruits. He needed to increase his strength as quickly as possible. After all, as the new king of Hell, he felt that everyone would look down on him due to his weak cultivation base. Wait for me to break into the 7th Order Heavenly Monarch. At that time, I should awaken the 3 types of Archdevil bloodline in my body. As soon as the 3 Archdevil bloodlines awaken, Chu Han wouldn't be able to kill him even if he tried his hardest. Perhaps only the 9-Yin ancestor, Shi Ming, or the Fengdu City's city lord, Qin Fan, would be able to pose a threat to him. A sense of crisis approached him, and Huang Xiaolong felt that he had to break into the Emperor realm as soon as possible so that he would be able to survive even if Shi Ming and Qin Fan joined hands to kill him. Just as Huang Xiaolong was rushing to the demonic Bone Clan headquarters, news of the battle on the Black Ant Plain reached the corners of Hell, and commotion ensued. The new king of Hell and the Massacring God's Gate ancestor, Chu Han, fought for 2 days and 2 nights before the two of them went their separate ways. Not even Chu Han could stop the destruction of the Black Ant clan. He failed to save all the experts from the Black Ant clan from being killed. I also heard that the Black Ant plane was shattered during the battle. Chu Han, who had surpassed the Emperor realm, was actually unable to kill a puny mid-5th Order Heavenly Monarch. Pooey. He's worse than a pig. I'm afraid that even a pig who has reached the Emperor realm would be able to kill a mid-5th Order Heavenly Monarch. Sounds of discussions broke out throughout Hell. Some people refused to believe, some were surprised. Some were gloating, some were sarcastic, and some were furious. It was just as Huang Xiaolong was expecting. The moment the news started to spread, the prestige of Chu Han and the Massacring God's Gate fell drastically. As for the Netherworld King's organization, they practically became the #1 celebrity in Hell. More and more superpowers joined them. After the battle, almost everyone in Hell acknowledged Huang Xiaolong as the new king of Hell. A few days later, the news of the destruction of the demonic Bone Clan headquarters started to spread as well. Of course, that was Huang Xiaolong's masterpiece. Even though he had destroyed the headquarters and killed numerous experts of the demonic Bone Clan, he could not locate their patriarch. From the looks of things, the patriarch had already escaped a long time ago. However, Huang Xiaolong wasn't surprised. It would have been strange for the patriarch to remain at the headquarters, awaiting his death, as the news of Huang Xiaolong killing Liao Yuan had reached his ears a long time back. Huang Xiaolong had no plans on pursuing the patriarch. Instead, he sent down an order to Tai Yu to issue a bounty of 1 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones for the demonic Bone Clan's patriarch's head. A few more days passed. Huang Xiaolong appeared in a spot around an uninhabited celestial body on the northern part of the Hell Azura world. He released his divine sense to look for a suitable spot before flying to the celestial body's west side. That was the place where he decided to enter seclusion. He wanted to refine all remaining 36 holy fruits. No matter what, He had to finish refining the 36 holy fruits before leaving seclusion. After arriving at the celestial body's west side, Huang Xiaolong found an inconspicuous mountain range and dug a cave, directly underground, before setting up several defensive arrays and restrictions. After instructing the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin to stand guard outside the cave, Huang Xiaolong went deep into it before entering the heavenly hall. Even though the holy fruit was miraculous, its effects increased if he were to refine it inside the heavenly hall by borrowing the array's power. Huang Xiaolong sat on the altar in the heavenly hall as 14 radiance angels stood guard beside him. He summoned his 3 avatars and took out a holy fruit. After taking a look at it, he calmed his head and circulated the grand mist parasitic medium. In the next instant, golden rays of light radiated from the spirit fruit and enveloped Huang Xiaolong. When he finally absorbed the golden rays of light into his body, a comforting wave swept over him. The feeling from the past, where he had devoured the sacred light and received the heavenly hall's inheritance, resurfaced in his mind. As Huang Xiaolong refined the holy fruit, the innumerable Buddha Supreme Godhead inside Huang Xiaolong's body exuded a resplendent golden light. In a blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Finally, Huang Xiaolong had completely refined the holy fruit, and he hadn't even left behind its skin. With Huang Xiaolong's refining speed, he could refine 100 high-grade Grand Mist spiritual pills a night. But now, he took more than half a year to refine a single holy fruit. One could only begin to imagine the colossal amount of energy contained in it. Even though Huang Xiaolong hadn't reached the pinnacle of the mid-fifth order heavenly monarch realm in half a year, he was infinitely close to it. Huang Xiaolong then took out a second holy fruit. Every time he finished refining one holy fruit, another one would appear in his palm. Time passed and 6 years passed unknowingly. Huang Xiaolong sat atop the altar, and his body emitted brilliant golden rays. Behind him, 8 pairs of bright wings opened up, and it was as if he was the king of the radiance world. After 6 years of refinement, he had refined 20 holy fruit. This holy fruit was indeed worthy of being on the same level as the Grand Mist fruit. The radiance energy was even stronger than Huang Xiaolong had imagined. His strength had increased to a frightening degree after 6 years of seclusion. It had risen from the mid-fifth order heavenly monarch realm to the pinnacle of the mid-fifth order heavenly monarch realm. He had already broken through to the early 6th order heavenly monarch realm. Moreover, he was very near to reaching the peak of the early 6th order heavenly monarch realm. The results of his cultivation had far exceeded Huang Xiaolong's original expectations. He had felt that it would be almost impossible for him to break through to the mid-6th order heavenly monarch realm with just these 36 holy fruit. However, he had already arrived at the peak of the early 6th order heavenly monarch realm after refining 20 of them. 21. Huang Xiaolong looked at the golden fruit in front of him with a fire burning in his eyes. He was looking forward to what his strength would become once he refined all 36 holy fruit. A few months later, 22, 23, 24. For more years passed, Huang Xiaolong took out his last holy fruit. When he had finished refining the 35th fruit, he had already reached the peak of the mid-6th order heavenly monarch realm. He was only half a step away from breaking through to the late 6th order heavenly monarch realm. Moreover, the 16 wings behind his back were dazzling even more, as their radiant seals shone brightly. Looking at the last holy fruit in his hand, Huang Xiaolong heaved out a long sigh. Even though the holy fruit looked similar to the other 35 fruits he had just refined, Huang Xiaolong could feel something different about this particular fruit in his hand. It seemed to contain the world's energy and a type of profound radiance law. Huang Xiaolong slowly circulated the grand mist parasitic medium. Immediately, strands of world energy and profound radiance law started pouring out from within the holy fruit. At first, there were only a few strands of world energy and hints of the profound radiance law. Gradually, more and more strands appeared, and it formed a cascade. The cascade continually rushed forth, and the golden rays shone on it. Radiance seals started flying out from the altar one by one. The radiance seals seemed to originate from ancient radiance emperors. These seals carried along with them the strands of world energy and profound radiance law from the holy fruit as they drilled into Huang Xiaolong's body. The god force inside Huang Xiaolong's body surged, and the 16 wings behind his back became even brighter. Radiant spirits were born continuously from the light surrounding his wings. The 14 radiance angels who guarded the altar were shocked. What was going on? This was the first time they had seen anything like this. Their old master had never spoken to them about anything related to the scene they were witnessing. However, their old master had used some unique methods to seal some secret in the altar from the looks of things. The seals had probably awakened when the radiance energy reached a certain level. 2 years eventually passed, and Huang Xiaolong refined the final holy fruit. When the last holy fruit disappeared, the altar suddenly flashed with blinding light. The radiant seals vanished in an instant. The heavens and earth regained their color. Huang Xiaolong opened his eyes slowly, and his heart was full of joy. After refining the last holy fruit, and with the help of the radiant seals, he was finally able to break through to the late 6th Order Heavenly Monarch realm. High-level Heavenly Monarch. He was only a step from reaching the 7th Order Heavenly Monarch realm. The high-level Heavenly Monarch realm wasn't as far away as he had thought it was. Huang Xiaolong estimated that he only had 10 years left before the Battle of the Heavenly Court. Even though it was difficult for him to break into the 7th Order Heavenly Monarch realm before the Battle of the Heavenly Court, it was relatively easy for him to reach the peak of the late 6th Order Heavenly Monarch realm. I wonder how things are outside, Huang Xiaolong pondered as he stood up. He had gone into seclusion for 20 years. Even though 20 years was nothing more than a blink of an eye to a heavenly monarch, it was forever to Huang Xiaolong. Ever since ascending to the divine world, he had never cultivated in seclusion for more than 10 years. Huang Xiaolong took out his summoning signal and looked at the news that Tai Yu and the others had sent him. To concentrate on refining these 36 holy fruits, Huang Xiaolong had closed off his 6 senses and ignored the summoning signal Tai Yu and the others had sent him. Huang Xiaolong saw a pile of news sent by Tai Yu and the others. Most of it was about the matters regarding the Netherworld King's organization for the past 20 years. Since his battle with Chu Han 20 years ago, the number of superpowers who wanted to throw their lot in with the Netherworld King's organization had increased. In fact, more than 100 superpowers had joined them in the time Huang Xiaolong had cultivated. The strength of the Netherworld King's organization had already grown to a frightening degree, and they fully deserved the title of the strongest superpower in hell. For the past 20 years, even though the Massacring God's Gate, 9 Giant Corpse Tribe, and the Howling Moon Wolf Race had not taken the initiative to attack the Netherworld King's organization, they had finally completed their alliance. They had even managed to build a super teleportation array in their headquarters. They could travel around and lend each other assistance promptly if any one of them was attacked. Super teleportation array. Huang Xiaolong frowned. One needed a legendary boundary space spirit stone to build a teleportation array. The spirit stone was too precious, and it was almost as rare as a high-grade chaos spiritual vein. No one would have thought that the Massacring God's Gate and the 9 Giant Corpse Tribe possessed one. However, that wasn't all bad. After he destroyed the Massacring God's Gate, it would be much more convenient for him to travel to Hell's 3 worlds. Huang Xiaolong's gaze continued looking at the report, and his eyes landed on the last pieces of news from 2 months ago. We found the whereabouts of Feng Mingyu. He's in the spirit world. There might be Grand Mist Aura inside the 9 Giant Corpse Tribe's treasury. Huang Xiaolong was pleasantly surprised. Not only had he received news about Feng Mingyu, but also the information about the Grand Mist Aura. If something was troubling Huang Xiaolong, it was definitely something that had to do with the Fortune Emperor Palace's disciple, Feng Mingyu. Before coming to Hell, he had promised Feng Xianxia that he would look for her older brother. Even though Feng Gon hadn't said anything regarding this, Huang Xiaolong was sure that it was his intention as well. Hence, Huang Xiaolong had to exert all his effort into finding Feng Mingyu no matter what. He had finally obtained news about Feng Mingyu. He was in the spirit's world. Even though the spirit's world was extensive, he was sure that he would locate Feng Mingyu as long as he did not give up. He had also obtained news about the Grand Mist Aura. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but feel pleasantly surprised. Even though his strength had soared after entering Hell, the Grand Mist parasitic medium had been stuck in the 3rd level, and he was unable to break through to the 4th level no matter how hard he tried. Now that he knew about the possibility of finding a trace of Grand Mist Aura in the 9 giant corpse tribe's treasury, he had to make a trip to the Spirit's world no matter what. Spirit's world. Huang Xiaolong's eyes flickered. Before long, Huang Xiaolong emerged from the heavenly hall, and he flew towards the entrance of the cave. Soon, Huang Xiaolong saw the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin. Your Majesty! The Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin welcomed Huang Xiaolong with a face full of joy. Huang Xiaolong smiled. Have you been waiting for a long time? He then threw a chaos spiritual fruit at Hao Ren. The Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin opened its mouth and caught the fruit in midair. Not long at all. Did your Majesty finish refining all 36 holy fruits? I expected you to take several hundred years. Some geniuses like He Jingyi, Shi Yinyu, and Song Litao would need tens or even hundreds of years to refine one holy fruit. Initially, the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin had thought that even with Huang Xiaolong's heaven-defying talent, he would need hundreds of years to refine all 36 fruits. Huang Xiaolong smiled. That's right. I have refined all the holy fruits. 20 years. It took me longer than expected. The Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin was speechless. You consider 20 years too long? If it were Shi Yinyu, it would be a miracle if he could even refine a single fruit in 20 years. Suddenly, the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin's eyes widened. Your Majesty, you are already in the late 6th Order Heavenly Monarch realm. Huang Xiaolong wasn't surprised when he saw the shocked look on the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin. Fortunately, I was able to increase my strength by a bit during my seclusion. However, I am still too weak. The Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin felt an explosion going off in its head. Fortunately, able to increase his strength. He has advanced from the mid-5th Order Heavenly Monarch realm to the late 6th Order Heavenly Monarch realm. What about me? I've been stuck in the mid-4th Order Emperor realm for thousands of years. Let's go. Huang Xiaolong mounted the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin. The Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin kicked off and soared into the sky, causing the entire mountain range to tremble. Your Majesty, where are we going now? The Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin asked casually. To the Spirit's world. Huang Xiaolong looked in the direction of the Spirit's world. Spirit's world. The Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin felt its jaws drop in shock. Your Majesty, the 9 giant corpse tribe occupies the entire Spirit's world. Are you sure you want to go there? The Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin asked nervously. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. That's convenient. We can go and destroy the headquarters of the 9 giant corpse tribe along the way. The Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin broke out in a cold sweat. However, it decided to pretend it didn't hear anything, and the two of them continued on their merry way. To go to the Spirit's world from the Hell Azura world, one had to pass through the Spirit Corpse Boundary River. The Spirit Corpse Boundary River was also known as the Spirit Corpse Boundary River as it was the river that separated the Hell Azura world from the Spirit's world. With their speed, they needed at least 2 to 3 months to reach the river. Of course, it was under the assumption that they sped up their journey using teleportation arrays along their way. 2 months later, the two of them finally arrived at the Spirit Corpse Boundary River. On their way there, Huang Xiaolong had sent an order to Tai Yu and the others using his summoning signal. He had instructed them to find out the exact location of Fang Mingyu and verify if the Grand Mist Aura actually existed within the treasury of the 9 giant corpse tribe. What an overpowering corpse energy! Huang Xiaolong said as he stared at the Spirit Corpse Boundary River. It's extremely troublesome to deal with the corpse energy within the river. Please be careful, Your Majesty. The Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin said solemnly. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head. The Spirit Corpse Boundary River was one of the most dangerous places in Hell, and the corpse energy was too concentrated. If a heavenly monarch was careless and allowed the corpse energy to invade their body while crossing the river, they would turn into a spirit corpse before they knew it. Even though Huang Xiaolong wasn't afraid of the corpse energy, there was no harm in being careful. The other thing they had to worry about was the spirit corpses. Some of them even had the strength of an emperor. Let's head over. Huang Xiaolong mounted the scarlet flame dark qilin and soared into the sky above the river. Even though it was called a river, the spirit corpse boundary river was extensive and was even comparable to the Nethersea. If the two of them wanted to cross the river, they would take a month of flying at the very least. As soon as they entered the sky above the spirit corpse boundary river, the corpse energy started gathering around them. In response, the two of them dispersed the corpse energy before shooting forward. Not long after, one of the spirit corpses drifted towards Huang Xiaolong. This corpse was very tall, had rounded arms, and had sharp fingers like blades. At first glance, the mid-8th order heavenly monarch spirit corpse looked no different from ordinary disciples who had cultivated the spirit arts. The only difference was the absence of life force in its body. Before the scarlet flame dark qilin could take action, Huang Xiaolong reached out and pressed down with his palm. A sacred light flashed and attacked the mid-8th order heavenly monarch spirit corpse, causing it to let out a miserable shriek before it dissipated. Usually, killing a spirit corpse wasn't a simple matter. But with Huang Xiaolong's sacred light he had inherited from the heavenly hall, weak spirit corpses weren't strong enough to put up a fight against him. His sacred light was the strongest radiance energy in the world, and it wasn't surprising for him to one-shot a weak spirit corpse. They then continued flying forward. As the two of them continued forward, more and more spirit corpses appeared. They seemed to be getting stronger, and Huang Xiaolong could only let the scarlet flame dark qilin deal with the Emperor Realm ones. When they arrived at the spirit corpse boundary river center, Huang Xiaolong finally utilized the heavenly hall. They continued their journey without any further obstruction. 1 month later, the two of them finally passed through the spirit corpse boundary river and arrived at the spirit's world. The Hell Azura world was filled with the stench of blood and bloody qi. As for the spirit's world, it seemed a little gloomy as it was filled with death qi. Let's head to the Death Tomb City. Huang Xiaolong pointed. The Death Tomb City was the nearest city from the spirit corpse boundary river, and it was also one of the top 10 most famous cities in the spirit's world. The Netherworld King's organization had a branch inside the Death Tomb City, and it was also a critical branch of the organization. The branch inside the Death Tomb City provided all the other branches of the Netherworld King's organization in Spirit's World with spiritual medicines. Due to this, the branch in the Death Tomb City was important. The branch inside Death Tomb City was supervised by 2 senior commanders who were the subordinates of the great commander, Zhang Fenghuang. One of them was called Zhang Long, and he was a peak mid-10th order emperor. The other was called Ma Lairue, and he was a mid-10th order emperor. Looking at the 2 senior commanders stationed here, one could see how important this branch was to the organization. 1 hour later, Huang Xiaolong and the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin saw a large city floating in the spirit's world's boundless starry sky. From far, the city looked like a giant tomb, and the 4 sides were covered up. Only the top was exposed with a small rounded corner. The 4 walls of the Death Tomb City were densely packed with runes, and death qi lingered everywhere. There were even some spots where the death qi seemed to congeal into something corporeal. Huang Xiaolong and the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin flew to the entrance of Death Tomb City. He planned to stay in the Netherworld King's organization branch in Death Tomb City for a few days. Since he hadn't confirmed the Grand Mist Aura's presence inside the 9 Giant Corpse Tribe's treasury, he wasn't in a rush to go to their headquarters. As for Fang Mingyu, if Huang Xiaolong tried searching for Fang Mingyu in the boundless spirit's world, it would be like finding a needle in a haystack. Hence, Huang Xiaolong decided to settle down and wait for news from Tai Yu and the others before making his next move. It wouldn't be too late for him to move off after Tai Yu and the others confirmed the news. Furthermore, Huang Xiaolong had heard about a death volcano inside Death Tomb City. It erupted day and night, spewing out magma death qi that was very beneficial for tempering his body and soul. He wanted to make use of this opportunity to temper his true dragon physique and soul. After the 2 of them handed over some spirit stones at the city entrance, they were allowed entry. After entering, Huang Xiaolong immediately made his way to the Netherworld King's organization's branch. As he walked, He noticed that the city was more lively and prosperous than he had imagined. It was mostly because the city was built like a tomb, making it dark, due to which many of the buildings were embedded with various night pearls. The pearls lit up the city, giving an impression of the daytime all the time. The streets were brightly lit, shops were lined up, and the stream of people passing through was never ending. Huang Xiaolong looked at the experts that passed through the streets. In the spirits world, most of the sects cultivated the spirit arts, with a small minority cultivating something related to darkness energy. However, the races of the spirits world were generally tall and huge with ugly appearances. As they made their way to the branch, they were greeted with a sorry sight. A bloody mess laid before them with the corpses of netherguards scattered around the ground. These netherguards had died miserably, and some of them had all 4 of their limbs chopped off, some had their heads cut off, and the others were directly torn into countless pieces. Broken arms and heads filled the ground. There were 6 sections to the branch, and the innermost one held the main hall. Inside the main hall, Zhang Long and Ma Lirue were covered in blood, and numerous injuries riddled their bodies. The 2 of them glared at the 9 giant corpse tribes members who had already surrounded them. Several experts who wore the junior commander's robes from Netherworld King's organization lay motionless on the main hall's floor. 2 of them had already lost their breath, and it was evident that they had died not too long ago. The other 2 were convulsing on the ground, weren't too far off from death. A tall, red-faced old man from the 9 giant corpse tribe looked at Zhang Long and Ma Lirue as he chuckled. Zhang Long, Ma Lirue, what's the point of doing this? Is there any point in serving your great commander? Isn't serving our 9 giant corpse tribe better? Even though the Netherworld King's organization has treated you pretty well, our 9 giant corpse tribe won't mistreat you. If you join us, we will provide you with any cultivation resources that you want. Your life will be infinitely better than being the subordinates of Jiang Fenghuang. Zhang Long sneered. Gao Ning, stop wasting your breath. We won't betray the Netherworld King's organization and our master. Meanwhile, Ma Lirue glared at a middle-aged man who was clad in a junior commander's robe. He gritted his teeth in anger. Xianxia, you traitor! How dare you join the 9 giant corpse tribe? You are just a dog to them. I must have been blind to trust you for so many years. That was also the reason the 9 giant corpse tribe was able to take over the branch. Xianxia had poisoned both senior commanders in the stronghold, making it all possible. Xianxia laughed. You should know what is good for you. There are not many chances left for you. It will be better for you to surrender to the 9 giant corpse tribe before it's too late. Zhang Long and Ma Lirue looked at him coldly but didn't say anything. The red-faced old man, Gao Ning, said, To tell you the truth, our ancestor and your great commander, Lu Kuan, are joining forces to refine a grand mist artifact. As soon as the artifact is refined successfully, our patriarch, Shi Wushuang, and your great commander, Lu Kuan, will surpass the Emperor realm. As Zhang Long and Ma Lirue had both been poisoned and lost their god force, they no longer had the strength to resist and escape. There was no harm in revealing their secret. Zhang Long and Ma Lirue's faces changed drastically. Once they refined the Grand Mist artifact, it will be the doomsday of that piece of shit Nether King all of you worship. Do you know why our old ancestor has yet to make a move? That is because he wants to allow your dogshit Nether King to live for a few more years. We already have plans to invite experts from all the superpowers over to witness how we kill him. We'll crush his body and hang his corpse on the gate of our main headquarters. Gao Ning sneered. Damn your mother! The 2 of them shouted furiously. Gao Ning's face sank. Zhang Long, Ma Lirue, there's a limit to my patience. I'll give you 2 more minutes to consider. Live or die. It's your choice. It is not easy for the 2 of you to reach your current height of cultivation. I hope that you can consider your decision carefully. Ma Lirue smiled coldly. There's no need to consider. Just kill us now. Gao Ning's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. Since there is nothing more to say, I shall fulfill your wish. However, before you die, I will let you enjoy the taste of our 9 corpse worms. He waved his hand and signaled to one of the disciples beside him. The disciple nodded his head and took out 2 finger-sized worms that looked like pieces of white jade. Zhang Long and Ma Lirui's complexions changed drastically as they were aware of the horrifying might the 9 corpse worms possessed. As the disciple brought the worms before them, a brilliant white light tore through space and shocked everyone present before the disciple could chant the incantation to activate the worms. The white light was swift and instantly penetrated the eyebrows of the 9 giant corpse tribe's disciple. As the disciple fell to the ground, his eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Everyone was dumbfounded when they looked at the scene before them. "Who?" Gao Ning turned around suddenly and yelled, "Show yourself!" As soon as the words left his lips, a streak of light shot through the air and smashed into Gao Ning's chest before he could react. Gao Ning flew out with a scream and slammed into the main hall's walls, causing cracks to spiderweb across it. His chest continued to sizzle as white smoke emerged from it. Everyone felt their jaws drop in shock. This Gao Ning was a late 10th Order Emperor, but an anonymous party had injured him severely. Even Zhang Long and Ma Lirue had a face full of shock. Everyone turned to look at the object that had smashed into Gao Ning. "This is..." Zhang Long and Ma Lirue's eyes brightened. Miserable screams suddenly sounded one after another from outside the main hall. Those were the screams of the 9 giant corpse tribe's disciples who were standing guard outside. Under everyone's gaze, an Azura noble entered the main hall, riding a black lion. Your Majesty!" Zhang Long and Ma Lirue greeted him emotionally. The faces of all the experts from the 9 giant corpse tribe changed drastically as they retreated in panic. Zhang Long and Ma Lirue stumbled as they walked towards Huang Xiaolong, and the experts from the 9 giant corpse tribe didn't dare to move a muscle. "Zhang Long and Ma Lirue greet your Majesty." The 2 of them came up to Huang Xiaolong and knelt in excitement as they bowed in unison. Huang Xiaolong reached out to help them get up. "Your Majesty, we..." Zhang Long got up and tried to explain himself. However, Huang Xiaolong shook his head and reassured them, "Don't worry. I'll make sure they pay the price for spilling our men's blood." Zhang Long was shocked initially, but soon after, he retreated behind Huang Xiaolong as he stood with his hands behind his back. Without warning, a figure suddenly flashed, and a very fierce blade light slashed towards Huang Xiaolong. In an instant, it arrived in the space above Huang Xiaolong's head. The blade light surged, and it tore the space it had traveled. Just as the blade light was about to reach Huang Xiaolong, a tall figure appeared and blasted it away with a punch. With no suspense, the blade light dispersed. The figure who had launched the sneak attack was sent flying away. Everyone looked over and saw that the person who had launched the attack was Xian, who had betrayed the Netherworld King's organization. Xian landed among the stone pillars located in the main hall, and his internal organs were destroyed. The meridians in his body were torn to shreds, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. Huang Xiaolong glared at him with a cold expression. Cough, cough. Gao Ning, who had been sent flying earlier, struggled to get up from the ground. Looking at Huang Xiaolong, a sinister smile appeared on his face. "So you are that piece of shit Nether King? Brat, you are practically seeking your death by coming to the spirit's world. Since you are here, you can forget about leaving. Our old ancestor will kill you and hang your corpse on the gates of our headquarters." Instead of raging, Huang Xiaolong looked at him with an indifferent expression. "I don't know if your old ancestor is going to hang my corpse on the gates of your headquarters or not, but I do know that your corpse will be hanging on the gates of Death Tomb City. Moreover, your death will be extremely miserable." After Huang Xiaolong spoke, he waved his arm. The heavenly hall turned into a streak of light as it shot through Gao Ning's chest and heart. A miserable cry filled the air. Under the corrosion of the power of sacred light, the pain in his heart spread throughout his body, and the distorted expression on his face was enough to express the pain he felt. When the 9 giant corpse tribe experts saw the scene before them, their faces turned pale. No one knew who was the first to scream, but everyone scattered and fled in horror. As soon as they raised their leg, a brilliant white light brushed across their bodies. They dropped onto the ground in succession, and anyone could see a hole between their eyebrows. Very soon, All the experts lay dead on the floor, leaving behind Gao Ning and He Xian. A few hours later, the bodies of Gao Ning and He Xian, who had betrayed the Netherworld King's organization, were hung on the city gates of Death Tomb City by Zhang Long and Ma Lairue, shocking almost every expert present in the city. Their corpses were in a horrible state, and some people vomited when they saw them. The original lively and bustling city suddenly became a lot quieter, and soon, it fell into a state of complete silence. When night fell, Huang Xiaolong rode on the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin across the streets of Death Tomb City as if nothing had happened. Refining a Grand Mist treasure artifact. Huang Xiaolong's eyes flickered. Before killing Gao Ning and He Xian, Huang Xiaolong had performed a soul search on them. He had learned about a lot of happenings in the 9 Giant Corpse tribe. One was about a 9 Giant Corpse tribe's old ancestor, Shi Ming, combining forces with Lu Qin to refine a Grand Mist artifact. Even though he didn't know what it was, he knew that once they successfully refined it, Lu Kuan and Shi Wushuang would rely on it to surpass the Emperor realm. If this were the case, things would start to get troublesome. As he thought of the possible implications, the two of them arrived before a massive mountain. The mountain was entirely crimson, and it looked as if it was made up of red-hot iron. Death volcano? Huang Xiaolong was startled. This should be the famous Death Volcano in Death Tomb City, right? The Death Volcano seemed to be deeply integrated with the Death Tomb City. As for why it was able to continuously erupt death chi and magma for the past billions of years, nobody knew the real reason. After standing there for a while, Huang Xiaolong proceeded towards the Death Volcano's crater with the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin. Within the Death Volcano, there were countless numbers of cultivation rooms. As long as one paid several spirit stones, one could enter those rooms to cultivate. Of course, depending on the location, the magma death chi's concentration would be different. The denser the death chi, the more expensive the room. When the two of them arrived at the crater, the Death Tomb City guards stopped them. "Give me a cultivation room that's on the lowest level. I want to use it for a month." Huang Xiaolong threw a spatial ring to the guard, and it contained precisely 30 low-grade chaos spirit stones. He knew that the cultivation room at the lowest level was the best for cultivating, and he had heard from Zhang Long that one needed to pay a low-grade chaos spirit stone to cultivate inside for a single day. After looking at the 30 low-grade chaos spirit stones inside the spatial ring, the guard looked at Huang Xiaolong and said, "If you are not a disciple from a race inside Death Tomb City, you have to pay 60 low-grade chaos spirit stones." Huang Xiaolong frowned. According to Zhang Long and Ma Lairue, the price should be the same regardless of where one came from, but the guard was asking him twice the amount. "However, from what I know, regardless of whether I'm a disciple from Death Tomb City, the price should still be a low-grade chaos spirit stone per day." Huang Xiaolong stared at the city guard captain and said indifferently, "Aren't you afraid that I will report this to the city lord's mansion?" The city guard captain looked at Huang Xiaolong in amusement. "Brat, since I dare to act like this, do you think I will be afraid if you report me? Our young master is directly in charge of the Death Volcano. Do you even know who our young master is? Our young master is precisely the second young master of the city lord's mansion in Death Tomb City." He snorted, "All right, you brat. I don't have all the time in the world to mess with you. If you can't bring out the 60 low-grade chaos spirit stones, then get lost. I'll take these 30 low-grade chaos spirit stones for wasting my time." After he kept the 30 low-grade chaos spirit stones into his spatial ring, he waved his hand with an impatient expression as he tried to blast Huang Xiaolong away with a wave of his hand. He was obviously trying to steal Huang Xiaolong's spirit stones upon seeing that Huang Xiaolong was an outsider to Death Tomb City. Since he hadn't recognized Huang Xiaolong, he felt that Huang Xiaolong couldn't be related to the city's prominent forces. They had also done this many times in the past, and all the disciples who had been chased away hadn't dared to retaliate. They could only leave with their tail tucked between their legs. Moreover, the city guard captain's strength wasn't weak as he was a peak late 8th Order heavenly monarch. A trace of coldness flashed past Huang Xiaolong's eyes. However, he didn't need to take action at all as the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin raised his foot and sent that guard captain flying into the volcano's crater. A miserable scream resounded in the air. All of the guards surrounding Huang Xiaolong were shocked. Despite their anger and indignation, none of them dared to move under the scarlet flame dark Qilin's pressure. Key, Huang Xiaolong said with indifference when his gaze landed on one of the guard captains. That captain panicked and hurriedly took out a key. After receiving it, Huang Xiaolong didn't bother with the rest of them, as he flew towards the center of the death volcano with the scarlet flame dark Qilin. Master Zhao Chu, should we report this matter to the young master? One of the guards arrived behind a deputy captain and asked cautiously. Zhao Chu shook his head. Young master and Chun Bin are hunting spirit corpses at the Spirit Corpse Boundary River. They should be back in a few days. Since there's no need to rush, it won't be a missed opportunity to report to the young master when he returns. At this moment, Huang Xiaolong and the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin followed the crater as they made their way deeper into the volcano. Faint bursts of hot air brushed against them as they flew deeper and deeper. The crater was in the shape of a round ladder, and from top to bottom, there were numerous hidden stone walls all around it. The two of them arrived at the lowest level of the volcano crater eventually. Huang Xiaolong looked at the jade key and saw a character 9 engraved on its handle. It represented the number 9 cultivation room at the lowest level of the crater. As there were only 10 cultivation rooms at the lowest level, Huang Xiaolong quickly found the 9th one. After opening the entrance to the room, the two of them went in. The cultivation room was neither big nor small, and it was approximately 100 square meters. Numerous rare, faint red jades were embedded on the floor and 4 walls of the room. Moreover, there was also an ancient fire array on the ground. Huang Xiaolong made his way to the middle of the array and summoned his avatars before taking out 300 brilliant sun divine pills. Now that he was in the late 6th heavenly monarch realm, he only needed a single day to refine 300 brilliant sun divine pills. Huang Xiaolong circulated the grand mist parasitic medium, and immediately, the brilliant sun divine pills exuded radiance, and strands of magma death chi continuously gushed out from the ground. They were turned into pure death fire chi by the ancient fire array. Huang Xiaolong then used it to temper himself and his 3 avatars. The scarlet flame dark Qilin guarded the room as Huang Xiaolong closed his eyes to cultivate. One day passed in a blink of an eye, and Huang Xiaolong used up all 300 brilliant sun divine pills. After a day of cultivating and tempering his body with the magma death chi, Huang Xiaolong decided to take a break as he discovered that his true dragon physique and soul had indeed improved slightly. Even though the increase wasn't noticeable, it was still considerable, as it was challenging to even raise his strength in his current cultivation realm. Huang Xiaolong continued and took out another 300 brilliant sun divine pills. Very soon, for days past, Huang Xiaolong continuously refined the brilliant sun divine pills every day and used the magma death chi to temper his true dragon physique and soul. As he cultivated without worry, a group of disciples appeared outside Death Tomb City. They were riding mounts that were rarely seen on the streets. These disciples laughed as they entered the city. Amongst them, the disciples in front had a frightening aura around them. All of them were above the 10th order heavenly monarch realm. Brother Chinbin, it's rare that you guys come to Death Tomb City. Please do stay here for a few days before leaving. Let me play the part of a good host. Feng Qi, who was wearing a black cape, laughed. They had indeed reaped quite a big harvest from their trip to the Spirit Corpse Boundary River. The short Chinbin, seated on a beast beside him, smiled. All right, since it's rare for me to come to Death Tomb City, how can I possibly miss a chance to cultivate in the Death Volcano? I had entered the Death Volcano once and raised my physique and soul by quite a bit a few hundred years ago. All right, since that's the case, let's head over to the Death Volcano. Everyone rode their mounts as they proceeded towards the Death Volcano inside the city. On their way there, they stirred up quite a lot of dust along the streets. When experts from all around noticed them, they cleared the way in fright. A few hours later, they arrived at the Death Volcano. Seeing Feng Qi's return, the guards outside the Death Volcano hurried forward and kneeled to greet him. He pardoned the guards and told them, "Arrange 4 cultivation rooms at the lowest level for me, young Master Chinbin, and the rest of them." This The captain hesitated. Reporting to the young master, there were 4 empty rooms. However, an outsider arrived a few days ago and booked a room for an entire month. He was extremely arrogant and even injured me because he felt that I was moving too slow for his liking. Chun Bin and the others stared at each other. Feng Qi squinted his eyes. That outsider. Which cultivation room is he in again? Is he really a disciple from outside the city? Have you investigated his origin? He's in room number 9 of the lowest level. Furthermore, we have also investigated that he arrived at Death Tomb City 4 days ago. We have yet to investigate his background, but his mount is a black lion in the Emperor realm. He only managed to injure us with the help of his mount. He is merely a late 6th order heavenly monarch. The guard captain reported hurriedly. Chunbin smiled and said, "Who cares about his identity? How dare a disciple from outside Death Tomb City hurt your people? Feng Qi, if you have too many concerns, then let us take care of this for you. It is merely an Emperor realm mount. In the spirit's world, other than the young master of the 9 giant corpse tribe, there isn't anyone else that we should be scared of. In the spirit's world, besides the Netherworld King's organization, the 9 giant corpse tribe was considered the number 1 superpower. The Immortal Hall was the second. Chun Bin was the 3rd son of the Immortal Hall's Hall Master. Of course, Feng Qi's identity wasn't simple either. He was one of the core disciples of the Death God sect, and his father was even the city lord of the Death Tomb City. His father also had an identity as the 2nd brother of the sect master of the Death God sect. The Death God sect was ranked 3rd in terms of strength in the spirit's world. If the Immortal Hall and the Death God sect were to join hands, even the 9 giant corpse tribe would hesitate when dealing with them. Hence, Chun Bin didn't take anyone else seriously other than the young master of the 9 giant corpse tribe. After hearing what Chun Bin said, the concerns in Feng Qi's heart dissipated, and he smiled. How can I bother Brother Chun Bin to take care of such a small matter? I can settle this myself. Chun Bin smiled. All right. Feng Qi asked the guards captain about Huang Xiaolong's mount's strength. After some consideration, he sent out a summoning signal to the 2nd and 3rd stewards, Yang Ruiyan and Yu Jifei, from the city lord's mansion. He requested that they make a trip to the Death Volcano immediately. There were a total of 5 butlers in the city lord's mansion. Both the 2nd steward, Yang Ruiyan, and the 3rd steward, Yu Jifei, were Emperor realm experts. One of them was a mid-8th order emperor, while the other was a late 7th order emperor. The 2 of them were more than enough to handle the situation. Not long after, both of them arrived in front of Feng Qi and the others. Feng Qi didn't dally and quickly briefed them on the situation and Huang Xiaolong's mount's strength. He brought everyone to the lowest level of the crater. This brat dares to continue staying in the cultivation room after injuring someone from the city lord's mansion. A pretty lady next to Chunbin groaned. Maybe he really has some kind of backing. This pretty lady was called Wang Qingying, and there was a butterfly tattoo at the corner of her eye. She belonged to the black butterfly race, and every single member of this ancient race had an extreme innate charm. The black butterfly race was ranked 8th in the spirit's world, and even though they were incomparable to the Immortal Hall and Death God sect, they possessed rather incredible strength. As for Wang Qingying, she was the daughter of the current patriarch of the black butterfly race. So what if he has some kind of backing? Chan Bin smiled disapprovingly. In the 3 worlds of hell, there is no lack of young masters who have some kind of backing. Very soon, everyone arrived at the number 9 cultivation room's door at the lowest level of the crater. Go open the door, Feng Qi said to the captain. There was naturally more than one key to the room. Other than the key in Huang Xiaolong's hand, there were 2 more keys. Yes, young master. Once the captain arrived in front of the door, he took out the jade key. He circulated his god force and inserted the key into the keyhole on the door. In an instant, the door swung open. The instant the door opened, the scarlet flame dark Qilin, who had its eyes closed, felt something unusual. It snapped its fiery eyes open. In the same instant, Huang Xiaolong's eyes slowly opened as he stopped cultivating. After taking a look at the scarlet flame dark Qilin, the gazes of Feng Qi, Chun Bin, and the rest of them fell on Huang Xiaolong, who was sitting in the middle of the array. Mid-Fourth Order Emperor Yang Ruetian looked at the scarlet flame Dark Qilin and said. Feng Qi relaxed quite a bit after hearing that. Brat, did you injure my men? Feng Qi looked coldly at Huang Xiaolong as he pointed to the guard captain. Huang Xiaolong replied indifferently, That's right. A frigid expression formed on Feng Qi's face. Very good. He then turned to Yu Jifei and said, May I trouble steward you to throw them out of the room? Don't kill them yet. I need to ask him some things. Yu Jifei nodded his head, and his right hand turned into a claw as it abruptly stretched towards Huang Xiaolong and the scarlet flame Dark Qilin. Two large gray handprints appeared above their heads. A white light flashed out of nowhere and destroyed the two handprints. Everyone was startled. What was that white light? Even though they felt that it was some sort of divine artifact, none could identify it. Huang Xiaolong stood up and walked towards the door. Yu Jifei's expression changed. In the end, he retreated a few steps and allowed Huang Xiaolong and the scarlet flame Dark Qilin to walk out from the cultivation room. Young master, you are? Feng Qi looked at Huang Xiaolong indifferently as he said in a solemn tone. Huang Xiaolong didn't speak, but the scarlet flame Dark Qilin threw a token over in his stead. Once Feng Qi saw the token, his entire face changed. There was a character etched on top of the token, Netherworld King's Organization. Everyone yelled out in shock. For the past few years, with the appearance of the new King of Hell, the might of the Netherworld King's Organization had soared sky-high. No one dared to go against them. For a moment, everyone was stuck in place. Chun Bin was the first one to regain his senses. He looked at Huang Xiaolong as he smiled coldly. No wonder you are so arrogant. It turns out that you are from the Netherworld King's Organization. Who's your master? Which great commander do you serve under? Jiang Fenghuang? Lu Kuan? Could it be He Lianfeng? Huang Xiaolong's status was high from Chun Bin's perspective as he had a mount in the Mid-Fourth Order Emperor realm. It was very likely that he was a direct disciple of a great commander. Since there were only 3 great commanders stationed in the spirit's world, he named all of them. Huang Xiaolong ignored the question before throwing Chun Bin an indifferent gaze. Before I change my mind, you better leave now. Everyone was startled. Chun Bin's face sank, and he smiled. Brat, do you really think that I won't dare to move against you just because you are from the Netherworld King's Organization? Even if your master is Lu Kuan or Jiang Fenghuang, you will still have to give an explanation for injuring someone related to the City Lord's mansion. Huang Xiaolong let out an "oh" and looked at the other party with interest. Huang Xiaolong saw the insignia on his robe and said, You're from the Immortal Hall. Chun Bin said proudly, That's right. I am the 3rd young master of the Immortal Hall, Chun Bin. However, the moment he finished speaking, the scarlet flame Dark Qilin raised its leg and kicked his chest. With a miserable shriek, he flew out and smashed into the stone wall across the crater. Everyone was dumbfounded. Nobody had expected the scarlet flame Dark Qilin to attack so suddenly. I don't care if you belong to the Immortal Hall or Death God sect. After 10 breaths of time, I don't want to see any of you here, Huang Xiaolong said calmly. Brat, you are looking to die. One of the Mid-Seventh Order Emperor ancestors from the Immortal Hall regained his senses and yelled in rage. He sent out a palm that contained raging death chi, and the roars of countless skeletons filled the air. However, the shocking thing was that the death chi contained a kind of immortal aura. It was as if this death chi would last forever. Not long after the Immortal Hall's ancestor attacked, the white light from earlier appeared once again and clashed with him. A miserable cry could be heard in the next instant as the ancestor cried out in pain. He retreated, and everyone could see a hole in his palm. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Even the Mid-Eighth Order Emperor from the City Lord's mansion, Yan Ruetian, had eyes filled with terror. There's still 6 breaths of time left, Huang Xiaolong said with indifference. Everyone's face changed drastically. Take Brother Chun Bin and leave. Feng Qi gritted his teeth and said gloomily. Of course, he wasn't planning to let the matter rest here. He wanted to investigate Huang Xiaolong's identity before making the next move. Huang Xiaolong watched Feng Qi, Chen Bin, and the others leave, then stepped back into the cultivation room. Your Majesty, letting Chen Bin go will be a loose end. He definitely would come looking for payback and investigate your Majesty's identity, said the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin. Let them investigate then. Huang Xiaolong was nonchalant about it. In truth, he was afraid that they wouldn't investigate him. Humph. In the cultivation room, Huang Xiaolong once again sat cross-legged at the formation array center. An afterthought later, he took out his communication talisman and contacted desolate giant Taiyu, ordering him to release a piece of news. Lu Kuan colluded with the 9 Giant Corpse tribe to usurp the Nether King's throne. He has betrayed the Netherworld King's organization. Due to this, he is expelled from the Netherworld King's organization from today onwards and is no longer one of the Netherworld King's organization's great commanders. This was the news Huang Xiaolong ordered Tai Yu and the other 8 great commanders to release. Although Huang Xiaolong had long known that Lu Kuan was in cahoots with the 9 Giant Corpse tribe, he had not taken any action towards Lu Kuan until now. He had drawn a clear line between the Netherworld King's organization and Lu Kuan. Additionally, Huang Xiaolong also ordered the 9 great commanders to issue a task. This task stated that the person who would kill Lu Kuan would receive a 10 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones reward. Bring Lu Kuan's head to him to collect the prize. Huang Xiaolong believed that 10 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones were sufficient to tempt many superforces. Once this task was issued, he believed that the Netherworld King's organization's senior and junior commanders who were planning to betray the Netherworld King's organization and follow Lu Kuan would think twice. The most critical part of this was whether it was worth following Lu Kuan and betraying the Netherworld King's organization at the end of the day. After issuing his orders, Huang Xiaolong took out 300 brilliant Sun Divine Pills and continued cultivating. After killing the red-faced old man Gao Ning and the traitor junior commander He Xian, Huang Xiaolong's identity was already exposed. He didn't know whether that 9 Giant Corpse tribe's old ancestor Shiming would rush over to the Death Tomb City to kill him or not, but he could not linger in Death Tomb City. He only had a month at most. Roughly a month later, he would leave the Death Tomb City regardless of whether Tai Yu could identify the Grand Mist Aura or confirm Feng Mingyu's location. At this time, Feng Qi and the rest of his group left the Black Mountain and dashed towards the Death Tomb City's City Lord Mansion. His mother, I'll order the surrounding plains Immortal Hall's experts to gather here. That bastard. I'll make him kneel in front of me, begging for his life. Chun Bin's face was warped with anger. As the Immortal Hall's 3rd young lord, never had he been so humiliated. Feng Qi's eyes gleamed as he thought of something and turned to say to the 2nd steward, Steward Yang, have people identified that kid? Yang Ruetian moved his lips as he hesitated in how to respond. Steward Yang, just say what you want to say. Seeing his reaction, Feng Qi stated. Yang Ruetian spoke. Frankly, a few days back, the 9 Giant Corpse tribe's ancestor Gao Ning and the Netherworld King's organization's junior commander He Xian were killed. Their bodies were hung on our Death Tomb City's city gates. Everyone was stunned for a second and were agape with astonishment. What, Gao Ning? The late 10th Order Emperor Realm Gao Ning? Feng Qi exclaimed in a high-pitched voice with apparent disbelief. Yang Ruetian nodded and went on. That is so. Moreover, their bodies were personally hung on the city gates by the Netherworld King's organization's senior commander Zhang Long and Ma Ruelai. This incident happened 10 days back. The 3rd steward Yu Jifei chimed in. Their bodies were still hung on the city gates 2 days back. Later, a 9 Giant Corpse tribe's expert risked his life to take away their bodies. The dots connected in Chun Bin and the others' minds. No wonder they hadn't seen any corpses above the city gates when they returned. Who killed them? Zhang Long and Ma Lairue? Chun Bin asked with a doubtful expression. Logically speaking, Zhang Long and Ma Lairue couldn't have had the strength to kill Gao Ning. Not Zhang Long and Ma Lairue. Yang Ruetian shook his head, and his voice grew solemn as never before. However, rumors are circulating that the Nether King has come to the Death Tomb City. What? His Majesty, the Nether King? Feng Qi, Chen Bin, and the others paled with apprehension. Gao Ning and He Xian were killed by His Majesty, the Nether King? But why did he kill He Xian? Wang Qingying of the Black Butterfly race stammered, and the others noticed her hands shaking. I've heard it was because He Xian betrayed the Netherworld King's organization by colluding with the 9 Giant Corpse tribe. He wanted to capture the Netherworld King's organization's Death Tomb City branch. Coincidentally, His Majesty, the Nether King, arrived at this time. Yang Ruatian breathed out loudly. When speaking about the new His Majesty, the Nether King, everyone's voice quivered unknowingly as if these 5 words weighed a trillion caddies. Gao Ning and He Xian were killed 10 days ago? That means His Majesty, the Nether King, arrived at Death Tomb City 10 days ago. Chun Bin's expression looked even worse as he combed through the details. His head jerked up to look at Yang Ruatian and Yi Jifei in shock while exclaiming, "Could it be?" Feng Qi, Wang Qingying, and several other young lords seemed to arrive at the same thought, turning pale almost simultaneously. The captain had mentioned earlier that that kid had come to Death Tomb City 10 days ago. To top it off, he was a member of the Netherworld King's organization. Didn't that mean? Yes, he's likely to be. Yang Ruatian affirmed but did not speak further. He dared not say more. But everyone present knew to whom Yang Ruatian was referring. Why didn't you tell us earlier? Feng Qi questioned as his expression became uglier by the second. Yang Ruatian added, "At first, we did not think in this direction. Only after he showed his Netherworld King's organization's token and injured the Immortal Hall's ancestor Huali did we guess his identity." Everyone fell silent. Recalling their arrogant attitude earlier and wanting to assemble the surrounding plane's Immortal Hall's experts to make that kid beg for mercy on his knees, Chun Bin shuddered, and a cold shiver ran down his spine. In the battle above the Nethersea, several hundred of the Massacring God's Gate, 9 Giant Corpse tribe, and Howling Moon Wolf race's Emperor Realm ancestors had fallen at the hands of the Nether King's subordinates. That was several hundred Emperor Realm ancestors. Even the Massacring God's Gate's young Lord Song Li Tao and the Howling Moon Wolf race's young Lord I Ching were killed, and also Peng Zhengfei. The more Chun Bin thought about it, the colder his limbs felt. Had they left the cultivation room a few breaths slower just now, they would have. Younger brother Feng Qi, I have some matters to attend to. I'll bid my farewell here. Qin Bin suddenly said as he cupped his fists at Feng Qi and dashed away without waiting for Feng Qi's reply. The rest of the Immortal Hall's disciples hurried after him. He did not dare to remain in this Death Tomb City a second longer. Feng Qi was rendered agape by Chun Bin's action. Brother Feng Qi, I'll take my leave here. The Black Butterfly race's Wang Qingying also hastened to bid her farewell, raising her left hand to signal the other Black Butterfly race's experts to follow her. Other forces also left in groups. In a short while everyone was gone. Second young master, Yang Ruatian called out, seeing Feng Qi was still in a daze. Return to the City Lord Mansion. Feng Qi snapped out from his daze and nudged his mount back to the City Lord Mansion. 10 days went by. Everything was calm and peaceful in Death Tomb City. Huang Xiaolong was fully immersed in cultivation inside the cultivation room. People from the Immortal Hall and Death God sect did not appear again, and Huang Xiaolong was happy to be left in peace. It looks like they had guessed his identity. Another 2 days passed when Tai Yu sent a message to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong smiled when he read the message. The message said they had already confirmed the Grand Mist Aura was at the 9 Giant Corpse tribe's treasury, and the Fortune Emperor Palace's disciple Fang Mingyu's location had been determined. He was at the 9 Plain. The 9 Plain? Huang Xiaolong stood up, his brows locked tightly together. The 9 Plain was where the 9 Giant Corpse tribe's headquarters was located. What was Fang Mingyu doing there? Feeling baffled, Huang Xiaolong took out his communication talisman and ordered Tai Yu and the others to find out why Fang Mingyu was on the 9 Plain. Huang Xiaolong and the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin exited the cultivation room. By this hour, the dusky skies outside signaled the coming nightfall, and the volcanic environment rich with fire spiritual energy made everything in sight seem to glow in ember red. Huang Xiaolong leaped onto the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin Hao Ren's back, and both flew out through the volcano's mouth. It was time for Huang Xiaolong to leave Death Tomb City. Before leaving, Huang Xiaolong made a trip to the Death Tomb City's Netherworld Kings Organization's branch. By this time, the thick scent of blood inside the branch building had already cleared. The Netherworld Kings Organization and 9 giant corpse tribes' corpses were also taken care of. As compared to before, the branch's security had more than doubled. Nether guards were patrolling the 4 corners of the branch building. These nether guards were transferred from other branches. Their strengths averaged at 10th order Heavenly Monarch realm and above. Huang Xiaolong met with Zhang Long and Ma Lairue and exhorted various tasks to both of them. After that, he left the Death Tomb City with the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin and did not dally around. When leaving the Death Tomb City, Huang Xiaolong did not deliberately conceal his movements. Thus, the various forces of Death Tomb City promptly got the news of his departure. Not long after Huang Xiaolong left the Death Tomb City on the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin, as the Death Tomb City Lord's second young master, Feng Qi also got first-hand news. His hanging heart returned to his chest, hearing it. Feng Qi was filled with unease the entire time Huang Xiaolong was cultivating in the Death Volcano. He lived every day in anxiety, afraid that Huang Xiaolong would suddenly think of him and show up on his doorstep to play with him. Finally, that demon was gone. Young Lord, should we send people to investigate Duwei's whereabouts after leaving Death Tomb City? The captain guard inquired Feng Qi's opinion. But the captain guard had just asked his question when Feng Qi sent him twirling in the air with a hard slap. The captain guard grunted on the floor with a glaring 5-fingered palm print on his right cheek. Feng Qi rushed up to the captain guard and stomped his foot on the captain guard's chest as he cursed. Do you want me to die? Do you think that I couldn't die any earlier, is that it? Telling me to investigate that Duwei. Do you have any idea who he is? You're a pig, aren't you? You pig brain. Feng Qi went amok, stomping and kicking the captain guard as he scolded, and his kicks were all infused with god force. The captain guard was soon bashed into a bloody pulp, on the verge of death. Come, drag this pig out of here, throw him out of Death Tomb City. He's forbidden to take one step into Death Tomb City in the future. Feng Qi roared. His eyes were bloodshot as he stormed out the door. After Huang Xiaolong left the Death Tomb City, he headed west of the Spirit's World on the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin. The 9 Plain was located in the west region of Spirit's World. The two journeyed non-stop. Half a year later, Huang Xiaolong stepped out from the 9 Plain's transmission array. However, Huang Xiaolong looked completely different. A burly middle-aged man clad in a 9 giant corpse tribe's Grand Elder robe. On his face were faint colorful runes, which added an aura of mystery to him. Huang Xiaolong had decided to borrow the identity of the 9 giant corpse tribe's Grand Elder Luo Haoming. 9 giant corpse tribe's Grand Elder Luo Haoming also had the same cultivation of late 6th order Heavenly Monarch realm. More importantly, Luo Haoming was more or less a loner that rarely associates with other 9 giant corpse tribes experts. He also did not have any disciples under him, making it more convenient for Huang Xiaolong to move freely. Of course, Huang Xiaolong had killed the real Luo Haoming when he had stepped out a few days ago. Therefore, Luo Haoming didn't exist anymore. Huang Xiaolong swaggered out of the transmission array on a Thunderbone Tiger mount. This Thunderbone Tiger was Luo Haoming's mount, but it was now under Huang Xiaolong's control through the Grand Mist Worm. The Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin could have changed its outer appearance to resemble the Thunderbone Tiger. However, as a precaution to prevent Shi Wushuang and the others from noticing anything, Huang Xiaolong had decided to use Luo Haoming's original mount. The Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin was left to cultivate inside the Heavenly Hall by Huang Xiaolong. The Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin could only benefit by cultivating inside the Heavenly Hall, with the Heavenly Hall's holy light tempering its body. As the Thunderbone Tiger walked out from the transmission array, Huang Xiaolong determined his bearing and flew towards the 9 Plain's north side. During this half a year, Tai Yu had already learned why Feng Mingyu had come to the 9 Plain. It seemed like Feng Mingyu had heard from somewhere about the fallen divine flower on 9 Plain. Thus he had come searching for it. The fallen divine flower was a rare wonder among hell's many blossoms. It was said to have many uses, One of the most popular benefits was the accumulation of everything nefarious and the darkness of hell for 999,999,999 million years before it bloomed. The person who consumed the flower would never fear being corrupted by all evils. There was also a myth about this flower. It claimed that by consuming the fallen divine flower, one's godhead would generate a fallen chi that could increase one's chances of breaking through to Emperor realm by 50%. 50%? Huang Xiaolong shook his head, finding the said myth ludicrous. Fang Mingyu, that guy really doesn't want to live anymore. He actually dared to come searching for the fallen divine flower on the Nine-Yin Plain. Even taking out the dangers of the Nine-Yin giant corpse tribe, just the Night Sea where the fallen divine flower was said to be, was not a place Fang Mingyu, a mere heavenly monarch, should venture into. The Night Sea was one of the perilous lands on the Nine-Yin Plain, that even high-level Emperor realm would face the risk of dying inside it. The fallen divine flower was said to be in the depths of the Night Sea. While Huang Xiaolong pondered this matter, a group of Nine-Yin giant corpse tribe's disciples came toward him. This group of disciples wore the Nine-Yin giant corpse tribe's elite disciple robe. All of them had the strength of high-level God King realm. Greetings to Grand Elder. Upon seeing Huang Xiaolong, the group of disciples stopped in the distance and greeted respectfully. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head. There was no other response other than that, and he left on the Thunderbone Tiger. Only after Huang Xiaolong was far away, these disciples continue flying onwards. Along the way, Huang Xiaolong encountered several groups of Nine-Yin giant corpse tribe's disciples. However, the Nine-Yin Plain was not entirely dominated by the Nine-Yin giant corpse tribe. Other than the Nine-Yin giant corpse tribe, there were many other forces disciples. There were many big trading houses and super forces branches here. For example, the Immortal Hall, Death God Sect, Black Butterfly Race, and even the Netherworld Kings organization also has branches on the Nine-Yin Plain. But the Netherworld Kings organization branch here had always been managed by a senior commander under Lu Kuan. Huang Xiaolong saw the Night Sea half a month later. The Night Sea, like its name indicated, was a sea of darkness. Here there was only night and no daylight. The sky around the Night Sea territory was forever black, and the environment was so dark that one could barely see their own 5 fingers. Even their divine sight would be hindered here. There was a city in the Night Sea called Nightless City. The Nightless City was similar to the Death Tomb City, being one of 10 Spirits World's top cities. According to the information from Tai Yu, Fang Mingyu was at Nightless City. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong came to look for Fang Mingyu first. As for the Grand Mist Aura within the Nine-Yin giant corpse tribe's treasury, he would have to wait for an opportunity. Couldn't be rushed. 6 days later, Huang Xiaolong, who had been flying across the sea, finally stopped. Ahead of him was a megacity floating above the sea surface. The majestic city walls were made from materials unknown to Huang Xiaolong, reflecting rings of opulent white halos. This white halo illuminated the surrounding several million li radius sea area. This was the Nightless City. The entire Night Sea resembled a giant black hole, and the Nightless City was the bright shining pearl on the Night Sea, giving a ray of hope to those in despair around the Night Sea. Huang Xiaolong nudged the Thunderbone Roger to accelerate. Moments later, they reached the Nightless City's gates. The guards at the Nightless City's gates were core disciples of the Nine-Yin giant corpse tribe. These disciples escorted Huang Xiaolong, no, Grand Elder Luo Haoming, into Nightless City upon his arrival. Other forces disciples were required to pay a large number of spirit stones to enter Nightless City, but Huang Xiaolong was naturally exempted from this. The brightness inside Nightless City resembled daytime in the divine world. Almost in every corner of the city was luminous night pearl and radiant stone walls. Grand architectures decorated the streets. However, Huang Xiaolong was not in the mood to appreciate the Nightless City's scenery. He headed straight to the Nefarious Dragon Inn. Fang Mingyu was currently residing at the Nefarious Dragon Inn. As Huang Xiaolong headed to the Nefarious Dragon Inn, Fang Mingyu was frowning deeply. His eyes were filled with uneasiness and anxiety. Fang Mingyu had disguised as a devil to sneak into the Nine-Yin Plain, and his current identity was a grand elder of piercing moon cult called Yang Jun. He had already killed the Real Yongjun. The Piercing Moon cult ranked 6th amongst the spirit world's superforces. Initially, Fang Mingyu had thought that Yongjun's identity as the Piercing Moon cult's Grand Elder would be more convenient for him to take actions. However, today, he had learned through some channels that the Piercing Moon cult's higher echelons had begun to suspect him. Probably, they had already sent someone over to capture him. Although the Piercing Moon cult wasn't aware that he was the Divine World's Fortune Emperor Palace's Emperor's disciple, his identity would be exposed once they captured him. At that time, he would surely die. What to do? Fang Mingyu inwardly asked himself again and again. Right about now, the Nightless City was probably on high alert to prevent him from escaping. The Piercing Moon cult's experts were probably waiting to ambush him at the city gates. And even if he wanted to make a run for it now, he would fail to leave Nightless City. At every corner of the Nightless City were Piercing Moon cult's experts, and it won't take long for them to find him in this inn. Fang Mingyu had been hiding in Nightless City for some time now. Initially, he had wanted to wait for an auction that was scheduled half a month later, to buy a better divine armor so he could withstand the frigid qi in the depths of the Night Sea. At the same time, he planned to find a group that would venture deeper into the Night Sea. This would make it safer to deal with the sea beasts in the Night Sea. Had he known that he would fall into this predicament, he wouldn't have entered Nightless City a few days back, entrapping himself in the city. The more Fang Mingyu pondered his current situation, the more desperate and helpless he felt. In the end, Fang Mingyu decided to leave Nightless City. An inn was too conspicuous after all. He would search for a way out of Nightless City later. Fang Mingyu changed his disguise before stepping out of his room. Fang Mingyu barely took one step out from the inn, and his footsteps halted. At the end of the street stood more than a dozen Piercing Cult Moon's experts blocking his path. 3 of them were clad in the Piercing Moon cult's Grand Elder's robes. Each of them exuded a more substantial pressure than him. Fang Mingyu's face tightened. The Piercing Moon cult's people arrived so fast? Grand Elder Yongjun. Where are you going, ah? One of the Piercing Moon cult's Grand Elders asked with a sheepish smile as he stared fixedly at Fang Mingyu. We were just about to look for you to have a few drinks. Fang Mingyu squeezed a smile on his face as he said, What Grand Elder Yongjun? I think you have got the wrong person. The 3 Piercing Moon cult's Grand Elders exchanged a glance, then laughed a little too loud. Some passers-by noticed the tense atmosphere, and their curiosity was stoked. Thus more of them stopped to watch. The first Piercing Moon cult Grand Elder who spoke laughed. Kiddo, I know you're not Grand Elder Yongjun. Once we've captured you, we'll know who you really are. Fang Mingyu's face turned ash-gray. In the next moment, his body blurred in a flicker as he sped away. But his feet had just left the street when someone faster than him blocked his path. It was the same Piercing Moon cult's Grand Elder who had spoken earlier. Fang Mingyu couldn't even react. The other side's actions were a series of blurry images. And in the next second, Fang Mingyu felt a dull pain as an overbearing force knocked him in the chest. He was lying on the street a moment later. His cultivation was merely at the mid-4th order Heavenly Monarch realm, while the Piercing Moon cult's Grand Elder was a peak late 6th order Heavenly Monarch. Against him, Fang Mingyu was powerless to resist. The Piercing Moon cult's Grand Elder landed lightly on his feet while looking at Fang Mingyu. He strode slowly until he reached Fang Mingyu. He looked at Fang Mingyu condescendingly and said with absolute coldness, Take him away! Yes. Other Piercing Moon cult's experts complied and stepped in to carry Fang Mingyu away. However, just as these Piercing Moon cult's experts moved towards Fang Mingyu, suddenly, numerous sword qis shot towards them. These sword qis contained a terrifying death qi, and each ray of sword qi had a small, ethereal skull swirling around it. The Piercing Moon cult's experts were alarmed as they dodged by reflex. Many of them were injured by these sword qis and tumbled in the air by the sword qi force. For a moment, screams reverberated in the air. The 3 Piercing Moon cult's Grand Elders' faces darkened. Fang Mingyu stood blankly for a second. The others turned to look and saw a middle-aged man clad in the 9 Giant Corpse Tribe's Grand Elder's robe, sitting on a thunderbone tiger mount coming towards them. This person was naturally Huang Xiaolong. After seeing that Huang Xiaolong was clad in the 9 giant corpse tribe's Grand Elder's robe, the piercing moon cult's experts' faces tightened nervously. Huang Xiaolong stopped in front of Fang Mingyu as he rode on the Thunderbone Tiger, while the piercing moon cult's experts gave way vigilantly. I am the piercing moon cult's Chun Dongyue. May I know who you are? The peak mid-sixth order heavenly monarch realm piercing moon cult's Grand Elder took a step forward and cupped his fists at Huang Xiaolong. Luo Haoming. Huang Xiaolong flatly stated. I see the 9 giant corpse tribe's Grand Elder Luo Haoming. We suspect this person here killed our piercing moon cult's Grand Elder Yang Jun, and our head has ordered us to capture this person. Please make it convenient for us. I hope Grand Elder Luo Haoming won't interfere in this matter. I will express my gratitude to Grand Elder Luo Haoming on another day. Piercing moon cult's Grand Elder Chen Dongyue said politely. If someone else had killed his piercing moon cult's disciples, Chen Dongyue would have retaliated, but due to Luo Haoming's identity, he had to be polite. This person has a grudge with me, so I cannot give you this person. You can leave now. Huang Xiaolong brushed off Chen Dongyue's request. Chen Dongyue and other piercing moon cult's experts' faces turned ugly. Saying there was a grudge was merely an excuse. Are you bent on interfering in our piercing moon cult's affair? Chen Dongyue regained his composure, but his thoughts were already swaying. I don't like to repeat my words twice, Huang Xiaolong calmly stated, but there was a glint of killing intent in his eyes. The piercing moon cult's Grand Elder Chen Dongyue had an ugly expression on his face. The other side had insulted the piercing moon cult. He had explicitly indicated that their head had ordered them to capture this person. However, due to Luo Haoming's identity as the 9 giant corpse tribe's Grand Elder, Chen Dongyue tried to calm his anger by taking a deep breath before speaking. My master and your hall master Li Buchuan are good friends. I hope that you will not interfere in this matter, considering the relationship between hall master Li Buchuan's relationship with our head. Li Buchuan was one of the 9 giant corpse tribe's hall masters and had a high status within the tribe. Before Huang Xiaolong had killed Luo Haoming, he had scoured through Luo Haoming's memories. Therefore, he had an understanding of the 9 giant corpse tribe's external connections. Had Huang Xiaolong been the real Luo Haoming, he wouldn't have interfered in this matter. However, Huang Xiaolong was not Luo Haoming, and Fang Mingyu was a person Huang Xiaolong had to save. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong snorted at Chen Dongyue's words. I don't care which hall master your head knows. You and your group can scram now. The expressions of piercing moon cult's experts' faces turned gloomier. Even the spectating passers-by were surprised by Luo Haoming's uncompromising attitude. Fine then, we have no choice but to be rude. The piercing moon cult's Grand Elder Chen Dongyue narrowed his eyes as he spoke. Black rays of light suddenly erupted from his body, turning into a swarm of giant black pythons. Before Chen Dongyue could attack, a shadow blurred, and Huang Xiaolong was already in front of him. Chen Dongyue was startled and took a step back by reflex, but Huang Xiaolong struck his palm accurately on Chen Dongyue's chest. Metallic ember flames interweaved, and death chi swirled around Huang Xiaolong's palm. Chen Dongyue was knocked backward from Huang Xiaolong's palm strike, smashing onto the streets far away. His divine armors shattered into pieces, and blood stained his face and torso. You, the metallic corpse palm. The spectating crowd retreated in alarm. The metallic corpse palm was the supreme technique of a spirit's world's ancient superforce. The technique was lost in time, and Luo Haoming happened to have learned it due to a fortuitous adventure. Huang Xiaolong's archdevil supreme godhead, his lord of hell's inheritance, and the heart of hell enabled him to imitate any supreme divine art of hell with ease. More importantly, others couldn't tell whether it was genuine or fake. This time, 2 different rebuking voices sounded. 2 figures lunged towards Huang Xiaolong with their palms outstretched. Overlapping shadows of palm imprints formed a great palm mountain, pressing down on Huang Xiaolong from above. The other 2 piercing moon cult's Grand Elders had joined hands to attack Huang Xiaolong. Both of them were mid-6th order heavenly monarch experts. Not even a late 6th Order Heavenly Monarch could escape unscathed after facing 2 mid-6th Order Heavenly Monarchs' combined sneak attacks. Unfortunately, their opponent was Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong didn't even spare them a side glance. He raised a hand and waved. Overwhelming palm force dispersed the other side's attack. Then he repelled both piercing moon cult's grand elders high into the air. 2 tragic screams shook the air. A long time later, 2 bodies crashed to the streets, demolishing buildings. Huang Xiaolong's cold gaze swept across the rest of the piercing moon cult, and he asked, "Anyone else wants to attack me?" The piercing moon cult's experts immediately retreated. No one dared to step forward. Several piercing moon cult's elders helped Chen Dongyue and the other 2 grand elders up. Chen Dongyue glared venomously at Huang Xiaolong as he spoke. Piercing moon cult will demand an explanation from the 9 Yin giant corpse tribe for today's matter. Let's go. In a second, the piercing moon cult's group left decisively. Huang Xiaolong's cold gaze swept over the spectating crowd, frightening them away. Everyone quickly scattered away. Who could guarantee Huang Xiaolong won't suddenly use them as targets because of his bad mood? Only then did Huang Xiaolong turn to look at Fang Mingyu. Huang Xiaolong was confident that the person in front of him was Fang Mingyu because of the jade Fang Xianxian had given him. Fang Xianxian had told him that Fang Mingyu also carried a jade on him. Within a specific range, the jade Fang Xianxian had given him would sense Fang Mingyu's jade. Many thanks for this friend's helping hand. Despite his doubts about why an unknown person would save him, Fang Mingyu quickly stood up and cupped his fists in gratitude at Huang Xiaolong. "Swallow this pill." Huang Xiaolong threw a healing pellet at Fang Mingyu. Fang Mingyu caught the pellet with an astonished expression. "Is this a top-grade Grand Mist spiritual pill?" Huang Xiaolong nodded his head. "It's Great Brahma Sarira pill." The Great Brahma Sarira pill was a kind of top-grade Grand Mist spiritual pill specifically for healing injuries. Fang Mingyu checked the Great Brahma Sarira pill in his hand with his divine sense. After confirming there was nothing wrong with the pill, he swallowed it. In an instant, warm streams of energy filled his whole body, and his injuries healed at speed visible to the naked eye. Huang Xiaolong silently watched Fang Mingyu as he checked the pill with his divine sense before consuming it. It was clear that Fang Mingyu did not trust him. Huang Xiaolong didn't mind his actions at all. "All right, I'll send you out of the city now, then send you back to the divine world," Huang Xiaolong stated strictly. "This..." Fang Mingyu hesitated. "You're still thinking about the fallen divine flower?" Huang Xiaolong hit the nail on the head at Fang Mingyu's reaction. Even under these circumstances, Fang Mingyu was still thinking about the fallen divine flower. "You know that I came to look for the fallen divine flower? Who are you?" Fang Mingyu stared warily at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong did not answer his question. Instead, he took out the jade Fang Xianxian had given him before. The jade emitted soft, resplendent halos, and it looked indescribably beautiful. Fang Mingyu was overjoyed when he saw the glowing jade and stammered, "You? This? How come you have this jade?" "Your sister gave it to me," Huang Xiaolong went on. "When we're out of the Nightless City, I have my way to send you back to the divine world. Decide for yourself whether you want to return to the divine world or stay here searching for the fallen divine flower. However, if you choose to stay, I won't accompany you while you go looking for that fallen divine flower. I have my own things to do." Fang Mingyu's eyes flickered with hesitation. "Fine, I'll go back to the divine world." In the end, Fang Mingyu agreed with much difficulty. His identity was exposed, and the piercing moon cult was targeting him. Remaining on the 9-Yin plane was equivalent to wooing death. Furthermore, the chances of finding the fallen divine flower had always been slim, and now those chances were even slimmer. "Very good, let's go," Huang Xiaolong said. Without delay, he brought Fang Mingyu towards the Nightless City's gates. It was somewhat inconvenient to summon the gates of hell within the Nightless City, as they would be easily detected. Hence, Huang Xiaolong decided to summon the gates of hell outside the Nightless City, and then send Fang Mingyu back to the divine world. While Huang Xiaolong brought Fang Mingyu out through the city gates, Inside one of the corpse pools within the 9 mountain range, dense corpse chi roiled. Suddenly, a deafening roar shook the 9th heaven as dense corpse chi above the corpse pool roiled violently, growing stronger. A silhouette gradually became clearer above the corpse pool. This was none other than the 9 giant corpse tribe's young lord, whose physical body was destroyed by Huang Xiaolong. It was Shi Yu. Congratulations to young lord's new body. Several Emperor Realm 9 giant corpse tribe's ancestors flew over to congratulate Shi Yu. During the time at the Nethersea, Huang Xiaolong had nearly killed Shi Yu. He had suffered severe injuries. Ever since his return to the 9 giant corpse tribe, he had been in healing and seclusion, and now more than a decade had passed when he was as good as new. Shi Yu nodded with satisfaction as he examined his newly reconstructed body. He then faced several ancestors and asked, "Do you have that punk Due's news?" One of the ancestors smiled and said, "Young lord, we were just about to report this matter to you. That Due is here in Spirit's world." "What? That punk's in Spirit's world?" Shi Yu was astonished at first, then exploded into manic laughter, but his laughter contained chilling, killing intent. "Yes, young lord." The 9 giant corpse tribe's ancestor smiled as he went on. 7 months ago, Due appeared at the Death Tomb City. His voice turned icy speaking of this. At that time, Gao Ning was sieging the Death Tomb City's Netherworld King's organization branch. No one had expected that punk would suddenly appear at Death Tomb City. What happened then? Shi Yu's face darkened, urging the ancestor anxiously. The ancestors hesitated. They were aware that Gao Ning had a close relationship with the young lord. Gao Ning had mainly guided their young lord's cultivation. Although their young lord had never worshipped Gao Ning as his master, their relationship was no different than that of a master and disciple. "Speak!" Shi Yu barked at their slow response. "Brother Gao Ning was killed by that punk." The ancestor lowered his head, sighing heavily in reply. On top of that, Brother Gao Ning's corpse was hung above the Death Tomb City gates. Hearing that, Shi Yu's eyes turned scarlet like blood. He roared with anguish towards the sky, as cold and violent killing intent surged around his body. "Due, you bastard. I'm going to kill you. Kill you bastard. I'm going to kill that bastard motherfucker." Shi Yu's roars continued to echo in the mountain range, and he punched madly with fists at the things around him. The manic look in his eyes sent cold shivers down the ancestors' hearts. Shi Yu finally stopped after a long time. He was panting heavily, but the redness in his eyes did not diminish at all. Green veins on his neck bulged to the surface. None of the 9 giant corpse tribe's ancestors dared to utter a sound. "Why didn't you all say this earlier? Why didn't any of you tell me?" Shi Yu glared fiercely at the ancestors. The ancestors exchanged silent glances among themselves. One of them stepped up and said, "Young lord, it was a critical time during your recovery. Thus the patriarch had ordered us not to tell you about this matter before your full recovery. Where is that bastard Due right now?" Shi Yu strongly suppressed the boiling fury in his heart and demanded. The hatred and resentment in his eyes were stronger than ever. "He left the Death Tomb City as early as half a year ago. We haven't yet located him. But when he left Death Tomb City, he was heading towards the west side." The ancestor replied. "West?" Shi Yu's eyes narrowed as he said, "It doesn't matter where he is right now, but he absolutely must not be allowed to leave Spirit's world. Rest assured, young lord, we've laid out arrays around the Spirit Corpse Boundary River and Ghost Tomb. He won't be able to flee from our hands this time. Whenever he dares to appear at the Spirit Corpse Boundary River or Ghost Cemetery, our old ancestor would personally take action to capture and kill him." The same 9 giant corpse tribe's ancestor explained. Due coming to the Spirit's world was like he was literally seeking death. This was the best opportunity for them to kill Due. Naturally, the 9 giant corpse tribe would not miss this God-given opportunity. One must cross the Spirit Corpse Boundary River to reach the Spirit's world from Azura world, while the Ghost Cemetery was the boundary between Spirit's world and Ghost world. Both of these places were now heavily guarded by the 9 giant corpse tribe's army and numerous layers of ancient formations. There's no escape for Due when the time comes. Good. This time, we'll catch him in one fell swoop. Sure Inu laughed crazily, hearing that. If the old ancestor takes action, that Due's death is certain. But it's a pity to let him die so easily. The ancestor laughed as he said, "Don't worry, young lord. Our old ancestor said that he'd hang that punk's corpse on the gates of our 9 giant corpses headquarters and invite various forces experts to appreciate it. After that, we'll refine him into a ferocious corpse puppet, making him obey every order. At that time, he will have no choice but to obey young lord's orders." Sure Inu's eyes lit up as he exclaimed with anticipation, "Did the old ancestor say so? Good. Very good. But from the news that we've received, when that punk left the Death Tomb City, he was already a late 6th Order heavenly monarch." The ancestor added, "What?" Sure Inu's face sank. Late 6th Order heavenly monarch realm. When they were still at the Nethersea, Due was still a mid-5th Order heavenly monarch. How come so fast?" Sure Inu blurted out. "We were surprised too. We think it might be related to the 36 holy fruits he received," the ancestor stated solemnly. Sure Inu's face darkened as the words came out of him through gritted teeth. "Even I would take more than a decade to absorb one holy fruit. Do you think that punk could have refined 36 holy fruits in a dozen years? He won't believe it no matter what." The 9 giant corpse tribe's ancestors felt speechless. In all honesty, none of them believed that Due had refined all 36 holy fruits in a dozen years, but they could not think of any other logical explanation for Due's rapid cultivation speed. Regardless of the reason why his cultivation rose so fast to late 6th Order heavenly monarch realm, what you all need to do now is to dig out where that punk is as soon as possible. Sure Inu ordered with a twisted expression. "I don't care what method is used. Force him out, quickly. Young lord, please rest assured. We have already arranged all our manpower to search every corner of Spirit's world, and every late 6th Order heavenly monarch realm expert. On top of that, we are secretly watching all Netherworld King's organization's branches in Spirit's world. As soon as that punk appears at any Netherworld King's organization's branch, we will get altered right away." Roughly 2 weeks later, Huang Xiaolong entered the 9 mountain range on the Thunderbone Tiger. 2 weeks ago, Huang Xiaolong had brought Fang Mingyu out of the Nightless City, safely. Then, he had summoned the gates of hell and sent Fang Mingyu back to the divine world. Before sending Fang Mingyu through the gates of hell, Huang Xiaolong had given him many high-grade and above Grand Mist spiritual pills. At that time, Huang Xiaolong had also given Fang Xuanxuan's jade to Fang Mingyu so that he could take it back to the divine world. After Huang Xiaolong had dealt with Fang Mingyu's matters, he had rushed to the 9 mountain range. Looking at the 9 mountain range before him, Huang Xiaolong gathered his wandering thoughts and flew towards its center. Being the 9 giant corpse tribe's headquarters, the 9 mountain range was massive, and it spanned across 2 mainlands. It had numerous peaks, and the buildings and palaces built here surpassed 100 million. Some had even built a city on some of these peaks. Within the cities and palaces on the 9 mountain range were the tribe's disciples. Occasionally, one could see elders and even grand elders flying over. Patrol teams flew by like clockwork, indicating disciplined and strong defenses. Whether it was at the foot of a mountain peak around a city, or even a large palace, Huang Xiaolong sensed restriction arrays everywhere. There were probably several 100,000 grand formation arrays laid out in the 9 mountain range, and each grand formation array had the power to destroy an entire plane surface. As a grand elder, Huang Xiaolong held a high status within the tribe. No one stopped to question him along the way. Between traveling and resting, Huang Xiaolong arrived at a peak that resembled a giant wolf after 3 days. This was the Giant Wolf Peak. As one of the 9 giant corpse tribe's grand elders, Luo Haoming was allocated his own peak and a cultivation palace. Luo Haoming's cultivation palace was located on this giant wolf peak. Heavy layers of protection guarded the 9 giant corpse tribe's treasury. Forcefully breaking in was definitely a no-go. Now, Huang Xiaolong's only option was to find the method of opening the treasury and then find a way inside. Then again, even after entering the treasury, the Grand Mist Aura would be heavily guarded. As soon as he touched the Grand Mist Aura, it would alert the old ancestor Shiming. Therefore, even if he got the secret method to enter the treasury, he still had to wait for the opportune time, wait for the 9 giant corpse tribe's old ancestor Shiming to leave the headquarters. Riding on the Thunderbone Tiger, Huang Xiaolong descended on the top of the giant wolf peak. On top of the mountain peak was a cluster of over 10 palaces, enshrouded in abundant spiritual energy. Spiritual florists of myriad colors were planted around these palaces that were organized neatly, adding a different flavor to the scenery. Huang Xiaolong went to the most central cultivation palace and stood in front of its entrance. Above the colossal entrance were ancient texts, Wolfless Palace. Wolfless Palace? Huang Xiaolong smiled as he read the name. Luo Haoming's naming sense for his cultivation palace was unique and somewhat interesting. Giant wolf and wolfless were such a contradiction. Huang Xiaolong took out a jade token that he had found inside Luo Haoming's spatial ring after killing him. It was the key to opening the wolfless palace. Huang Xiaolong infused his god force into the jade token, then flicked the jade token into a groove slightly above the wolfless palace's entrance. The wolfless palace and the surrounding palace building instantly emitted glimmering lights as the entrance slowly opened. When the wolfless palace entrance fully opened, Huang Xiaolong collected the jade token with his palm suction force from the groove in the wall and walked into the wolfless palace. Once inside, Huang Xiaolong noticed the wolfless palace was a different world altogether. A rare spiritual spring flowed through the garden. There were also various precious spiritual fruit trees growing in this garden that glistened like jewels. It was like a personal paradise. Luo Haoming had made a great effort to collect this good stuff. Huang Xiaolong nodded with satisfaction at the wolfless palace's environment, filled with rich spiritual energy. Just this one cultivation palace would make other superforces Emperor Realm ancestors green with envy. Huang Xiaolong took a stroll around the wolfless palace and the connecting palace buildings. There was a spiritual vein buried under the wolfless palace. With this spiritual vein as the primary energy source, Luo Haoming had laid out ancient chain formation arrays that connected the several palace buildings with excellent defenses and attack power. An hour later, Huang Xiaolong was back at the main wolfless palace. There were more than a dozen rooms within the wolfless palace. The rooms were a little too much as there was only Luo Haoming cultivating in the wolfless palace. Huang Xiaolong picked a room he liked in the wolfless palace and sat cross-legged inside it. After considering some matters, he took out his communication talisman. He issued an order to Desolate Giant Tai Yu to investigate the secret method of entering the 9 giant corpse tribe's treasury. He also ordered him to check if there was a possibility of the 9 giant corpse tribe's old ancestor Chu Han leaving the tribe's headquarters. As days passed, the battle of the Heavenly Court drew closer. There were less than 10 years now. Thus Huang Xiaolong needed to hurry up and find a source of Grand Mist Aura. That way, his Grand Mist parasitic medium would be able to advance to the 4th stage a day earlier. The earlier he obtained a new source of Grand Mist Aura, the greater his hope of breaking through to early 7th Order Heavenly Monarch realm would be, before the battle of the Heavenly Court commenced. If another 7 or 8 years were to pass, it would be useless even if he found a source of Grand Mist Aura, for he wouldn't be able to advance to the 4th stage of Grand Mist parasitic medium before the battle. There wasn't enough time. Although his senior brother Jiang Hong had said that there was a chance he could win the battle of the Heavenly Court's first place if his cultivation advanced to the early 4th Order Heavenly Monarch realm, it was merely a chance. If he could break through to the 7th Order Heavenly Monarch realm, then the first place was guaranteed to be his. He could defeat the rest of the Divine World's geniuses and snatch the first place with undefeatable momentum. After Huang Xiaolong sent his orders out, he activated the Wolfless Palace's defensive formations. He took out 300 Brilliant Sun Divine Pills and summoned his 3 avatars as they began another round of cultivation. What he needed to do now was cultivate and wait. While waiting, he needed to improve his strength as fast as he could. The night passed peacefully. The first ray of sunlight peeked over the horizon. Huang Xiaolong had just finished refining the 300 brilliant sun divine pills when a thunderous boom shook the whole giant wolf peak. The wolfless palace and other buildings swayed unsteadily. Huang Xiaolong was flabbergasted. What's going in? Someone has the guts to attack a Grand Elder's residence palace right at the center of the 9 giant corpse tribe's headquarters? Huang Xiaolong exited his room. In a flicker, he disappeared in the direction of the wolfless palace's entrance. Luo Haoming, roll out here for me. Before Huang Xiaolong reached the wolfless palace's entrance, he heard a voice yelling loudly. A woman? While Huang Xiaolong was still baffled as to what was going on, he arrived at the wolfless palace's entrance. He opened the gates and stepped outside. In the open space, in front of him, stood a group of women clad in the 9 giant corpse tribe's Grand Elder and core disciples' robes. Huang Xiaolong looked at the woman clad in a Grand Elder's brocade robe, standing at the head of the group. At first impression, Huang Xiaolong was astonished by her beauty. She was exceptionally gorgeous. Huang Xiaolong was considered as someone who had seen many beauties. Just based on looks, no one could compare with this woman. However, it was a pity she was a devil. A pair of black wings grew out of her back, and a small horn was protruding on her forehead. Huang Xiaolong searched through the memories he had gotten from Luo Haoming. Finally, he learned who this woman was. Her name was Yang Jing, one of the 9 giant corpse tribe's supreme godhead geniuses. Apart from that and her Grand Elder status, she was the 9 giant corpse tribes and also the spirit's world's #1 beauty. Not to mention, she was the 9 giant corpse tribe's ancestor Gao Ning's personal disciple. Gao Ning was a late 10th Order emperor, the same one whom Huang Xiaolong had killed at the Death Tomb City. He had even hung Gao Ning's corpse above the Death Tomb City gates. And there was another thing. Shi Yinyu and this woman were quite close, and saying that they were childhood sweethearts was no exaggeration. From Luo Haoming's memories, Shi Yinyu was going to wed Yang Jing after advancing to the emperor realm. This was an open secret among the 9 giant corpse tribe's higher echelons. However, it didn't seem like Lu Haoming had offended this woman. So why did this woman come here looking for his trouble? So it's Grand Elder Yang Jing. May I ask what matters bring Grand Elder Yang Jing to my giant wolf peak? And what do you mean by attacking my wolfless palace for no good reason? Huang Xiaolong's thoughts turned quickly. He asked without missing a beat. Although Grand Elder Yang Jing's status is a little special, this does not conform with the tribe's rules. Isn't that so? As the hegemon of Spirit's world, the tribe's rules were strictly enforced. According to the tribe's rules, the punishment for attacking a Grand Elder's cultivation palace for no apparent reason was not light. But Yang Jing didn't put Huang Xiaolong's words to heart. With her cold deadpan expression, she said, I heard from the piercing moon cult's Chun Dongyue that you rescued a person who had disguised as Yang Jun? Huang Xiaolong was inwardly taken aback. He hadn't at all expected her visit to be related to the piercing moon cult's incident. Chun Dongyue did say that his cult head was good friends with the 9 giant corpse tribe's hall master Li Buchuan. It had crossed Huang Xiaolong's mind that Li Buchuan would come to make trouble for him. But who could have thought that Yang Jing would go instead of Li Buchuan? There is such a matter, Huang Xiaolong replied. There was no need to deny. The piercing moon cult's Yang Jun is my clan brethren. As if she had seen through Huang Xiaolong's confusion, Yang Jing clarified in a concise sentence. Today, I come to ask for that person from you. Since you rescued that fake Yang Jun, hand him to me now. Clan brethren. Huang Xiaolong understood the connection in one sentence. So, it's like that. That person had a grudge with me, so I've already killed him. Huang Xiaolong frowned deeply and explained. A cold gleam flashed across Yang Jing's eyes as she demanded, Killed? Where's his corpse? I incinerated it with divine fire. Huang Xiaolong replied calmly. You be damned. Hearing Huang Xiaolong's explanation, Yang Jing's voice was immensely icy as she uttered each word in a grave tone. A magic whip appeared in her hand, and she snaked it out at Huang Xiaolong in an apt wrist flick. Infused by Yang Jing's god force, the magic whip in her hand roared as it turned into a demonic dragon that breathed toxic green corpse chi. Huang Xiaolong could smell a foul stench coming from the demonic dragon even before it reached him. This foul stench seemed to be the combination of corpse qi and poisonous qi that could temporarily confuse a soul. Moreover, Yang Jing was a peak late 6th order heavenly monarch realm expert. A flick of her whip contained mountain-splitting might. A light flickered in the depths of Huang Xiaolong's eyes watching her. He slightly shifted his footing as if it was the most expected action, and dodged Yang Jing's whip without any suspense. The whip struck the ground where Huang Xiaolong stood a moment ago. The entire giant wolf peak trembled at the strike of the whip, and zigzagging cracks ran across the ground surface. When Luo Haoming had chosen the giant wolf peak as his cultivation palace's location, he had strengthened the mountain peak's foundation with formation arrays. Yet, Yang Jing had dealt the peak a great extent of damage with a single strike of her whip. One could imagine the force she had exerted. Yang Jing was stunned, seeing Huang Xiaolong had dodged her whip. In her opinion, her attack should have almost split Luo Haoming's body. But the result was contrary to her imagination. But Yang Jing's composure returned almost immediately. Her wrist turned, and the long whip in her hand struck out again. The demonic dragon reared its head and rushed towards Huang Xiaolong. This time, Yang Jing increased her god force. The magic whip cut across space, evoking booming air blasts in the air. Huang Xiaolong shifted his foot again, easily dodging Yang Jing's second attack. Yang Jing's expression sank with displeasure, but the long magic whip in her hand already attacked again. One strike after another, one whiplash stronger than the previous one. Sounds of air blasts rang endlessly. The entire giant wolf peak quaked and swayed. Every time, Huang Xiaolong easily dodged Yang Jing's attack by merely shifting his footing. In a short time, Yang Jing had attacked Huang Xiaolong over a dozen times. All around were images of a long whip. After more than 10 whiplashes, the whip's afterimages vanished as Huang Xiaolong's hand firmly gripped the other end of the long whip. Huang Xiaolong's indifferent expression had turned icy as he looked at Yang Jing and said, "I'm being tolerant since you're a woman, but if you attack again, don't blame me for being rude." Yang Jing was already fuming with anger inwardly, as more than a dozen attacks from her whip hadn't even touched the corner of Huang Xiaolong's robe. To top it off, Huang Xiaolong's words infuriated her even further. She sneered with disdain. "Let me see how you are going to be rude to me." Then, she exerted more force in her wrist as she tried to pull out her whip from Huang Xiaolong's hand. However, while pulling, Yang Jing realized that she couldn't get her whip out of Huang Xiaolong's hand. In the next second, an overpowering brute force rushed at her from the other end of the long whip. Yang Jing's eyes widened in shock. A sharp pain jolted up her arm holding the long whip, and her grip loosened. The long whip fell to the ground while she staggered back several steps. The momentary collision with the brute force had reversed her blood flow. Yang Jing's face darkened as she stared fixedly at Huang Xiaolong. "This Luo Haoming is usually unremarkable, but he's actually stronger than me?" With her talent and current cultivation at the peak late 6th order heavenly monarch, her battle strength was higher than the average same realm cultivators. Huang Xiaolong threw Yang Jing's long whip far away to the side and spoke coldly, "Leave now." If he was not worried about exposing his identity, he would have burst this little wench like a bubble with a finger. Huang Xiaolong's eyes furtively swept over Yang Jing's bosom. Inwardly, he admitted that this Yang Jing was more than voluptuous in that area. When she was attacking just now, her bosom jiggled up and down every time she flicked her long whip, bedazzling others' gazes. Yang Jing was outraged, seeing Huang Xiaolong throw her long whip to the side. Furthermore, when she noticed Huang Xiaolong looking at her chest, she was incensed, and her violent killing intent surged. "You're so dead," she snapped. Her body lunged into the air, forming a whirl of a death energy vortex. Her palm struck through the thick wind layer straight at Huang Xiaolong. The massive waves of palm imprints distorted space, and interweaved among the palm imprints were palpitating green flames. Even the distant palace buildings on the giant wolf peak were making cracking noises. Seeing this, Huang Xiaolong stopped dodging her attacks this time around. He raised a palm and met head-on with Yang Jing's palm. The death energy vortex dispersed in the blink of an eye. So did the waves of palm imprints. Yang Jing plummeted from the air and staggered as she landed on the ground. There was blood trickling from the corner of her lips. Grand Elder Yang Jing. The several 9 giant corpse tribe's core disciples who had accompanied her cried out anxiously as they hurried over to help Yang Jing. Huang Xiaolong looked coldly at Yang Jing and said, "Whirlwind Corpse Flame Palm is not bad. Pity that you haven't reached the major completion realm. Very good. Grand Elder Luo Haoming is really hidden deep." Yang Jing glared icily at Huang Xiaolong as she went on. "I've jotted today's matter. I'll come to ask for Grand Elder Luo Haoming's advice another day." After saying that, a suction force from Yang Jing's palm brought the long whip in the distance back into her hand. Without another look at Huang Xiaolong, Yang Jing sped away, with the group of core disciples hurrying after her. Huang Xiaolong frowned as he watched Yang Jing's leaving figure. It looks like there would be more troubles in the future. Hopefully, this woman can be tactful. Otherwise, he won't mind resolving her completely. As for the little bit of strength he had exposed today, Huang Xiaolong didn't worry too much about it. Even if it had roused Yang Jing's suspicion, she hadn't discovered his secret. Moreover, the time he spent here wasn't going to be very long as he planned to leave immediately after getting that grand mist aura. Huang Xiaolong turned around and returned to the Wolfless Palace to cultivate. Before that, Huang Xiaolong strengthened the Wolfless Palace's defensive formation array. The next couple of days passed peacefully. Yang Jing did not come to disturb, which gave Huang Xiaolong some peace of mind. Another several days passed. Huang Xiaolong was cultivating when, suddenly, his communication talisman shook. He quickly took it out and read the message. The message was from Taiyu. They had already found clues about the secret method of entering the 9 giant corpse tribe's treasury. Only the old ancestor Shi Ming and patriarch Shi Wushuang and young Lord Shi Inyu knew the method. However, Shi Inyu had been cultivating inside the 9 giant corpse tribe's forbidden land in recent years. Thus he had not been venturing out. The Netherworld King's organization had yet to find an opportunity to interrogate the secret method from Shi Inyu's mouth. There was another news in the message. In another month, the 9 giant corpse tribe would open the gate of 9 and enter the corpse soul land. At that time, the 9 giant corpse tribe's old ancestor Shi Ming, patriarch Shi Wushuang, and young Lord Shi Inyu, as well as the many ancestors, hall masters, grand elders, and even elders would enter the corpse soul land to cultivate and train. The gate of 9 Yin's corpse soul land was a unique space, treated as one of the 9 giant tribe's important locations, and they rarely opened it. This time, opening the gate of 9 was likely related to the Grand Mist weapon Shi Ming, Pang Zhengfei, and others were forging. Taiyu's message also mentioned Shi Ming and Peng Jingfei's group most likely wanted to borrow the corpse soul energy within the corpse soul land to complete the Grand Mist treasure forging. The gate of 9 soul corpse land. Huang Xiaolong muttered under his breath. This time, in order to open the gate of 9, Shi Ming would definitely leave the 9 giant corpse tribe's headquarters. To Huang Xiaolong, this was a heaven-sent opportunity. However, to open the 9 corpse tribe's treasury, he still needed the secret method of opening the treasury to enter. He couldn't get the secret method from Shi Ming or Shi Wushuang's mouth. Thus the only choice left was Shi Inyu. However, Shi Inyu had been cultivating within the Forbidden Land. It went without saying that the experts would strictly guard the Forbidden Land. Sneaking in had a high risk of being found out. What should he do now? Huang Xiaolong went through the available options in his head repeatedly and concluded, to enter the 9 giant corpse tribe's treasury, his best bet was to capture Shi Inyu and scour his memories to get the method of entering the treasury. Although the 9 giant corpse tribe's hall masters, grand elders, and elders would enter the corpse soul land to cultivate and train, the quota was limited. Most of the quotas were allocated to those Emperor Realm ancestors' personal disciples. A grand elder like Luo Haoming had no chance of getting a quota since he didn't have any backing. Huang Xiaolong's brows were scrunched together. Would he need to change another identity? But finding a suitable identity among the 9 giant corpse tribe's grand elders at this point was too much of a rush. Not to mention the quota name list had not been announced yet, so he didn't know which late 6th Order Heavenly Monarch Realm Grand Elders could enter the gate of 9. While Huang Xiaolong was in a dilemma, Yang Jing and her group reached the 9 giant corpse tribes' Forbidden Lands corpse pools. Shi Yinyu was cultivating within the corpse pool. When he saw Yang Jing, he leaped out of the pool and arrived in front of her in a flicker. Yang Jing, did something happen? Shi Yinyu inquired out of curiosity as he noticed Yang Jing's sulky face. Yang Jing sourly pouted as she complained, "Someone bullied me." Her expression and her demeanor drew a chuckle out of Shi Yinyu. In this spirit's world, who dares to bully my darling Yang Jing? Tell me who bullied you, and I'll teach him a lesson for you, he said without any pressure. He could tell that Yang Jing hadn't suffered much, or it wouldn't have been as simple as sulking in front of him. Yang Jing harumphed coquettishly, then complained, "It's that grand elder Luo Haoming of our tribe." Luo Haoming? Shi Yinyu was surprised, then softly laughed as he asked, "How did he bully you?" He knew of Luo Haoming. Yang Jing was still pouting her cherry lips as she complained about Huang Xiaolong rescuing Fang Mingyu, then recounted what had happened when she went to the Wolfless Palace, demanding Luo Haoming to hand over Fang Mingyu to her. But Yang Jing did not cook up any stories on her own, and merely recounted what had happened to Shi Yinyu. "That Luo Haoming is truly horrid. He threw my precious whip and kept staring at my chest," Yang Jing said hatefully through gritted teeth. Hearing her words, Shi Yinyu's gaze shifted to Yang Jing's generous bosom. "You're just as horrid." Noticing Shi Yinyu's action, Yang Jing's fingers reached for the softest part of Shi Yinyu's waist, and she gave him a ruthless twist. Shi Yinyu laughed bitterly and quickly begged for mercy. "My lady, release your hand first. You've twisted my flesh 1,000,000 times that it's changed shape now." Yang Jing did not release her grip. Instead, she harumphed at him and said, "Tell me then, are you going to help me vent this anger?" Shi Yinyu said after some pondering, "Luo Haoming is a grand elder. He has a status. Moreover, he didn't do anything wrong. Even if I'm the tribe's young lord, I cannot punish him without a plausible reason. However, it is strange that you lost to Luo Haoming. Is Luo Haoming that strong?" This was the doubtful point for him. "How about this? Isn't the opening of the Gate of 9 in a month later? At that time, give him a quota, and let him pass through the Gate of 9 with us." Yang Jing's eyes sparkled with cunningness. "Let him pass the Gate of 9? Shi Yinyu raised a curious eyebrow, then smiled in agreement. "All right then, as you wish." He understood Yang Jing's plan. Since they couldn't rightly teach Luo Haoming a lesson, they would wait until he entered the Gate of 9. "But I'll make it clear right now, I don't care about how you teach him a lesson after entering the Gate of 9, but you cannot kill him," Shi Yinyu reminded Yang Jing. His father would definitely investigate to the end if a Grand Elder were to die. And if his father were to find out that the two of them had killed their tribe's Grand Elder for some miscellaneous matters, then he would be furious. "I know, I'll just make him kneel, make him cry, and make him crazy, but I won't kill him. That's fine, right?" Yang Jing giggled, then added, "You should be able to break through to the Emperor realm in the Corpse Soul Land this time, right?" Shi Yinyu chuckled dotingly. "Of course, my cultivation has been stuck at the peak of late 10th Order Heavenly Monarch realm for over 10,000 years. My accumulation of chaos law is sufficient. Entering the Gate of 9 this time, I absolutely can break through to Emperor realm borrowing the Corpse Soul Land's power." He looked fixedly at Yang Jing as he continued, "Don't worry, after I break through to Emperor realm, I will marry you at the grandest wedding." Yang Jing's smiling face turned bleak all of a sudden, and she whispered sadly, "Unfortunately, Master couldn't see that day's arrival." Her eyes were red-rimmed with tears. Shi Yinyu's eyes glimmered with hatred as he was reminded of Gao Ning. "Rest assured, the old ancestor has given his word that after killing Duwei, his corpse will be hung above our 9 giant corpse tribe headquarters' main gates. He is also going to invite various forces experts to witness it." Yang Jing nodded, and her voice hardened with a vengeance. "It's unfortunate that I won't be able to kill that bastard with my own hands." 2 days later, Huang Xiaolong was cultivating inside the Wolfless Palace when he received a message in the 9 Giant Corpse Tribe's talisman. The message was related to the upcoming opening of the Gate of 9 Yin's quota. When he saw his name on the name list, Huang Xiaolong was genuinely astonished. "Why is this name on the list?" Huang Xiaolong muttered. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have received the chance to enter the Gate of 9 Yin. As an afterthought, Huang Xiaolong sent a message to Tai Yu to find out the reason. It didn't take long for Tai Yu to reply to Huang Xiaolong. Tai Yu replied that this matter was explicitly brought up by the 9 Giant Corpse Tribe's young Lord Shi Yinyu to the ancestor in charge of quota allocation to add Luo Haoming's name. Shi Yinyu. Huang Xiaolong immediately understood the cause and effect of the matter. Most likely, that woman Yang Jing had recommended it to Shi Yinyu. Clearly, that woman planned to teach him a lesson in retaliation. After knowing the reason, Huang Xiaolong laughed softly. In truth, he should be thanking Yang Jing instead. Here, he was racking his brains, thinking about how to enter the Gate of 9 Yin, and now she had presented him this golden opportunity. Huang Xiaolong focused and entered into cultivation once more, waiting for the day of the Gate of 9 Yin's opening. 20+ days passed in the blink of an eye, and the day of the Gate of 9 Yin's opening arrived. Huang Xiaolong arrived and waited at the determined square early on. However, when Huang Xiaolong arrived, many of the 9 Giant Corpse Tribe's Hall Masters, Grand Elders, and Elders had already arrived. As the original Luo Haoming rarely associated with others, very few Hall Masters, Grand Elders, or Elders exchanged greetings with him other than a lukewarm nod of the head when he arrived. Huang Xiaolong waited at a corner of the square. As time passed, the rest of the Hall Masters, Grand Elders, and Elders arrived consecutively. There was a small quota of 1,000 for entering the Gate of 9 Yin. Suddenly, the crowd stirred. Huang Xiaolong's gaze followed the crowd, and he saw Shi Yinyu flying towards the square with a group of experts. Yang Jing was one of them. Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed, looking at Shi Yinyu's spirited, beaming face. It looked like Shi Yinyu was in a good mood. "Young Lord." "Greetings, young Lord." Upon discovering Shi Yinyu's arrival, the Hall Masters, Grand Elders, and Elders waiting on the square greeted him respectfully. Shi Yinyu smiled and nodded at everyone. Unexpectedly, Yang Jing looked in Huang Xiaolong's direction at this time. Her phoenix eyes glared fiercely at him, but soon, the corners of her lips curved into a faintly mocking smile. The mocking smile on her face did not escape Huang Xiaolong's notice. Obviously, Yang Jing thought that Huang Xiaolong was unaware of Shi Yinyu arranging his quota into the Gate of 9 Yin through her suggestion. Maybe, Yang Jing was even under the impression that he was beyond himself with joy at this moment. Huang Xiaolong was indifferent. The square became livelier with Yang Jing and Shi Yinyu's arrival. Hall Masters, Grand Elders, and Elders fawned over at Shi Yinyu and Yang Jing's side, conversing about something. It seemed like Yang Jing had heard some good news that she was laughing modestly, demurely covering her lips with a hand. The old ancestor and patriarch arrive. Suddenly, a loud shout rang in the air. Airflow rippled vigorously as two overwhelming pressures enveloped the square like endless giant waves crashing down on the land. These overwhelming pressures seemed to originate from a time far gone, from the heaven above. Under these pressures, the 9 Giant Corpse Tribe's Hall Masters, Grand Elders, and Elders felt their breaths getting stuck in their chests. Huang Xiaolong furtively glanced up and saw the 9 Giant Corpse Tribe's Patriarch Shi Wushuang and several ancestors flying toward them, surrounding a massive figure. Overpowering coercion came from the massive figure. Startling death chi enshrouded the massive figure, blocking others from viewing his real appearance. Shi Ming, the 9 Giant Corpse Tribe's old ancestor, the strongest person of Spirit's world. He was the existence that had led the Spirit's world to war against the heavenly court, the existence that had fought a world-shattering battle against the ancient heavenly emperor. Despite being mentally prepared, actually seeing Shi Ming in person sent waves of shock through Huang Xiaolong's heart. Welcome, old ancestor. Welcome, patriarch. Welcome, several ancestors. In a moment, the Hall Masters, Grand Elders, and elders on the square all knelt in salute toward Shi Ming and Shi Wushuang. Shi Yinyu and Yang Jing were no exception. Huang Xiaolong had no choice but to emulate Shi Yinyu and the others' actions and greet Shi Ming. "Stand up." Shi Ming's voice came from the dense, roiling death qi, like a scratching metal, yet loud as thunder and inviolable. "Thank you, old ancestor." Everyone complied respectfully before standing up on their feet. Shi Ming moved to the center of the square. He stood in midair, in no hurry to open the gate of Nine Yin. His gaze swept around the faces of the hall masters, grand elders, and elders on the square, who were about to enter the gate of Nine Yin. His eyes seemed to penetrate one's soul, seeing a person's truth. Huang Xiaolong's heart tightened nervously, and he converged everything about himself. He even let the heart of hell fall into temporary slumber. After scanning a circle around the square, Shi Ming spoke. "All of you are the next generation that carries our tribe's hope. The gate of Nine Yin's opening is an opportunity. I hope all of you will make full use of this opportunity, cultivate and train to your best effort in the Corp Soul Land. Improve your strengths, especially those peak late 10th Order Heavenly Monarch Realm Hall Masters. I hope you will seize this chance and break through to the Emperor Realm. Anyone that successfully advances to the Emperor Realm will be heavily rewarded, and a glorious future awaits you." "Yes, old ancestor." Everyone responded in sonorous voices. Shi Ming nodded. After that, he turned to face the other way. Two beams of light flew out from his eyes and shot into the void above the square. Almost immediately, dazzling bright lights shone in the sky. Air currents became turbulent as a colossal door opened in space and appeared before everyone's eyes. This was the Nine Yin giant corpse tribe's most important inheritance, the Gate of Nine Yin. Although the Gate of Nine Yin's entrance was located at the Nine Yin giant corpse tribe's headquarters, it leads to a space outside hell. According to desolate giant Tai Yu, this Nine Yin space could have been born even before hell came into existence. It was an innate grand mist space. Huang Xiaolong stared deeply at the Gate of Nine Yin. There were dense, swirling threads of black and gray-colored energy. Is this soul energy? Soul energy originated from a place called Corp Soul Land behind the Gate of Nine Yin. It was a kind of high-quality spiritual energy. In fact, in the entire hell or even the universe, only the Corp Soul Land behind the Gate of Nine Yin generated soul energy. "Enter." Shi Ming ordered the others and leaped through the Gate of Nine Yin ahead of the others. His massive figure vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. Shi Wushuang flew in right after Shi Ming. Then it was Shi Yinyu, Yang Jing, the Nine Yin giant corpse tribe's Emperor Realm ancestors, hall masters, and finally the grand elders and elders. Huang Xiaolong was among the Nine Yin giant corpse tribe's grand elders that leaped through the Gate of Nine Yin. When everyone on the square had entered, the Gate of Nine Yin slowly closed on its own. Only Shi Ming could open the Gate of Nine Yin. Thus, those who had entered the Gate of Nine Yin had to wait for Shi Ming to open the Gate of Nine Yin in order to come out. Of course, this was for others. For Huang Xiaolong, who could summon the Gate of Hell, he could come out any time. After entering the Gate of Nine Yin, Huang Xiaolong passed through a long and black space tunnel and arrived at a space filled with a myriad of colors. Shi Ming, Shi Wushuang, Shi Yinyu, other hall masters, and grand elders who entered before Huang Xiaolong were nowhere in sight. Whereas, behind Huang Xiaolong, the remaining grand elders and elders entered. However, they did not stop. Everyone sped away, forming groups of 2 or 3. Behind the Gate of Nine Yin, other than the Corp Soul Land, there were also numerous other treasures. If lucky, one could even find a mid-grade or high-grade Grand Mist spiritual vein. When all the grand elders and elders, who had entered after him, made groups and sped away, Huang Xiaolong decided on a direction and flew southward at a leisurely pace. The moment Yang Jing had flown through the Gate of Nine Yin, Huang Xiaolong had placed a soul marking on her. Huang Xiaolong would be able to sense her anywhere inside this space, no matter where she went, based on this marking. Wherever Yang Jing was, Shi Yinyu would be there as well. Then again, Huang Xiaolong was in no hurry to find Shi Yinyu. At the moment, Shi Yinyu was probably accompanied by Shi Ming and Shi Wushuang's side. Huang Xiaolong flew onward, aimlessly. After a while, Huang Xiaolong found that this 9-yin space was quite big as he flew past one mountain range after another, one stretch of sea after another, large primordial forests, and numerous corpse soul beasts. These corpse soul beasts were the combination of corpse beasts and soul beasts. Not only did they have the annoying sturdy physical defenses and attack power of corpse beasts, but they also had the speed of a soul beast. Huang Xiaolong did not conceal his presence. Hence the nearby corpse soul beasts detected him almost immediately and attacked. However, Huang Xiaolong did not make any move. He merely used his Archdevil Supreme Godhead's devouring power to swallow all of them. These corpse soul beasts were born in this 9-yin space. Other than the toxic corpse chi around their bodies, their entire body from blood to flesh and their souls were excellent supplements. Of course, in the myriad worlds, only Huang Xiaolong was unafraid of the toxic corpse. Thus he dared to swallow these corpse soul beasts directly. Spirit Dragon Blossom, Wind Sea Divine Tree, Golden Corpse Jade Core. As Huang Xiaolong flew over one mountain range after another, he spotted some treasures only heard of in legends. But Huang Xiaolong was not tempted to pick them. These were treasures to others, but for Huang Xiaolong, having them or not made no significant difference. More than a dozen days later, Huang Xiaolong stood in the air, above a vast mainland. This was the Corpse Soul Land. The Corpse Soul Land was the biggest mainland within the 9-yin space, and the most precious in the entire Corpse Soul Land. This Corpse Soul Land generated the whole 9-yin space's rich and abundant corpse chi. Shi Ming and Shi Wushuang's purpose was to forge the Grand Mist treasure artifact, and the location was here on this Corpse Soul Land. Huang Xiaolong did not converge his presence the entire way. He believed that Yang Ying would soon receive a report that he had reached the Corpse Soul Land. In the air above the Corpse Soul Land, Huang Xiaolong opened his eye of hell and surveyed the land below. Yai! Huang Xiaolong suddenly looked towards a mountain range in the north. His silhouette disappeared in a flicker and arrived above a mountain range more than 100,000 li away. Somewhere on one of the cliff walls was a blooming tricolored flower. Even though this flower had 3 colors, its colors were a little hard to describe. It was neither red, yellow, nor blue, and definitely not black or golden. These 3 colors seemed to incorporate all the colors in the universe and looked gorgeous and charming. There was a rare excitement on Huang Xiaolong's face as he stared at the tricolored flower. At this point, there were a few things that could make Huang Xiaolong excited. Whether it was Grand Mist spiritual herbs, top-grade Grand Mist spiritual pills, or chaos spiritual veins. These treasures didn't excite Huang Xiaolong. But when he saw this tricolored flower, Huang Xiaolong was ecstatic. 3 Lives Flower. The 3 Lives Flower was Hell's number 1 divine flower. Could even be called the number 1 divine flower between heaven and earth. The 3 Lives Flower's 3 petals were divided into past, present, and future life. According to the legends, one could gain an incredible ability to return to the past and cross to the future after consuming and absorbing the 3 Lives Flower. Of course, the legend may not be accurate, but this 3 Lives Flower's worth was equivalent to purple Grand Mist aura. Huang Xiaolong inhaled deeply. He arrived in front of the 3 Lives Flower in one large stride. Just as Huang Xiaolong reached out to pick the 3 Lives Flowers, a loud exclamation sounded in the distance. That's a 3 Lives Flower? It must be the 3 Lives Flower, Hell's number 1 divine flower. In the next second, a startling sword chi shot across the sky, straight at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong twisted his body away, and the sword chi slashed on the mountain peak some distance away. The mountain peak rumbled as it crumbled to the ground. Yai! The attacker exclaimed in wonder, seeing that Huang Xiaolong had easily dodged his sword chi. Huang Xiaolong turned to look at the attacker and saw that it was one of the 9-yin giant corpse tribe's hall masters. Huang Xiaolong searched through Luo Haoming's memories and learned the other side's identity a moment later. This hall master was called Yang Sihai, from the same family as Yang Jing. Yang Sihai had quite a high talent. Thus, one of 9-yin giant corpse tribe's high-level emperor realm ancestors fancied Yang Shihai and had accepted Yang Sihai as his disciple in name. Currently, Yang Sihai's cultivation was at the early of 7th Order Heavenly Monarch realm. It hadn't been long since he was promoted to the position of a hall master. An idea came to Huang Xiaolong as he scrutinized Yang Sihai. He put on a cold expression and demanded, "Hall Master Yang, what is the meaning of this?" Yang Sihai laughed heartily as he replied, "Meaning? You don't understand? This 3 lives flower is mine. Kill and rob. Don't tell me you have not done it before." Huang Xiaolong's face darkened. "If you kill me, the Patriarch will investigate this matter. You won't be able to shrug off the punishment at that time." Yang Sihai snickered nonchalantly in response. "That is not something you should worry about, as I will offer this 3 lives flower to the Patriarch after killing you. The Patriarch won't chastise me but will give me a heavy reward instead. What do you think?" Yang Sihai was inwardly aware that as a mere hall master, the 3 lives flower was not something he could keep for himself. On the other hand, if he offered it to Patriarch Shi Wushuang or Old Ancestor Shi Ming, the outcome would be entirely different. The long sword in Yang Sihai's hand slashed out in a sneak attack at Huang Xiaolong before he finished speaking. Sword chi burst out in a single slash, like an upside-down galaxial river rushing down. The Galaxial River Sword Chi. The Galaxial River Sword Chi was one of the more profound divine arts of the 9 Yin Giant Corpse tribe. Just as Yang Sihai thought that Huang Xiaolong would die on the spot, a blurry shadow disappeared. Huang Xiaolong passed through the heavy layers of Sword Chi, landing a punch on Yang Sihai's chest, sending him smashing into the rocky cliff 10,000 li away. Subsequently, the suction force from Huang Xiaolong's palm pulled Yang Sihai back towards him. How you? Yang Sihai couldn't be bothered with the blood flowing out of his mouth. His wide eyes stared at Huang Xiaolong in disbelief as he stammered. Was Luo Haoming this strong? Luo Haoming was a late 6th Order Heavenly Monarch. Yet he, an early 7th Order Heavenly Monarch, could not withstand one punch from him. Not right. He had fought Luo Haoming in the past. "You're not Luo Haoming," Yang Sihai blurted out. Huang Xiaolong smiled and admitted, "You're right. I am not Luo Haoming." Yang Sihai was taken aback that Huang Xiaolong would admit it in such a straightforward manner. But then he laughed. "You actually dared to disguise as Luo Haoming to sneak into our 9 Yin Giant Corpse tribe? You're courting death. No matter who you are, you're dead for certain." Huang Xiaolong replied nonchalantly, "You don't need you to worry about that." A purple light flashed as his words fell. A grand mist worm entered Yang Sihai's body between his eyebrows, immediately taking control over Yang Sihai. Huang Xiaolong didn't kill Yang Sihai. He merely put Yang Sihai under his control to gain merit by reporting the 3 lives flower to Shi Inyu. Huang Xiaolong told Yang Sihai Yangjing and Shi Inyu's location. Then he had Yang Sihai flee, until he found a chance to report to Shi Inyu. After Yang Sihai respectfully complied, he disappeared from Huang Xiaolong's line of sight. Only then did Huang Xiaolong's attention return to the 3 lives flower. In one step, Huang Xiaolong stood in front of the 3 lives flower and plucked it off the cliff together with the dirt around its root with extreme care. Huang Xiaolong decided to put the 3 lives flower inside the heavenly hall after some pondering. Once that was taken care of, he continued to wander around at a leisurely pace. Following Huang Xiaolong's order, Yang Sihai pretended he was fleeing for his dear life and coincidentally ran into Shi Inyu and Yang Jing. Under Shi Inyu and Yang Jing's questioning, Yang Sihai honestly reported about the 3 lives flower. "What? 3 lives flower? Are you talking about the 3 lives flower?" Shi Inyu and Yang Jing both exclaimed hearing 3 lives flower. Their faces shone with excitement. "Yes, young lord. I am certain it is the 3 lives flower. I saw it with my own eyes. When your subordinate, was about to pick it, who would have thought that Luo Haoming would ambush me from behind, injuring me? He actually has a low-grade Grand Mist artifact in his hand. This injured subordinate was no match against him and had no choice but to flee." Yang Sihai recounted everything. Shi Inyu threw his back and let out a burst of loud maniacal laughter. "Good, very good, the 3 lives flower, the 3 lives flower, ha ha ha. Really unexpected, this 9 space actually gave birth to a 3 lives flower. The legends say that the Buddha world's Buddha obtained the first 3 lives flower, and now the second 3 lives flower has appeared. Moreover, It's right here inside our 9-in space. Yang Jing too was bubbling with excitement, laughing shrilly. This is good. I've wanted to clean up that Luo Haoming. This is a string of 2 happy events. But the 3 lives flower involves a lot. Should we report this matter to the patriarch? Shi Yinyu brushed off her suggestion with a smile and said, Old Ancestor and Lord Father are busy forging the Grand Mist treasure artifact. We won't bother them with this matter. Wait until we've gotten the 3 lives flower. We can give the Old Ancestor and Lord Father a big surprise. Isn't that much better? Yang Jing smiled in agreement and went on to say, That's good too. However, this is the corpse soul land, and there are many corpse soul beasts around. We still need to act with caution. Shi Yinyu nodded his head. Let's go. We'll head over there now. Shi Yinyu couldn't wait to see the 3 lives flower. That was the rarest, most precious divine flower in the entire universe. With the divine flower, maybe their old ancestor's strength would rise higher, and at that time, the divine world's king of Grand Mist would be nothing but a fart. Thus, with Xianxia leading them, Shi Yinyu, Yang Jing, and the others sped away. However, as a precaution, Shi Yinyu brought 4 high-level Emperor Realm ancestors with him. On top of that, 2 of the ancestors were 10th Order Emperor Realm. One was a late 10th Order Emperor, while the other was a mid-10th Order Emperor. Soon, Shi Yinyu's group was standing above the cliff where the Tree Lives flower was supposed to be located. Right here, Shi Yinyu asked. Xianxia respectfully answered, Yes, young lord, right at that spot. He pointed at the cliff wall. In a flicker, Shi Yinyu's group moved towards the said spot, right in front of the cliff wall. Something was dug out from here, Shi Yinyu stated, and his eyes glimmered with excitement as he went on. Also, there is strange space energy surrounding this cliff wall, most likely belong to the 3 lives flower. Very good, Xianxia, you've earned your merit this time, great merit. Don't worry, I'll definitely speak for you in front of the old ancestor and Lord Father. You will be handsomely rewarded. Shi Yinyu was blooming as he turned and said to Xianxia, Yes, young lord. Xianxia was overjoyed by Shi Yinyu's words. Luo Haoming probably hasn't gone far. Ancestor Daiquan, please exert your full effort and find Luo Haoming for me. Shi Yinyu requested one of the ancestors standing behind him. Daiquan was the late 10th Order Emperor Realm ancestor, who had followed Shi Yinyu. Please leave it to me, young lord. Daiquan spoke with absolute confidence. Now, I will execute the evasion mandate ancient secret technique to dig out that Luo Haoming. As he finished saying that, his fingers moved swiftly, flicking out a series of mysterious runes. These mysterious runes gathered into a thin stream-like aura in midair. Go! Daiquan's hands waved out simultaneously, and the streams of runes disappeared into the void right before their eyes. Less than a minute later, Daiquan smiled widely and informed Shi Yinyu, Young lord, I have found that Luo Haoming. He's inside an underground cave of a mountain not far away. Shi Yinyu smiled happily. His own cleverness defeats this Luo Haoming. Did he think that hiding was enough to escape our search? Let's go find that Luo Haoming now. Shi Yinyu and the rest sped away. Yinyu, that Luo Haoming actually rebelled against a superior because of a treasure and injured Hall Master Xianxia. Moreover, after obtaining such a treasure, he did not hand it to the higher echelons. Any one of these crimes deserves the death penalty. As they rushed to where Huang Xiaolong was, Yang Jing began her argument. Because of Yang Jun's matter, she had no good impression of Luo Haoming. However, she did not have an actual excuse to condemn Luo Haoming. But it was different now. This time, she could push Luo Haoming to death without much effort. Hearing that, Shi Yinyu laughed knowingly and agreed. After we've captured Luo Haoming, we'll deal with him according to your plan. Kill him if you want to kill him, torture him if you want to torture. Yang Jing's face bloomed. I know you love me the most. As the two joked and chattered on, they arrived in front of the mountain peak Daiquan had determined. He's inside that cave. Daiquan pointed at a cave hole on the mountain slope. Shi Yinyu looked over and snickered. This cave is indeed obscured. However, we don't need to go inside. Just split this mountain and let Luo Haoming come out. Dai Quan complied. He flicked out an overpowering gray light from his finger that cut across the air like a brutal giant blade that slashed the mountain peak horizontally. A figure flew out from the mountain and stopped opposite Shi Yinyu's group. Shi Yinyu laughed as he looked at Luo Haoming, who was forced out from the cave, and said, "Luo Haoming, you've got guts not to report finding the 3 Lives flower. On top of that, because of the 3 Lives flower, you ambushed and injured Hall Master Xianxia." Yang Jing chimed in, "Hand over the 3 Lives flower. Tell us, how do you want to die?" But Huang Xiaolong chuckled, looking at Shi Yinyu and Yang Jing. "Even if I want to die, I'm afraid neither of you can kill me." This was no bluff. Huang Xiaolong, who had the heart of hell, couldn't be killed by Shi Yinyu and Yang Jing even if he stood there and allowed them to attack him with everything they had. Huang Xiaolong's words dumbfounded Shi Yinyu, Yang Jing, Dai Quan, and the rest. Shi Yinyu's eyes narrowed, sealing the ruthless gleam in the depths of his eyes as he stared fixedly at Huang Xiaolong. It looked like he wanted to see through Huang Xiaolong. "You're not Luo Haoming," Dai Quan suddenly blurted out with certainty. "Correct. I am not the real Luo Haoming," Huang Xiaolong admitted with a sheepish smile. At this point, it was not necessary to conceal anymore. Everyone was astounded. "So, it's like that?" Yang Jing exclaimed in realization, and added coldly, "No wonder." She had felt baffled why Luo Haoming was stronger than her at the Wolfless Palace the last time. Shi Yinyu was still staring fixedly at Huang Xiaolong and emphasized each word he spoke. "In other words, you lured us here on purpose?" He looked at Yang Sihai by his side as he said so. "Yang Sihai is in cahoots with you." "Not really in cahoots. He's merely under my control with a secret method." Huang Xiaolong shook his head. The 9 Yin giant corpse tribe's ancestor Dai Quan and the others showed surprise on their faces. Yang Sihai is under control? None of them had noticed it. Suddenly, Huang Xiaolong pointed his finger, and a force shot out, piercing through Yang Sihai's forehead. Just like that, Yang Sihai's lifeless body plummeted to the ground. "You!" Shi Yinyu and the others were taken aback. None of them had foreseen that Huang Xiaolong would suddenly kill Yang Sihai. "Who are you?" A cold gleam burst in Shi Yinyu's eyes. Although Huang Xiaolong's action had exceeded his imagination, he was still very confident that his side could capture him. They were inside the 9 Yin space after all, and he had high-level Emperor Realm experts like Dai Quan by his side. Not to mention, the old ancestor and his father were on the Corpse Soul mainland as well. "Who am I?" Huang Xiaolong smiled as his face changed quickly. "You are Duwei," Shi Yinyu shrieked when he saw the face. He was nearly killed by Duwei above the Nethersea. Even though he had been clamoring that he would chop Duwei into a million pieces all this time, that battle had left a deep shadow in his heart, penetrating his soul. Therefore, when Shi Yinyu saw Duwei, there was an uncontrollable fear. "Chan Nengtong, you all protect the young lord, and leave immediately. Quickly notify the old ancestor." Dai Quan was already swinging his fist at Huang Xiaolong as he shouted the order to the other ancestors. But his arm had barely stretched out when he saw the City of Eternity flying out from Huang Xiaolong's body. Emerging from Huang Xiaolong's body with the City of Eternity were the 100 undead puppet nether guards. Driven by these 100 undead puppet nether guards, the City of Eternity emitted glaring lights that eclipsed everything else in the world. Boom! Without any resistance, the City of Eternity rammed into the 9 Yin giant corpse tribe's ancestor Dai Quan. Dai Quan screamed miserably in pain. The City of Eternity shattered the low-grade Grand Mist divine armor on him. Then his whole body's bones, meridians and veins, internal organs, and everything else ruptured into an unrecognizable mess. Only a piece of Godhead remained intact. A supreme rank Godhead. An unprecedented power erupted from Dai Quan's supreme Godhead. Violent God force soared skyward, breaking to outer space. Huang Xiaolong snorted with disdain watching this. Just as Dai Quan's supreme Godhead broke out in power, trying to make a run for it by tearing through the void, the City of Eternity appeared above the Godhead. Under 100 undead puppet nether guards' power, the overbearing city of eternity smashed down. A thunderous boom shook the air as Dai Quan's godhead was smashed deep into the ground, accompanied by Dai Quan's heart-rending scream before he died. Following this was complete silence. Suddenly, there was another boom. Huang Xiaolong turned to look and saw the 9 giant corpse tribe's ancestor Chen Nengtong, and the other 3 ancestors were trying to make a run for it, bringing Shi Yinyu and Yang Jing. However, they had barely flown far when all of them were rebounded back by an invisible energy wall. This invisible energy wall emitted powerful light energy when it repelled Shi Yinyu's group. Runes appeared above them, forming a group of angels. Chen Nengtong, Shi Yinyu, and the rest looked at the energy wall that blocked their escape in confusion. This is? Their expressions drew a harsh sneer from Huang Xiaolong. Before Xianxia had led these people here, Huang Xiaolong had ordered the 2 14-winged peak late 10th Order Emperor Realm Radiance Angels to arrange a radiant light element ancient grand array formation here. Even if Shi Wushuang were here, he wouldn't be able to detect this radiant light energy's ancient grand array until it was too late. The moment Shi Yinyu and the others had entered this grand array formation, their fates had been sealed. With the grand array formation's wall barrier, Huang Xiaolong was not worried about Shi Ming or Shi Wushuang discovering what was happening here. Even if he punched a hole through the mainland within this grand array formation, no shockwaves would spread outside. Rumble. Chen Nengton took out a giant blade and slashed at the radiant barrier with everything in his possession. The barrier emitted a burst of flaring light, sending Chen Nengtong staggering back miserably. Blood was flowing out from the corner of his mouth. Shi Yinyu panicked, seeing this result. The fear of death wound over his limbs and body, pulling him down an icy abyss. Huang Xiaolong walked to Shi Yinyu at a leisurely pace and said in a tepid tone, "No need to waste your efforts within this grand array formation. Even Shi Wushuang's attacks would be useless here, not to mention the likes of you." As Huang Xiaolong approached Shi Yinyu, the fear in Yang Jing's heart intensified. She subconsciously stepped back in fear. "Due, what do you want to do exactly?" Shi Yinyu demanded with false courage as he moved back warily. "My old ancestor is right on this corpse soul land. Do you really have the guts to kill me?" Chen Nengtong and the other 2 ancestors were protecting Shi Yinyu and did not dare to act rashly. About 10 meters from Shi Yinyu's group, Huang Xiaolong stopped. His hand made a gesture in the air, and the city of eternity flew up from the ground. Dai Quan's godhead seized the chance and flew out from the deep pit in the ground. But the force from Huang Xiaolong's palm caught Dai Quan's godhead and brought it in front of him. The devouring power of his archdevil supreme godhead roared. In the next instant, Dai Quan's godhead shriveled at an incredible speed, withering like a red blossom in drought, losing its vitality and luster. Soft but crisp breaking noises sounded. Then Dai Quan's godhead turned into dust and disappeared from the world. Shi Yinyu turned paler by the second, watching Huang Xiaolong swallow the god force inside Dai Quan's godhead. This sight reminded him of what had happened above the Nethersea. The scene where Huang Xiaolong had devoured Song Litao's godhead seemed to replay in his mind once again. "No, I don't want to die. You cannot kill me. I, Shi Yinyu, am a king of supreme godhead genius. I can't die. I definitely would break through to Emperor Realm, surpass the Emperor Realm, and walk my kingly path. I cannot die like this." Shi Yinyu suddenly shouted like a madman, and his face was hideously distorted. "Impossible!" Shi Yinyu cried out hoarsely. His eyes were crimson and contained boundless unwillingness and hatred. Hearing that, Huang Xiaolong harumphed coldly. "King of supreme godhead genius won't die? What a joke! Go against me. Regardless of who you are, the ending is only death. Like Song Litao and you, even Shi Ming is no exception. Too bad you won't be able to see the day I destroy the 9 giant corpse tribe. Then again, don't worry, I won't kill you now." Everyone was shocked. "You won't kill me now?" Shi Yinyu's eyes turned around. As long as this Due didn't kill him, there was hope. Seeing Shi Yinyu's expression, Huang Xiaolong more or less guessed what was going through Shi Yinyu's mind and sneered inwardly. He raised his fist and punched out abruptly. Yang Jing shrieked sharply. Her body was hurled backwards from Huang Xiaolong's fist force and exploded into a group of blood mist. "No!" Shi Yinyu cried out in despair. He looked dazedly at the blood mist falling to the ground, but he turned suddenly, glaring gloomily at Huang Xiaolong and cursed, "Due, you bastard! You broke your promise!" Huang Xiaolong sneered. "Broke my promise? You are mistaken. I only said I wouldn't kill you." "Kill!" Chen Nengtong and the other two ancestors' god force erupted and attacked Huang Xiaolong at the same time. But the city of eternity promptly rushed up to the three. Simultaneously, the heavenly hall appeared right above the three people's head, and the hexagon rune pillar condensed. Chen Nengtong and the other two ancestors' eyes widened in fear as a dazzling light burst out from the hexagon rune pillar. In the next moment, Chen Nengtong and the two ancestors lost consciousness. Shi Yinyu was dazed as he watched Huang Xiaolong kill Chen Nengtong and the other two ancestors. His indignant rage, hatred, and killing intent receded faster than the tide. He stood stiffly, and his mind blanked. Huang Xiaolong ignored his reaction and walked to Shi Yinyu's side. "Due, if I live through this, there will be a day when I make you wish you were dead instead." Shi Yinyu came to his senses and spat with roiling hatred. Huang Xiaolong laughed nonchalantly. "Unfortunately, you will never have the chance in this lifetime. By the way, I forgot to tell you, my real name is not Due." Shi Yinyu froze before he managed to squeeze out, "Your name is not Due?" Huang Xiaolong's outer appearance changed again at this time, turning into a black-haired human race young man. Shi Yinyu's face turned even uglier at this sight. "A human? My real name is Huang Xiaolong," Huang Xiaolong stated. Shi Yinyu's mind raced, and his eyes widened. He pointed a trembling finger at Huang Xiaolong as he stammered, "Why you're the divine world's Huang Xiaolong, Zhang Hong's illegitimate son?" This time it was Huang Xiaolong who was stupefied for a second. Zhang Hong's illegitimate son. He smiled wryly inside. It seems there were quite a lot of people that thought he was senior brother Zhang Hong's illegitimate son. The divine world's strongest emperor's illegitimate son? Huang Xiaolong really didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. Huang Xiaolong didn't bother with any more talks. He ordered one of the puppet nether guards to suppress Shi Yinyu's soul. With a wave of his hand, a grand mist worm flew out from his finger into Shi Yinyu's forehead to control him. After controlling Shi Yinyu with the grand mist worm, Huang Xiaolong began reading Shi Yinyu's memories. A while later, Huang Xiaolong obtained the method of opening the 9 Yin Giant Corpse Tribe's treasury from Shi Yinyu's memories and the Grand Mist Aura's information. There are so many treasures inside the 9 Yin Giant Corpse Tribe's treasury. It truly deserves its reputation as the #1 clan of Spirit's world. After reading Shi Yinyu's memories, Huang Xiaolong couldn't help sighing in envy. Within the 9 Yin Giant Corpse Tribe's treasury, in addition to the Grand Mist Aura, there are numerous rare treasures that were hard to find. Most of these treasures were looted when the 9 Yin Giant Corpse Tribe had attacked the Divine World. At that time, the 9 Yin Giant Corpse Tribe had literally ransacked half of the Divine World. How many hundred thousands of world surfaces would have comprised half of the Divine World? How many Emperor Palaces and first-ranked forces were annihilated? The treasures inside these Emperor Palaces and first-rank forces' treasuries were all looted clean by the 9 Yin Giant Corpse Tribe. One could imagine how wealthy the 9 Yin Giant Corpse Tribe's treasury was. Although the Netherworld King's Organization's Chamber of Commerce was the largest trading entity in Hell, in terms of wealth, it was poor compared to the 9 Yin Giant Corpse Tribe. Huang Xiaolong did not linger around. He ordered the puppet nether guards to clean up the scene quickly. After everything was done, he circulated the Azura tactics to summon the Gate of Hell, then crossed over with Shi Yinyu in tow. In the next second, Huang Xiaolong and Shi Yinyu appeared above the 9 Yin Giant Corpse Tribe's headquarters. Huang Xiaolong had not killed Shi Yinyu because he wanted Shi Yinyu to take out the Grand Mist Aura from the treasury personally. After all, Shi Yinyu's identity was helpful. Once they were out of the 9 Yin space, Huang Xiaolong flew straight towards the 9 Yin Giant Corpse Tribe's treasury with Shi Yinyu. An hour later, the two stopped in the vicinity of the treasury. "Go on," Huang Xiaolong ordered Shi Yinyu. Yes, master. Shi Yinyu complied respectfully before speeding away. Huang Xiaolong concealed himself within the void, waiting for Shi Yinyu's good news. Just as Shi Yinyu arrived in front of the treasury and opened its door, 4 figures appeared in a flicker. These 4 were the 9 Yin Giant Corpse Tribe's ancestor guardians of the treasury. All 4 ancestors were peak late 10th Order Emperors. This was the 9 Yin Giant Corpse Tribe's deep foundation. Concealed within the void, Huang Xiaolong watched everything with his eye of hell and was slightly astonished seeing the 4 peak late 10th Order Emperor Realm ancestor guardians. Young Lord, didn't you enter the 9 Yin space with the old ancestor and patriarch? One of the ancestors asked. All 4 9 Yin Giant Corpse Tribe's ancestors were surprised, seeing Shi Yinyu in front of the treasury. The old ancestor and the others are forging the Grand Mist artifact and require a large amount of star sand and Grand Mist aura. They cannot extract these items at the moment, so they sent me to get the things from the treasury. Shi Yinyu answered. The 4 exchanged doubtful glances. That? The 4 hesitated. May I ask if young lord carries the old ancestor or patriarch's sound token? One of them asked. Since the old ancestor requires a large amount of star sand and Grand Mist aura to forge the Grand Mist artifact, why didn't the old ancestor take it with him earlier? Although the person in front of them was the genuine Shi Yinyu, something didn't sound right. This was the reason why the 4 of them were doubtful. Insolent. I, as the tribe's young lord, want to enter the treasury to get something, and you require the old ancestor and patriarch's sound token from me? Shi Yinyu glared at the 4 ancestor guardians angrily and scolded. As for why the old ancestor did not take the things himself, how would I know that? Are you suspecting that I am going inside to steal the star sand and Grand Mist aura from right under your eyes? We dare not. The 4 promptly denied. Quickly get out of my way, Shi Yinyu snapped. The 4 guardians exchanged another silent look. Get out of my way. If anything happens, I will take responsibility. Shi Yinyu stepped forward domineeringly and waved the 4 ancestor guardians away, barking with impatience. If the Grand Mist artifact's forging progress is delayed, can you all afford the old ancestor's wrath? The 4 blanked for a second, then reluctantly nodded. All right then, however, we will have to accompany young lord inside. Indeed, as the young lord, it was not likely Shi Yinyu would be so foolish as to swagger into the treasury so openly to steal a large amount of star sand and the Grand Mist aura. Then again, even though they relented, they needed to follow Shi Yinyu into the treasury. Only by doing so would they feel reassured. Shi Yinyu did not object, acquiescing to their request. Shi Yinyu proceeded to open the treasury entrance with the secret method and stepped inside with the 4 guardians following closely behind him. The treasury door closed behind them on its own. Seeing that Shi Yinyu had successfully entered the 9 Yin treasury, Huang Xiaolong inwardly heaved in relief. Huang Xiaolong believed that getting the Grand Mist aura was not a problem as long as Shi Yinyu managed to get into the treasury. Shi Yinyu and the others soon reached the depths of the 9 Yin treasury. There were winding galaxy rivers, glimmering in midair, and exuding incredible spiritual energy. These galaxy rivers were formed by glistening star sand. 1 grain of star sand weighed 10,000 caddies. It was one of the best materials for forging that was hard to find. Even some of the large auction houses rarely had this material to auction, and even if they did, it was no more than 100 grains of star sand at one time. But inside the 9 Yin treasury there were 1 billion grains or more than 1 trillion. Shi Yinyu took out a small bottle and infused his god force into it. Instantly, the small bottle generated a powerful suction force, sucking hundreds and thousands of star sand into its belly. He stopped when there were roughly 1 million star sand grains inside the bottle. From there, Shi Yinyu flew deeper into the treasury space, almost near to the end. Floating at the deepest part of the 9 Yin treasury were more than a dozen spatial artifacts. Shi Yinyu reached out and grabbed one of the spatial artifacts. Inside the spatial artifact was the Grand Mist aura. Moreover, there were 2 of them. After getting the spatial artifact containing the Grand Mist aura, Shi Yinyu turned and flew back towards the entrance without delay. The 4 ancestors were inwardly relieved, seeing that Shi Inyu had only taken the star sand and grand mist aura like he had stated earlier. Shortly after, the four of them stepped out from the treasury with Shi Inyu. One of them said, "Young lord, since you've got the star sand and grand mist aura required to forge the grand mist artifact, there must be no accident in between. We'll send people to escort you to the gate of 9 This ancestor was still worried and decided to have Shi Inyu escorted to the gate of 9 Who has the guts to rob me inside our 9 headquarters? Shi Inyu's face darkened with great displeasure. But the ancestor insisted, "If the young lord is offended, please pardon me." In the end, Shi Inyu could only nod in agreement with a gloomy expression. Soon, the four ancestors summoned 6 late 10th Order Emperor Realm experts and ordered them to escort Shi Inyu to the square. At the same time, they exhorted the 6 emperors to wait until Shi Inyu had passed through the gate of 9 before leaving. The 6 complied and escorted Shi Inyu away from the treasury to the square where the gate of 9 opened. Huang Xiaolong sneered, watching this, but was in no hurry to make his move. When the 6 Emperor Realm experts and Shi Inyu arrived at the square, Huang Xiaolong sent the Heavenly Hall's Radiance Angels to deal with them. 7 12-winged Radiance Angels flew out from the Heavenly Hall at the same time, attacking the 6 9 Giant Corpse Tribe's Emperor Realm experts with full force. Although the 6 9 Giant Corpse Tribe's expert strengths ranged between early to mid-10th Order Emperor's Realm, they were caught off guard by the 7 12-winged late 10th Order Emperor Realm Radiance Angels' full-force attack. All 6 of them suffered heavy injuries in the first attack, whereas Shi Inyu's body exploded directly. Concealed within the void, Huang Xiaolong was swift to collect the Star Sand and Grand Mist Aura, as well as Shi Inyu's King of Supreme Godhead, the moment Shi Inyu exploded. The 6 ancestors saw Shi Inyu's body explode, and his godhead, the bottle containing Grand Mist Aura and spatial artifact with the star sand being snatched away. They reacted swiftly. Their furious roars immediately alerted the entire 9 Giant Corpse Tribe. Enemy attack! Someone broke into the headquarters. Quickly activate the 9 Grand Array. Like a chain reaction, 9 Giant Corpse Tribe's ancestors were alerted one after another. All of them were immediately enraged that someone had the guts to attack their headquarters. In a split second, powerful auras soared to the sky from various corners of the 9 mountain range, as figures whizzed across the air at an alarming speed. All of them were rushing to the square. Even though Huang Xiaolong wasn't afraid of them, the 9 Grand Array was a powerful grand formation that was strengthened many times over several years. Hence, if he were to get trapped within the array, he would fail to break out from the array in a short time. Time was of the essence when escaping. Thus, Huang Xiaolong acted decisively. He circulated the Azura tactics, and the gate of hell appeared above his head. In a flicker, Huang Xiaolong disappeared through the gate of hell, leaving the 9 Giant Corpse Tribe headquarters in the blink of an eye. About 3 breaths after the gate of hell closed, a 9 Giant Corpse Tribe's ancestor descended on the square. As the 9 Giant Corpse Tribe's ancestors arrived consecutively, the surrounding air currents turned chaotic and turbulent. Space became distorted, and cracks emerged. Moments later, Shi Ming and Shi Wushuang, who were forging the Grand Mist artifact within the 9 space, received reports of the incident from the ancestors outside. What? Took away 1,000,000 grains of star sand and 2 streams of Grand Mist Aura. Shi Wushuang's face ashened reading the report. Even someone as stable as Shi Ming could not maintain his calm composure. 1,000,000 star sand was nothing to the 9 Giant Corpse Tribe, but the 2 streams of Grand Mist Aura were Shi Ming and Shi Wushuang's lives. Not long ago, both had been mad with joy after finding the 2 Grand Mist Aura streams. Shi Ming and Shi Wushuang had planned to refine the Grand Mist Aura after successfully forging the Grand Mist artifact. 7 late 10th Order Emperor Realm Radiance Angels. On top of that, they all have 12 wings. Gray flames danced in Shi Ming's pupils. His momentum was akin to an angry volcano on the verge of eruption, and world-destroying power brewed within his body. Come, we're going back. Shi Ming disappeared from the underground cave in a blur. At this point, forging the Grand Mist artifact was thrown to the back of his mind. The land quaked violently with his movement. Shi Ming flew up several 100,000 zhang of mountain height and emerged in high air. Shi Wushuang appeared next to him a moment later. Old ancestor, could it be the Radiance world? Shi Wushuang spoke first. His eyes gleamed with a sharp and ruthless light. Shi Ming's entire body exuded iciness as he spoke. The Radiance world does not have the guts yet. There was a trace of doubt on his face as he said the next sentence. How did you leave the Nining space and return to the headquarters? Shi Wushuang also felt suspicious about this and was having difficulty figuring it out. Logically, only the old ancestor Shi Ming knew how to open the gate of Nining. The trespasser's target was clearly the Grand Mist Aura. Only a few people know about the Grand Mist Aura within our treasury. Shi Ming's eyes glinted with cold light. Shi Wushuang's face was scarily gloomy hearing that. Although only a few knew about the Grand Mist Aura inside the Nining treasury, somehow the matter was leaked out. This meant there was a spy amongst the tribe. A spy with high access. It seems I've underestimated that Junior Due once again, blurted Shi Ming. Shi Wushuang was caught off guard by Shi Ming's words. He recovered his senses and asked, Old ancestor, you mean the attackers are from the Netherworld King's organization? Shi Ming explained coldly. There are no outside experts in the spirit's world, and in the entire hell, only Due has dared to collide with our Nine giant corpse tribe in such a manner. Moreover, he had appeared in the spirit's world several months ago, so this is no coincidence. Now, it seems he had been plotting something since his arrival in spirit's world. Whether it's really him, we'll know for certain once we apprehend the spy. Two beams of light shot out from Shi Ming's eyes into the void. The gate of Nining appeared wide open. Shi Ming and Shi Wushuang passed through the gate of Nining, appearing high above the headquarters. Without wasting any time, both rushed to the Nining treasury. Apart from the two of them, only the four ancestor guardians knew about the Grand Mist Aura inside the treasury. In conclusion, the spy was one of the four ancestor guardians. And these four people were extremely valued by Shi Ming. Thick death qi surged violently around Shi Ming. Since the battle with the ancient heavenly court, it had been a long time he had felt such strong killing intent. He had never felt such an intense urge to kill anyone as he did at that moment. After catching this traitor, he would make sure that the traitor died in the most painful way. He would make every single soul in the world understand the terrible consequences of betraying him, betraying the Nine giant corpse tribe. Soon, Shi Ming and Shi Wushuang arrived in front of the Nine treasury's entrance. However, only 3 of the ancestors came to meet them. Shi Ming immediately understood what had happened, as he saw that one ancestor guardian was missing from the group. Lock down the entire Nine plane and capture the traitor Fan Xiaohong. Shi Ming was enraged, and violent killing intent surged around him as he added, anyone who captures Fan Xiaohong will be rewarded with 8 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. Shi Ming's voice reverberated over the Nine giant corpse tribe's headquarters. Alarming killing intent almost solidified the air, pressing down on everyone on the Nine plane. The entire spirit's world was soon in an uproar. The news about Nine giant corpse tribe's 8 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones reward for capturing the traitor Fan Xiaohong spread out at a startling speed. The Nine giant corpse tribe's ancestor Fan Xiaohong actually belonged to the Netherworld King's organization. He hid within the Nine giant corpse tribe for 1 billion years until now. They lost 1 million grains of star sand, 2 streams of Grand Mist Aura, and even their young lord. No wonder their old ancestor was close to vomiting blood due to anger. Other superforces soon learned about what had happened at the Nine giant corpse tribe's headquarters. Some suspected whether Shi Ming would wage war against the Netherworld King's organization in anger. By this time, Huang Xiaolong had returned to the divine world through the gate of hell, but after some contemplating, he returned to hell. He still needed to preside over the Netherworld King's organization's affairs under the current circumstances. He summoned Tai Yu and the others back to the Netherworld King's organization's headquarters on Moh Plain. Simultaneously, he also issued an order for the Netherworld King's organization's branches in the Spirit's world to move and return to the headquarters on Moh Plain. A little over a month later, Huang Xiaolong was back at the Moh Plains Green Flames mountain range. Tai Yu and the rest arrived consecutively. A while later, the news of the Netherworld Kings organization's headquarters location on Moh Plains spread out like wildfire under Huang Xiaolong's order. Before this, the location of the Netherworld Kings organization's headquarters was a mystery. It was time to let people know about it. Not long after the Netherworld Kings organization's headquarters location leaked out, the news of Shi Yinyu's death ensued. Of course, Huang Xiaolong had killed Shi Yinyu and devoured his godhead. The Green Flames mountain range Forbidden Land on Moh Plain had defensive array formations laid out by the previous Lord of Hell. Huang Xiaolong was confident that Shi Ming wouldn't come attacking Moh Plain in anger due to this. After he finished devouring Shi Yinyu's king of supreme godhead, Huang Xiaolong arrived above a blood pool within the Green Flames Mountains Forbidden Land. The blood pool was light golden yellow in color and emitted a soft, bewitching glow. This was the demon god blood pool. The first time Huang Xiaolong had entered the Forbidden Land, he had chosen to receive the Lord of Hell's inheritance first. Because of this, he had no time to cultivate inside the demon god blood pool. This time, he planned to refine the 2 streams of Grand Mist aura while cultivating inside this demon god blood pool and strive to break through to 7th order heavenly monarch realm in one go. He also wanted to borrow the demon god blood pool's energy to awaken his own archdevil's bloodline's power. Huang Xiaolong sat cross-legged in the air, 10 meters above the demon god blood pool, and then took out the 2 Grand Mist aura rivers. The 2 streams of Grand Mist auras resembled 2 small rivers. Neither of the Grand Mist aura ran away after coming out from the spatial container. Instead, they danced excitedly around Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong chuckled good-naturedly watching this familiar scene. The intimate reactions of the 2 Grand Mist aura rivers did not surprise him. When he and senior brother Jiang Hong had found the Grand Mist aura and Purple Grand Mist aura in the barbarian space, both the Grand Mist aura and Purple Grand Mist aura had also felt close to him. Even senior brother Jiang Hong had complained enviously that even he, as the senior brother, was not as popular as Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong adjusted his condition, then began circulating the Grand Mist parasitic medium. The 2 Grand Mist aura rivers reacted immediately, drilling into Huang Xiaolong's body one after another through his palm. The 2 Grand Mist aura rivers appeared in Huang Xiaolong's mind upon entering his body. As Huang Xiaolong circulated the Grand Mist parasitic medium, his 3 supreme godheads absorbed the Grand Mist energy waves from the 2 Grand Mist aura rivers. Huang Xiaolong was completely enshrouded in resplendent lights. At the same time, at the bottom of the demon god blood pool, slivers of golden-colored blood qi rose to the surface and entered Huang Xiaolong's body. As these slivers of golden blood qi continuously entered Huang Xiaolong's body, the 3 powerful and mysterious archdevil's bloodlines inside his body gradually awakened. It was akin to a mighty fierce beast that had been in slumber for numerous millenniums. Once it awakened, it would shake the 33 skies. The days turned into months. Huang Xiaolong was enshrouded with a cocoon of bright dazzling lights. As the 3 powerful and mysterious archdevil bloodlines within Huang Xiaolong's body awakened, the lights enshrouding Huang Xiaolong flickered between 3 dazzling colors. 3 dazzling lights intensified with time as if something was brewing within. Huang Xiaolong was concentrating on refining the 2 Grand Mist aura rivers, and trying to awaken his archdevil's bloodlines by borrowing the demon god blood pool's energy. At this time, in the Spirits World's 9 Giant Corpse Tribe's headquarters, Shi Wushuang was raging with killing intent as he spoke to Shi Ming, "Old ancestor, I am certain that Yuer was killed by that bastard Due. Send the army. We'll attack the Moh Plain and kill Due, Tai Yu, and all of them. Moreover, only by killing Due can we unify hell without any impediment." Shi Ming's eyes glimmered. "That's right, old ancestor. We cannot endure any more. Gather the army to attack the Moh Plain. Kill them till they flee with their tails between their legs." Some of the present 9 Giant Corpse Tribe's ancestors clamored with a fervor. The 9 Giant Corpse Tribe's defeat at the Nethersea was like a fishbone stuck in their throats ever since. And now, Shi Yinyu's death had lit up the fury fermenting in their hearts. Shi Ming raised a hand to silence all of them. Dui must be killed, but now is not the time. Shi Ming went on calmly. Since he dared expose the Netherworld King's organization's headquarters, there must be a reason for his confidence. The Netherworld King's organization's headquarters is likely to be protected by grand array formations laid out by the last Lord of Hell. Although his cultivation had continued to improve in these years, Shi Ming still wasn't very confident about breaking the last Lord of Hell's array formations. Upon hearing the mention of Lord of Hell, everyone shut up. Even Shi Wushuang fell silent. The Lord of Hell was in existence who had ruled over Hell for countless billions of years. Even though the Lord of Hell was no longer there, just the mention of him was enough to deter many. Therefore, before we successfully forge the Blade of Death, let Dui, that clown, jump a while longer. Shi Ming added, once Blade of Death's forging is completed successfully, we'll attack the Moh Plane, destroy the Netherworld King's organization, and unify Hell. Then our army will march to the Divine World and attack the Heavenly Court. We will rule over the universe. Shi Ming's cold voice echoed, reverberating in the Great Hall. The Blade of Death was the Grand Mist treasure artifact that they were currently forging. In truth, Shi Ming had been making preparations to forge the Blade of Death since their 9-een giant corpse tribe had lost the inheritance treasure, the 9-een magic mirror. In the battle against the ancient Heavenly Court, he had been forging the Blade of Death for several billion years, consuming countless Grand Mist Spirit Stones, iron ores, and many other precious materials. Now, they were finishing the last few segments and they would be successful. The time they would succeed was when the 9-een giant corpse tribe would sweep over other forces and rule the universe. It was also the time when Dui would die. Those who had dared to go against the 9-een giant corpse tribe would become lost souls under the Blade of Death. Thus, the 9-een giant corpse tribe swallowed their anger this time. The experts of Hell's 3 worlds were shocked because the 9-een giant corpse tribe had chosen to endure silently even after their young Lord Shi Rinyu had been killed. Rumors began flying around, and many mocked the 9-een giant corpse tribe behind their backs. After this incident, the number of forces that chose to submit under the Netherworld King's organization increased. Thus, the number of Emperor Realm experts in the Netherworld King's organization also increased. 1 year turned into 2. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Huang Xiaolong, who had been cultivating at the Demon God Blood Pool during these 3 years, had advanced to the peak late 6th Order Heavenly Monarch Realm. Just half a step more, and he would break through to the 7th Order Heavenly Monarch Realm. Once he broke through to the 7th Order Heavenly Monarch Realm, Huang Xiaolong wouldn't need to rely solely on the City of Eternity and the Heavenly Hall, as he would be able to kill a 10th Order Heavenly Monarch on his own. With that, there wouldn't be many opponents under the Emperor Realm for him. Sitting cross-legged in the air, above the Demon God Blood Pool, a faint layer of golden blood mist gathered around Huang Xiaolong, and the flickering tricolored lights enshrouding his body expanded over 100 li radius, vaguely showing 3 massive shadows. These 3 shadows not only exuded the power of God but also the power of the devil. Devil and God in coexistence. As time past 5 years went by, Huang Xiaolong was completely covered by the golden blood mist. The whole Demon God Blood Pool was dominated by these 3 glaring lights that had reached 1,000 li radius. The 3 vague shadows had become more apparent and condensed. There was a golden, an ink black, and a myriad colors shadow. Each of these 3 shadows was several hundred li tall. Suddenly, a muffled boom sounded from the inside of Huang Xiaolong's body, louder than thunder, akin to an archdevil awakening from slumber. The tricolored lights swirled around Huang Xiaolong. His momentum soared, and the 3 shadows behind him solidified further. This whole time Demon God Blood Pool was shaking. Even the earth underneath was swaying in protest. Tai Yu and the others waited outside the Forbidden Land. All of them were stunned for a second, detecting the changes within the Forbidden Land. Joy rose to their faces. His Majesty has broken through to the 7th Order Heavenly Monarch Realm? What a strong momentum, powerful energy, and overbearing pressure. Some famous geniuses could not exude this degree of startling pressure even when breaking through to the Emperor realm. What are those three pressures? Tai Yu and the others were curious as well as astonished. The Forbidden Land's vigorous movements went on for 4 days and 4 nights before returning to calmness. The layer of golden blood mist around Huang Xiaolong disappeared, leaving only the 3 massive figures in the air behind him. Huang Xiaolong opened his eyes, and there was joy in them. He had finally broken through to the 7th Order Heavenly Monarch realm. On top of that, by borrowing the demon god Bloodpool's energy, he had successfully awakened 3 kinds of Archdevil's bloodline powers within his body. With 3 kinds of Archdevil bloodline's power awakened, his true dragon physique evolved further. Now, not only did he have the true dragon physique, but also 3 different Archdevil's physiques. His physical body's toughness had far surpassed the concept of heaven-defying.